Centuries ago, 12 blood-red gates descended from the sky. From these gates, countless demonic beasts escaped and began to ravage the human world. I was originally a direct disciple of a prestigious martial family. But after my parents disappeared in the Stargate world, I was expelled from the family, enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens for 18 years. I awaited the day of awakening to start my path of revenge and demon-slaying, acquiring the martial god system and awakening the S-class elemental ability Heavenly Meteor Divine Thunder and the S-class artifact ability Divine Brew Gourd. Today at Yuling City's second high school in Tianxiang province, we are about to undergo the awakening ceremony. I hope to awaken to a combat ability of at least C-class. It's not that easy. They say C-class has only a 1% chance, not to mention only 20% of those who awaken have combat abilities. Yi Chen, lying on his desk, listened to the discussion of his classmates, clenching his fists secretly. Whether he could turn his fate around depended on this awakening ceremony. People refer to the 12 blood-red gates as the Gates of Calamity. In this world, everyone can awaken to an ability classified into categories like Elemental, Artifact and Beast Transformation. Although everyone can awaken an ability, awakening to a C-class is rare. And those who awaken to A-class or S-class are even rarer, truly the favored children of the heavens. Aiken, you'll definitely have no problems, Chu Tian patted Yi Chen's shoulder. As long as you awaken to a C-class or higher ability, your sister's illness can be cured. Yi Chen just looked worried. Quiet. The representatives from the Martial Alliance are here. Get ready, Yi Chen's homeroom teacher Yan Sheng announced from the doorway. Soon after, Li Wei, accompanied by two men dressed in martial uniforms, entered the classroom. Li Wei nodded. When I call your name, come up for the awakening. When he called out Yi Chen, he gave him an extra glance. Yi Chen stood up and walked to the podium, sensing compatible energy sources nearby, activating the martial god system. As Yi Chen approached the awakening crystal, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Martial god system? Startled, Yi Chen paused. Li Wei, with a gentle expression, said, "Don't be nervous, Yi Chen, take it easy." He felt sympathy for this child suppressed by the Yi family. Regaining his composure, Yi Chen placed his hand on the crystal, immediately feeling a surge of energy throughout his body. The crystal began to glow brighter and brighter. Suddenly, with a loud bang, lightning flashed and electricity darted about, shattering the classroom's windows. The originally clear sky thundered menacingly, as if an angry dragon was ready to strike at any moment. Not good. Deploy the energy shield, Li Wei urgently said. And the two staff members quickly reacted, crushing two tokens and forming an energy shield around Yi Chen. Purple lightning burst from Yi Chen's body, almost breaking the shield. Li Wei hurriedly pressed his hand on the shield, channeling energy into it, supported by the other staff. Gradually, the thunder outside and the lightning within the shield quieted down. Such terrifying lightning, noted one staff member, even the Alliance's standard shield could barely hold. As the shield dissipated, Yi Chen stood in the center, his body flickering with lightning and his eyes glowing with purple light. The crystal, unable to withstand the power, shattered explosively. This is an S-class elemental ability, Heavenly Meteor Divine Thunder," Li Wei exclaimed excitedly. The classmates, just realizing what happened, looked at Yi Chen with a mix of envy and jealousy. Only Chu Tian said nothing, just watching Yi Chen with a relieved smile. The awakening crystal is destroyed. Everyone please wait here while we bring a spare crystal to continue the awakening. I'll go inform the principal, Li Wei told Yan Sheng, instructing him to maintain order in the meantime. Yi Chen sat at his desk resting, yet his mind was silently chanting, "System." A system panel appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Host, Yi Chen, abilities, Heavenly Meteor Divine Thunder S-Class, Divine Brew Gourd S-Class. Why do I have two abilities? I thought I only awakened the Heavenly Meteor Divine Thunder. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. During Yi Chen's rest, the new awakening crystal had already been delivered. The awakening continued. Next, Chu Tian took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal. As the crystal began to glow, though not as brightly as Yi Chen's, Chu Tian's A-class ability Swift Wind Fury was revealed. Haha, an A-class ability, now I'm a nimble fat man. Chu Tian laughed heartily towards the sky. The rest of the people quickly completed their awakenings. Yi Chen, I've informed the principal, this isn't the place to talk. Just then Li Wei had returned and escorted Yi Chen from the classroom. The principal was a burly man, clearly a strong warrior, the only 7th-tier martial general at 2nd High School. Zhang Ding, you must be Yi Chen. Come over and have a seat, Zhang Ding said warmly. I've heard about you from Li Wei. I know about your situation with the Yi family too. It seems you're unaware of the value of an S-class ability. Let me explain. Each of the 12 gates of calamity on Blue Star is guarded by an S-class Martial Emperor. Only those with an S-class Martial Emperor can ensure the gates are not breached. Although you are currently low level, your potential and importance are 100 times greater than the Yi family. I have already ordered that the news of your awakening to an S-class ability be sealed. This is not just my decision but also from those above. I have no objections. Our enemies are not only demonic beasts but also humans. And a group of madmen who believe the gates of calamity are a reward from the heavens. They think those guarding the gates are obstructing the integration of the two realms. So, over the years, they've assassinated many talents, but today many people have seen your awakening. You don't have to worry about that. The Dream Weaver will replace their memories, making them believe you awakened to an A-class purple extreme thunder. Zhang Ding said calmly, I understand. I'll have the school's finance department transfer 500,000 as your scholarship. By the time morning light filtered through the window, Yichen finally stirred awake, feeling groggy but surprisingly rested. He hadn't experienced such a comfortable sleep in ages. Stretching luxuriously, he realized that ever since his awakening he'd been relentlessly focused on cultivation, leaving hardly any time for rest. His usual sleep was scarce and restless, and a full mind-clearing slumber like today's was a rarity. As he stretched, Yichen noticed a black sticky substance clinging to his arm, resembling oily grime. The bathtub, once filled with a vibrant green medicinal liquid, had now turned black and emitted a foul odor. It was as if he were standing in a sewer. Pinching his nose, Yichen stood up. In truth, these black residues were impurities expelled from Yichen's body, a result of the combined effects of the Thunder Pearl's outer shell and the medicinal liquid. Although he was currently in the late phase of the Tongmei stage, this realm primarily focused on refining the strength of his meridians. The subsequent stage, the Duangu realm, would hone his flesh and bones. However, after this purification, his future physical training would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. After rinsing off and donning clean clothes, Yichen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The Thunder Pearl had indeed lived up to its reputation. His Yuan Hai had completely transformed into a purple hue, a speed of energy conversion that even his senior Fenglian wouldn't have anticipated. With a slight smirk, Yichen felt a bit proud. Unfortunately, there hadn't been time to elevate his cultivation level, but that was fine. The practical assessment was just a few days away, providing an ideal opportunity for advancement. System, open the panel, he commanded. Host, Yichen Realm, Martial Artist Stage 2, Late Tongmei abilities. Heavenly Meteor Thunder, S-level. Divine Brew Gourd, S-level. Shadow, S-level. Techniques, 9 Nether Thunder Art, S-level. Thunder Fire Body Tempering Technique, A-level. Iron Forging Method, C-level. Combat Skills, Thunder Dragon Skybreaker, Minor Accomplishment, 7-star Step, Major Accomplishment, Instant Shadow, Major Accomplishment. Ability Points, 50,000. Cultivation Time, 3 years and 8 months. The ability points hadn't changed. During his encounter with the two assassins from the Church of the Other Shore, no points were dropped, which left Yichen a bit puzzled. He shrugged it off, guessing perhaps the points had been converted into yuan crystals. With only a little over 3 years, the upcoming practicals would be a prime time to harvest more. For Yichen, cultivation time was like a bank balance. Having a reserve was reassuring. Having none versus having some made all the difference. Oh no, it's 8:15. I'm going to be late. Glancing at the clock, Yichen realized he had merely 15 minutes to spare. Hastily grabbing his energy-storing wristband, he dashed out the door without breakfast. Go for it, brother, Yi Qingyao called out, watching his retreating figure. Don't worry, Yichen waved back without turning, signaling her not to fret. Yichen's residence was in the city center, a bustling area with heavy traffic, especially during rush hour. Walking would be quicker than taking a cab. Anxiously eyeing the time, Yichen decided it was time to use his abilities. Although the Huaxia Federation had regulations against using abilities in densely populated city areas, especially where people gathered, Yichen was willing to take the risk. After all, it was for the college entrance exams. As long as he didn't disrupt public order, it should be manageable. After weighing the pros and cons, Yichen no longer hesitated. Purple arcs of electricity flickered beneath his feet as he darted through the crowd. Mom, look, a superhero, a young girl shouted in amazement. Wow, look at that person, he's amazing, controlling lightning like that. Another boy, filled with envy, exclaimed, yeah, I never expected to see such a powerful superhuman here. I wish I could be like him. Hearing these remarks, Yichen felt a twinge of pride, but he didn't slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace. His actions caused quite a stir among the onlookers who paused to watch him. However, the commotion soon attracted the attention of the traffic police. "Hey, you there! This is the city center. Using superpowers is prohibited. Please stop," shouted a traffic officer in a yellow vest chasing after Yi Chen. "I'm sorry, I'm a candidate for today's college entrance exam and I'm running late. I'm from second high. You can check." Yi Chen's voice faded into the distance, far outpacing the officer. The officer stopped, panting heavily, and muttered, "A college entrance exam candidate? Are students these days really this extraordinary?" Even though he himself was a superhuman of a martial artist level, his speed was nothing compared to Yi Chen's. "Did you hear that? He's a candidate for the college entrance exam and he's already so skilled," a girl remarked, stars in her eyes, clearly infatuated. "And he's from second high. Are their students really this impressive? I thought he was from first high. I'm definitely sending my kid to second high," another person in the crowd speculated. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, his casual remark inadvertently gave second high some unexpected publicity. Soon Yi Chen arrived at the plaza in front of the martial artists building. "What took you so long? You almost missed it." Chu Tian greeted him with a worried look as soon as Yi Chen arrived. Embarrassed, Yi Chen scratched his head, explaining, "I overslept." Chu Tian, with a helpless expression, remarked, "I thought I was laid back, but you've outdone me. You even overslept for the practical exam." Zhang Ding, noticing Yi Chen's arrival, also approached. "It's good you're here. Did something happen on the way?" Zhang Ding had indeed seen Yi Chen's lightning-fast approach. I overslept and got stuck in traffic. I had to use my powers to rush here in time, but I think the traffic police might come asking questions later," Yi Chen admitted sheepishly. "As long as you made it, don't worry about the rest. I'll handle it. Just focus on what's coming up," Zhang Ding reassured him. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Next, the rules for the practical exam were announced. The exam would last for 3 days and would operate on a point system. Hunting a first-tier awaken beast would earn 1 point, a second-tier beast 2 points, and so on. A first-tier martial artist level beast would yield 100 points, a second-tier 200 points, with each tier increasing by 100 points. Next, we will distribute scoring wristbands that can track your scores. Each band includes an emergency button that activates a protective shield in case of crisis. However, pressing it will end your assessment, so choose wisely. The wristband also contains 3 fasting elixirs, which will be your sustenance for the next 3 days, so use them carefully, please. Proceed to sign the life and death waiver. If you have any regrets, now is the time to reconsider. After Director Li finished explaining the rules, the staff began distributing the wristbands and waivers. Given this is a practical assessment, unexpected events are inevitable. Some students may not manage to activate the shield in time and get eliminated, which happens every year. Of course, if a fatal incident occurs, the Alliance will compensate your family well. Death is unavoidable in this field, but the wristbands from the Martial Artists Alliance are designed to withstand attacks at the level of a martial master. If you manage to activate it, your life is generally not in danger. Therefore, the mortality rate in these assessments is low, less than 1 in 1,000, though some students do choose to withdraw due to anxiety, which is understandable. Yi Chen soon received his wristband. It was small, and he slipped it onto his other wrist before signing the waiver. After preparations were complete, everyone boarded buses that transported them to the examination site. Soon, they arrived at an open field in the suburbs, where several mechanical gates stood. Just as everyone was puzzled, a voice sounded. "Next, we will conduct a draw. Those who draw corresponding numbers will enter the respective gates and be transported to specific locations." Upon hearing this, the crowd started buzzing with conversation. Yi Chen was taken aback, as this was a new element. In previous years, everyone entered through a single portal. This change was unexpected. Previously, when everyone entered from the same point, some formed teams in advance. Wealthier participants could even arrange for stronger individuals to assist them in achieving a decent score. However, this tactic had little impact on those aiming for the top 2 academies, as no one could guarantee admission. Helping someone could cost you precious points, possibly knocking you out of the rankings. Moreover, even if someone managed to enter the top academies through improper means, a rigorous assessment upon entry would weed out those lacking the necessary skills, leading to expulsion. Therefore, this change won't significantly affect the top academies, but for ordinary martial schools, and particularly the regional ones, it's a different story. Every year, some manage to get into the regional schools through such means, though it's not overly common. However, gaining entry into regular martial schools this way is much more prevalent. The method of drawing lots does add a degree of fairness, but achieving complete fairness is impossible, even if you enter Randomly, there's still a chance of encountering others at the examination site and forming teams, which is unavoidable. After all, absolute fairness doesn't exist in this world, everyone's abilities differ, some excel in combat, others in support, yet they undergo the same assessment. Is that fair? The Federation doesn't have enough resources to conduct targeted assessments, and even if you're a support type, you still have the ability to slay beasts at lower levels. Yi Chen initially intended to take Chu Tian along for the examination, but now it seems he can only leave it to fate. Whether they end up in the same area depends entirely on the lot drawing results. During the draw, Yi Chen and Chu Tian drew their lots together. Yi Chen drew number 1 while Chu Tian drew number 8. Frowning slightly, Yi Chen advised, "Fatty, when you get inside, prioritize your own survival. I'll come find you, especially if you encounter Yi Yuntian and Fenghui from number 1 high school. Don't hesitate, just run." Chu Tian understood the gravity of the situation, with his abilities even under smooth circumstances making it to the top 2,000 was precarious. If he were eliminated early, he'd have no chance at all. Acknowledging the importance, gone was his usual playful demeanor, replaced with a nod of seriousness. "I'll try to hunt beasts while ensuring my safety. Don't worry, my ability is speed-based, so running shouldn't be a problem," Chu Tian reassured, patting Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen understood that saying more wouldn't help now. Finding Chu Tian quickly was all that mattered. Yi Yuntian and Fenghui had drawn numbers 3 and 5 respectively, while Mu Wanqing and Yi Yuntian ended up at the same entrance, both drawing number 3. Mu Wanqing was overjoyed. Yuntian were in the same examination hall. "This time we can surely surpass Yi Chen." Yi Yuntian's face betrayed no emotion, only replying coldly, "Surpass? I want him dead." His voice was so faint that Mu Wanqing didn't hear it. As Yi Chen stepped through the mechanical door, he was overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, as if the entire world was spinning. When he regained his senses, the scene before him had transformed completely, revealing a desolate ruin. This so-called teleportation technology was still in its nascent stages, not yet fully developed. It couldn't achieve long-distance teleportation, and constructing the teleportation gates themselves was a challenging task. More importantly, these gates had limitations, only allowing fixed-point teleportation. This means that gates must be set at specific locations and linked to each other to function, much like a pipe connecting two ends through which people can pass. The ruins Yi Chen now stood in were once a bustling city. However, the city had long since fallen, becoming a wasteland. Over time, it had been overtaken by dense vegetation, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and dreamlike. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Chen sprang into action. He had to seize the moment to find Chu Tian. Shortly after Yi Chen had moved on, a few students from First High exchanged glances and followed him. Yi Chen maneuvered through the buildings, and at one corner he encountered several flame pigs, each at the 6th or 7th rank of awakening. There were exactly 8 of them, and taking them down would earn him a considerable amount of points. Without hesitation, Yi Chen leaped down, landing heavily on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The flame pigs hadn't even reacted yet when Yi Chen, wielding his thunder strike, flashed behind them. With a graceful swing, Yi Chen holstered his weapon, and the flame pigs suddenly collapsed, all lifeless, each with only a single wound, a one-hit kill. This scene played out clearly in a large conference room of the Warrior Alliance. The room was expansive, with numerous screens at the front, each displaying students currently taking their exams. Every examinee was followed by a drone capturing their actions, which were then broadcast here. Representatives from various factions were seated below, with the front row occupied by individuals from the Warrior Alliance, Xinhui League, Tianxin Society, Huanyu Pavilion, the military, and the reconnaissance department. Behind them sat the principals of various schools and representatives from other organizations. "Oh, this student is quite impressive," remarked the representative from the Xinhui League, watching Yi Chen's display of slaying the flame pigs. A middle-aged man in military attire nodded in agreement. "His speed is commendable and his decisiveness is impressive." The representative from the reconnaissance department concurred. "Indeed, his attacks are precise, each a one-hit kill. He must have experience hunting exotic beasts." Zhang Ding, seated towards the back, felt immense satisfaction with Yi Chen's outstanding performance. Beside him sat Kai Chen, to whom Zhang Ding boasted with a proud smile, "Principal Kai, my student isn't bad, right? It's a pity he didn't accept your offer to join First High." However, Kai Chen showed little emotion, responding coldly, "This is just the beginning. It's merely a few flame pigs at the 6th or 7th rank of awakening. We have plenty of students at First High who can achieve this level. I can't count them on my fingers." Kai Chen then retorted. "But Principal Zhang, does Second High only have Yi Chen capable of such feats?" Is that why you're so thrilled by his performance? Hearing this, Zhang Ding couldn't help but let out a cold snort, his expression turning somewhat grim. Let's see who laughs last. Kai Chen nodded. Quite right, and the same goes for you. With that, the two fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was oblivious to the fact that his actions were being broadcasted for everyone to see. Yi Chen glanced at his scoring bracelet, tallying up a total of 52 points. But his gains were far beyond just that. He had also secured 6 months of cultivation time. His eyes drifted to the fiery boars on the ground, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. These fiery boars were quite the delicacy, with tender meat devoid of any gamey taste. He decided to take them all with him. Yi Chen collected all the fiery boars into his energy storage bracelet. As he was gathering them, an arrow suddenly flew toward him. With a swift punch, Yi Chen shattered the arrow into pieces. So they finally made their move, he thought with a smile, unfazed as if he'd anticipated this all along. In truth, Yi Chen had sensed someone tailing him shortly after leaving the teleportation gate. His past battles against wild beasts in the wilderness had honed his counter-tracking skills. The way those two from the church of the other shore had trailed him was evidence of this. The students currently following him, however, lacked the finesse to escape Yi Chen's perception. Humph, pretending to be all mysterious, scoffed a male student with a bow. Several others emerged from the building, too. Boys wielding knives, a girl with a sword, and another girl blindfolded holding a stick at the back. Her stick was thin, resembling a cane rather than a weapon. Among this group, it was the blindfolded girl who puzzled Yi Chen the most. So you wait until I've fought the fiery boars to make your move, thinking you have the upper hand now, Yi Chen remarked, glancing at the archer perched above. A hint of a smile played at his lips. It was indeed a good chance, but you're just not up to the task. His words infuriated the archer, who immediately drew his bow and shot at Yi Chen. Yi Chen deftly dodged arrows, striking the ground and leaving small craters in their wake. These arrows seemed specially crafted, designed not only to reduce air resistance but also to explode upon impact. Before long, smoke from the explosions engulfed Yi Chen's position. The archer, unable to see Yi Chen, ceased his attack. Meanwhile, in the Warrior Alliance's conference room, a representative from the military furrowed his brow. It seems this random teleportation method can't prevent team-ups, he noted. Li Durong, the representative from the Warrior Alliance, sighed in resignation. No matter how random, such situations are bound to occur. The practical assessment is meant to evaluate individual combat skills, and now they've strayed from that purpose by teaming up. The representative from the Alliance of the Firelight was also displeased. I say, why not just have each person battle a beast or directly fight the examiners? The representative from the Universal Pavilion, a burly man whose voice boomed, retorted, that's unrealistic. We can't spare so many warriors to act as examiners. You know our manpower is already stretched thin. Li Durong nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, the current simulated wilderness scenario is the best we have. At this point, the representative from the Celestial Heart Society spoke up. We're already researching virtual combat. If we succeed, not only will it save manpower, but the assessments would also be fairer. When that will happen, though, is anyone's guess. Known for their prowess in technological development, the Celestial Heart Society's claims were never to be taken lightly. The military representative was pleasantly surprised by her suggestion. It seemed like a promising idea. If successful, it could not only aid in college entrance exams but also significantly enhance combat skills. After all, the best way to improve combat techniques is through constant engagement in real battles. If virtual combat could be developed, then people would never lack opportunities to fight. The representative from Tianqin Society nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this would have to wait until the research was completed. However, it was a pity about the student at hand. Everyone else nodded too, not having much faith in Yi Chen, who was currently being surrounded and attacked. At this moment, Zhang Ding, standing at the back, had a face as dark as a thundercloud. Principal Zhang, it seems Yi Chen's luck is running low. He might just be eliminated directly, someone commented. Zhang Ding looked at him angrily. Isn't this guy from your school? He retorted. Hey, Principal Zhang, don't make reckless remarks. Even if they're from our school, encountering Yi Chen only means Yi Chen had bad luck. Among these opponents, the weakest is at the 9th awakening stage and 2 are at the martial artist level. Even though Yi Chen performed well in previous tests under the siege, he surely can't withstand it. In Kai Chen's eyes, Yi Chen was bound to lose. As the dust settled, everyone was surprised to see that Yi Chen was no longer there. Where is he? The boy with the bow peeked out, searching for Yi Chen's figure. Where are you looking? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. It was Yi Chen. He quickly turned to attack, but Yi Chen didn't give him the chance. With a swift kick to the abdomen, Yi Chen sent him flying out of the building, crashing hard to the ground. Yi Chen stood on the building, looking down at the boy lying on the ground, coughing up blood, and softly remarked, "Is this it? Is this all the first school and the Yi family think of me?" Then Yi Chen jumped down, landing a foot on the boy's body, looking down with a cold gaze. "If you don't press the emergency button, you'll die here," Yi Chen warned, increasing the pressure under his foot. The others finally reacted, but seeing Yi Chen standing over one of their own, they dared not act rashly. In Yi Chen's eyes, they saw a murderous intent. If they moved, Yi Chen might not hesitate to kill. "Don't kill me, I surrender," the student said hurriedly between coughs of blood, and pressed the emergency button without hesitation. Instantly, a shield appeared around him, pushing Yi Chen away. The student's eyes no longer held fear but deep hatred. Being eliminated at this point meant he might not even have a chance at the most ordinary martial school. "Oh, this kid is interesting," remarked representatives from several factions in the Warrior Alliance conference room, showing signs of appreciation. The burly man from the Huanyu Pavilion spoke heartily, "This kid suits me, very decisive." Even the usually stern military representative cracked a rare smile. "Indeed, not bad." Using the cover of smoke, he first dealt with the long-range archer. His target was clear, and he knew exactly what he needed to do. If there was anyone happiest about this turn of events, it was undoubtedly Zhang Ding. At this moment, his face was full of smiles. I really must apologize, Principal Kai. It seems Yi Chen hasn't been eliminated, but rather one of your students has already been knocked out." Although Kai Chen was inwardly displeased, he maintained a facade of squinting eyes and a calm demeanor. "It's just one person eliminated," he thought. "There are still 4 left. After all, Principal Zhang might be celebrating a bit too early." Zhang Ding realized this too, as the upcoming skirmishes would be the true test. He put away his smile and glanced at the screen with a hint of concern. "Yi Chen, even if I eliminate you, things won't be easy for you. The Yi family won't let you go." Yi Chen noticed the person before him, who was begging for mercy one moment, suddenly found the courage to threaten him once the shield was activated. "Oh, are you so confident that this shield can protect you? Aren't you afraid I might shatter it?" Yi Chen looked at him with amusement. "Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, do you really think I'm that brainless? This shield can withstand attacks from a warrior level fighter. Just because you succeeded in a sneak attack, don't think you can boast here." The person had already been eliminated and was just waiting for the staff outside to locate and escort him out. Naturally, at this point, he wanted to appear tough in front of Yi Chen. "Then let's see," Yi Chen replied with a smile, a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. He swiftly launched a barrage of punches, raining them down on the shield like a storm. The person was taken aback, not expecting Yi Chen to actually attack, and a flicker of panic crossed his face. However, seeing the shield remain unresponsive, his expression returned to calm. "Yi Chen, I didn't expect that despite your talent you'd be such a fool. You don't even know your own limits, wasting your energy attacking this shield. You all join forces and eliminate him," he shouted to a group of people in the distance. Those individuals had hesitated before because Yi Chen had a hostage, but now that Yi Chen no longer had leverage, they were unafraid. They armed themselves and charged towards Yi Chen. Just then, the shield began to tremble violently, emitting cracking sounds, and fissures started to appear on its surface. The person inside the shield watched in panic. "Hurry up, kill him," he urged frantically. As his words fell, the cracks on the shield spread like a spider web. With another punch from Yi Chen, the shield shattered with a thunderous crash. "And you were saying you wanted to kill who?" Yi Chen taunted, grabbing the person's neck and lifting him into the air. The group halted, staring at Yi Chen in terror. The man struggled in the air, desperately trying to free himself from Yi Chen's grip, but Yi Chen's hand was as strong as a vice. No matter how he writhed, Yi Chen remained unmoved. The man's face turned blue and his struggles grew weaker. The blindfolded woman quickly spoke up upon seeing the situation. "Yi Chen, don't kill him. If you shatter his protective shield and then kill him, it counts as intentional murder. It's not worth it. Let him go and we'll leave without opposing you, as if we never met." Hearing this, Yi Chen realized that the rules of combat allowed for conflict and even accidental killing was permissible. However, breaking the opponent's shield and killing them when they were defenseless was considered intentional murder. Although Yi Chen's talents might spare him the death penalty, he would likely face some punishment. He regretted not killing the opponent at the outset, which would have been considered accidental rather than deliberate. Yi Chen whispered, "Even if I can't kill him, he'll still face some punishment." With it, he hurled the opponent towards a nearby wall, smashing through it, leaving the person unconscious within. "And it's not because you won't oppose me that I'm sparing him. Don't think you can just leave. Yi Chen, don't go too far. it's enough that we're letting you go. Why do you want to keep us here?" exclaimed a furious boy holding a knife. "Since he's ungrateful, we don't need to be polite. Let's go together," declared another girl with a sword, raising her eyebrows as she prepared to attack. Yi Chen remained silent, suddenly surrounded by arcs of lightning at his feet, disappearing in a flash. The boy with the long knife narrowed his eyes, readying his defense. "He's fast. Let's each watch a direction," he instructed as the four moved back to back. The blindfolded girl tapped her cane-like object on the ground. "On the left," she announced. As her words fell, Yi Chen appeared beside the knife-wielding boy. Yi Chen threw a punch, and with the blindfolded girl's warning, the boy managed to block it with his knife, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating the punch's immense power. Not entirely blocked, Yi Chen vanished again. Yi Chen was using the instant shadow technique, a sea-level combat skill he had mastered. Unlike the bizarre footwork of the 7-star step, instant shadow focused on speed enhancement, he had used it earlier to ambush the boy with the bow. However, Yi Chen's subsequent attacks were all blocked, leaving him puzzled. How is she detecting me? With my speed, they shouldn't be able to react. Is she hearing me? He wondered. Yi Chen, your attacks can't penetrate our defense. If we stay here, it'll just be a stalemate, wasting time. Why don't we call it quits? The blindfolded woman suggested, not wanting to continue the fight. Stalemate. Even if my attacks can't break through, I'm still injuring you each time. Can you withstand it if this drags on? Yi Chen's voice echoed from all directions, indicating his constant repositioning. The blindfolded woman frowned deeply. Her reluctance to fight stemmed from their continuous injuries without inflicting any on Yi Chen, leading inevitably to their defeat if it continued. There's no point in saying more to him, since he refuses to stop. Today we fight until the end and see who holds out the longest, murmured the blindfolded woman. If we continue defending passively, defeat is certain. Next, I'll point out his position for you all, and we strike proactively. Let's give it our all. In Yi Chen's eyes, these few people were already within his grasp. With his strength, employing the Thunder Dragon's heaven-shattering strike, he could easily eliminate them all. However, Yi Chen was quite curious about how the blindfolded woman managed to detect him. On the second floor of that building in front, she pointed forward with her guide cane. Blazing fire slash, one of the men wielding a knife swung his weapon, striking toward the indicated location. Instantly, a fiery blade light crashed into the building, and Yi Chen emerged from within. "You really can see me?" Yi Chen said, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the blindfolded woman. "In that case, let's end this cat-and-mouse game here." Yi Chen drew the thunderbolt from his energy bracelet and charged at the four. He had lost interest in toying with them further. His spear flickered with purple lightning as he engaged them. Notably, as Yi Chen was about to attack the blindfolded woman, she suddenly drew a slender sword from her guide cane-like object. "Well, what's this called, a sword within a cane?" Yi Chen mused, surprised by her weapon, but it posed no real threat to him. With a swift movement, Yi Chen appeared like a ghost behind one of the men, thrusting his spear and piercing through the man's left arm. The other three, seeing this, quickly unleashed their martial skills to stop Yi Chen, but he easily evaded them. With a sweep of his spear, a fierce spearlight sent the three flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Is this all you've got? And you dare say you're holding your ground against me?" Yi Chen sneered, looking at the three on the ground, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Damn it!" The three gritted their teeth, glaring at Yi Chen with anger and frustration. They hadn't expected Yi Chen to be so powerful, defeating them with ease. Yi Chen, with a teasing grin, glanced at the blindfolded woman lying on the ground. He slowly crouched down and softly said, "Let's make a deal. If you tell me how you discovered me, I'll let you go. How about it?" The blindfolded woman's lips pressed tightly together, a flash of stubbornness in her eyes. "No way. I won't reveal a single word. A loss is a loss. There's nothing more to say." Yi Chen's smile widened with amusement. "Oh, you're quite spirited, aren't you? But look at your teammates, seriously injured by me while I went easy on you. Aren't you even a bit grateful?" Her face reddening slightly, the blindfolded woman clutched herself, nervously retreating slightly. "What do you want?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile. "You don't actually think I've taken a liking to you, do you?" The blindfolded woman's face flushed with a hint of redness, and she glared at him indignantly. Who would think that? Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. This girl was indeed quite adorable, yet as he studied her more closely, her blindfolded appearance seemed to carry a unique charm. Papa, what nonsense am I thinking?" Yi Chen quickly dismissed the random thoughts from his mind. "Seriously though, if you tell me, I won't just let you go. I can even help you score some points. Such a good deal, wouldn't you want to consider it? Yi Chen hadn't harmed her severely, not because he fancied her. During their earlier battle, Yi Chen realized she could sense him without seeing, so the question was, how did she do it? Most likely through some sort of perception ability. If that were true, taking her along would significantly boost their efficiency in locating the exotic beasts. After all, in this examination field there wasn't any beast that posed a threat to Yi Chen. His mission was to hunt more beasts as quickly as possible. Besides, he found her presence more agreeable compared to her stubborn and brainless companions. At least when she recognized Yi Chen's strength, she didn't blindly attack but rather opted to negotiate terms instead of becoming his enemy. The blindfolded woman's expression shifted unpredictably before she finally sighed deeply. Fine, I agree to your terms, but you must let us go. No, I only promised to spare you, not the others. You better understand your situation, you have no leverage to negotiate with me. Yi Chen shook his head. He spared the blindfolded woman only because she might be useful, and even not killing the others was already an act of great mercy. Why are you so domineering, always bullying people? As she spoke, Yi Chen noticed the cloth covering her eyes was getting wet. She was crying. Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. Just a few words and she couldn't handle it. What was all this about? I don't have time to argue with you. If you don't want to, fine, I'll just eliminate you and you can try again next year. As he spoke, Yi Chen was ready to take action. I agree, don't eliminate me, the blindfolded woman said between sobs. In martial arts, time is of the essence. A single delay can lead to falling behind, especially when they are in a crucial period of advancement. Losing a year could potentially sever one's martial path. Clearly, she understood the importance. My ability is a B-grade bat perception. My cane is specially designed to help me determine others' positions through the sounds it emits. No wonder you always knew where I was whenever you tapped your cane. How accurate is it? Yi Chen asked, now enlightened. Within 13 millimeters, she replied. Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised by the precision. And what about the range? About a kilometer or so, she said. That's a bit limited. Yi Chen frowned slightly, fearing he might change his mind and eliminate her. The blindfolded woman quickly added, at maximum power it can reach around 3 kilometers. She was terrified that Yi Chen would go back on his decision. If he had eliminated her right from the start, she might not have been this scared. Yet Yi Chen gave her hope, and with that hope came the fear of being eliminated. Such is human nature. You probably can't maintain this for long, over 3 kilometers, can you? Yi Chen quickly saw through her situation, realizing that doubling the distance must come with certain conditions. The blindfolded woman nodded, a bit dejected. I can't receive information for long with so much input. I can probably only maintain it for about 5 minutes. Alright, 5 minutes should be enough. By the way, what's your name? Yi Chen finally remembered to ask her name. Yu Mangyun, she replied softly, her head lowered. A rare surname, you. Alright, let's go, Yi Chen said, standing up and pulling her up from the ground. Oh, there's something we need to do before we leave. With kindness, Yi Chen press the distress buttons for those lying on the ground and arrange them together to make it easier for the examiners to pick them up. Yi Chen clapped his hands. No need to thank me, I'm just a kind-hearted person. Yi Chen, you may have eliminated us today, but you won't have it easy. You're just a discarded member of the Yi family. Wait until the real combat is over. We'll settle the score then. One of the students, the one who wielded a knife, still had the energy to threaten Yi Chen. Oh, is that so? Then how about I deal with you right here and now to save myself trouble later? Yi Chen looked at him coldly. The student felt a chill run through his body. He had seen Yi Chen shatter a protective shield with his own eyes, and the killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes was unmistakable. He quickly shut his mouth, not daring to make eye contact. Tch, coward, Yi Chen remarked, calling Yu Mengyun to leave with him. Yu Mengyun hurried to follow, and after a while she couldn't help but speak. Those people come from good families. Be careful once you're out, they might seek revenge. Yi Chen was a bit surprised that she would say this to him. No worries, I have some backing in Yuling City. With just those few, they can't touch me. Yu Mengyun was curious about Yi Chen's confidence but chose not to ask further. In the Martial Arts Alliance conference room, a burly man from Huanyu Pavilion had a look of admiration. This kid is impressive, taking on 5 and not only defeating them all but even taking one with him. Quite the skill. His strength is indeed remarkable, but his approach is a bit ruthless. He genuinely seemed ready to kill that student, remarked a representative from the Xinhua League, frowning slightly, seemingly disapproving of Yi Chen's methods. You're too soft-hearted. In such situations, would you have him not fight back? Those people were trying to eliminate him, blocking his path in martial arts. He simply returned the favor. Even if he had killed them, I'd see nothing wrong with it. Given he could defeat all of them alone, that means we can cover their share when hunting the beasts, can't we? The burly man suggested. The representatives from both the military and the reconnaissance department remained silent, indicating their agreement with him. The representative from the Alliance of Flames refrained from further argument. At their level they've slain many beasts and people alike. He understood the burly man's point was valid, he merely wished to have both Yi Chen and those few individuals, but one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. At this moment the military representative spoke up. To break through a martial master's shield at this age, this kid is something else. Judging by his battle, he seems to possess a lightning attribute ability, quite offensive and fast, at least an A-level ability. The representative from the Celestial Heart Society, known for research expertise, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Yi Chen's ability. Bring me this student's file, the reconnaissance representative requested. Soon. Yi Chen's file lay before them. Interesting, an abandoned child of the Yi family related to Yi Wuqing's clan, and he was specially recruited by the Magic City Martial University. Feng Lian even joined him against the Yi family. This young man still has more to show, the burly man from the Universal Pavilion commented. That's not all. Look, shortly after awakening he ventured into the wild, stayed out for over 10 days, and earned over 100 million. Impressive, he added, turning to the military representative. Good luck and good character. The military representative nodded in agreement. The military favored those with strong combat skills and bravery, and Yi Chen's early ventures into the wild proved his courage. As for Yi Chen's involvement in taking down the Church of the Other Shore, the reconnaissance department was aware but omitted it from the file due to its sensitive nature. A-level purple extreme thunder, is it? The female representative from the Celestial Heart Society rubbed her forehead. Frowning slightly as if pondering something, it seems those attacking Yi Chen are indeed from the Yi family. These family feuds are truly rotten to the core. The military representative frowned, displeasure evident on his face. Yes, it's not our place to intervene in such family disputes. The burly man from the Universal Pavilion agreed, his gaze fixed on the screen, eyes reflecting a complex light. If he's cast out by the Yi family, I'd offer him a B-level contract, the military representative suddenly stated, his voice filled with admiration for Yi Chen. Typically, if Yi Chen were to be ousted, he'd only qualify for a C-level contract. The military's willingness to offer him a B-level contract highlighted the significance they placed on him. One must not underestimate a B-level contract. In the elite circles of the Federation, the difference in contract levels signifies vast disparities in treatment. Oh, you think so highly of him? The burly man from the Universal Pavilion's eyes flickered as if pondering over something. For talent like this, our military department never hesitates, the military representative replied with resolute certainty. However, the matter was not yet settled. There was a possibility that he might emerge victorious, so they continued to watch. The burly man from the Universal Pavilion smiled slightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. They continued to gaze at the screen, eagerly anticipating Yi Chen's next performance. Sitting at the back, Zhang Ding was unaware of the admiration the big shots at the front had for Yi Chen. If he knew, he might have been overjoyed enough to float off the ground. Nevertheless, seeing Yi Chen taking on 5 opponents alone, he was excited, while Kai Chen sitting beside him looked rather displeased. The 5 people were all students from the top school, which meant losing 4 potential candidates for the Four Directions Martial University. Zhang Ding refrained from mocking Kai Chen at this moment, knowing that more people would likely attack Yi Chen later, in celebrating prematurely was unwise. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner delight. The scene shifted, and Yi Chen had already slain a swarm of exotic beasts. Their bodies piled up into a small mountain as Yi Chen sat atop, glancing at the score bracelet on his wrist, which now displayed 134 points. Despite killing many, they were merely awakening level beasts, each worth only a single point, so the score wasn't very high. Beside him, Yu Mengyun sat panting heavily, appearing exhausted. What level are you now? Yi Chen asked, puzzled by her fatigue. He had killed many more beasts than she had, and he had even deliberately left the weaker ones for her to handle. Raising her head with a hint of pride, Yu Mengyun replied, martial artist level 1, not bad, right? Huh, martial artist level 1 and you're exhausted from just a few awakening level beasts? That's too weak, Yi Chen said, looking at her disdainfully as if she were a novice. What do you mean? My abilities aren't geared for combat and I was injured by you earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this tired after a few kills, Yu Mengyun retorted like an offended kitten, puffing with anger. Since awakening, Yi Chen had frequently fought beyond his level, and among his peers only a few like Feng Wei and Yi Yuntian caught his eye. thus he found it hard to understand Yu Mingyun's poor combat skills. This is for you for healing. Don't make any excuses. Later Yi Chen tossed a small bottle of blue spirit brew towards her. Earlier he had packed various liquors into small bottles and stored them in his energy bracelet. Yu Mengyun caught it and asked, "What is this? If it's a healing potion, I don't need it, I've already taken one." In practical assessments, carrying potions was allowed as long as they weren't for temporary power boosts. After all, in the wild you couldn't go without anything but a few fasting pills. Coming from a well-off family, Yu Mengyun never lacked healing potions, though they did take some time to work, hence her initial reluctance. "Just drink it and you'll see," Yi Chen insisted. Yu Mengyun felt a bit puzzled, but she still drank the concoction. She didn't have to worry about Yi Chen poisoning her or anything like that. With the strength Yi Chen had shown, there were 100 ways he could eliminate her. As the blue spirit brew flowed down her throat, a cool sensation coursed through her body. It felt so comfortable, and to her surprise her injuries were healing. Yu Mengyun's eyes sparkled with amazement. "What did you give me to drink? Is there such a good healing potion? I couldn't even buy it, yet it tastes quite nice. It's a proprietary formula, not for sale. You're the first person to taste it besides me," Yi Chen replied. Yu Mingyun's gaze toward him shifted, seeing more than just Yi Chen. She saw a tremendous business opportunity in this bottle of blue spirit brew. "Does it have a name?" she asked. "Blue spirit brew." Yi Chen nodded. "Good name. Is it a liquor?" Yi Chen nodded again. "Do you know its effects are better than any healing potion on the market?" "Of course, it's my exclusive secret recipe. Do you think I'm bluffing?" Yi Chen boasted proudly, oblivious to Yu Mingyun's implications. "What about production and cost?" she inquired. "Not bad. For the kind you have in your hand, I can produce 400 to 500 bottles a day. The cost isn't much." Yi Chen was actually holding back. If he used cultivation time to restore source energy, he could brew thousands of bottles a day, and as he got more skilled, this number would increase. "So much? Isn't it alcohol? Doesn't it need to age?" Yu Mengyun was puzzled. "My brew is different, quite special. It's not that it can't be aged, but if you do, it might taste even better." "Why are you asking all this?" Yi Chen scratched his head. If she wasn't blindfolded, he would have seen the gleam of money in her eyes. "The better healing potions on the market are about 2,000 federal coins a bottle, and your blue spirit brew is several times more effective. Selling it for 5,000 wouldn't be a problem. Even if you produce 400 bottles a day, that's 2 million, and that's a conservative estimate." Yu Mengyun was excited. "But we still need to calculate the costs." "What about the cost of blue spirit brew?" Yu Mengyun wondered, touching her chin. "I need to cultivate. Where would I find the time to sell it?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Leave it to me. My family owns the largest potion store in Yuling City, Fish Medicine Pavilion. Have you heard of it?" Yu Mengyun offered. "Fish Medicine Pavilion is your family's?" Yi Chen was surprised. The business of Fish Medicine Pavilion spanned the entire Yuling City and even neighboring cities. He hadn't expected it to be Yu Mengyun's family business. "Let's collaborate. You hand over the blue spirit brew to me to sell, how about it?" Yu Mengyun suggested eagerly. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled by her enthusiasm. "Let's talk about it after the assessment. Let's rest and then set off," Yi Chen said. Yu Mengyun felt a bit disappointed that he didn't agree immediately, but she nodded, knowing the assessment was the priority for now. With Yu Mingyun's help, Yi Chen's efficiency in hunting exotic beasts had significantly improved. By evening the sun gradually sank, painting the sky with a splendid sunset glow, and soon the last ray of sunlight faded, plunging the examination site into darkness. "Let's take a break. We've been fighting non-stop since we got here. Even a workhorse doesn't pull this hard," Yu Mengyun suggested, needing a moment of rest. Yu Mengyun was gasping for air, clutching her head as she felt utterly exhausted from overusing her abilities. It felt like her head was about to explode. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, filled with worry. All day he had been walking along the perimeter of this abandoned city, yet he hadn't found any trace of Chu Tian. The rules of this examination field were clear. The closer one got to the center, the stronger the beasts became. Initially, they were teleported to the outskirts of the city, not its interior. Thus Yi Chen continued searching around the edge. Despite his deep concern for Chu Tian, he was at a loss for what to do. He could only hope that the chubby fellow had ventured deeper into the city and hadn't been eliminated. Silently Yi Chen sighed. "All right, let's rest here for a bit," he suggested, scanning the surroundings. He chose a relatively intact building as a resting spot. Yu Mengyun, relieved, could finally take a breather. They entered the building, tidied up a bit, and settled down. Yu Mengyun took out a small orb from her energy-storing bracelet, which emitted a faint glow. as the young mistress of Yu Yao Zhai having such a bracelet was no surprise to Yi Chen, although he was curious about the orb in her hand. This is a moonstone. It can emit light for a long time, Yu Mengyun explained, noticing Yi Chen's curiosity. I meant, why is it so dim? Yi Chen inquired. We're in the wild. If it's too bright it might attract beasts. This dim light is just enough to see you. Mengyun replied irritably, you're a blind little bat. Why do you need light? You don't even use your eyes, Yi Chen teased. Annoyed, Yu Mengyun snatched the moonstone back. I only took it out because I thought you couldn't see, but if you don't need it, fine, she retorted. Yi Chen's shadow ability granted him night vision, so he indeed didn't require the light. The two fell silent. In the middle of the night, Yu Mengyun, half asleep, felt something touch her back. So Yi Chen really is interested in my beauty, she thought, trembling and nearly in tears. Otherwise, why would he be so kind to me? But I can't fight him off. What should I do? Unable to bear it any longer, Yu Mengyun turned over and struck out with her palm. Scoundrel, I'll fight you. But she didn't hit Yi Chen. Instead, she smacked something soft. What are you yelling about? Yi Chen's voice came from the other side of the room. Yu Mengyun was taken aback, then tapped her cane, instantly visualizing the room in her mind. She screamed, realizing the room was filled with black water snakes. What she had struck earlier was also a snake. As the scene unfolded, the black water snake had already slithered onto her back, and more of these serpents surrounded her, causing her to pale with fright. Forget it, no more waiting, Yi Chen sighed. With a swift motion he wielded his thunderbolt, sending a fierce arc of spear energy sweeping out, slicing countless black water snakes in half in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Yi Chen stood firm, his internal energy surging rapidly. In a flash, purple arcs of electricity danced around him, and the lightning patterns on Thunderbolt became increasingly distinct. He struck the ground with Thunderbolt forcefully, and with a deep, resonating boom, purple lightning burst forth like blooming flowers, illuminating the entire room like fireworks in the night sky. However, the black water snakes had no time to admire this beautiful scene, for the lightning was directed at them. With a series of crackling sounds, clouds of blood mist exploded in the air, filling the atmosphere with a pungent, burnt scent. In a single strike, all the black water snakes succumbed to the overwhelming power of the celestial descent, divine thunder. Turning to the still shaken Yu Mengyun, who sat there in a daze, Yi Chen asked softly, Hey, are you alright? Startled back to reality by his voice, Yu Mengyun began to sob loudly, clearly traumatized by the earlier ordeal. Between her tears, she murmured, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yi Chen didn't mock her. Those dense, swarming black water snakes were indeed quite terrifying, and it was natural to be scared. Not knowing how to comfort her, he decided to let her cry it out. Yi Chen sat on the ground and retrieved the carcass of a blaze pig from his energy storage bracelet, starting to dissect it on the spot. Soon the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Yes, Yi Chen began grilling the meat right then and there. Here, he said, handing a piece of roasted pork chop to Yu Mengyun. Still sniffling, she accepted it and took a small bite before diving in wholeheartedly, watching her eat. Yi Chen chuckled and began eating as well. After a while he patted his stomach contentedly. This is way better than those fasting potions. In the conference room of the Martial Alliance, representatives of several factions were still present. At their level, sleep was a trivial concern, especially given their interest in Yi Chen. They witnessed the amusing spectacle unfold. This kid's got guts to be grilling meat at a time like this. Boldness comes with skill, I suppose. The purple extreme Thunder's area attack is quite formidable, one representative mused, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Purple extreme thunder, he murmured. Thank you, Yi Chen, Yu Mengyun said softly. Thank me. If it weren't for you, I'd have been killed by those black water snakes today. Oh, it was nothing. But you do have quite a knack for sleeping soundly in such circumstances, Yi Chen teased, causing Yu Mengyun's face to flush with embarrassment. It wasn't entirely her fault. She had overused her abilities during the day, leaving her mentally exhausted and deeply asleep. What she didn't know was that Yi Chen had actually been aware of the first black water snake's entry, but chose not to act. Yi Chen understood that black water snakes were social creatures. It was unlikely there would be only one. Sure enough, more snakes soon appeared around him. These snakes were at most at the 6th or 7th awakening tier, with most being at the 3rd or 4th tier, posing no threat to Yi Chen. He planned to wait until the snakes gathered, then capture them all at once to gain a substantial amount of points. Thus, even when he noticed a snake near Yu Mengyun, he did not intervene. He believed that Yu Mengyun, being a martial artist, would not be easily harmed by them. However, her reaction was quite intense. If it weren't for her scream, Yi Chen would have preferred to wait for even more snakes before making a move. Of course, these thoughts were not something Yi Chen would share with Yu Mangyun, who at the moment was feeling grateful to him, even ashamed for having misunderstood him initially. Yi Chen, how come we're so unlucky? Of all the houses, we had to choose one that's a snake den, Yu Mangyun complained, now recovering from the shock. I think we're quite lucky, actually. Look, I've already got 264 points, Yi Chen replied, waving his wristband. Although each black water snake wasn't worth many points individually, their sheer numbers had netted him over 100 points in one sweep. Amazing. I only have 54 points, Yu Mangyun replied with a hint of disappointment. No hurry, once I find my brothers, I'll help you rack up points. We're at the outskirts now, the beast levels are a bit low. Tomorrow we'll venture deeper and the points will come faster, Yi Chen assured her. Yu Mangyun nodded, hesitating for a moment before speaking again. Actually, the ones who attacked you that day weren't from the Yi family, it was the principal. Oh, is that so? Yi Chen wasn't surprised that it was someone sent by Kai Chen, but he was surprised Yu Mangyun would share this with him. It seemed that the recent incident had made her lower her guard around him. He was determined not to let her find out that he had deliberately waited for more snakes before acting. Yu Mangyun nodded. The principal told a few of us who were somewhat stronger to team up at least 5 people and eliminate you when we encountered you. 5 people, huh? Seems like he still underestimates me. If he were here, I'd tell him I can take on 10. Yi Chen joked, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Seeing Yi Chen's carefree attitude, Yu Mangyun earnestly said, Yi Chen, I know you're strong, but don't underestimate them. The students at First High aren't simple, they come from affluent families and lack nothing in terms of combat skills. Our previous team was considered just average there. Among them, the strongest is still Yi Yuntian from Feng Hui's squad, and if they encounter you, they definitely won't let you go. This piqued Yi Chen's interest. In his heart, dealing with Yu Mangyun's team was a breeze, yet in their school they were undoubtedly top tier. Yu Mangyun's high praise for Yi Yuntian meant that gathering more information about him here was certainly advantageous. Do you know what kind of abilities they have? Yi Chen asked. Yu Mangyun shook her head. I don't know either. This surprised Yi Chen. Huh? Aren't you from the same school? He questioned. I've never seen Yi Yuntian or Feng Hui make a move in school. All I know is that they always rank first and second in every assessment, Yu Mangyun replied. They haven't shown their abilities in 3 years? Yi Chen asked. Yes, she confirmed. Only the teachers probably know their true strength, and they have specific training with the teachers, but nobody knows what that entails. Their displayed strength is always far ahead, so Yi Chen, don't underestimate them. Yi Chen nodded seriously, thinking to himself that he needed to quickly enhance his cultivation. Although he believed that with his current strength, taking down Yi Yuntian shouldn't be too difficult, it was better to be safe than sorry. Yi Chen glanced at the black water snake corpses on the ground, thinking that these shouldn't go to waste. Perhaps making snake soup would be nice. Hearing this, Yu Mangyun shuddered, taking 2 steps back. Clearly, she still had some lingering fears. Just as Yi Chen was halfway through collecting the black water snakes, he suddenly grabbed Yu Mangyun's arm and used his shadow step ability to leap out of the window. Yu Mangyun, still confused about what had happened, watched as the room they had just been in collapsed with a thunderous crash. What happened? She asked, bewildered. Yi Chen released her hand, admitting, I was careless. In a place with so many black water snakes, how could there not be a black water snake king? As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic black water snake king covered in thick scales and hissing menacingly emerged from the ruins. Yi Chen had always assumed that the outskirts only hosted awaken-level beasts and never expected a warrior-level beast to appear. Logically, this was indeed the case. It was just that this black water snake king had recently laid eggs, and during the egg-laying period it was weaker, so it chose to nest on the outskirts, which was exactly when Yi Chen stumbled upon it. Yu Mangyun hastily tapped her cane, urging Yi Chen, there's only this black water snake king around, let's leave. She tugged at Yi Chen's hand. In her eyes, both she and Yi Chen were only at the first and second stages of warriors, having recently awakened and learned few combat skills. Their actual combat strength was inferior to that of the beasts. Against this black water snake king, they had no chance of winning. Yi Chen gave Yu Mangyun a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a full banquet of Blackwater Serpent King later. Watch me show off a bit, he said with a confident grin before vanishing from sight, leaving Yu Mangyun in a state of shock. With the Thunderbolt sword in hand, Yi Chen charged directly at the Blackwater Serpent King. The serpent, fearless and defiant, met him head-on. As they clashed, sparks flew in every direction. Such tough scales, Yi Chen mused, they must be worth a fortune. His initial strike was merely a test. Having gauged the serpent's defenses, Yi Chen quickly transitioned into his 7-star steps technique at a minor level, which was already sufficient for his needs. Beneath his feet, a faint pattern of 7 stars emerged. The Blackwater Serpent King was actually quite adept at movement, not necessarily fast, but with a slippery, elusive quality. However, in front of Yi Chen, the serpent's finesse paled in comparison, leaving Yi Chen as the more agile one. Yi Chen effortlessly dodged the serpent's attacks, making it feel as though he was merely toying with it. Realizing this, the serpent let out an enraged roar toward the sky and spewed forth a jet-black venom toward Yi Chen, its deadliest weapon. For martial artists, once they reach a certain cultivation level, their bodies begin to produce toxins. A hit from this venom would reduce an ordinary martial artist to a puddle of goo in no time, which was the serpent's trump card. But how could such venom possibly strike Yi Chen? He dodged the attack with ease. "I've been waiting for this moment," Yi Chen murmured, a sly smile playing on his lips. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, and now it was here. As the Blackwater Serpent King expelled its venom, and before it could close its mouth, Yi Chen sprang into action. In a flash, he appeared diagonally above the serpent's head, gripping the thunderbolt sword tightly. The sword crackled with arcs of lightning, emitting a menacing glow. Without hesitation, Yi Chen thrust the sword into the serpent's gaping maw. Instantly, a dazzling purple lightning bolt erupted from the thunderbolt sword, surging into the serpent's body with immense power and energy. This purple lightning bolt rampaged through the serpent like a furious dragon, wreaking havoc on its internal organs and tissues. Yi Chen landed gracefully beside Yu Mengyun as the colossal body of the Blackwater Serpent King crashed to the ground behind them, raising a cloud of dust. Its life force had been utterly obliterated by Yi Chen's strike, leaving it motionless. This victory brought Yi Chen's total score to 564 points, earning him 300 points from the serpent's defeat. "Perfectly intact, it'll fetch a high price," Yi Chen remarked softly. Why did Yi Chen wait to deliver the final blow? Because he coveted the serpent's body. The Blackwater Serpent King's hide, left undamaged, was highly valuable. Moreover, the serpent could only expel its venom once in a short period, leaving its meat a top-tier delicacy. Yu Mengyun looked at Yi Chen astonished, realizing that he did indeed possess the power to vanquish their foes effortlessly. Witnessing Yi Chen's prowess firsthand, she felt a sense of relief. "Let's go. After all this commotion, we won't be able to sleep anyway," Yi Chen said, storing the serpent's body in his bracelet before heading deeper into the wilderness. Yu Mengyun quickly caught up, trailing just a step behind Yi Chen like a little sidekick. "Yi Chen, have you mastered your footwork?" she asked softly from behind. It was considered impolite to pry into someone's skills, but Yi Chen didn't mind and nodded. "Is it that surprising? Your school must have some students who've mastered their techniques too, right? You think it's that easy?" "Sure, there are a few who've mastered techniques at our school, but you can count them on one hand," Yu Mengyun retorted, rolling her eyes at Yi Chen. "What about you? How's your training going?" Yi Chen inquired. "Me? I've been working on a footwork technique and a sword technique, but I'm just at the beginner level. Even so, my progress is pretty decent for our school. Many haven't even mastered a single technique," she replied, a hint of pride in her voice when talking about her beginner-level skills, though her expression faltered when compared to Yi Chen's mastery. "Not mastered even one? How do they fight the beasts then?" Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Yu Mengyun explained, "They mainly focus on increasing their cultivation level. Training in techniques is tough, so they prefer scoring higher on physical tests. Even without advanced techniques, basic moves are enough to deal with beasts on the outskirts. You're a genius, you wouldn't understand." She shook her head, speaking softly. What Yu Mengyun described was indeed the method most candidates followed. They were students who had awakened their abilities for just over a month. Expecting them to possess great combat strength was unrealistic. The outskirts of the practical assessment arena were their battlefield, while the inner circle was the stage for geniuses like Yi Chen. "It's nothing. My footwork is just sea level, not that advanced," Yi Chen said, trying to console her. Hearing this, Yu Mengyun felt a bit better. "My sword technique is A level and my footwork is B level, so it's normal for it to be difficult to break through," she reassured herself. Truly wealthy, Yi Chen thought to himself, realizing it made sense given her family's connection to the Yu medicine house. For now, mastering high-level techniques might not boost strength as much as mastering lower-level ones. The higher the technique's level, the tougher it is to train. An A-level technique that's just beginning won't help as much as a C-level one that's mastered, Yi Chen cautiously explained, wanting to avoid crushing her recently regained confidence. Yu Mengyun nodded, still a bit resigned. "I know, I started with a C-level sword technique but hit a wall and couldn't progress to mastery, so I switched to an A-level technique." Yi Chen eyed her skeptically. Is it really that hard? When he first started practicing the 7-star steps, it took him a little over half a month to achieve minor success and 2 months to master them. He had assumed that training with ordinary combat techniques wouldn't be as challenging. Yu Mengyun, feeling provoked by Yi Chen's gaze, raised her voice. You're a genius. I'm just an ordinary person. Don't compare us to you. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly. No worries, I've got your back. I'll show you the way. Together Yi Chen and Yu Mengyun made their way through the inner circle, defeating enemies as they went. By midday the next day, the sun blazed high in the sky. Yi Chen and Yu Mengyun sat atop a building's rooftop in front of a simple barbecue setup constructed by Yi Chen. On the grilled slices of the Blackwater Snake King's meat sizzled with oil. Yi Chen had chosen the tenderest piece from the snake's belly and was meticulously brushing more oil over it. Fortunately, he had stored a bottle of barbecue seasoning in his energy bracelet, which was now proving to be quite handy. Soon the rich aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air. Yi Chen, is it ready yet? Yu Mengyun swallowed hard, having long forgotten the fear of the Blackwater snake in the face of such culinary temptation. Just a little longer. More oil will enhance the flavor. Yi Chen laughed softly. After a short while, the snake meat was finally done. Yi Chen handed a skewer to Yu Mengyun. Here, give it a try. Yu Mengyun quickly took it, biting into it eagerly. Ouch, hot. She covered her mouth in surprise but refused to spit out the delicious morsel, blowing on it while chewing. How is it? Does it taste good? Yi Chen asked with a smile. It's delicious. This is the best barbecue I've ever had. Yu Mengyun gave a thumbs up, her eyes full of amazement. It was her first time tasting Blackwater Snake King, especially in such a setting. Yi Chen, pleased with her compliment, laughed proudly. Of course. Who do you think grilled it? My barbecue skills are top-notch. Having cooked since childhood to take care of Yi Qingyao, his culinary skills were indeed impressive. The two of them chatted while enjoying their meal, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Just then a noise erupted not far away. It sounds like someone's fighting over there. It's quite a commotion, Yi Chen said, standing up to look in the direction of the sound. Yu Mengyun took out her staff, tapping it on the ground. Moments later she reported, it's not a beast, it looks like examinees are fighting. Seems like they're chasing a student, and that student is pretty fast. Oh, someone else getting the same treatment as me, huh? Yi Chen joked. Wait, what did you just say? The one being chased is quite fast. Yi Chen suddenly seemed to realize something and quickly asked. Yu Mengyun, unsure of his implication, nodded yes, and they're heading this way. As soon as Yu Mengyun finished speaking, Yi Chen vanished from his spot, dashing toward the commotion. Yu Mengyun hesitated for a moment, glanced at the unfinished barbecue in her hand, then looked at the remaining meat on the grill. I'll eat the rest later, she decided resolutely, following without looking back. Chubby, you better not get into trouble, Yi Chen muttered under his breath. Being surrounded and moving so quickly, it was likely Chu Tian. Surrender now. For someone at the 9th awakening stage, it's quite impressive you've held on this long against us. Whom you think a bunch of wimps like you can catch up with me? Eat my dust. Chu Tian never loses a war of words. Yi Xing, stop wasting time with him. Finish this quickly, urged one of their team members. All right, you're so impatient. I was hoping to play a little longer, Yi Xing replied as he suddenly picked up speed, closing the distance between him and Chu Tian with a few leaps. In an instant a pair of daggers appeared in Yi Xing's hands. Cross/. He shouted, swinging his arms to unleash a cross-shaped blade of light towards Chu Tian. With a pff, Chu Tian spat out blood and fell to the ground, 2 deep gashes marking his back. Chu Tian, are you not going to press the distress button? Don't blame me for being ruthless, blame yourself for getting too close to Yi Chen, said Yi Rongxuan, the one who had just spoken. Yi Rongxuan, you despicable man, you'll never be a match for Yi Chen, Chu Tian snarled, glaring fiercely at him. Yi Rongxuan delivered a heavy punch to Chu Tian's abdomen, causing him to cough up more blood, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged. You refused the easy way, so now you face the hard way. Go to hell. Yi Rongxuan's hand suddenly ignited with bright red flames and a pair of flaming gloves appeared, clearly not ordinary weapons. I guess I'll never get into the top 2. It's a pity for the spot Yi Chen fought so hard to secure for me, Chu Tian sighed, reaching for the distress button on his wristband. Just then Yi Xing pulled Yi Rongxuan back abruptly. Yi Rongxuan, puzzled and filled with anger, was about to turn and question Yi Xing when he found out the reason. A spear crackling with electricity whizzed past Yi Rongxuan's nose, stabbing into the ground with a loud thud. Sweat instantly beaded on Yi Rongxuan's forehead and cold sweat drenched his back. His eyes widened as he stared at the electrified spear before him with a grim expression. How could he not recognize the owner of this spear? Yi Chen, Yi Rongxuan roared furiously. Yi Chen stood quietly atop a nearby building, his face dark as he muttered softly, just in time. Chu Tian, relieved, gazed at the dark spear before him and exhaled a long breath, saying, "Finally here." Without hesitation, Yi Chen leapt from the building, crashing into the ground like a meteor, sending a cloud of dirt and dust into the air. Without pausing, he flickered like a purple lightning bolt, appearing in front of Yi Rongxuan in the blink of an eye. Yi Rongxuan's eyes widened, disbelief filling his gaze as he stared at Yi Chen, who had suddenly materialized before him. Before he could react, Yi Chen's powerful whip-like kick struck him with unyielding force. The kick landed squarely on his chest, sending Yi Rongxuan flying backward like a kite whose string had been cut. Yi Xing, quick on his feet, stepped forward to catch Yi Rongxuan, but he had clearly underestimated the force behind Yi Chen's furious kick. As his hands made contact with Yi Rongxuan, he was astonished to find that even with his strength he could not withstand the blow. Both he and Yi Rongxuan were pushed back, skidding nearly 10 meters before coming to a halt, leaving a deep groove in the ground. Yi Chen crouched down, his expression dark enough to drip water as he looked at the gravely injured Chu Tian. Despite the pain, Chu Tian managed a faint smile to console him. "I haven't been knocked out yet, have I? Why the long face? I've got healing potions in my bracelet, don't worry." Yi Chen took out 3 bottles of blue spirit brew from his own bracelet and handed them to Chu Tian, saying, "I've got something better here." A flicker of doubt crossed Chu Tian's eyes, but trusting Yi Chen completely, he took the blue spirit brew and drank it down without hesitation. After consuming the brew, Chu Tian felt a cool sensation flow through his body and the once excruciating wounds began to itch, a sure sign they were healing. His complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue and his spirits visibly lifted. At this moment Yu Mengyun arrived and Yi Chen passed her a few bottles of blue spirit brew. "Help me take care of my friend," he requested. Nodding, Yu Mengyun assisted Chu Tian to a resting spot. Chu Tian, still puzzled, looked at the two of them, questions swirling in his mind, but he knew this wasn't the time to ask. On the other side, Yi Rongxuan could feel several of his ribs had been broken by Yi Chen's kick and he coughed up blood continuously. Seeing this, Yi Xing hurriedly administered a healing potion to Yi Rongxuan, but it was clear that it was not as effective as the blue spirit brew. Yi Chen drew lightning bolt embedded in the ground and pointed its tip at Yi Rongxuan and his group, saying coldly, "Come kill me." This squad, composed entirely of Yi family members, had orders to eliminate Yi Chen at any cost if encountered during the examination. Yi Xing glanced at Yu Mengyun, who was tending to Chu Tian behind Yi Chen, puzzled as to how she had allied with him. "Yu Mengyun, you're from First High, what are you doing?" he demanded. "I'm from First High, not from your Yi family, don't drag me into this," she replied without turning, administering another bottle of blue spirit brew to Chu Tian. Yu Mengyun's family ran the Yu Medicine Pavilion, which, although not as powerful as the Yi family, held a unique position, virtually controlling the entire pharmaceutical market in Yiling City. The Yi family couldn't afford to provoke her. Chu Tian, amazed, glanced at Yu Mengyun and then at Yi Chen, discreetly giving Yi Chen a thumbs up. Yi Xing's face turned ashen, clearly displeased with Yu Mengyun's stance. "Enough talk, kill him." At this point, Yi Rongxuan regained his breath and stood up. Glaring venomously at Yi Chen, the other 4 members of Ye's team exchanged looks, then charged at Yi Chen in unison. Yi Rongxuan, however, remained in place, needing more time to recover and not being among the stronger ones in their group. The reason the other 4 could listen to him was because he possessed an A-level ability granting him a higher status within the Yi family, which is why he became the leader of this small team. The other 4 were students from the same school, often training together. Yi Rongxuan had only joined the school a month ago, naturally lacking the tacit understanding the others shared. At this moment, if he were to charge in, he might disrupt their rhythm. Thousand Spirit Sword, Purple Cloud Slash, Annihilation Fist, Blood Raven Strike. Each of the 4 unleashed their specialized combat techniques, and what was remarkable was how their attacks perfectly encircled Yi Chen. This move had been practiced for a long time, and even an average mid-tier martial artist would struggle to withstand it. The trick lay in its timing. No matter which direction you defended, the other 3 would strike, and at best one could only block 2 of them. But they were facing Yi Chen, who was no ordinary person. Yi Chen stamped the ground forcefully, and instantly a vivid 7-star diagram appeared, dreamlike and mysterious. With its emergence, Yi Chen's footwork became elusive. His spear danced like an agile serpent, tracing beautiful arcs in the air. To Yi Chen's, the 4's attacks seemed to slow, as if time itself had stretched. He deftly wielded his spear, his movements unpredictable, parrying each of their strikes. Then Yi Chen roared, "It's not over yet." Gripping his spear bent tightly, he channeled his internal energy into it. The spear emitted a dazzling purple light too bright to look at directly, with thunder patterns clearly visible. Yi Chen slammed Ben Lei into the ground fiercely, and with a resounding boom 4 thick bolts of purple lightning shot from the spear's tip, hurtling towards the 4 opponents. The lightning moved with incredible speed, reaching them in the blink of an eye. In their terror, they had no time to evade and could only brace themselves, using their weapons to block. However, the power contained within the lightning was overwhelming, shattering their weapons and sending them flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, blood spraying from their mouths, clearly gravely injured. Is that all? Yi Chen looked coldly at the 4 lying on the ground, inside the martial Artists Alliance's conference room. A representative from the Ember Union stared wide-eyed at the screen, utterly incredulous. Representatives from various factions sat up straight, astonished by what they saw. This is the manifestation of a fully mastered 7-star step at the Grandmaster level. The phenomenon could only occur when a combat technique reached perfection. How is it possible for someone his age to have mastered such a difficult technique? Murmured another, astonished. He's a genius. A true prodigy. Even the military's representative couldn't help but praise. No wonder he caught the attention of the Demon Martial Academy, and Feng was willing to support him against the Yi family. Her judgment is indeed sharp, remarked a burly man from the Universal Pavilion. But then, realizing something, he added, when Demon Marshal first noticed Yi Chen, he hadn't learned any combat techniques yet, which means Feng wasn't aware of his talent in this area either. In addition to his extraordinary talent in martial arts training, there must be other qualities in him that have caught the attention of the Magic Martial Academy. Even the proud and lofty Feng is willing to stand by him against the Yi family, and an A-level purple extreme thunder alone does not warrant such esteem. This burly man from the Universe Pavilion may appear rough and loud, but he is quite meticulous in his thoughts. Realizing this, he quickly turned aside, inputting something into his wristband. To add to the surprise, the representative from the Reconnaissance Department revealed in a hushed tone his 7-star step was purchased from the Chu Commerce Guild just over half a month ago. What, just over half a month? Even the usually composed representative from the Tianqin Guild was left agape. Could it be the natural martial heart? Inquired the representative from the Alliance of Sparks. The reconnaissance representative shook his head. It shouldn't be. The awakening report didn't record it. In this world, aside from abilities, some exceptionally gifted individuals possess special constitutions. For example, those with a natural martial heart find learning any martial technique to be twice as effective with half the effort, having a natural sensitivity to martial arts. No natural martial heart, then his speed in martial arts training is unprecedented, sighed the representative from the Alliance of Sparks. The others remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The representatives of these major powers had come here precisely to recruit promising candidates. Everyone present showed great interest in Yi Chen except for the Reconnaissance Department's representative. Their primary task is to gather intelligence, and a genius of Yi Chen's caliber is somewhat wasted in their department. They also lack the resources to nurture him. Compared to Yi Chen, he found Yu Mengyun more intriguing. Master-level footwork. Zhang Ding, sitting at the back, had his mouth wide open in astonishment. Each of Yi Chen's moves was beyond his expectations, highlighting his lack of understanding as the principal. Beside him, Kai Chen's face turned dark. He could no longer maintain his composure as Yi Chen's prowess far exceeded his expectations. What's the matter? Principal Kai doesn't look well. Do you need a break? Zhang Ding seized this perfect opportunity to mock Kai Chen. Let's see if you're still laughing in the end. Well, I'll take Principal Kai's good wishes. I am quite pleased right now, Zhang Ding replied smugly. Yi Chen, I will kill you, roared Yi Rongxuan, his voice echoing across the arena, as if releasing all his fury and resentment. He was utterly consumed by rage, incapable of rational thought, and it was all because of Yi Chen, the one he had always looked down upon yet who repeatedly defeated him. Yi Rongxuan summoned the Blazing Sun Berserk Mastiff to possess him, instantly exuding an aura of chaos. As the spectacle unfolded, a fierce blaze erupted around Yi Rongxuan, enveloping him in a fiery aura that transformed him into a living flame. Simultaneously, his eyes morphed into slit pupils, exuding a sense of ferocity and cruelty. Yi Chen felt a wave of heat surge towards him, yet he didn't blink, merely observing Yi Rongxuan with a calm demeanor. To Yi Chen, Yi Rongxuan standing before him was merely at the 9th tier of awakening. Expecting him to retreat even half a step was nothing short of a pipe dream. With a shout of blazing sun fist, a pair of exquisite gauntlets appeared in Yi Rongxuan's hands, ablaze with scorching flames that even had a hint of gold. This indicated that the temperature of the flames had reached a new pinnacle. yet Yi Rongxuan did not rush directly at Yi Chen. Instead, he employed a unique footwork technique, his steps constantly shifting in an unpredictable manner. It must be acknowledged that Yi Rongxuan's talent was commendable, mastering 2 combat techniques in such a short time, unlike the core disciples of the Yi family who began with such training. Achieving this was indeed impressive, though his temperament left much to be desired. However, this was understandable. Repeatedly being defeated by Yi Chen, whom he despised, had bred a terrifying level of hatred within him. Yi Chen nonchalantly thrust his thunderstrike into the ground, seemingly deeming it unnecessary to wield it against an opponent like Yi Rongxuan. Witnessing Yi Chen willingly forego using a weapon only intensified the fury in Yi Rongxuan's eyes, and the flames on his fists burned even more intensely. At that moment, Yi Chen once again executed the perfected 7-star step, but this time he also utilized the speed enhancement of the heavenly fall divine thunder. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen vanished without a trace, leaving only flickering arcs of electricity in his wake. "Is this the hand you used to injure Chu Tian?" Yi Chen's voice suddenly whispered in Yi Rongxuan's ear. Yi Rongxuan's expression changed drastically, and his forward thrust punch instantly turned into a sweeping strike. However, Yi Chen's figure flickered away effortlessly, evading Yi Rongxuan's attack. In the next moment, Yi Chen reappeared at Yi Rongxuan's side. Without hesitation, Yi Chen swung his fist with unrelenting force, shattering Yi Rongxuan's right arm, which was suspended mid-air. Yi Rongxuan let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing in agony. Yi Chen ignored his cries, methodically gathering several thunderballs in his hand and launching them at Yi Rongxuan's remaining 3 limbs, breaking them one after another. Yi Rongxuan collapsed to the ground, screaming once more, but his teammates were too injured to assist him. Yi Chen planted a foot firmly on his chest, gazing down at him with disdain. "Is this all you've got, Yi Rongxuan? Even if you were a core member of the Yi family from birth, you could never defeat me. No matter how hard you try, Yi Ping Tian will always see you as nothing more than a dog, a worthless being incapable of rising." Yi Chen's contemptuous gaze bore into him, unyielding and cold. In the wake of Yi Chen's taunts, Yi Rongxuan was on the brink of grinding his teeth to dust, his mouth spilling blood, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Surprisingly, Yi Chen refrained from further attacking or mocking Yi Rongxuan and simply turned to leave. As Yi Chen approached the spot where Ben Lei was lodged, a furious roar suddenly erupted from behind him. "Yi Chen, go to hell!" Despite having all 4 limbs broken, Yi Rongxuan somehow managed to stand, his face twisted with rage as he lunged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. With effortless grace, he reached out for Ben Lei and in a swift motion spun around to thrust it backward. Yi Rongxuan's eyes widened in shock, unable to evade as Ben Lei pierced through him. Gazing down at the gaping wound in his chest, his eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. He lifted his gaze, staring intently at Yi Chen's faintly smiling lips, as if understanding everything in that moment. Struggling to raise his hand, he pointed shakily at Yi Chen, trying to speak, but only managed to utter a single word. "You." Yi Chen, his face devoid of emotion, pulled Ben Lei from Yi Rongxuan's body. Without support, Yi Rongxuan's body fell lifelessly to the ground like a kite with its string cut, never to move again. His eyes remained wide open, still conveying a sense of unwillingness and resentment. Ding successfully killed a 9th-level awakened ability user, gaining 10,000 ability points, 3 months of cultivation time, and a blazing mastiff pill. The system notification brought an unexpected delight to Yi Chen's heart. The ability points were surprisingly abundant, much more than those gained from slaying a martial-level beast. Even in death, Yi Rongxuan had unwittingly gifted him. The 4 remaining members of the Yi family stared at Yi Rongxuan's lifeless body in terror and disbelief. "Yi Chen, how dare you? You've committed murder during the exam. Once we leave, you won't escape. Our Yi family won't spare you, you're doomed. Don't make baseless accusations," Yi Chen replied calmly. "After defeating him, I didn't deal the killing blow. He attacked me from behind first and I merely countered." "You're lying. Yi Rongxuan was already gravely injured by you and couldn't possibly harm you. You did it on purpose." "He was indeed gravely injured by me, but when he attacked from behind, how was I to know whether his attack could harm me?" "It was purely instinctual," Yi Chen responded, appearing indifferent. Earlier, when Yi Chen broke Yi Rongxuan's limbs, he deliberately provoked him with words, then turned his back, allowing Yi Rongxuan the chance to attack. This way he could justifiably kill him. Yi Chen was initially concerned whether Yi Rongxuan could stand, but it seemed hatred indeed could awaken one's potential. Yi Chen had opportunities from the outset to eliminate Yi Rongxuan with the swiftness of a thunderclap. However, he chose otherwise, believing such a death would be too merciful. Instead, he opted to break his limbs, torment him, and ultimately let him die by his own hand. Indeed, Yi Chun understood the art of tormenting his adversaries. In the final moments of Yi Rongxuan's life, clarity dawned on him. It had all been meticulously orchestrated by Yi Chen. However, by then it was too late. Yi Xing struggled to his feet, glaring at Yi Chen with a mixture of fury and desperation. Before the examination, Yi Pengtian had given him explicit orders. Killing Yi Chen was priority 1 and protecting Yi Rongxuan was priority 2. If the former proved impossible, ensuring Yi Rongxuan's safety was paramount. This clearly demonstrated Yi Pengtian's high regard for Yi Rongxuan. Although Yi Rongxuan's current strength did not match Yi Yuntian's, his talent was arguably equal, if not superior. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, achieving the status of a martial master should have been within reach for him. More importantly, Yi Rongxuan was naive and easy to manipulate. A bit of kindness and additional resources from Yi Pengtian and Yi Rongxuan would be eternally grateful. Who wouldn't favor someone with such talent yet lacking in cunning and utterly loyal? Yi Xing gripped his long blade tightly, aware that with Yi Rongxuan's demise he would face Yi Pengtian's wrath upon his return. Yi Pengtian's word was law within the Yi family. He wielded absolute power and all matters required his approval. His methods were ruthless and decisive even with family members, which had led to the rapid development of the Yi family over the years, along with the increasing strength of its members, a testament to Yi Pengtian's significant contribution. Although Yi Xing had no way to prevent Yi Rongxuan's death, he could not escape responsibility. Knowing Yi Pengtian well, Yi Xing anticipated that he would be held accountable for Yi Rongxuan's death, with only one outcome, death. He realized that his only option now was to take a gamble. While he knew his strength was no match for Yi Chen and killing him was out of the question, even a slim chance of eliminating Yi Chen would mean survival for him. Brothers, let's fight. If we don't eliminate him here, we'll face dire consequences upon our return, Yi Xing declared, pointing his long blade at Yi Chen. The other 3, despite their changing expressions, rose with difficulty. Their fear of Yi Pengtian outweighed their fear of Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, was somewhat surprised. His primary goal had been to kill Yi Rongxuan. While he intended to kill the others, he hadn't initially been able to execute all 4 instantly, missing the opportunity. Unexpectedly, even at this juncture, they chose to continue the fight rather than press the rescue button. This played right into Yi Shen's hands. With a slight smirk, he gripped his thunderbolt spear and said nonchalantly, "Don't blame me later if you end up dead. After all, there are 4 of you. Enough talk, kill!" Yi Xing roared, launching the first attack. His long blade, wielded with fierce momentum, sliced through the air toward Yi Chen with lethal intent. The other 3 followed suit, aware this was their last chance. If they didn't seize it now, returning home would mean certain death. Bring it on! Yi Chen called out, his gaze unwavering as he met them head-on with his spear. He knew these 4 were already injured. Though they had taken healing potions, these only temporarily alleviated their pain and couldn't restore them fully. Thus, their attacks lacked the initial ferocity. Closer to the last stand of a spent force, Yi Chen was different. He remained unscathed, his source energy still abundant. Faced with the attacks of these men, he naturally handled them with ease. His figure flickered, dodging Yi Xing's assault with ghostly agility. In your next life, choose a better fate. Yi Chen's voice was cold as frost, echoing like a demon from hell in Yi Xing's ears. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xing's face turned deathly pale, eyes filled with despair and fear. In the next moment, the spear in Yi Chen's hand shot forward like lightning, too fast for anyone to react. With a sickening thud, the spear easily pierced through Yi Xing's chest, blood gushing out instantly. Yi Xing looked down in disbelief at the spearhead protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with regret and helplessness. Yi Chen expressionlessly withdrew the spear, a spray of crimson mist trailing behind. Yi Xing's body collapsed limply, his pupils dilating, life slipping away. Having dealt with Yi Xing, Yi Chen did not pause for a moment, launching an attack on the remaining 3. His movements were swift and ruthless, each strike carrying a deadly threat. Yi Xing was the strongest among them. With him dead, they struggled to withstand Yi Chen's onslaught. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a war god, his spear flashing with a cold brilliance, each swing laden with lethal intent. His actions were rapid and precise, leaving no room for evasion. The 3 could only retreat continuously, using their weapons to fend off Yi Chen's attacks, but their bodies were already riddled with wounds, blood streaming down. Yi Chen's attacks were like a relentless storm, suffocating them with fear, leaving them no chance to call for help. They knew that if this continued, they would eventually be killed by Yi Chen. However, just as Yi Chen was about to deliver the final blow to completely annihilate the 3, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Along with this voice came an overwhelming pressure heavy as a mountain, forcing Yi Chen to take several steps back, struggling to breathe. Under the impact of this pressure, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen looked up to see a man in a Martial Alliance uniform appear on the neighboring building. The man was tall, exuding an imposing aura. He leaped down from the building, landing steadily between Yi Chen and the three others. Yi Chen, do you realize your crime? Deliberately killing fellow students during the combat assessment is punishable by death. The man immediately took the lead, sternly questioning Yi Chen. The other three, seeing the sudden appearance of the man, showed expressions of relief as if they had narrowly escaped death. They hurried over to the man, crying out, "Examiner, it's him. He deliberately killed Yi Rongxuan and Yi Xing. If it weren't for your timely arrival, the three of us might have also fallen victim to his vicious hands." Distorting the truth, Yi Chen shouted angrily, surrounded by arcs of lightning crackling furiously. Seeing this, the person speaking was startled and quickly retreated behind the examiner. Humph. The examiner snorted coldly, and immediately a powerful pressure like Mount Tai bore down on Yi Chen, rendering him immobile. Yi Chen channeled his source energy to resist the pressure, planting one hand on the ground with his weapon, then lay to brace himself. Fortunately, Yi Chen's source C had already reached the purple sea level with high-quality source energy, so this pressure couldn't force him to his knees. The person looked at Yi Chen, who remained unmoved, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. "A warrior," Yi Chen whispered coldly. The man before him had considerable strength, releasing pressure that surpassed the warrior level, but wasn't as strong as Zhang Ding, likely just entering the martial general realm, yet he was 2 major realms higher than Yi Chen. With him protecting the others, it would be difficult for Yi Chen to kill the other 3. Moreover, this examiner was strange, only listening to the 3 from the Yi family and completely ignoring Yi Chen, attacking without giving him a chance to explain. If he killed the other 3 in front of this examiner, the examiner would likely strike him down instantly. Had the Yi family's influence reached into the examiners as well? Yi Chen looked at the man with disdain, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. Yi Chen straightened his back. Despite being suppressed by the martial general's pressure, he stood tall, showing no sign of submission. "Don't talk nonsense. As an examiner, I am naturally fair and just. I saw with my own eyes that you intended to kill those 3, the examiner sneered, "and the 2 corpses on the ground are undeniable facts. What else do you have to argue?" The examiner pointed to the bodies on the ground. "Based on this alone, I have the authority to arrest you and terminate your assessment." The man smiled as if he had Yi Chen cornered. Yi Chen's face was grim. "They were the ones chasing us. I was merely defending myself and they died because of their own lack of skill." "Humph, if they were lacking in skill, why didn't you hold back and instead killed them? 5 people attacked me alone. If it were you, would you hold back? And they claim to be from the Yi family. Everyone knows how powerful the Yi family members are in Yuling City. If I held back and died, what then?" The examiner had no rebuttal for Yi Chen. To argue would be to admit the Yi family members were weak. "I'm done arguing with you here. The fact is, there are dead bodies now. You need to stop the assessment and cooperate with me for an investigation." The man spoke coldly. The 3 behind him looked at Yi Chen with smug expressions. If Yi Chen were to leave now to cooperate with the investigation, they could easily delay it, preventing him from participating in the upcoming assessments. As soon as Yi Chen left, those 3 would undoubtedly eliminate Chu Tian and Yu Meng Yun. With this realization, Yi Chen's expression darkened and he glared furiously at the people before him. He stomped hard on the ground and a clear 7 stars pattern emerged beneath him. He took a difficult step forward, precisely landing on one of the stars. In an instant, he felt the oppressive force on his body lighten significantly. It turned out that by using the 7 stars step, he could inadvertently avoid the pressure, not by truly weakening it but by cleverly sidestepping it. Once Yi Chen noticed the reduced pressure, his movements became less arduous. The examiner, witnessing this scene, had his pupils contract in shock and exclaimed, "A mastery-level body technique." He contemplated silently, realizing he absolutely could not let this person live. With such a young age yet possessing a mastery-level technique, Yi Chen was destined to become a formidable force. Having already offended him, the examiner feared that once Yi Chen grew stronger, his own fate would be grim. He suddenly launched an attack, shouting, "Dare to refuse cooperation. I have the authority to apprehend you by force." His punch aimed directly at Yi Chen's chest, but it was clearly not an attempt to detain, it was to silence him. The punch seemed to strike only air, but Yi Chen sensed a dangerous aura, causing his hair to stand on end. Instinctively dodging to the left, Yi Chen immediately realized the peril. His right shoulder burned with pain and air cannon. Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. The punch had managed to strike him from a distance, and fortunately Yi Chen dodged swiftly. The punch only grazed his right shoulder, but had it hit directly, it would likely have broken his arm. Even as a newly minted martial general, the examiner still surpassed Yi Chen by 2 major realms. Yi Chen reflected. Reluctant to go out and investigate, Yi Chen knew his only option was to act directly, though it seemed difficult at the moment. Just as the examiner prepared to strike again, Yu Mengyun suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Stop, examiner, as far as I know, our examination is being recorded in its entirety. At this very moment, many senior officials are likely observing our assessment. Whether those two attacked us first or Yi Chen intentionally killed them should be clearly documented. You're deliberately making things difficult for us. Do you think you won't be caught? If you harm a genius like Yi Chen, how do you think the Martial Artists Alliance will deal with you? You're not even a member of the Yi family, merely bought by them. Is it worth risking your life for the Yi family?" The examiner's face turned increasingly unpleasant. Yu Mengyun's words rang true. He was not a member of the Yi family, but he had broken through to a martial general thanks to their assistance. His appointment as an examiner at his current skill level was also due to their backing. Acknowledging the examination was fully recorded, though without sound it was evident who initiated the aggression. He had merely intended to save those 3 and eliminate Yi Chen. He dared not kill Yi Chen outright given the ongoing recording. However, Yi Chen was stubborn and directly resisted, showcasing an unparalleled talent that instilled fear, prompting a murderous intent. Yu Mengyun's words brought him back to his senses. If he were to strike Yi Chen with a punch, he could still claim it was accidental. However, if he continued his assault, it would be indefensible. Seeing his hesitation, Yu Mengyun quickly seized the opportunity. Fortunately, Yi Chen is not severely injured. If you leave now, we won't pursue the matter further. How about it? The examiner, don't listen to her nonsense. You're detaining Yi Chen because he intentionally killed someone. What does this have to do with you, Yu Mengyun? Are you really from the first school? Have you forgotten the principal's orders? The 3 from the Yi family, seeing the examiner's wavering, hurriedly interjected. The man pondered for a moment, sighed and asked, "Who are you?" Yu Mengyun smiled slightly, knowing the danger had passed. "Yu Yaozhe." Yu Mengyun. The examiner gave her a long look. Yu Yaozhe was not someone to provoke. If he truly killed Yi Chen, it would be the end of the road for him. Moreover, having saved the 3 from the Yi family, they couldn't blame him much. They might even be grateful. Then continue the assessment. I'll go review the footage. After the assessment, cooperate with the investigation. Yi Chen and Yu Mengyun both breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at him. He turned to the 3 from the Yi family and whispered, "Leave quickly. While I'm here, they won't dare harm you, or you'll be eliminated." The 3 quickly turned and ran in another direction. Surprisingly, Yi Chen wasn't angry watching this scene unfold. He simply watched them leave with a calm demeanor. "You're not angry?" Yu Mengyun asked curiously, expecting Yi Chen to be upset that those 3 weren't eliminated, yet he showed little reaction. "Why should I be angry? I'm rather pleased." Yi Chen smiled slightly. Yu Mengyun was puzzled, unable to comprehend why Yi Chen would say such a thing. "What do you think I'll do if we meet those 3 in the assessment next time?" Yi Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling aura. Hearing Yi Chen's icy voice, Yu Mengyun understood his intentions, and a chill ran down her spine. In the Martial Alliance conference room, the military representative looked displeased. "Directorly, it seems the examiners your organization selected have varying qualities." The burly man from the Universal Pavilion was less diplomatic. "This person is obviously problematic, attacking Yi Chen without a word. The Martial Alliance seems to have some impurities." Li Dirong's face was also grim. "I'll investigate this thoroughly. If it's his fault, the Martial Alliance will certainly give Yi Chen an explanation." Seeing his stance, the others did not press further. "This kid has a heavy killing intent," the representative from the Xinhua League said seriously. "What's wrong with that? It's good to have killing intent. Who's not a killer on the front lines?" The burly man from the Universal Pavilion. "Dismissed. But having such a heavy killing aura at this age isn't a good sign." "That's not an issue. The Heart Lotus can cleanse one's heart and mind. With his talent, even if he's controlled by murderous intent in the future, he'll obtain one," the representative from the Reconnaissance Department remarked. "That's true." The representative from the Alliance of the Eternal Flame nodded. "Thanks for earlier." Yi Chen turned to Yu Mengyun and said. Yu Mengyun gave a slight smile and replied, "If you got eliminated, those from the Yi family wouldn't spare me either. I'm just looking out for myself." Yi Chen chuckled without commenting. "By the way, what did you mean by full process recording?" he asked curiously. Yu Mengyun seemed surprised and said, "You don't know, each of us has a drone following us equipped with a camera to record the entire assessment process." She gestured towards the sky. Yi Chen followed her gaze and indeed saw several small black dots. "Those are drones? Why do they look so small?" he asked in confusion. Yu Mengyun shook her head, explaining, "It's not that they're small, they're just flying high. If they fly too low, they risk being attacked and destroyed by powerful beasts. Even at high altitudes, these drones can capture very clear footage." Yi Chen suddenly understood, realizing why that person hesitated to make another move earlier. However, he thought, these drones aren't without flaws. For example, they can't capture anything if you're inside a building or in a covered area, since everyone was in an open space. Earlier, everything was naturally recorded. "Hey, are you hungry?" Chu Tian, who was sitting on the ground, looked much better, his face rosy. After drinking a few bottles of blue spirit brew, his injuries had mostly healed. He nodded. "Let's go, we're having barbecued meat, you're in for a treat," Yi Chen said. Upon hearing this, Yu Mengyun couldn't help but drool a bit at the corners of her mouth. Yi Chen grabbed Chu Tian and, with a few leaps, landed on the rooftop where they had been grilling meat earlier. Watching Chu Tian and Yu Mengyun devour the food, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Take it easy, you two. We can always grill more, and there's no shortage of ingredients here." They nodded but didn't slow down their eating. Watching them, Yi Chen felt much better, although the thought of that examiner still left him feeling unsettled. However, with his rapid growth and strength, next time they met, the outcome might be different. After eating and drinking their fill, Chu Tian and Yu Mengyun lay on the ground with their bellies full, looking like contented sloths. "Hey Chen, aren't you going to introduce this person to me?" Chu Tian sat up, distracted by the food. Earlier he'd forgotten all the questions he had. Now with his hunger sated, he remembered. "Oh, she's Yu Mengyun from Central First High," Yi Chen replied casually. Chu Tian leaned closer to Yi Chen, looking mischievous, and whispered, "I know, I heard those people mention it earlier. What I mean is, how did you two end up together?" "Oh, you're asking about that? She couldn't beat me, so she joined us," Yi Chen answered. Chu Tian took a small step back, eyeing Yi Chen with a mischievous grin. "I get it," he exclaimed. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "Get what exactly?" he retorted dismissively. "With your talent, you'll have plenty of beauties in the future. Why would you be interested in a little blind girl?" Chu Tian mused, somewhat puzzled. Just then Yu Mengyun sat up, her tone displeased. "Who are you calling blind?" Chu Tian's neck shrank as he muttered, "If she's not blind, then why cover her eyes?" "Fine, I won't mention it." Yu Mengyun stood, pulling off the silk band that had covered her eyes, and faced Chu Tian. "Take a good look, you're the blind one," she declared. Even Yi Chen was taken aback. Without the silk band, Yu Mengyun's eyes were much brighter than he had imagined. There was no denying it, Yu Mengyun with her eyes uncovered was quite attractive. Chu Tian was stunned but quickly turned to Yi Chen with an admiring gaze. Yi Chen, feeling exasperated, understood his meaning all too well and quipped, "I thought you had eye problems too, but now that I see you clearly, you're quite the beauty." Yu Mengyun blushed, explaining, "It's because of my abilities. When I cover my eyes, I can hear better and I can actually see more clearly." Yi Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully, enhancing one sense by blocking another. "That's a clever method." He then asked, "Are you all full? If so, let's go score some points." Seeing that everyone had eaten enough, Yi Chen stood up. Chu Tian immediately put on a fawning expression. "Brother Chen, I'm counting on you. I was chased as soon as I got here yesterday and I haven't scored a single point." Yu Mengyun, having covered her eyes again, looked at Chu Tian with disdain. "What do you mean? I'm an A-grade ability user, 9th stage awakened. If I hadn't been chased, my score would definitely be higher than yours." Trying to prove himself, Chu Tian puffed out his chest, but Yi Chen calmly interjected, "She's a first-tier martial artist," and then he turned to leave. Chu Tian was left speechless, a lump in his throat. Yu Mengyun, with a graceful swan-like neck, followed Yi Chen, though she was a bit surprised at Chu Tian's A-grade ability. "Wait for me," Chu Tian called out, quickly catching up. With the power of his swift wind ability, he easily outpaced Yu Mengyun. Yi Chen glanced back at Yu Mengyun. "We're heading deeper in. Focus on finding high-level beasts or groups of them. We need to get our points up quickly." Yu Mengyun nodded in understanding, her heart filled with anticipation and excitement. As someone skilled in locating targets but not in combat, teaming up with Yi Chen meant she'd earn more points. Under Yu Mengyun's guidance, their points began to climb rapidly. Yi Chen would occasionally injure some beasts, allowing Yu Mengyun and Chu Tian to deliver the final blow. For Yu Mengyun and Chu Tian, defeating martial artist level beasts alone would have been a daunting task, but with Yi Chen's help everything changed. As time passed, Yi Chen's points rapidly climbed to 1506, while Yu Mangyun and Chu Tian's scores reached 654 and 432, respectively. This achievement indicated that they had successfully slain a substantial number of warrior-level exotic beasts. The trio continued their battle until nightfall, and after such prolonged combat, even Yi Chen felt a mental fatigue setting in. After slaying a second-tier swift wolf, Yi Chen flicked the blood off his weapon Thunderbolt and stored it in his bracelet. He then turned to the two behind him and said, "Let's call it a day here and take a rest." Chu Tian, now with torn clothing and numerous bloodstains, sat on the ground, panting heavily. Even the usually composed Yu Mangyun appeared somewhat disheveled. Her hair had come loose and her clothes were torn in several places, revealing her fair skin. Hearing Yi Chen's suggestion, she breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right, let's find a place to rest." The three of them found shelter in a house which Yu Mangyun carefully inspected this time to ensure it wasn't a den of exotic beasts. The last encounter with the Blackwater snake had taught them a lesson. Yi Chen and Chu Tian chose one room while Yu Mangyun took another by herself. The rooms were adjacent, allowing them to respond quickly if needed. Inside the room, Yi Chen retrieved a bottle of blue spirit brew and a bottle of spirit reserve wine from his storage ring and handed them to Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked at him with some confusion and asked, "What is this?" Yi Chen merely smiled without giving a direct answer. "Don't worry about it, just drink." Without hesitation, Chu Tian took the bottle and drank it down. The blue spirit brew was cool and fragrant, immediately invigorating him. After drinking the spirit reserve wine, he felt his internal energy rapidly replenishing and his previously fatigued body began to fill with strength. Astonished, Chu Tian looked at Yi Chen, wanting to say something, but Yi Chen gestured for silence and pointed to his bracelet, indicating they should communicate through it instead of speaking aloud. Chu Tian nodded, understanding the precaution. Yi Chen completely trusted Chu Tian, but when it came to Yu Mangyun, despite fighting alongside her, he remained cautious. She had initially joined their group under duress from Yi Chen, so he was wary of revealing his secrets to her. Previously he had shared some blue spirit brew with her, thinking it was just a healing remedy, but her strong reaction suggested there was more to it. Hence, the spirit reserve wine, which also restored energy, was likely even more extraordinary, and Yi Chen was reluctant to expose its existence. He understood well the danger of possessing something valuable without the strength to protect it. Yu Mangyun had excellent hearing. Whether intentional or not, she could overhear conversations between Yi Chen and Chu Tian. Thus Yi Chen opted to communicate via their bracelets. On the chat panel of his wristband, Chu Tian asked Chen, "What are these two bottles? They're incredibly effective. I wanted to ask when I got injured before." Yi Chen replied, "These are wines I brewed myself, my exclusive recipe. Don't tell anyone else." I know, but when did you learn to brew wine?" "I had no idea. It seems like you're the only one truly playing the game while secretly studying." Chu Tian teased. "Stop joking around, help me keep watch later. I've made a breakthrough and need to cultivate," Yi Chen responded. "You can even break through like this?" Chu Tian silently typed a string of question marks. Yi Chen ignored him. After consuming the blue spirit brew and spirit storage wine, Chu Tian had already recovered, so watching over Yi Chen wasn't an issue. System open the panel, host. Yi Chen Realm, Martial Artist Level 2, Inch Late Tongmai Stage Abilities, Heavenly Meteor Divine Thunder, S-Class, Divine Brew Gourd, S-Class, Shadow, S-Class, Techniques, 9 Nether Thunder Technique, S-Class, Thunder Fire Body Tempering Technique, A-Class, Iron Forging Method, C-Class, Martial Skills, Thunder Dragon Sky Breaking Strike, Minor Success, 7-Star Step, Major Success, Instant Shadow, Major Success. Ability points, 120000. Training time, 9 years 8 months. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He had never paid much attention to the system's prompts while slaying beasts, and he didn't expect his ability points to have increased to 120,000. To know that upgrading Instant Shadow to S-Class had cost him 500,000 points before. At this rate, upgrading Heavenly Meteor Divine Thunder to SS-Class would require 1 million points, and it wouldn't take too long. When he was cultivating the Purple Sea, his training time was down to just over 3 years, but thanks to the recent killings, it had increased to more than 9 years, even more than before. Oh, and when he killed Yi Rongxuan before, a pill seemed to have dropped, but it was a pity that no abilities did. Yi Chen thought to himself, "System, what are the effects of the Blazing Mastiff pill?" "Body refinement," the system replied succinctly. "Can't you be more specific?" "Hey." After those 2 words, the system fell silent and didn't respond to Yi Chen anymore. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Chen took out the Blazing Mastiff pill from the system space and swallowed it. Shu Tian, facing away from Yi Chen and observing the outside, didn't see this scene. After taking the blazing mastiff pill, Yi Chen felt a scorching heat flow into his mouth as if he had swallowed a ball of raging fire. The intense heat slid down his throat, making him involuntarily frown. Soon a flush of red appeared on Yi Chen's skin, and this redness quickly spread, causing his body temperature to rise sharply. Standing behind Yi Chen, Shu Tian suddenly felt the temperature rising and turned around out of curiosity. As he saw Yi Chen, his eyes widened in shock. Yi Chen's entire body was as red as a boiled shrimp, and the temperature was still climbing, as if it was about to roast him completely. Is Ah Chen's cultivation always this terrifying? Shu Tian marveled inwardly, thinking, if it were me, I'd probably be cooked by now. At this moment Yi Chen was not having an easy time. The effects of the flaming mastiff pill were like an uncontrollable fire rampaging within him, making his meridians feel intensely hot and almost unbearable. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Yi Chen. Given the wild energy of the pill, why not merge it directly with the heavenly thunder and see if he could activate the thunder fire body tempering technique? He pondered this idea briefly. Without hesitation, Yi Chen immediately mobilized the heavenly thunder within him, guiding it to merge with the fiery energy of the flaming mastiff pill. As the two forces fused, a new kind of power emerged within him. Yi Chen then decisively activated the thunder fire body tempering technique. Instantly he felt the energy becoming much more manageable, and he directed it along the paths outlined by the technique. Shu Tian watched in bewilderment as Yi Chen's skin alternated between red and purple, unable to grasp what was happening. After about an hour, the energy of the flaming mastiff pill was finally depleted. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to find that his eyelids had shed some skin. Rubbing his eyes, he realized that he had shed a layer of skin, a sign of breakthrough in body refinement. Shu Tian stared at Yi Chen in horror as he continued to rub off his skin, pointing at him and stammering, "Are you human or ghost?" Yi Chen rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense, it's because of the technique." Hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Shu Tian moved closer, pinching Yi Chen's face in amazement. "So fair. Does your technique have a beautifying effect?" Annoyed, Yi Chen slapped his hand away. "Focus on guarding me, I'm not done with my cultivation yet." System open. The panel, host, Yi Chen realm, second stage warrior, mid blood refinement, abilities, Heavenly Thunder, S level, Divine Brew Gourd, S level, Shadow, S level, techniques, 9 Nether Thunder Art, S level, Thunder Fire Body Tempering Technique, A level, Iron Forging Method, C level, Combat Skills, Thunder Dragon Sky Strike, Minor Mastery, 7 Star Steps, Major Mastery, Instant Shadow, Major Mastery, Ability Points, 120000, Cultivation Time, 9 years and 8 months. He had unexpectedly broken through 2 realms, reaching the mid-stage of blood refinement. The effectiveness of the flaming mastiff pill was indeed impressive. Yi Rongxuan had given him a great gift. Yi Chen was overjoyed at this unexpected windfall. According to his original plan, breaking through from the late stage of meridian opening to the initial stage of blood refinement would have cost him tens of millions in resources. To further advance to mid-blood refinement would have required several tens of millions more. Yet now just one flaming mastiff pill had saved him from such a massive expenditure. How could he not be thrilled? The meridian opening stage primarily focuses on strengthening the meridians to enhance power, while the blood refinement stage emphasizes boosting vital energy and circulating it through the meridians for cultivation. Upon successfully breaking through to the body refinement stage, Yi Chen experienced substantial growth in his vital energy, endurance, stamina, and strength. This comprehensive improvement significantly enhanced his combat performance, making him formidable in both prolonged battles and bursts of explosive power. After a period of intense training, Yi Chen's physique had become extraordinarily robust, as hard as steel. Now it was time to elevate his cultivation level. System: add 6 months of cultivation time to the 9 Nether Thunder technique for me. Yi Chen had successfully broken through the body refinement stage, his physique stronger than ever, allowing him to invest a significant amount of cultivation time into enhancing his prowess. Immediately a vast and surging energy source flooded into Yi Chen's body like a tidal wave. However, both his source C and meridians were now sturdy enough to withstand such impacts. This energy was swiftly absorbed into his source C, propelling Yi Chen, who was already on the brink of a breakthrough, directly to the 3rd level of the warrior realm. Yi Chen continued to invest his cultivation time into the 9 Nether Thunder technique, each session lasting 6 months. Every session brought a remarkable improvement in his cultivation, with power continuously accumulating within him. Finally, Yichen exhausted all his cultivation time. He sensed a profound transformation in his strength, exuding a brand new aura that even Chu Tian, who was guarding him, could perceive. System open the panel, Yichen commanded mentally. The details unfolded before him. Host, Yichen Realm, Warrior 9th Stage, Mid-Blood Refinement Abilities, Celestial Meteor Divine Thunder, S-Level, Divine Brew Gourd, S-Level, Shadow, S-Level, Techniques, 9 Nether Thunder Technique, S-Level, Thunder. Fire Tempering Technique, A-Level, Iron Forging Method, C-Level, Combat Skills, Thunder Dragon Breaks the Sky, Intermediate Mastery, 7-star Steps, Advanced Mastery, Instant Shadow, Advanced Mastery, Ability Points, 120000 Cultivation Time, 0 nearly 10 years, yet only reaching the 9th stage of the Warrior Realm. Yichen was filled with astonishment. He had originally thought that after such prolonged cultivation he would directly step into the martial master realm, but the reality surprised him. If I hadn't transformed my Source C and used that cultivation time, I might have smoothly advanced to a higher martial master level, he pondered. Yichen calmed his mind, carefully sensing the Source C within him. In the Source C, thunder flickered, and the energy was so dense it seemed almost viscous, on the verge of solidifying. Such powerful energy justified the extensive cultivation time spent. Although he hadn't broken through to the martial master realm, Yichen felt a significant qualitative enhancement in his strength, bringing him inner joy. Yichen's current combat prowess surpassed those who had broken through to martial master using the Silver Sea. Feeling the growth in his strength, Yichen gained confidence. With my current strength, even if I face that examiner again, the outcome would be unpredictable, he thought, his eyes sharpening as his fighting spirit ignited. Yichen opened his eyes, startled to see a large face looming in front of him, causing him to recoil slightly. "Ah Chen, what's your realm now? You seem to have changed a lot," Chu Tian said, rubbing his chin as he scrutinized Yichen. "You scared me. It's just a minor breakthrough. We've rested enough, let's continue hunting the beasts," Yichen replied. "What, so soon? I was hoping to rest a bit longer," muttered Yichen, though he had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation and body refining. In reality, only an hour or two had passed. He gave himself a light slap on the head, chiding, "Stop pretending. Didn't you drink the blue spirit brew? You're fully recovered, so get up." Chu Tian grimaced but reluctantly stood. "I'm going to call you Meng Yun. We need to make the most of our time. Today is the second day and we only have 1 day left. We can rest properly once it's over," he added, sighing inwardly as he nodded. Yichen knocked on Meng Yun's door. She answered quickly, though she seemed to have just woken up. "What's the matter? Did something happen?" Her voice was soft but laced with fatigue. Yichen retrieved a bottle of blue spirit brew from his storage ring and handed it to her. "Drink this to ease your tiredness. I plan to go deeper, and with only 1 day left in the assessment we need to hurry." Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Yun took the bottle from Yichen and drank it in one go. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body as though she had been cleansed, her mind becoming remarkably clear. "How comfortable," she sighed, eyes brimming with surprise and satisfaction. Seeing her reaction, Yichen felt a tinge of embarrassment and coughed lightly to remind her to maintain her composure. Realizing her lapse, Meng Yun's face flushed a deep red. She quickly turned around, closed the door and murmured, "Give me a moment to get ready." Behind the closed door, she touched her burning cheeks, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Her heart raced and her breathing quickened. Trying to calm herself, she fanned her face with her hands to cool her blushing cheeks. Yet the more she tried to settle her nerves, the faster her heart beat. After a while, she emerged from her room where Yichen and Chu Tian awaited her in the living room. "Let's go," Yichen nodded as the three of them set off once more. "For the upcoming battles, just use your abilities to detect the targets and maintain your condition. I'll leave some injured beasts for you to finish off, so don't worry about the points," Yichen said, turning to Meng Yun. She nodded. "It's already quite a challenge for me to take down warrior-level beasts." "We're doing well," Yichen nodded in agreement, and they continued on their journey. Soon, they reached the city center where the beasts were of warrior level and few dared to tread here. It wasn't long before they spotted a group of fire pigs, creatures that lived in packs, some of which were at the warrior level. "Stand behind me. I'll toss a few your way to handle," Yichen instructed before leaping from the building. Chu Tian and Meng Yun hurried to follow him. Yichen didn't even use his thunder step technique. He simply flickered through the group of fiery pigs, leaving each one collapsing on the ground. He occasionally tossed over some fiery pigs that had been paralyzed by his heavily meteor divine thunder. Nowadays, Yichen wielded this power with finesse, controlling its output to paralyze rather than kill, allowing Chu Tian and Meng Yun to finish them off with ease. Before long, the group of fiery pigs was completely wiped out. Yi Chen's face remained impassive, his clothes as pristine as before, untouched by any blood. Yu Mengyun was astonished, mumbling to herself, just how powerful has he become that he no longer needs weapons to slay warrior-level fiery pigs at will. Chu Tian wasn't concerned with such thoughts, he was busy taking the final strikes with an excited grin on his face, exclaiming points, all points, portraying the perfect image of a point collector. Meanwhile, the system's notification sounds echoed in Yi Chen's mind. The trio battled from midnight to dawn in the central zone, and Yi Chen's depleted cultivation time had been replenished, now reaching 5 years and 3 months. During this time, Yi Chen acquired a blazing hound pill and a C-grade long knife which delighted him. Why do I feel like the drop rate has increased? Could it be because of my rising strength? Yi Chen mused aloud. After a night of fighting, he realized his gains seemed greater than before, particularly noting a noticeable increase in item drop rates. Through numerous beast slayings, Yi Chen deduced a pattern from the system. When he defeated beasts of the same level, if items dropped, the cultivation time and energy points gained would decrease slightly. However, this reduction was far outweighed by the value of the items acquired, making it very worthwhile. The system consistently provided energy points and cultivation time while items were dropped randomly. System, does my chance of item drops increase as my level rises? Yi Chen asked internally. Yes, the system replied succinctly. Hearing this, a wave of joy surged in Yi Chen's heart. This meant that as long as he continued to diligently improve his level, he would have a higher chance of obtaining valuable items. So far, Yi Chen had obtained a variety of items, including weapons, abilities, and pills. As his strength grew, perhaps he might even acquire martial techniques, rare herbs, and more. Yi Chen collected the beast corpses and glanced at the brightening sky. Let's have breakfast and continue the hunt, he said, turning to his companions. The three of them went up to a rooftop where Yi Chen retrieved a pot from his energy storage bracelet. He took out a warrior-level fiery pig and removed 2 slabs of ribs. Then he fetched some rice from his bracelet and combined it with the ribs in the pot to stew. Fiery pig meat was tender and flavorful without any gamey taste, negating the need to blanch it, which was why it appeared on the menus of high-end restaurants. Ah Chen, how come you have everything in that bracelet, even rice? Shu Tian asked in confusion. Yi Chen chuckled. Even in the wild you must eat well. This rice is Qingling rice. It tastes great and when eaten over time can extend your life. Although this effect is negligible for us, the taste is indeed excellent. Shu Tian gave a thumbs up. You truly know how to enjoy life. As for Yu Mengyun, she was staring at the pot, her expression adorably naive. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. Who would have thought that the dignified young lady of the Yu Yao Zhai would be such a foodie? By the way, what grade is your knife? Yi Chen asked. Grade C, Chu Tian replied. Why don't you get a grade B one? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Given Chu Tian's family background, buying a grade B long knife shouldn't be difficult. I'm just a small 9th stage awakened. Why would I need such a good knife? Using a grade C is already overreaching for me, Chu Tian pouted. What do you mean? Yi Chen was puzzled. The beasts around here are at most warrior level. A grade C long knife is more than enough. Even if I had a grade B knife, I wouldn't be able to wield its power nor control it better than a grade C, Chu Tian explained. You just can't handle it, that's all, Yi Chen teased. Who can't handle it? A man should always be capable, Chu Tian snapped back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yu Mengyun glanced over at the commotion, then returned her gaze to the pot, murmuring softly, childish. Enough. Does your current knife have any special attributes? Yi Chen pulled Chu Tian back down to sit, causing him to grimace in pain. Easy. How can you say I'm capable if you keep doing that? Yi Chen quipped. Chu Tian turned away, sulking silently. I asked if your knife has any special attributes, Yi Chen repeated. Weapons with special attributes aren't just a matter of price, they're much rarer. You think money can buy everything? Chu Tian's tone betrayed his frustration. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he retrieved a long knife from his system space, gently stroking its blade. Well, I do have a knife with a sharpness attribute here, but it seems someone isn't interested, he said, shaking his head deliberately. Hearing this, Chu Tian's ears perked up immediately. He dashed over to Yi Chen, clinging to his leg in a flattering-mannered godfather. I want it, give me this knife. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh at Chu Tian's ingratiating demeanor. Have you studied face-changing before? You switch so quickly. Chu Tian grinned. As long as godfather gives me this knife, I'll go learn face-changing right away. At this point, he no longer cared about his image. Yi Chen sighed helplessly, pushing Chu Tian away and handing him the knife. Here, take it. I can't say no to you. Chu Tian received the knife as if it were a priceless treasure, moving aside to examine it closely, admiring it as if it were a rare gem. He gently caressed the blade, eyes filled with affection. As Chu Tian showcased his skills, he swung the long knife in his hand a few times, muttering to himself, "What a knife, truly a magnificent blade. It's as if this knife was made just for me." His face was alight with excitement. Standing nearby, Yi Chen watched Chu Tian's infatuation with the knife and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "All right, enough admiring, come over and eat," Yi Chen called out, but Chu Tian seemed oblivious, still engrossed with the knife. The blade's characteristics were indeed perfect, complementing his unique abilities, significantly enhancing his attack power. He had long yearned for a weapon that suited him, but never found one. Either the properties didn't match or it simply wasn't right. Now, having found the perfect weapon, his excitement was understandable. Meanwhile, Yu Mengyun, upon hearing Yi Chen, quickly joined them. Yi Chen lifted the lid of the pot, releasing a fragrant steam that made one's mouth water. He served a bowl of porridge to Yu Mengyun first, then one for himself, completely ignoring Chu Tian. The porridge was light and refreshing, with the aroma of fiery pork chops mingling perfectly with the scent of green spirit rice, creating an irresistible fragrance. Each bite was smooth and soft, utterly delightful. This porridge was the ideal breakfast. Yu Mengyun sat nearby, also lost in the deliciousness. She closed her eyes slightly, savoring each spoonful. Meanwhile, the sun was slowly rising in the distance, casting its golden light across the land. The city, though broken, seemed to awaken, basking in the warm sunlight. On that tranquil rooftop, they quietly enjoyed this simple meal, as if isolated from the world. Amidst the ruins, they formed a unique scene. Yi Chen was relishing this moment of peace when inevitably someone had to disrupt it. An arrow ablaze shot toward Yi Chen's head from afar. There are always some who just can't see Yi Chen sighed, speaking with a hint of coldness and disdain. Nowadays, Yi Chen had made significant progress in both cultivation and physical training, particularly enhancing his sensory abilities. Such an attack required no visual confirmation, his sharp senses could easily detect it. Thus, how could a fast-moving arrow from afar possibly hit him? He effortlessly caught it with a quick reach, then he infused the arrow with his own energy. Originally, the arrow was cloaked in flames, but under Yi Chen's influence, the fire transformed into lightning. Using C-grade alloy for arrows, how generous. It's rude not to reciprocate, so here's a gift for you, Yi Chen said with a light smile. Without hesitation, Yi Chen hurled the arrow in his hand back in the direction it came from with great force. In the blink of an eye, the arrow transformed into a brilliant purple lightning bolt, slicing through the sky as it sped toward its target. Its power and speed vastly exceeded that of the original archer's shot. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the arrow struck a distant building with devastating impact. The building erupted with a deafening roar, teetering precariously before finally collapsing with a mighty crash. Yi Chen crossed his arms and turned his head, asking, "Does every team in your school have an archer?" "They have one too." He asked this because Yu Mengyun's team also included an archer. If Yu Mengyun's eyes weren't covered, she surely would have rolled them at Yi Chen's question. Just as Yu Mengyun was preparing to say something, a girl suddenly appeared in front of them and lunged at them with a sword. Although the attack was unexpected, both Yi Chen and Yu Mengyun possessed exceptional perception and reflexes, easily evading the strike. Unfortunately, the pot of rib porridge behind them wasn't as lucky. It was shattered, and the porridge spilled everywhere. Yi Chen glanced back and said helplessly, "What a shame about my porridge." Yu Mengyun's eyes widened with anger as she glared at the spilled porridge, exclaiming, "My porridge." At that moment, Yi Chen could feel the surging energy emanating from Yu Mengyun. Immediately realizing the situation was dire, he quickly stepped aside. Yu Mengyun, without hesitation, drew the sword hidden within her staff and charged at the girl with fierce determination. The two leaped off the rooftop, engaging in an intense battle in the courtyard below. The girl clearly recognized Yu Mengyun and while fighting shouted anxiously, "Yu Mengyun, are you crazy? Have you forgotten the principal's orders? You're supposed to deal with Yi Chen, not cause trouble for me." Yu Mengyun's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. "You spilled my porridge. It's just a pot of porridge. Don't you know what's more important right now?" The girl retorted angrily. "You spilled my porridge." Yu Mengyun repeated through gritted teeth, her attacks becoming even more ferocious. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Yu Mengyun, the girl resorted to threatening with Kai Chen. "I'll report this to the principal." "Do you think the principal will let you off?" Yet Yu Mengyun remained unfazed. "You spilled my porridge," she insisted. Realizing that nothing would sway Yu Mengyun, the girl had no choice but to continue fighting her. Watching the scene unfold below, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Tisk, 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 disrupting a foodie's meal, no wonder the fight's so intense, he mused. Even during the previous beast hunts, Yi Chen had never seen Yu Mengyun fight with such intensity. That pot of rib porridge must have unleashed her potential. Shaking his head, Yi Chen thought, the world of foodies is beyond me. As soon as Yi Chen's voice faded, a boy suddenly appeared behind him, gripping a sharp dagger aimed directly at Yi Chen's back with fierce intent. Chen, watch out. Chu Tian's face changed dramatically at the sight, hurriedly warning him. The boy's face twisted into a vicious smile as his dagger seemed about to pierce Yi Chen, yet at that moment Yi Chen's figure vanished from where he stood as if he had evaporated into thin air. The smile on the boy's face froze instantly, a flash of astonishment and fear flickering in his eyes. Why does your team always love sneak attacks? Yi Chen's voice echoed mockingly from behind him. A chill ran up the boy's spine, his hair standing on end as he instinctively turned to flee, but it was too late. Like a phantom, Yi Chen appeared behind him, delivering a fierce blow to his back. With a thud, the boy spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing forward onto the ground. Yi Chen stated coldly, those who ambush others must pay the price. With that, he grabbed the boy by the ankle, lifting him as if he were a ragged cloth, and slammed him onto the ground. Another loud thud resounded as the boy coughed up more blood, his face ashen. Yi Chen hadn't used his full strength. The boy's life still had its uses. Then Yi Chen picked up the boy, tossing him over to Chu Tian like a discarded rag. This one's for you, Yi Chen said indifferently to Chu Tian. Perfect for practicing your skills. Got it, Chu Tian replied, his face lighting up with excitement at the opportunity to try out his new weapon on an opponent who'd conveniently shown up. Although the boy was of martial artist level, the blows he had received left him severely weakened, incapable of exhibiting the full prowess of even an 8th tier awakened. Just right for Chu Tian's practice, one with a sword, one with a dagger, and another with a bow and arrow. There should be 2 more, Yi Chen mused, touching his chin. Soon enough, he spotted the remaining 2 emerging from a collapsed building in the distance, supporting a third person, the one Yi Chen had seriously injured with an arrow. The numbers matched perfectly. Without hesitation, Yi Chen headed towards them, leaving the current battlefield to Chu Tian. He had previously given Chu Tian a few bottles of blue spirit brew and spirit storage wine, so there should be no unexpected issues. With a thundering crash, Yi Chen landed heavily on the ground before the 2, kicking up a cloud of dust. Crossing his arms, he spoke calmly, you 2, who's first, or will you come at me together? Either way is fine by me. Their expressions flickered, uncertain. 3 of them had attempted to ambush Yi Chen, but none succeeded, and now one lay severely wounded and unconscious. They knew well enough they were not Yi Chen's match. One of the boys spoke up, Yi Chen, we were just following the principal's orders to eliminate you. It was out of necessity. Spare us and we'll steer clear of you in the future. The other boy nodded in agreement. Yi Chen shook his head, his gaze icy as he looked at them. Since you dared to strike at me, you must bear the consequences. However, I'll grant you a sliver of life. I won't take your lives, but you must be eliminated. Will you do it yourselves, or should I? The faces of the 2 young men turned ashen with regret, fully aware that Yi Chen would not let them off easily today. Understanding the gravity of their situation, one of them gritted his teeth and shouted, let's fight. With it, they grabbed their weapons and charged at Yi Chen. A slight smirk appeared on Yi Chen's lips, a hint of disdain in his expression. At least you have some courage, but that's all there is to it. Employing his 7-star step, Yi Chen moved with ghostly agility, making it impossible for their weapons to even graze the hem of his clothing. He swiftly struck out, punching one in the chest and the other in the abdomen. They both let out a muffled groan, their bodies flying backward and hitting the ground heavily. Blood trickled from their mouths, their faces as pale as paper, clearly incapable of continuing the fight. Struggling to rise, their eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. They slowly approached the boy, who lay unconscious from Yi Chen's earlier arrow, and pressed the emergency button on his body. Reluctantly, they then activated their own distress signals. In an instant, protective shields enveloped the 3 of them. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause broke the silence. Yi Chen turned to the source of the sound, smiling slightly. Finally, we meet. Following Yi Chen's gaze, there stood Ji Yuntian, Feng Hui, and Mu Wanqing, along with a few others whom Yi Chen did not recognize. My dear brother, you truly are something else. You've left the Yi family, yet you still flaunt yourself in front of me. I spared your life once. You should have been grateful and lived like a dog. Look at you now, not cherishing life at all. Yi Yuntian's eyes were dark, as if he believed Yi Chen's life was already in his grasp. Yi Chen looked at him mockingly. Whether I cherish my life or not, I don't know. You should go ask your father how his injuries are, or perhaps Yi Wuqing. You really ought to pay more attention to your family. At these words, Yi Yuntian snorted coldly. If it weren't for that student from Modu Martial University, you wouldn't even know how many times you would have died, and yet you have the gall to boast. Here, why not? If someone is willing to stand by me against the Yi family, you could simply have him kill me. Besides, do you really not know why Yi Pengtian holds the position of family head? Why bother pretending here? Do you think the filth of your lineage will wash away in a few years? Yi Chen's expression remained calm, but his words struck directly at Yi Yuntian's core. The others remained silent, mostly out of fear, for Yi Chen was revealing the Yi family's secrets, and all they could do was pretend they hadn't heard a thing. The Yi family had been dominating Yuling City for quite some time, and they were not to be trifled with. Yi Yuntian's expression was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. I hope your skills are as sharp as your tongue, so you won't need to beg for mercy later, he sneered. Don't trouble yourself over that. We'll be begging is still up in the air, wouldn't you say? Yi Chen retorted coolly. Are you relying on your second-level warrior strength, or perhaps your transformed origin? See, Yi Yuntian's disdain was palpable. It seems you're still sore about my perfect score in the previous test. Even outside the Yi family, you're no match for me, Yi Chen mocked. Yi Yuntian's face twisted in anger. Losing to Yi Chen in the earlier physical test had earned him a scolding from Yi Pengtian, which left him feeling frustrated. Despite having abundant resources, his origin C hadn't transformed much, while Yi Chen, a mere outsider, achieved a perfect score, a fact he couldn't swallow. With a clap of his hands, Yi Yuntian summoned a host of figures, most of whom were from the Yi family, with a few from the city's top school. Yi Chen quickly assessed the situation. There were about 40 to 50 people. With so many of us, even with a perfect score in your energy, what can you do? In this world, power and influence matter. No matter how strong you are, can you really take on 50 people alone? Yi Yuntian's sneer was menacing as he continued, oh, and I have a gift for you. I hope you like it. At his cue, two of Yi Yuntian's men threw two people toward Yi Chen. He quickly caught them. It was Chu Tian and Yu Mengyun. Both in poor condition. Chu Tian was covered in blood with a knife wound on his arm. Yu Mengyun's clothes were torn, her body bruised and battered. I'm sorry, we couldn't beat them, Yu Mengyun whispered. Don't speak, quickly take this blue spirit brew, Yi Chen instructed, pulling several bottles of the elixir from his energy storage bracelet and administering them to both. After consuming the brew, their complexions improved significantly. Yi Chen then gave them some spirit storage wine, aiding their gradual recovery. This time Yi Chen didn't hide the spirit storage wine from Yu Mengyun. Her actions had already earned his trust. Initially, they had defeated their opponents, but things turned when Yi Yuntian's men intervened, leading to their defeat. As they regained some strength and struggled to their feet, eager to assist Yi Chen, he gently pushed them back down. You two rest well, leave this to me, but there are so many of them, can you handle it alone? Yu Mengyun asked worriedly. Yeah, let us help you. Shu Tian echoed, equally concerned. No need. Trust me, you don't yet know my full strength, Yi Chen asserted firmly, insisting they remain seated. Even though their injuries were mostly healed after taking the blue spirit brew and spirit storage wine, their overall strength was still lacking. With so many adversaries, most of whom were at the warrior level, it would be difficult for Yi Chen to fight and protect them simultaneously. Better for them to rest and recover. Yi Chen retrieved his weapon Ben Lei from his energy-storing wristband and gripped it tightly in his hand as he walked towards Yi Yuntian. Shu Tian and Yu Mengyun watched Yi Chen stride resolutely towards the crowd, feeling a pang of regret in their hearts. If only they were stronger, they could join Yi Chen in the fight right now. Inside the Warrior Alliance conference room, the military representative wore a grim expression. This situation had completely deviated from the original intent of the assessment. This was supposed to be a place for evaluation, not a battleground for family feuds. Clearly he was displeased with the actions of the Yi family, understanding full well that this was their retaliation against Feng Lian for the previous conflict with Ye's family. Even the usually calm and gentle representative from Tianqin Guild frowned, realizing that the rules of the assessment were still not comprehensive enough. The behavior of forming large groups of dozens was fundamentally undermining the examination, and the rules would need a thorough re-evaluation afterward. The burly man from Huanyu Pavilion was also incensed. The Yi family was merely a martial venerable clan, yet they dared to act so brazenly. If their strength were any greater, wouldn't they overturn the heavens? It would be a real pity if such a genius were to fall victim to a mob attack. The representative from the reconnaissance department couldn't stand it either. If Yi Chen lost or died in a one-on-one battle, no one present would have said anything, but this mob attack was utterly unfair. Elsewhere, some families would target geniuses from other factions or unaffiliated talents during the high exams to consolidate their own family's status. Every family needed fresh blood to maintain its prosperity and strength. If a generation within a family lacked talent, they would seek out those with great potential. For those geniuses who weren't subdued or didn't belong to any power, they often became the targets of competition among various families. These families would employ various means to prevent these talents from joining other families, even resorting to force if necessary. This scenario wasn't confined to a specific region, it was prevalent across the entire continent. Due to the fierce competition among the major families, many geniuses faced attacks and suppression during the high exams, leading to a decrease in the number of emerging talents and impacting the overall strength of humanity. However, these families didn't care about the bigger picture, they only focused on their own interests. In this era where strength reigned supreme, such phenomena were nearly unavoidable. Only when a more powerful force emerged could these families be suppressed through absolute strength, allowing for the re-establishment of rules to curb such detrimental behavior. Li Durong expressed his frustration. I've already sent people over trying to protect Yi Chen's life as much as possible. He knew that in the face of such a complex situation, all he could do was try his best to ensure Yi Chen's safety. As for the Yi family members, the rules didn't explicitly state that forming teams was prohibited. They managed to gather so many people and there was nothing he could do about it. The burly man from Huanyu Pavilion was dissatisfied with this and sneered, "Don't send another examiner like the last one, otherwise Yi Chen won't have a chance at all." He remembered vividly what had happened before and worried that the situation might repeat itself. "That's none of your concern," Li Durong retorted coldly. The examiner who had previously bullied Yi Chen was arrested and stripped of his title. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that his advancement to the rank of Marshal General and his appointment as an examiner were orchestrated by the Yi family. Li Durong decided to detain him until the assessment concluded, promising further action afterwards. Watching Yi Chen approach, a lone spear in hand, Yi Yuntian sneered disdainfully, "What do you plan to take us all on by yourself?" He spread his arms wide, dramatically feigning confusion at Yi Chen's audacity. "No matter how many of you there are, you're nothing more than a ragtag group. It'll just take me a bit more time, that's all. Do you really think these people can defeat me?" Yi Chen's gaze was icy, his voice dripping with contempt. "Or is it that you think sheer numbers are your trump card?" He tightened his grip on the thunder spear, its tip aimed at Yi Yuntian, flashing with a chilling light that made one shudder. "Or perhaps you truly believe you have the power to kill me?" The spear exuded a biting cold, as if freezing the very air around it. Even Feng Wei, who had been laughing beside Yi Yuntian, couldn't help but sober up, whispering quietly, "Interesting." Yi Yuntian's expression darkened. He had expected Yi Chen to be terrified at the sight of such an overwhelming force, but to his surprise Yi Chen remained calm and composed before the crowd. "Arrogant fool, let me see what gives you such audacity. Attack," he commanded angrily, gesturing for his subordinates to charge. Instantly figures surged towards Yi Chen. "Get lost," Yi Chen shouted, stomping the ground with force. Suddenly countless bolts of lightning spread out like a web, striking in all directions. Those rushing towards him were forced back, some of the weaker ones even coughing up blood from the shock. "Is that all you've got?" Yi Chen snorted disdainfully, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. A clear 7-star diagram appeared beneath his feet, glowing with mysterious light. He then moved with an eerie footwork, ghost-like, as he charged into the crowd. Each step he took carried a powerful wave of energy. What? A complete Tao phenomenon? How is this possible? How could he have mastered such an advanced combat technique at his age? Yi Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock. He couldn't comprehend the scene unfolding before him, his heart filled with confusion and disbelief. Yet soon his gaze towards Yi Chen turned to one of anger and jealousy. Beside him, Mu Qingwan was equally astonished, her mouth agape. She had always looked down on Yi Chen, mocking him with cold, sarcastic remarks, yet now she had no choice but to reassess this young man she had once deemed worthless. Feng Wei sighed deeply. "In a one-on-one battle, I'm no match for him." He was well aware of the tremendous impact a perfected combat technique could have in battle. Even though Yi Chen had only perfected a footwork technique rather than an offensive one, he knew he couldn't defeat Yi Chen. Going it alone just won't cut it. There are so many of us, even if he's mastered the ultimate combat technique, we can still wear him down to death. Yi Yuntian sneered, his voice filled with malice. In the midst of the crowd, Yi Chen's figure flickered like a phantom, moving with such speed that others could scarcely track his movements. Wielding a long spear, each thrust carried lethal intent, piercing his enemies with deadly precision. In an instant, 3 of them collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Yi Chen cast them aside. These were the very 3 that the examiner had once saved from elimination. Yi Chen had told you Meng Yun back then that not being eliminated was a blessing, and now Those three lay at his feet thanks in part to that examiner's decision. His cold voice cut through the air like the chill of winter's wind, merciless and detached. If you leave now, you still have a chance to live. But if you choose to stay, I will treat you as members of the Yi family and I will show no mercy. Yi Chen's icy words were like the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Most of these people were freshly awakened 18-year-old students, some of whom had never even killed a beast, let alone faced such a brutal slaughter scene. Fear and panic began to spread, prompting some to flee the scene. Most of the students from the top school started to leave. They saw no reason to risk their lives just to eliminate Yi Chen. Those who remained were primarily people from the Yi family or those closely associated with them. Watching this unfold, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Yi Chen's face. He murmured, "Very good, let's continue." The people of the Yi family felt a chill of fear rise within them as they witnessed Yi Chen's demeanor. Yi Chen once again executed the 7-star step, his form darting like lightning into the crowd. The spear in his hand transformed into an arc of death, each swing bringing a shower of blood. At this moment, Yi Chen resembled a fierce wolf king, tearing into a flock of defenseless sheep, slaughtering the Yi family members indiscriminately. In just a few breaths, 2 more had fallen to his spear. On the sidelines, Yu Mengyun and Chu Tian watched with mouths agape, staring at Yi Chen's godlike figure. "Fatty, did you know Yi Chen was this strong?" Chu Tian shook his head. "He always just told me he was strong and that he'd protect me. I didn't expect him to be this powerful." In his heart, Chu Tian marveled, "So Chen never lied to me, he really is strong." Yu Mengyun softly remarked, "That's wonderful." It was unclear if she referred to Yi Chen's prowess or the bond between Yi Chen and Chu Tian. Yi Chen's figure continued to flicker among the crowd, with each movement leaving someone fallen. Soon his image turned crimson, his body nearly drenched in blood, even his face spattered with it, though none of the blood was his own. "Yi Chen, how dare you?" Yi Yuntian roared, his voice a mix of rage and astonishment. Those being slain were the elite of the younger generation of the Yi family, the stars of hope for the family's future development and crucial to his own ambitions of ascending to the family head position. At this moment, they fell one after another under Yi Chen's gunfire. Delivering a heavy blow to the Yi family, Yi Chen paused, looking coldly at Yi Yuntian. "Wasn't it you who sent them to their deaths? Didn't you think that so many could easily kill me?" "Attack together!" Yi Yuntian shouted, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He had never imagined that Yi Chen's prowess would be so formidable. His speed at killing was astonishing, far beyond his expectations. Yi Yuntian retrieved a blood-red long knife from his energy storage bracelet, the blade emanating a bloody aura. Brandishing the knife, he charged toward Yi Chen, shouting, "Blood demon slash!" As he swung, the knife emitted a crimson glow like a fierce demon laden with killing intent, rushing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen tilted his head to the side. The blade light grazed his face, cutting a few strands of his hair. "This strike is somewhat interesting." Yi Chen's lips curled slightly. "Everyone else, attack together. If you can't hold up, press the emergency button to save your life," Yi Yuntian ordered. Yi Yuntian had some sense. He realized it was easy for Yi Chen to kill others, and they had already suffered significant losses. They couldn't afford more casualties. If they were utterly defeated, he wouldn't be able to explain to the Yi family. Even though his father was the head of the household, he would likely face punishment and his status within the family would be affected. In the ensuing battle, under Yi Yuntian's reminder, the Yi family members acted with more caution. They all knew they couldn't withstand a single strike from Yi Chen, so whenever Yi Chen attacked, they immediately pressed the emergency button, raising shields to protect themselves. Although Yi Chen could break these shields, he couldn't shatter them with one hit. Moreover, Yi Chen wouldn't act recklessly. Killing the previous ones could be blamed on accidents, but attacking after the shields were up would be intentional. He also knew they were being recorded by cameras. Yi Chen weaved through the crowd. Each time he attacked, they would activate their shields, affecting his footwork and attack rhythm. Annoying. Yi Chen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat irked. Yi Yuntian noticed Yi Chen becoming constrained and showed a hint of a smug smile. "Keep attacking, Fenghui, let's find an opportunity to strike." His attack rhythm is starting to falter. Yi Yuntian turned to Fenghui and said. Fenghui nodded, a cold glint in his eyes, watching Yi Chen closely and observing his attack patterns. "Wanqing, you observe carefully too, see if he has any weaknesses." Mu Wanqing's eyes turned emerald green with a flower blooming in her pupils. Mu Wanqing's ability was a B level. Wood Spirit Eye, allowing her to see the components of medicinal materials more clearly when crafting potions, thus better configuring them. As a result, her vision was excellent and her perceptual ability was strong. Mu Wanqing's combat abilities were not strong, and Yi Yuntian would never let her participate in battles. her presence or absence made little difference and her observational skills were more valuable in this situation. Right calf left arm, Mu Wanqing uttered after a brief observation. The moment Mu Wanqing spoke, Feng Hui shot out like an arrow released from a bowstring, kicking up a cloud of dust, simultaneously. His hands swiftly transformed, instantly wielding a pair of sharp knuckle dusters aiming fiercely at Yi Chen's right calf. Not good, Yi Chen exclaimed internally as Feng Hui's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Feng Hui was upon him, and amidst the barrage of attacks, Yi Chen was momentarily unable to react in time. In this critical moment, Yi Chen quickly channeled the power of the heavenly doom thunder to cover his leg, stepping back forcefully in an attempt to dodge the strike. However, Feng Hui deftly altered the direction of his attack. The knuckle duster initially targeting Yi Chen's right leg suddenly veered towards his left arm. Confronted with such an unexpected change, Yi Chen found himself with no room to evade and had to execute the 7-star step to retreat rapidly. Interesting, Yi Chen remarked, fixing his gaze on the blood dripping from Feng Hui's knuckle duster. The previous strike had successfully hit him, nearly piercing through his arm. Well done. Feng Hui. Yi Yuntian couldn't help but express his delight upon witnessing Yi Chen's injury. In previous battles, Yi Chen had remained unscathed, almost presenting an invincible demeanor. Now, seeing him finally injured, Yi Yuntian was naturally overjoyed. The Yi family members were equally thrilled upon seeing Yi Chen wounded, as if they glimpsed a glimmer of victory. Yi Chen looked down at the wound on his left arm and noticed its peculiar shape. It wasn't the usual clean cut but rather a conical-shaped wound. He quickly retrieved a bottle of blue spirit brew from his storage ring and drank it in one gulp. The wound began to heal at a visible speed. Yi Chen had already reached the mid-stage of blood refinement, allowing his wounds to heal swiftly even without the blue spirit brew, but faster healing was undoubtedly better. Seeing this, Yi Yuntian did not hesitate to join the battle, shouting, "Everyone continue the attack, just like before." Feng Hui whispered to Yi Yuntian, "We must defeat him before all our clansmen are eliminated or we'll lose our last chance." Yi Chen's injury was not solely due to Feng Hui's tricky angle of attack. More importantly, the other Yi family members successfully restrained Yi Chen using their protective barriers. Yi Yuntian nodded, glancing at the few remaining Yi family members, and said resolutely, "Seize every opportunity. We don't have many left." With that, the group launched a new round of attacks. The Yi family continued to use their barriers to restrict Yi Chen's movements. Whirlwind stab, Feng Hui shouted, and a streak of green conical energy appeared on his knuckle duster, emitting a dazzling glow. Feng Hui's figure flashed, appearing before Yi Chen once again, and he fiercely stabbed at Yi Chen's right calf. This strike was more powerful and faster than before. Feng Hui's attack method was similar to the previous one, but this time, the intensity was clearly greater. At that moment, Yi Yuntian also launched an attack. "Blood kill step, blood demon slash," he called out softly. As the mysterious figure advanced with an eerie gait, his form seemed almost spectral, moving swiftly toward Yi Chen. His silhouette was tinged with a blood-red hue, and the long blade he wielded shimmered with a sanguine glow. Though his speed could not match Feng Hui's, the enhancement of his footwork brought him unsettlingly close. In an instant, Yi Chen's right calf and left forearm were under threat, appearing inescapable. Yet Yi Chen remained unflustered, his expression calm as he muttered, "Do you think the same trick will work on me twice?" Feng Hui's heart filled with a sense of foreboding upon hearing Yi Chen's words. His eyes widened in alarm as he urgently shouted, "Retreat!" But it was already too late. The 7-star diagram once again shone brilliantly, and Yi Chen's figure began to blur until it vanished entirely. In his place, a purple thunderball the size of a basketball suddenly materialized. Moments later, Yi Chen reappeared several meters away, his mouth curling into a faint smile. With a soft snap of his fingers, he murmured, "Explode." At the sound of his voice, the energy within the purple thunderball surged violently, culminating in a thunderous explosion. In the blink of an eye, blinding streaks of lightning shot out in all directions, transforming the space into a terrifying prison of thunder. This thunderball had concentrated half of Yi Chen's source energy, formidable power drawn from the purple source sea comparable to the full force attack of a martial master. As the thunderous hell gradually dissipated, numerous protective shields shimmering faintly began to emerge. The people within them wore expressions of relief, grateful to have survived, yet their eyes were still filled with fear and unease. However, scattered across the battlefield were the charred bodies of those who had not reacted in time, their lives mercilessly snuffed out by the raging lightning. Feng Hui and Yi Yuntian knelt on the ground, coughing up blood, having borne the brunt of the explosion's fury. Yi Yuntian gazed at the fallen members of the Yi family around him, his eyes seething with anger as he glared at Yi Chen, gritting his teeth. Yi Chen, if looks could kill, Yi Chen would have died 1,000 deaths. Observing the two blood-spattered figures, Mu Qingwan hurried over to administer healing potions. Her status as an invincible disciple ensuring their efficacy far surpassed those available on the market. Yet even her remedies could not compare to the legendary Blue Spirit Brew, though they did improve Yi Yuntian and Feng Hui's complexions considerably. Now that your people are gone, my dear brother, what will you do? Yi Chen stood at a distance looking at Yi Yuntian with disdain. Feng Hui took a deep breath, struggling to his feet, locking eyes with Yi Chen. I know I can't defeat you, but I have one last move. If you can withstand it, I will concede immediately. What do you say? Yi Chen turned to Yu Mengyun for insight. What is his background? Yu Mengyun pondered for a moment. His family was also from a martial arts lineage. However, it was rumored that his abilities were quite impressive, catching the eye of an influential figure which spared him his life. You've killed many, and taking his life might bring unnecessary trouble. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Killing a genius of this caliber would indeed invite significant trouble. Although Yi Chen wasn't afraid of challenges, he currently didn't possess the power to resolve all of them. Furthermore, the opponent acted as a friend of Yi Yuntian, merely intending to defeat Yi Chen, not to take his life. If that were his intention, the first attack would have aimed at Yi Chen's head, not his arm. Alright, I'll give you the chance, Yi Chen conceded, eager to witness his opponent's final move. Feng Hui closed his eyes, his source energy surging, forming a whirlwind with him standing at its eye. Wind roars across the skies. Feng Hui shouted, sending a massive storm hurtling toward Yi Chen. Rather than employing his 7-star step to evade, Yi Chen sensed an unusual power within the attack, sparking his interest. Good timing, he exclaimed with excitement, channeling his source energy. Lightning coalesced around his fist as Yi Chen launched a punch, unleashing a thunderbolt as thick as an arm, striking the whirlwind and shattering it. Yet Feng Hui's assault didn't end there. The whirlwind fragmented into countless smaller ones, continuing to sweep toward Yi Chen with arrow-like speed, making them difficult to dodge. Furrowing his brow, Yi Chen didn't expect Feng Hui's move to be so relentless. However, rather than retreat, he punched again, sending thunderbolts crashing into the miniature whirlwinds. Though powerful, Yi Chen's strikes couldn't completely dispel the myriad of tiny cyclones. Just then Feng Hui's eyes snapped open, a sly glint flickering within them. With a wave of his hands, the small whirlwinds merged into a larger one, surging toward Yi Chen once more. Surprised, Yi Chen quickly retreated, knowing that a direct hit from the storm could injure him. Do you think this can defeat me? Yi Chen scoffed, his aura erupting as source energy surged like a tide. With a flurry of punches, Yi Chen's fists, like a storm themselves, relentlessly hammered the whirlwind, each blow packed with immense power. Under his relentless assault, the storm wavered and finally dissipated into thin air. Witnessing the scene, Feng Hui was filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to dismantle his final move with sheer brute force. Acknowledging his defeat, Feng Hui sighed, pressed his distress button, and ended his practical examination. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Your move was intriguing. Is your ability related to wind? Feng Hui nodded, confirming an A-level ability. Great Storm. Feng Hui did not hold back. He directly informed Yi Chen, primarily because Yi Chen had defeated him and Feng Hui had a great deal of respect for him. Feng Hui's abilities were top tier among those classified as A-level, granting him the power to control storms. If he were strong enough, he could even truly command a storm. Both he and Chu Tian possessed wind-based abilities, but while Chu Tian's swift gale excelled in speed, Feng Hui's great storm was more about explosive force, offering stronger attacks. Now it's your turn, Yi Chen declared, pointing his spear at Yi Yuntian. Yi Yuntian's face darkened as he stood up, retorting with a sneer, bring it on to a blood burst. Suddenly, a fiery aura enveloped Yi Yuntian as his energy surged, rapidly reaching the level of a 9th-tier warrior, forcibly elevating his level by 5 tiers. Yuntian, your body is already injured. Using this technique will overwhelm you, Mu Qingwan said, her face filled with concern as she watched Yi Yuntian. I must defeat you today. Yi Yuntian's eyes were bloodshot, having lost all reason in his fervor. A secret technique to boost strength, Yi Chen murmured to himself. Yi Yuntian charged at Yi Chen with his long sword, his swordplay fierce and relentless. Yi Chen deftly evaded using his 7-star steps, while Yi Yuntian's sword energy blasted the surroundings, causing violent explosions and raising clouds of dust. Since this is your final trump card, I'll face you at your strongest, Yi Chen declared, halting his movement. Thunder Dragon breaks the sky, Yi Chen roared. Amidst the swirling dust, a flash of purple lightning suddenly appeared, followed by silence. as the dust settled. Yi Chen stood firm while Yi Yuntian knelt on the ground. Evidently Yi Chen's strike had been victorious. Yuntian, Mu Qingwan hurried forward to support Yi Yuntian, helping him drink a healing potion. A terrifying piercing wound marred Yi Yuntian's chest, a testament to Yi Chen's spear strike. Yi Chen, how dare you try to kill him? Mu Qingwan glared at Yi Chen, her anger palpable. What, planning to avenge him? I'd welcome it, though don't blame me if you end up falling by my hand, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Mu Qingwan stood up with her sword pointing it at Yi Chen. I'll kill you. Her rage clouded her judgment, making her forget the disparity between them. Humph, Yi Chen snorted coldly, exerting a heavy pressure on Mu Qingwan. Don't think I won't kill you. His voice was icy, laced with a chilling intent. The pressure forced Mu Qingwan to her knees, and Yi Chen's words brought her back to her senses. She refrained from further attack, returning to Yi Yuntian's side, though her gaze remained filled with resentment toward Yi Chen. Just then Yi Yuntian's fingers twitched and the wound on his chest began to heal. Yuntian, Mu Qingwan exclaimed, gripping his hand excitedly. Before long Yi Yuntian's chest wound closed and he slowly opened his eyes. To survive even this, what incredible vitality, Yi Chen mused, surprised. However, Yi Yuntian's current state was dire. His earlier bloodburst had burned through his own lifeblood to enhance his strength. This state could only be maintained for about 3 minutes, and every time it was used it would result in severe depletion of energy, taking a month to recover and possibly even affecting one's cultivation level. Yi Chen, my ability is A-level blood god. You cannot kill me, Yi Yuntian said with a sense of pride. Despite his current dire state, he seemed to have completely forgotten who had put him in this condition while boasting about his ability. However, his ability was indeed remarkable. Despite sustaining such a severe blow, he was still alive, which was thanks to his ability. The blood god allowed him to control his own blood and even the blood of others, although at his current strength he could only control his own blood, which was why he was able to perform the blood burst. His ability also enabled his body to briefly liquefy his blood, which could render many attacks ineffective. He had used this move against Yi Chen's Thunder Dragon Skybreaker attack. However, Yi Chen's attack included the Heavenly Meteor Divine Thunder, which still caused him significant damage, leading to his brief loss of consciousness earlier. Then why don't you try again and see if I can kill you, Yi Chen retorted, raising his spear to continue his attack. Yi Yuntian quickly pressed the emergency button. In his current state, another strike from Yi Chen would truly end him. Yi Chen sneered, tch. Useless. Yi Yuntian harbored deep resentment in his heart, but he dared not retort, fearing that truly provoking Yi Chen might lead him to shatter his shield and kill him. His ability grew stronger with time, and dying here would be a great loss. Apart from Yi Chen, Chu Tian and Yu Mengyun, the rest of the people on the field had either pressed the emergency button and were eliminated or were dead on the ground. Yi Chen returned to the side of the two, and Yu Mengyun, smelling the thick scent of blood on Yi Chen, involuntarily took 2 steps back. Even Chu Tian's gaze at Yi Chen held a hint of astonishment. They had never killed anyone before, nor had they witnessed such a scene. Yi Chen's actions had a profound impact on them, and coupled with the residual murderous aura on him from just having killed, both felt somewhat afraid. Sorry, I'm covered in blood, Yi Chen sighed, taking a step back upon seeing the fear in their eyes. Chu Tian stepped forward, patting Yi Chen's shoulder. It's okay, are you hurt? It was clear that Chu Tian was still a bit frightened, but forced himself to approach. Yi Chen found his conflicted expression somewhat amusing. Do you think I was too harsh, that I shouldn't have killed so many people? Yi Chen asked softly. Chu Tian nodded slightly, then shook his head. No, I know how the Yi family treated you. Killing them is justified since they wanted to kill you too. It's just my first time seeing this, and seeing you like this, it's a bit frightening. Yi Chen had always been the good-natured kind, enduring when the Yi family bullied him, while it was Chu Tian who often stood up for him, only to be stopped by Yi Chen. Now, seeing Yi Chen in this decisive and ruthless manner was quite a contrast, making it understandable that Chu Tian found it hard to accept all at once. Furthermore, I'm worried that by killing so many of them you might have stirred up some trouble. Chu Tian expressed his concern, his face etched with worry. Previously Yi Chen had been on the receiving end of bullying, constantly retreating to survive. Now that Yi Chen had the power to fight back, he naturally wouldn't act as he did before. However, by killing so many from the Yi family today, he had truly escalated the conflict to a point of no return with them. When I was forced out of the Yi family, I had no more paths to retreat to, Yi Chen said softly. Hearing Yi Chen's words and seeing the loneliness on his face, Chu Tian felt a pang of discomfort. No worries, from now on your brother here will stand by your side. When the time comes, I'll be right there with you against the Yi family, Chu Tian declared, thumping his chest. He didn't know the full extent of Yi Chen's issues with the Yi family, but his brothers Yi Chen had helped him get into the Magic Martial Arts Academy, and Chu Tian would certainly return the favor with his full support. Yi Chen was touched by Chu Tian's words. Then you'd better work hard, we'll face them together. At this moment Yu Mengyun, having collected her thoughts, chimed in softly. The Yi family's influence spans the entire Yuling city. It's best if you leave here quickly after this. They won't let this go easily after losing so many people today. Yi Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's indeed a problem, but I have some ties with Inspector Qin. He'll protect me, so it shouldn't be easy for the Yi family to make a move against me here in Yuling City. Inspector Qin, how? The newly appointed one? Chu Tian was surprised. Since when did Yi Chen have such connections? Yi Chen nodded. He's kind of like a senior to me. Yu Mengyun let out a sigh of relief at Yi Chen's words. Still, you have to be careful. With Inspector Qin around, they wouldn't dare attack you openly, but the Yi family has deep roots in Yuling City. They might resort to underhanded tactics. I'll be cautious. Yi Chen nodded. I plan to leave for the magic capital as soon as I achieve some results here. That's for the best, Yu Mengyun agreed. As the three of them were talking, the examiners who had received a distress signal arrived. They were shocked to see the protective barriers and the bodies scattered on the ground. One examiner approached Yi Chen and his companions. Noticing the frown on Yi Chen's face, Yi Chen thought to himself, hoping this examiner wouldn't be like the previous one and cause trouble. What happened here? How come everyone was eliminated except for you three? The examiner inquired. Yu Mengyun was about to step forward to explain, but Yi Chen held him back and stepped forward himself. This was his doing. There was no need to drag others into it. I did it, Yi Chen stated plainly, uttering just 3 words. The examiner was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. What did you say? The examiner asked again. They teamed up to attack me and I acted in self-defense. I couldn't control my strength in the process and ended up killing some of them, Yi Chen replied in a calm tone, as if he were discussing something entirely ordinary. Are you saying the 3 of you defeated dozens of people and even killed some? The examiner questioned incredulously. No, they didn't do anything. It was just me, Yi Chen answered. The examiner was momentarily stunned but then regained composure, though it was clear he was skeptical of Yi Chen's claim. All right, you all continue with the assessment, someone said, which left Yi Chen surprised. Aren't you going to arrest me? He wondered. We'll talk about that after the assessment. Right now, the assessment is the priority and everything is being recorded. We'll naturally find out if what you said is true. They had already been informed that a proctor had violated the rules and attacked a candidate. That person was already apprehended. Regardless of what happens during the assessment, it must be completed without delay for the candidates. It was rumored that Li Durong was furious at the time and no one wanted to cross him now. Soon, candidates who had been eliminated were taken away one by one. Yi Yuntian was still there, glaring at Yi Chen with resentment, but Yi Chen paid him no mind. Just then, the ground began to shake violently. What's happening? Asked Chu Tian, who was standing beside Yi Chen. I don't know, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. He retrieved 2 bottles of spirit-restoring wine from his bracelet and drank them, quickly replenishing his depleted energy. Be careful, something's not right, Yi Chen warned. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, the ground beneath them suddenly bulged. Get out of the way, Yi Chen called out softly. In the next second, a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth appeared beneath their feet, ready to swallow them whole. In that critical moment, Yi Chen unhesitatingly used his 7-star steps and shadow step. A mysterious black light flickered under the 7-star pattern at his feet. Then, with astonishing speed, he dashed towards Chu Tian and Yu Mengyun, grabbing them tightly before disappearing from their original spot. The next moment, the giant mouth snapped shut on the place where they had just been crushing the ground into pieces. Chu Tian patted his chest in terror, still shaken. Thank goodness, I almost died, he said. At that moment, the terrifying creature emerged from the ground, revealing its true form, a massive earth-shattering dragon. Despite being called a dragon, it resembled a gigantic lizard named for its ability to split mountains and rocks. Judging by its enormous size, this earth-shattering dragon had reached the level of a martial master. Get everyone to the rooftop, a proctor shouted. The other proctors sprang into action, swiftly carrying the remaining candidates to the rooftop. Yi Chen, you eliminated me, and now you're going to be eliminated too. It's karma, Yi Yuntian taunted, a twisted grin on his face as a proctor carried him under his arm. Captain, should we intervene? Asked a uniformed proctor on the rooftop, looking at the man beside him. Let's wait a bit longer, replied the captain, who was the same proctor who had been questioning Yi Chen earlier. However, the examiner furrowed his brow, a worried expression crossing his face. the earth-splitting dragon was a monster of the martial master level. Even if it was only at the first stage, it was impossible for it to lose to a student who had just awakened a month ago. "Don't rush," said the captain calmly. "Let's observe the situation first. I just asked him," the captain continued, "and he claims that he defeated everyone eliminated here, even those who were killed." "What? How could that be possible?" The examiner's eyes widened in disbelief. "Those eliminated are all elites of the Yi family, none of them weak. How dare he boast like this? He must be lying." "That's why I suggest we wait and see if he truly has such power. We'll soon find out the truth. Besides, rest assured, with me here nothing will happen to him." The captain's voice was filled with confidence and composure. Hearing the captain's words, the examiner fell silent. They were well aware of the captain's strength. As a martial king, even when faced with a powerful monster like the earth-splitting dragon, he could easily rescue Yi Chen from danger. The examiner had just been anxious, forgetting this fact particularly as it was the first time in many years of conducting practical exams that they had seen so many deaths. Inside the martial alliance meeting room, someone remarked, "That kid really defeated everyone from the Yi family by himself. TSK, the Yi family has suffered a big loss. They won't let this slide easily." The military representative snorted. "If they dare, it was the Yi family who acted first. Yi Chen was merely defending himself and there's footage to prove it. If the Yi family dares to make a move, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless." As a representative of the military, he had the confidence to back his words. He despised these unscrupulous big families. If the Yi family dared to provoke, he wouldn't hesitate to strike. But the kid is in danger now. "This is a martial master level earth-splitting dragon," a man from the Universal Pavilion remarked. Li Durong of the Martial Alliance nodded in agreement. "This earth-splitting dragon is the most formidable beast in this exam. It was meant for them to cooperate to defeat, but now that those capable have been eliminated, it's tough." The representative from the Celestial Heart Society smirked slightly. "That's not necessarily the case. This kid is not simple. Did you see something?" the representative from the Flame Alliance asked curiously. The Celestial Heart representative shook his head, not answering directly, only saying, "Keep watching. This kid might surprise us even more." The group refocused their attention on the screen in front of them. Yi Chen led Chu Tian and Yu Mengyun to the rooftop. "You two wait here. I'll go down and give it a try." He turned ready to descend when Yu Mengyun grabbed his hand, her face full of concern. "This is a martial master level earth-splitting dragon and you're just a martial artist. That's a significant gap in realms." He didn't offer to help, knowing his own limited strength would be meaningless. Yi Chen patted her hand gently. "Don't worry. Even if I can't beat it, it won't catch me with my speed. I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Yu Mengyun released his hand and Yi Chen leaped off the rooftop. "You 2-inch something's happening." Chu Tian wore an expression as if he had just uncovered an astonishing secret, scrutinizing Yu Mengyun from head to toe. "Don't talk nonsense." Yu Mengyun's face turned crimson in an instant. "Tisk tisk tisk, you say there's nothing wrong, yet your face is red. Do you want a beating?" Yu Mengyun threatened, grabbing her staff ready to strike Chu Tian. All right, I won't say any more." Chu Tian pleaded repeatedly for mercy. After Yi Chen jumped down, the earth-splitting dragon did not immediately attack. It sensed an unusual aura from Yi Chen. "Captain, it seems this kid intends to go it alone," remarked one of the team members. "This lad might not be lying. With such audacity, he's no simple character," the examiner captain murmured. Yi Chen's source energy and injuries had recovered under the effects of Blue Spirit Brew and Spirit Reserve wine. Yet, this was his first time facing a martial master level beast directly, so he remained cautious, not launching an attack right away. Man and beast stood in a tense standoff for a moment until the earth-splitting dragon, unable to hold back, initiated the attack. It charged at Yi Chen with its mouth wide open, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva, threatening to be fatal if bitten. Yi Chen held his spear, its tip gleaming with a cold light, his gaze firm and piercing, fixed on the approaching earth-splitting dragon. Suddenly, a 7-star diagram appeared at Yi Chen's feet and his figure turned blurred. "That's the perfected body technique. The perfected 7-star step. This kid is remarkable," the examiner captain exclaimed, recognizing Yi Chen's use of the 7-star step at a glance. Yi Chen dodged the dragon's lunge, then swiftly moved like a phantom towards it. His spear danced in his hands, transforming into fierce shadows aimed at the dragon's vital spots. The earth-splitting dragon's massive body was covered with hard scales, exuding a terrifying aura. Yi Chen's attacks were all deflected by its scales, sparking upon Impact! The dragon roared, swinging its thick tail towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen deftly avoided it, and the dragon's tail slammed into the ground, dispersing the dust and creating a huge crater. This hide is indeed tough. It looks like I'll have to use my true skills, Yi Chen thought to himself. It seems difficult. Even with the perfected 7-star step, he can only evade the earth-splitting dragon's attacks, not kill it. The examiner captain shook his head. At such a young age, to have mastered the 7-star step to perfection apart from those few monstrous places, it's the first time I've heard of it. Suddenly, the earth-splitting dragon let out a thunderous roar echoing all around. At the same time, the ground began to rapidly coalesce, forming sharp earthen spikes shooting towards Yi Chen like a barrage of arrows. Faced with such relentless attacks, Yi Chen dared not slacken for even a moment. He exerted every ounce of his strength to perform the 7-star steps, his figure moving with ghostly agility through the earth spikes, deftly evading each lethal assault. Yet, inwardly he pondered, this guy seems to have no weaknesses at all. Could it be true that there's no chink in his armor? Amidst the fierce battle, he seamlessly combined the 7-star steps with the divine thunder of heaven's fall, elevating his speed to a new height. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen dodged all the earth spikes, appearing before the earth-cracking dragon like a flash of lightning. I refuse to believe your eyes are as hard as the rest of you, Yi Chen shouted, thrusting his spear fiercely at the dragon's eye. In an instant, a tremendous force surged from the spear's tip, transforming into a mighty thunder dragon, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon's roar. The thunder dragon charged toward the earth-cracking dragon with overwhelming power. Ding successfully killed a first-tier earth-cracking dragon, gaining 10,000 ability points and 1 year and 8 months of cultivation time. As the system notification rang out, the dust settled. On the ground lay the lifeless body of the earth-cracking dragon, unable to move again. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stood quietly to the side, gripping the thunder spear tightly, silently proclaiming his victory. The examiner's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. What? He actually killed it, he muttered in disbelief. The examiner captain was equally astounded, his eyes filled with admiration as he remarked, good lad, how many years have we in Yuling City, no, perhaps the entire Tianxiang province, not seen a genius of this caliber? Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Warrior Alliance, when Yi Chen used the Thunder Dragon's heaven-shattering strike to slay the earth-cracking dragon, the burly man from the Universe Pavilion stood up suddenly as if his seat was on fire, startling the person sitting behind him. I have something to do, I'll step out for a moment, you all continue watching, he said, hastily making his way out as if a ghost was chasing him. At this moment, the representative from the Flame Alliance also spoke up, now that the earth-cracking dragon is dead, the ensuing battles aren't worth watching. I'll head back to rest. After all, I haven't slept for 2 days and I'm a bit tired. With that, he deliberately yawned, feigning exhaustion. However, their actions did not escape the notice of the other faction representatives present. Someone couldn't help but whisper, those two are clearly going out to report and try to recruit him, yet they put on this act. People at the level of martial sovereign wouldn't be tired even if they didn't sleep for 2 months, let alone 2 days. What a poor excuse. The military representative shook his head and spoke helplessly, aren't you going too? The representative from the Tianjin Society turned and asked, I see you quite admire Yi Chen as well. The evaluation isn't over until 8 a.m. tomorrow, so why the rush now? The military representative replied with a look of disdain. But what about your Tianjin Society? Aren't you interested in competing for him? He retorted, you know, our Tianjin Society is more focused on research. Someone like Yi Chen, who excels in direct combat, wouldn't quite fit in with us, so we'll pass on this one. By the way, do you think if they notify the higher-ups, stronger contenders might come forward to compete? For Yi Chen, the representative from Tianjin Society mused softly. At that moment, the military representative's face froze for a second before returning to normal. I need to use the restroom. Keep an eye on things for me, he said, standing up hurriedly and walking away. Using the restroom? That's an even worse excuse than claiming you're tired, the Tianjin Society representative smirked. She then openly reported Yi Chen's information in front of the others. The others were speechless, realizing her earlier statement about not competing was a bluff. Though Tianjin Society focuses on research, they do have their combat division. The materials needed for their studies are often obtained from the wild or from certain gates brought back by the combat division. Of course, they would vie for a combat prodigy like Yi Chen. They might not be as specialized in training combat talents as other factions, but they have their advantage: financial power. They're the wealthiest of all the factions, she had deliberately reminded the military. representative to report to his superiors because she wanted more people involved in this competition. The more the waters were muddied, the better their chances. The more factions vying for Yi Chen, the more obvious their advantage would become because, in terms of wealth, no faction could compete with them. After sending the information, she noticed Li Durong from the Martial Artists Alliance still seated and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to report? The others have already gone." Li Durong turned his head and replied, "I've already reported." Old fox, she cursed silently. He had been closely observing Yi Chen since the young man's perfect score in the physical test, a rarity in source energy. As soon as he saw Yi Chen's performance, he reported it immediately. Now only Li Durong and the representative from the reconnaissance department remained seated in the front row. "What about you?" she asked. The reconnaissance department representative pointed to the symbol on his clothing and said, "I think I'm the most informed about Yi Chen among everyone here." The Tianjin Society representative sneered, acknowledging the reconnaissance department's reputation for intelligence gathering. At this moment, Zhang Ding stood up from the back rows, glancing at the dark-faced Kai Chen beside him. "Principal Kai, aren't you going to check on your student? Even if he didn't do well, he still needs encouragement. We educators must care for our students' psychological growth. Look at Yi Yuntian, after such a heavy blow he'll surely need your comfort." Kai Chen ignored Zhang Ding, though his clenched jaw and tightly balled fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He wished nothing more than to take out his frustrations on Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding noticed that he was silent, so he patted his shoulder and leaned in to whisper, "I'm heading out first. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to console, I'm going to celebrate." With those words, Zhang Ding turned and left. Once outside the Martial Artists Alliance building, he couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter, drawing the attention of many passers-by. For years he had been suppressed by First High, and this was his moment of triumph. Initially he had hoped that Yi Chen's performance would simply surpass that of First High, but never did he expect Yi Chen to not only excel but also personally eliminate most of First High's team. Zhang Ding finally had his moment of glory, and he couldn't contain his joy. He wished at that very moment to let the entire city know that Second High had soundly defeated First High. He laughed heartily for a long time before pausing to say, "This is the most satisfying moment in years." With that, he headed straight to the exam's exit, planning to wait there until the assessment concluded at 8 a.m. the next day. He wanted to be the first to welcome Yi Chen. Inside the examination hall, Yi Yuntian's eyes were wide with astonishment as he stared at the unfolding events, muttering, "Impossible. It's impossible." To him, Yi Chen was merely a discarded member of his family, yet how could he possess such terrifying strength? The examiner beside him looked at Yi Yuntian with disdain, as if he were a pitiable ant. Yi Yuntian had led his team to ambush others, a strategy lacking in honor, and yet he was defeated by a single opponent. Now, when faced with such a formidable rival, he couldn't accept reality, blinded by his family's abundant resources while his opponent had far fewer. This narrow mindset disgusted the examiner. On the path of martial arts, talent and character are both essential, yet Yi Yuntian's inability to handle a setback suggested he would struggle in the future. "Let's go," ordered the lead examiner, prompting the other examiners to swiftly guide the eliminated candidates away from the scene. Their figures gradually faded into the distance, eventually disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Yi Chen pulled the thunderbolt sword from the earth dragon's eye, storing the corpse into his bracelet. Zhu Tian and Yu Mengyun approached him. "Ah Chen, since when did you become so powerful? It looks like my admission to the Martial Arts Academy is guaranteed this time." Zhu Tian exclaimed excitedly, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder. Yu Mengyun, curious, asked, "Are you a martial master?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Still a martial artist? Then how could you kill a martial master level earth dragon?" she questioned. "Who said just because my level isn't as high, I can't defeat it?" Yi Chen replied. Yu Mengyun was momentarily speechless. In her understanding, level suppression was the main source of power, and Yi Chen's ability to defeat a higher level opponent shook her deeply. Additionally, due to biological instincts, reaction abilities and strength, beasts of the same level generally had higher combat power than humans. This is precisely why teams in the wild typically operate in groups. It's nearly impossible for an individual to take down a beast of the same level alone, requiring coordinated efforts from multiple people. This is common knowledge among people, but such an understanding clearly doesn't apply to a top-tier genius like Yi Chen. He pointed to his own head, saying, "Humans might not have the physical prowess of beasts, but our strength lies in other areas. The cultivation methods and combat techniques we practice were created by countless predecessors, and these are our true advantages. While improving one's cultivation level is important, we must not overlook the significance of combat skills. Of course, I'm an exception, not everyone can advance in combat techniques as swiftly as I do. Yi Chen ended with a bit of a boast, however Meng Yun didn't mock him, instead, she nodded seriously, a trace of admiration flickering in her eyes. Indeed, your ability to master a combat technique in such a short time is extraordinary, she acknowledged. I have neglected my combat technique training in the past, but I will definitely put in more effort in that area from now on. She clenched her fist with determination. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling he might have misled her somewhat. While the cultivation of combat skills is important, if you Meng Yun were to spend a significant amount of time on them without seeing substantial results, wouldn't it be a bit counterproductive? With this thought, Yi Chen quickly added, the training of combat skills depends on talent. I happen to have a knack for it, which is why I've made such progress in a short time. But you have your own strengths, like your exceptional perceptive abilities, which are beyond my reach. Don't feel like I'm superior. Everyone has unique advantages and potential. We should strive to excel in our respective areas of strength and unleash our full potential. Yi Chen spoke earnestly. Meng Yun was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chen's words, then she appeared thoughtful. Yi Chen didn't continue speaking. Just then Shu Tian pulled Yi Chen aside. Why do I feel she's a bit naive? But since she listens to you so well, I support you two being together. He patted his own chest as if to affirm his support for Yi Chen. Yi Chen was exasperated. I've told you there's nothing between us. At most we're just friends. Not what you're thinking. I won't consider such matters until I figure out things about my parents. Shu Tian covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, but I can see she's already smitten with you. Yi Chen glanced back at Meng Yun, who was still lost in thought inside. There's nothing I can do about that. Maybe once we enter college and see each other less, her feelings will change. Yi Chen was aware of Meng Yun's feelings towards him but didn't dwell on them. After all, they had only just met, and Meng Yun's interest might be more about his abilities than anything else. Apart from that, she might not truly have feelings for him. Shu Tian nodded, putting on the airs of a love expert. Indeed, time is the best remedy for forgotten emotions. Yi Chen gave him a light smack on the head. Enough of that nonsense. The assessment ends at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Hurry up and earn some points. Shu Tian held his head, repeatedly saying, got it, got it. Yi Chen took out a few bottles of blue spirit brew and spirit storage wine from his energy bracelet and handed them to the two of them. Take this wine, don't hold back. We need to focus on earning points now. Shu Tian put his thoughts aside and nodded seriously. Meng Yun didn't say a word, simply taking the wine from Yi Chen's hand without asking about the spirit storage wine. The three of them then embarked on their path of slaughter in the Central Zone. By now anyone capable of entering the Central Zone had mostly been eliminated by Yi Chen. Some of the remaining ones were from First High, those who had chosen not to join the siege against Yi Chen. In the Central Zone, they would steer clear of him. Hence Yi Chen reigned supreme in the Central Zone, with their points steadily increasing. During this time, they encountered Wu Kai, who was leading a few from Third High and hunting a Gale Wolf. However, it was Wu Kai doing most of the work, with the others barely able to assist. Observing Wu Kai's injuries, Yi Chen surmised he had been hurt earlier while hunting warrior-level beasts. Without the top-notch healing elixir like Blue Spirit Brew, each battle only worsened his injuries. Yi Chen and his two companions leaped down, and Yi Chen directly injured the Gale Wolf heavily, tossing it to Wu Kai. Wu Kai, witnessing Yi Chen injure the Gale Wolf with a single punch, felt his pupils constrict, internally marveling. I didn't expect him to grow even stronger. Wu Kai felt a hint of despair. He couldn't defeat Yi Chen at his peak, let alone now when he was injured. He stepped forward to shield those behind him, whispering, you guys go first. Wu Go, we're not leaving. If we're going to be eliminated, we'll do it together. If not for you leading us, you wouldn't be so heavily injured. Hurry up or none of us will make it out, Wu Kai urged anxiously. What are you doing, you guys? Yi Chen couldn't stand by any longer. Wu Kai stepped forward, saying, I was the one blocking Second High's entrance, the one who challenged you. This has nothing to do with them. I take responsibility for my actions, let them go. Yi Chen felt exasperated. You're making me sound like the villain. Who said I'm here to eliminate you? You're not here for revenge, Wu Kai asked, puzzled. Revenge? I was the one who won back then, not you. What would I seek revenge for? Then why you? Wu Kai wondered. Yi Chen took out a bottle of Blue Spirit Brew and tossed it to him. This is a top-tier healing elixir. Consider it a thank you for giving everyone a breather during the physical test. Wu Kai hesitated, holding the bottle, and then said, I can't accept this. I was only acting for Third High's sake back then. It had nothing to do with you. He tried to return the Blue Spirit Brew to Yi Chen. Despite everything, Yi Chen appreciated Wu Kai. at least he was loyal and valued emotions, otherwise he wouldn't have been dragging along a few burdens from third high. As for challenging second high at that time, there were two main reasons. First, because he had received resources from the Yi family, and second, for the sake of his own school. If Yi Chen were in his position, he would have done the same, given his family background. If he wanted to pursue martial arts, he would have to accept assistance from others. Furthermore, he lost on the arena stage, so Yi Chen didn't hold any grudges against him. During the physical test, his actions did give second high some breathing space, otherwise more students would have performed poorly. Yi Chen looked at Wu Kai as if he were looking at himself. Without any external help, he might have ended up like Wu Kai, which is why he decided to lend him a hand. Alright, just take what I'm giving you and we'll be on our way. With that, Yi Chen and his two companions turned to leave. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that Gale Wolf isn't dead yet, you better hurry and finish it off. Yi Chen's voice faded into the distance as their figures gradually disappeared. Wu Kai watched Yi Chen's departing figure, lost in thought, before he moved to finish off the gravely injured Gale Wolf. The next morning, as the sky gradually brightened and sunlight poured through the clouds to illuminate the city, Yi Chen, Chu Tian and Yu Mengyun sat quietly on the rooftop, each holding a bowl of steaming pork rib porridge. It's finally over, Yi Chen remarked, gazing at the rising sun with a sense of relief. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but there was more satisfaction than anything else. After a night of fighting, they finally had some time to rest. Yu Mengyun looked down at the porridge in her hands, feeling a wave of sadness. This might be her last chance to savor such a delicious meal. That's the kind of thing a food lover would focus on. After a night of intense battles, Yi Chen's points had accumulated to an astounding 10,520. The formidable earth-splitting dragon alone contributed 6,000 points. In other cities, it usually took a group of people to defeat a martial master-level beast, and the points were shared among them. But Yi Chen hunted martial master beasts solo and claimed all the points for himself. They were unstoppable in the central region, nearly sweeping all warrior-level beasts, which caused their points to soar rapidly. Chu Tian's points were also impressive, reaching 3056. Although not as high as Yi Chen's, it was still a substantial score. Yu Mengyun wasn't far behind with 3,271 points, even surpassing Chu Tian. Based on previous year's results, Chu Tian's score would place him within the top 2,000 in the province, likely meeting the requirements for Magician Martial. Yu Mengyun's score greatly exceeded her expectations, though she didn't have the same conditions as Chu Tian. Entering the top 2,000 wouldn't automatically grant her entry into Magician Martial. However, with such a high score, she would receive a significant reward from any of the 4 directions martial schools, which was a satisfactory outcome. Finally, we can take a break. With my scores, getting into Magician Martial shouldn't be a problem. Then the two of us can continue making waves together. Chu Tian threw an arm around Yi Chen, bursting into laughter. Yi Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. The intense battles of the past few days had left him feeling weary, yet seeing Chu Tian's excitement, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy himself. At least now at Mo Academy he had a friend and wasn't alone. Chu Tian turned to look at Yu Mengyun, his face showing a hint of regret as he softly said, "It's such a pity. If only there were a score reduction policy at Mo, you could have joined us at the same school." However, Yu Mengyun wasn't disheartened or upset by this. Instead, her lips curved into a gentle smile as she replied, "Actually, I'm quite satisfied with my results. Besides, Sifong Martial Academy is also a good choice for me. After all, with my current B-level abilities and strength, even if I got into Mo, I'd probably be eliminated soon, so this outcome might be better for me." As she spoke, she glanced deeply at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. Then she sincerely said, "I really owe it to you, Yi Chen. Without you, I might not have achieved such good results." Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled slightly, gently clenching his fist and extending it forward with a grin. "In a way, we got to know each other through this, didn't we? After this practical test, I feel like I've gained another friend, and that's great." Yu Mengyun was initially taken aback but quickly understood, extending her hand to lightly touch fists with Yi Chen. Finally, the three of them basked in the morning sun, saying in unison, "May our future be bright and may our martial fortunes flourish." As these words settled the practical test came to a perfect close, Yi Chen walked out of the examination hall, casually scanning the crowd. His eyes were immediately drawn to a tall and familiar figure. Zhang Ding's distinctive frame was easy to spot amidst the throng. Zhang Ding waved at him. Outside the exam venue, many anxious parents gathered, hoping to catch a glimpse of their children as soon as possible. Zhang Ding also spotted Yi Chen and, using his strong physique and agile movements, quickly made his way to Yi Chen. Zhang Ding, his face flushed with excitement, vigorously patted Yi Chen's shoulders, exclaiming, "Yi Chen, you were amazing. This test has finally allowed us at second high to hold our heads high. After so many years, we've finally beaten first high soundly." Yi Chen winced under Zhang Ding's heavy-handed pats, gritting his teeth in pain but managing to force a smile. He silently cursed Zhang Ding for his lack of restraint. Just then Xu Tian poked his head over from the side, eagerly pointing at himself and asking, "And what about me? How did I do?" Zhang Ding burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, of course you did great too. Both of you were outstanding, bringing honor to the school." At this moment Yi Yuntian, who had already left the exam hall, approached, calling out, "Yi Chen, it was you who caused so much bloodshed among us this time. Do you really think you can just walk away?" Zhang Ding shot him a cold glance, then with a powerful sweep of his hand pushed him aside and firmly stood in front of Yi Chen. With a mocking smile he said, "What? Does the Yi family intend to act so brazenly in front of everyone? Do you think the federal laws mean nothing to you?" To Zhang Ding, Yi Chen was a precious asset worth offending the entire Yi family to protect. After all, the potential Yi Chen had demonstrated far surpassed what the Yi family could offer. Yi Yuntian was already severely injured, and Zhang Ding's sudden push sent him staggering backward, coughing violently as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment Yi Chen spoke slowly, "Yi Yuntian, you know better than anyone what happened during the assessment. Who made the first move is clearly recorded on video. You can't seriously believe that the Yi family can cover up the truth, can you?" With it, Yi Chen walked past him, leaving behind a dismissive remark. Utterly clueless, Yi Yuntian was flushed with anger, his coughing fit aggravating his already painful injuries. "Stop!" a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Yi Chen paused, looking back to find Yi Pengtian, his face clouded with anger. "What now? Are you here to defend the younger with the older? Do you want me to call senior sister Fenglian over to have a match with you?" Yi Chen crossed his arms, speaking with reckless abandon. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't take him seriously at all, Yi Pengtian let out a cold snort and a formidable pressure descended upon them. Zhang Ding stepped forward to shield Yi Chen from the pressure, but facing a martial general while being merely a 9th-tier martial king, he stood no chance. Zhang Ding was forced to retreat, suddenly coughing up blood as he fell backward. "Yi Pengtian, in front of so many people you dare to make a move?" Yi Chen caught Zhang Ding shouting in anger. "Make a move? Who saw me make a move?" The pressure was something only those involved could feel. To the ordinary onlookers it was invisible. Yi Chen was incensed by his shamelessness. "I suspect you of intentionally killing Yi family members during the assessment and have reported it to the authorities. You must cooperate with the investigation now." Yi Pengtian's smile suggested he already had Yi Chen cornered. Several individuals in martial alliance uniforms stepped forward to apprehend Yi Chen. "Please come with us." Just then, an even more terrifying pressure than Yi Pengtian's appeared, forcing these individuals to the ground, even making Yi Pengtian kneel. "Let's see who dares." The once noisy crowd fell silent, all turning to look at a burly man with a full beard approaching. With each step he took, the invisible pressure intensified, spreading throughout the air. As he approached Yi Chen, the law enforcement officers from the Martial Alliance were already pressed to the ground, blood continuously seeping from the corners of their mouths. Yi Pengtian was kneeling, gritting his teeth tightly, using all his strength to support himself with both hands, trying not to collapse. Yi Chen subtly turned his head and whispered to Chu Tian, "Is this someone related to your family?" Chu Tian quickly shook his head, replying, "My family doesn't have anyone this formidable." After exchanging a glance, the two turned their gaze toward Yu Mangyun, who simply spread her hands and shook her head, indicating she didn't know this giant man either. "How strange, none of us know him." Yi Chen scratched his head, puzzled. Meanwhile, the giant man looked down at Yi Pengtian and the others, speaking with a tone of contempt. "Since when does your Yi family get to decide on matters like this?" His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Yi Pengtian, pinned to the ground, felt as if a mountain was pressing on him, so heavy that he couldn't even muster the strength to speak. Seeing this, the giant man's eyes flashed with disdain and disgust, muttering "worthless" before withdrawing that terrifying pressure. As the pressure lifted, Yi Pengtian felt an immense relief, gasping for air as he tried to regain his breath and strength. He struggled to stand up, lowered his head and spoke in a low hoarse voice, "I don't know who you are, but this is a family matter of the Yi family. Aren't you being a bit too overbearing?" However, his words didn't seem to capture the attention of the other party. Instead, the giant man coldly retorted, "A family matter of the Yi family? As far as I know, Yi Chen left the Yi family long ago. How is this now your family's business?" Hearing this, Yi Pengtian's face darkened, fear welling up inside him. This person knew his family's affairs so well, clearly coming prepared, or perhaps specifically for Yi Chen. Despite the anger boiling within, Yi Pengtian dared not show it. He was well aware that the man before him was far superior in strength, and if it came to a fight, even the ancestors of the Yi family might not be able to protect him. Thus, though dissatisfied, he dared not let any emotion slip, maintaining a lowly demeanor. Senior, even if Yi Chen left the family, he killed so many of my Yi family members in the examination hall today. Isn't it reasonable for me to demand an explanation? Yi Pengtian attempted to reason. The giant man sneered. An explanation? Do you deserve one? Not to mention it was your Yi family who attacked him first, and he retaliated justly. Even if he did it intentionally, what could you possibly do about it? The burly man took a step forward, and upon hearing his words, Yi Pengtian broke into a cold sweat. He realized he had come across a tough opponent this time. At a loss for words, he knew that nothing he said would make a difference given the attitude the other party was displaying. The burly man glanced at him, then turned away, his expression transforming in an instant. With a broad smile, he looked at Yi Chen, who was taken aback by the drastic change. The man beamed at him and said, "You must be Yi Chen. I am the representative from the Universal Pavilion visiting Yuling City. Would it be convenient for us to have a chat?" Yi Chen was momentarily stunned but then nodded, saying sure. He sensed an aura from the man that was even stronger than Feng Lian's, indicating that he was at least a martial lord. The Universal Pavilion, as he had heard from Zhang Ding, was one of the top forces in the Huaxia Federation. He had anticipated that his performance in the recent practical assessment might attract the attention of major forces, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Yi Pengtian was truly unlucky to have run into this situation. What Yi Chen didn't know was that the burly man from the Universal Pavilion was internally grateful to Yi Pengtian for inadvertently providing him an opportunity to win over Yi Chen. The man's earlier domineering words had indeed impressed Yi Chen, and seeing Yi Pengtian in such a state was quite satisfying. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. To them, the Universal Pavilion was an unattainable entity, and yet here it was trying to recruit a student. This student must have performed exceptionally during the assessment, as evidenced by the man's attitude. If only my son could receive this treatment, someone lamented. Don't dream about it. A genius like this only appears in our Yuling city once in many years, another replied. The crowd was a mix of surprise, envy and jealousy. At that moment, several luxury cars arrived, each worth millions. The appearance of these cars caused an even greater stir among the crowd. Unlike the distant and mysterious Universal Pavilion, these luxury vehicles were tangible and awe-inspiring. Seeing them, the burly man frowned and cursed under his breath. Why are they all here? The individuals who stepped out of the cars were none other than the representatives from various forces who had been in the Martial Alliance conference room earlier. The representative from the Tianqin Society feigned surprise upon arrival, looking at the burly man and saying, "Didn't you say you had to leave early? How did you end up here?" The burly man from the Universal Pavilion knew she was being intentionally provocative and snorted coldly, "You're not slow yourselves." At this moment, Li Durong also arrived. He glanced at the people from the Martial Alliance and said indifferently, "Take them away and investigate thoroughly." A few people stepped forward to take away those who had been following Yi Pengtian's orders. Yi Pengtian's face turned even darker. These were people his Yi family had spent a lot to train, and being taken away like this meant they were as good as done for. Li Durong approached Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, those individuals, including the examiner who targeted you during the assessment, will be dealt with appropriately." The representative from the Xinhua Alliance quickly stepped forward as well, eager not to fall behind in currying favor with Yi Chen. He hurriedly said, "Rest assured, with the Xinhua Alliance backing you, the Yi family won't dare to harm you." The representative from the Tianqin Society also spoke up. Exactly under this clear sky, justice still prevails. Don't be afraid, the Tianqin Society will stand up for you. Each of these names was daunting, and Yi Pengtian, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat, wishing he could slip away unnoticed. These factions were all using the Yi family as a bridge to show goodwill towards Yi Chen, turning Yi Pengtian into a mere token in this game. Yi Chen, having never witnessed such a spectacle before, felt overwhelmed. After years of hardship and swallowing his pride, it was a shock to see so many influential figures willing to back him up. But Yi Chen was acutely aware that all of this stemmed from his newly revealed talent and potential, all thanks to the system. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he had earned this through his own merit alone, but neither did he underestimate himself. After all, the system was a part of his strength. "All right, don't scare him," the representative from the reconnaissance department finally spoke. "Yes, there are too many people here, not the best place For a conversation. Why don't we move somewhere else? The burly man from the Huanyu pavilion nodded in agreement. Let's head to the Martial Alliance. Everyone's already gathered there, suggested the representative from the military. Turning to Chu Tian and the others, Yichen said, I'll head over first, we'll catch up later. Zhang Ding hurriedly added, you go, what you're doing is more important, choose wisely. When he had introduced these factions to Yi Chen, it was more out of admiration for them, never expecting Yi Chen would be joining their ranks. Now, with all these factions converging here, he was beside himself with excitement. Chu Tian also nodded, I need to head home for a bit. You focus on your matters. Suddenly Yi Chen remembered something and said to Yu Mengyun, we'll talk about the blue spirit brew later. Yu Mengyun was surprised Yi Chen remembered and nodded vigorously. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Chen got into one of the luxury cars. It's worth noting that none of the factions wanted Yi Chen to ride alone in any one faction's vehicle, so the representatives all decided to share the same car with him. In the front sat representatives from the reconnaissance department and the military, with the reconnaissance department's man driving. Yes, you heard right, among all these big shots the reconnaissance department was relatively weaker, so to get a seat in the car they had to take the wheel. However, the driver didn't seem to mind and wore a cheerful expression. In the back sat representatives from Huanyu Pavilion, Xinhua Alliance and Tianqin Society, with Yi Chen in the middle. Fortunately, the car was spacious enough, otherwise it would have been difficult to fit everyone. Still, the burly man from Huanyu Pavilion was so massive that it felt quite cramped. As for Li Durong from the Martial Alliance, he didn't squeeze in with them. For one, there wasn't enough room, and secondly, he didn't believe that within the short drive Yi Chen would make any decisions. Among the representatives, the strongest was the burly man from Huanyu Pavilion, boasting the prowess of a martial sovereign, while the others were at the martial king level. In the southern region of the province, Yuling City is a city not particularly renowned for its development. It has long been at the bottom of the list in Xiang province when it comes to producing geniuses. As a result, the major powers haven't sent their strongest representatives here. A martial king is more than sufficient. Even Li Durong, the head of the enforcement department of the Yuling City Martial Alliance, is merely a martial king. As for the representative from the Huanyu Pavilion, he was assigned a task to recruit students from any city, so he chose a relatively obscure one, hoping for a leisurely assignment. Little did he know he would stumble upon Yi Chen, a fortuitous find indeed. Despite possessing the greatest strength among them, he didn't look down on the other representatives. Each of them symbolized the force behind them, not merely themselves, which put them all on equal footing. The group finally arrived at the Martial Alliance headquarters. As Yi Chen alighted from the vehicle, he felt a palpable relief. The ride had been cramped and he dared not show discomfort among such distinguished figures. They quickly moved into a reception room within the Martial Alliance, where a large round table awaited them. Without much ceremony, Yi Chen chose a seat and the burly man from Huanyu Pavilion promptly sat next to him. The others silently cursed his lack of decorum. Once everyone was seated, the representative from the Xinhua Alliance was the first to speak. You probably know why we've brought you here today, he said. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. I'll get straight to the point. Our Xinhua Alliance is willing to offer you an S-class growth contract. Yi Chen appeared puzzled. The representative continued to explain, when we, the various powers, look to recruit students who have just taken their college entrance exams, we offer contracts of varying levels based on potential. The higher the level, the better the benefits. Our S-class contract includes 500 Xinhua Alliance points each year during your university studies, 2 sessions of guidance annually from a martial emperor, a blood sun mushroom, and post-graduation a direct commission as a squad leader in our combat team. What about the points and the blood sun mushroom? Yi Chen asked. Each force has its own independent market where many rare items require points for exchange. To put it in perspective, 1 point is equivalent to 100,000, but 100,000 might not necessarily buy 1 point, the representative explained. As for the blood sun mushroom, it's a heavenly treasure that enhances the physique, capable of elevating someone with no body refinement to the blood refining realm. Yi Chen was taken aback by the value of the points, realizing that 500 points translated to an impressive 5 million annually. The ability to directly enhance one's physical realm with the blood sun mushroom was equally valuable. The guidance from a martial emperor, along with a guaranteed leadership position upon graduation, all seemed extraordinarily precious. We at the Martial Alliance also wish to offer you an S-class contract, Li Durong interjected. Instead of the blood sun mushroom, we offer the Xianfeng heart, which has powerful healing properties, effectively granting a second life to anyone below the martial sovereign level. Post-graduation you can assume the role of director at any branch, the very position I currently hold. He felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. He had worked tirelessly for years to reach his current position, whereas Yichen only needed to graduate smoothly. As the negotiations continued, several other factions revealed their offers, all presenting S-level contracts. Among them, the most generous was from the Tianqin Society, which boldly raised the initial 500 points to 1,000 points. Equating to an annual income of 100 million, it was undeniable that Tianqin Society was indeed wealthy. Yichen remained silent, deep in contemplation. Among the current offers, he was particularly inclined towards the Alliance of Flames, as the Blood Sun mushroom was immensely beneficial to him. As for the Tianqin Society, although their conditions were appealing, he knew they were not a combat-oriented organization, which made them unsuitable for him in the long run. While Yichen was still pondering, the doors to the reception hall suddenly swung open. A man with flowing white hair, clad in a black robe, entered the room. Upon seeing this man, the burly representative from the Universe Pavilion immediately stood up and softly addressed him as Tang Guardian. The representatives from the other factions furrowed their brows but nonetheless rose to offer a respectful greeting. Being addressed as a guardian by the burly man indicated a rank higher than theirs, necessitating a display of courtesy. The representative from Tianqin Society inwardly lamented their misfortune upon seeing who had arrived. The white-haired man nodded, gesturing for everyone to sit. "It seems you haven't reached a decision yet, have you?" he remarked. The crowd remained silent as the answer was all too apparent. He then turned his attention to Yichen, asking, "Have you made your choice?" Yichen shook his head. "Not yet, I'm still considering." The man nodded approvingly. "Take your time, but I'd like to amend the Universe Pavilion's offer." Yichen looked at him with curiosity. The white-haired man straightened up and introduced himself. "I am Tang Feng, the chief representative of the Universe Pavilion in Tianxian Province and one of the 72 guardians of the pavilion." Yichen's pupils contracted. He had heard before that the Universe Pavilion's master was a martial emperor. However, the pavilion had more than one martial emperor, with guardians ranking just below the master. This implied that the man before him was at least a martial sect or possibly even a martial emperor, but Yichen quickly dismissed this thought. No matter how talented he was, it was improbable for a martial emperor to personally recruit him. Moreover, Tang Feng mentioned he was the head of Tianshan province, suggesting his strength wasn't among the top tier of guardians. Tang Feng continued, "I offer you an SS-level contract. 2,000 points annually, 5 sessions of guidance from a martial emperor each year, an ancient spirit stone, and a direct appointment to the position of incense master in the Universe Pavilion upon graduation. If you break through to Martial Lord, we will provide you with a free set of S-level equipment." The representatives from the other factions were all stunned, unable to fathom that the Universe Pavilion would present such an outrageous offer. "Oh, and let me explain," Tang Feng added, "the ancient spirit stone has the effect of enhancing the level of abilities with a considerable probability." He then leaned in and whispered to Yi Chen, including S-level abilities. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the representatives from other forces, noticing that they hadn't heard Tang Feng's last sentence. Tang Feng continued, "Our Huanyu Pavilion's operations not only involve guarding the Gate of Calamity but also exploring the other side of the gate. Oh, by the way, weren't you previously targeted for assassination by members of the Church of the Other Shore? We have a dedicated department for hunting down their followers. You might have a chance to seek your own revenge in the future." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and made his decision immediately. "I choose to join Huanyu Pavilion," he declared resolutely. He then slowly stood up, bowed deeply to the representatives of the other factions, and sincerely said, "I apologize, esteemed seniors. Thank you very much for your interest in me, but I've decided to choose Huanyu Pavilion." The other representatives nodded in understanding and respect upon hearing Yi Chen's words. They were well aware that the conditions offered by Huanyu Pavilion were too tempting for anyone to refuse. With Yi Chen's final decision, the representatives from the various factions also stood up to take their leave. At this moment, Tang Feng's face broke into a satisfied smile. He retrieved a contract from his bracelet and handed it to Yi Chen. This was the SS-level talent contract from Huanyu Pavilion. Yi Chen took the contract and began to read it carefully. To his surprise, the benefits of becoming an SS-level talent at Huanyu Pavilion far exceeded what had been initially described. In addition to generous points, training resources, and freedom of movement, it also included various perks such as priority access to resources, a substantial stabilization fund for family members, and guaranteed high-quality educational resources. These additional benefits delighted Yi Chen, especially since they resolved the schooling issue for Yi Qinya when he moved to the magical city. After reading the contract, Yi Chen didn't hesitate to pick up a pen and sign his name. From this moment on, he officially became a member of Huanyu Pavilion. Among the conditions offered by Huanyu Pavilion, what attracted Yi Chen the most was not the 2,000 points, the ancient spiritual stones, or even the guidance of a martial emperor. Although Yi Chen was currently short on money, with his ability to earn, he could easily acquire resources by venturing into the wilderness a few times. As for the ancient spiritual stones, while they were extremely rare in the eyes of others, they were just ordinary to Yi Chen. He could upgrade his abilities through the ability points gained from hunting exotic beasts. It was merely a matter of time. As for the guidance of a martial emperor, Feng Lian had previously mentioned that her teacher, a martial emperor, was interested in taking Yi Chen as a disciple, so this was the least attractive offer for him. What truly captivated Yi Chen was Huanyu Pavilion's operations, guarding the Gate of Calamity and the authority to hunt down the Church of the Other Shores followers. These two tasks were perfectly suited for Yi Chen's system. He needed to hunt exotic beasts to gain training time and ability points, making the Gate of Calamity an ideal destination. Moreover, he could gain abilities by defeating humans, which aligned perfectly with hunting the Church of the Other Shores members. In previous combat assessments, he had killed quite a few people, yet not a single supernatural ability had been revealed. This indicated that the drop rate for these abilities was extremely low, and the fact that he had managed to acquire one before was purely due to sheer luck. If he wanted to obtain another ability, it was inevitable that he would have to kill many more people. In the strictly law-governed Huaxia Federation, targeting members of the Church of the Other Shore was the best choice. Ultimately, he chose Huanyu Pavilion. After Yi Chen signed the contract, Tang Feng took one copy and Yi Chen kept his own copy, as there were two identical ones. At this moment, Yi Chen asked in puzzlement, "Senior, how did you know I have an S-level ability?" Earlier, Tang Feng had transmitted a message to Yi Chen informing him that ancient spirit stones were effective even on S-level abilities. This implied that there were abilities even higher than S-level, something Yi Chen was already aware of because he had previously asked the system if it was possible to further enhance the heavenly meteor god Thunder, to which the system affirmed. However, when facing Zhang Ding and others, they all believed S-level was the highest rank, as did the general populace. Clearly there were secrets unknown to him. Tang Feng smiled and said, "I thought you weren't going to ask me. As for how I know your S-level, that's one of Huanyu Pavilion's privileges. Although your information is tightly guarded, as a top-tier entity, Huanyu Pavilion has this power. The principal once told me that concealing your rank was to prevent assassinations by the Church of the Other Shore." Yi Chen didn't continue, but his meaning was evident. He suspected that no one could guarantee there weren't members of the church within the higher echelons of humanity, a reasonable suspicion. Tang Feng nodded. "That's one reason, but your information can't be completely hidden. If we didn't know you were S-level, Huanyu Pavilion wouldn't offer such terms. It would only hinder your development. The matters concerning the Church of the Other Shore are complex and I can't explain them to you now. Once you grow stronger, you'll understand. Humanity's enemies aren't just those you see. By the way, those other factions reported back about the terms I offered you, so they'll know you have an S-level ability too. They might offer the same terms, if not better. Do you regret signing the contract with me so hastily?" Tang Feng looked at Yi Chen with a teasing expression. Yi Chen was taken aback and silently cursed in his heart, thinking, "Why didn't you say this earlier? The contract is already signed." "What a sly old fox. Are you cursing me in your heart?" Tang Feng suddenly asked. Yi Chen was startled. How did he know what I was thinking? Tang Feng, seeing Yi Chen's stunned look, laughed heartily. "Haha, did you think I have mind-reading abilities? You'll understand when you reach the level of martial ancestor." Yi Chen felt a bit exasperated. Everything seemed to hinge on becoming stronger, and he was only given bits of information. Wasn't this intentionally keeping him in suspense? Deciding not to pursue further questions, Yi Chen realized Tang Feng wasn't going to reveal more. "So, you mentioned earlier that the ancient spirit stone could enhance all my abilities. Does that mean there's a level beyond S-class? How come none of this information has ever been leaked?" Yi Chen voiced his doubts once more. Tang Feng chuckled. "Why don't you wait until you get to the magic martial school and ask your teacher there? I wouldn't want to steal his thunder." He paused before adding, "Just one last thing. Get stronger quickly. Only by becoming strong will you learn everything you want to know, anything at all." With those words, Tang Feng vanished before Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen stood there bewildered and shouted, "What do you mean?" But there was no response. Tang Feng must have gone far. Yi Chen rubbed his chin, pondering Tang Feng's final words. Anything, he said. Did that include the mystery surrounding his parents? Could Tang Feng know something? Yi Chen had been too young to understand when his parents disappeared, only knowing the Yi family told him they had vanished without a trace. The details were all lost to him. Subsequently, his branch of the family was oppressed by Yi Peng Tian, leading to his withdrawal from the Yi family. It seemed the events of those years were not as simple as they appeared, and only by growing stronger would he uncover the truth. Yi Chen muttered to himself, forget it, thinking about it now won't help. I should go home. I haven't seen Xingyao for a few days. She must miss me. Quickening his pace, Yi Chen headed home, eager to share his recent experiences with his sister. Once home, he found Yi Qingyao sprawled on the living room sofa, completely absorbed in her smart tablet. Before leaving, Yi Chen had bought these smart gadgets for her, hoping to keep her entertained while he was away. Unexpectedly, the young girl had become so engrossed in them that she didn't even hear him come in. Quietly, Yi Chen tiptoed behind her and suddenly shouted, Yi Qingyao! Ah! She screamed, jumping up like a startled rabbit. When she turned and saw her brother standing there, her face immediately showed a mix of anger and displeasure. Brother! You scared me again. I'm not talking to you anymore. She pouted, deliberately puffing out her cheeks in a display of mock anger. Yi Chen, unfazed by his sister's reprimand, retorted, and you dare blame me? Look at yourself. I made such a racket coming in and you didn't react at all. If it hadn't been me but someone else, you might have been kidnapped by now. Her expression turned slightly stiff, but she stubbornly replied, who else but you could come into our house? You're just trying to change the subject. Don't think I don't know. With that, she turned her head away, ignoring Yi Chen. Yi Chen sighed dramatically. I was just thinking of taking someone out for some fun these days, but since that's how it is, I guess we'll just forget about it. Yi Chen deliberately sighed, feigning disappointment as he spoke. Upon hearing her brother's words, Yi Qingyao's eyes lit up, instantly twinkling like two stars. She quickly turned her head, tightly clutched Yi Chen's arm, and said coyly, brother, you're absolutely right. I really shouldn't have been so engrossed in playing. I'll be careful from now on and won't do it again. Then, with her big watery eyes blinking expectantly, she looked at Yi Chen and asked, can you take me out to play now? Yi Chen couldn't help but smile at his sister's adorable and pitiful appearance. He extended his finger to gently poke her forehead, pretending to be angry. I rushed home right after my exam to see you, and yet you didn't miss me one bit. I'm so heartbroken. Yi Qingyao quickly covered her poked forehead and explained with grievance, how could that be, brother? I missed you so much. I missed you so much that it hurt, which is why I had to immerse myself in games to forget the pain. Yi Chen had initially planned to poke her head again, but his hand paused in midair and he ended up gently patting her head instead. He said tenderly, all right, stop being silly. I'll take you out to play in a bit. However, he didn't notice that Yi Qingyao was lowering her head at that moment, a sly smile secretly appearing at the corners of her mouth. By the way, brother, how did your exam go today? Didn't you finish at 8 o'clock? Why are you only back now? You said you'd come back as soon as you were done. Are you lying to me again? Yi Qingyao glanced at the time. It was already past 1 p.m. How could it take Yi Chen over 5 hours to return? Ahem. Yi Chen cleared his throat twice, touching his nose. Earlier, when he came out of the Warrior Alliance building, he saw a noodle shop and suddenly had a huge appetite, so he went to eat a bowl of beef noodles before coming back. After I finished the exam, because I performed so well, I was taken away by representatives from various factions. They all wanted me to join them, which is why I was delayed a bit, Yi Chen explained. That's amazing. Brother, tell me about it. Yi Qingyao became interested and leaned in to ask. Alright, since you're so curious, let me tell you. Yi Chen recounted how various factions vied for him, adding a bit of embellishment to the story, which Yi Qingyao listened to with great interest. Oh, and in a few days, the rankings should be out. We'll head straight to Shanghai when they are, Yi Chen mentioned. Great, I've never traveled far before, Yi Qingyao said, blinking her sparkling eyes excitedly. And once we're in Shanghai, I'll get you enrolled in school. It's a benefit included in the conditions offered by Huanyu Pavilion, Yi Chen added. What? Yi Qingyao's face drooped immediately upon hearing Yi Chen's words. I don't want to go to school. I've just recovered from my illness and I want to play more. Seeing her reaction, Yi Chen felt a bit heartbroken too. It's been just about a month since Yi Qingyao recovered from her illness after years of suffering. Now that she's finally well, she has to be sent off to school by Yi Chen. Though it pained him, attending school was something she had to do. Yi Chen gently patted Yi Qingyao's head, speaking softly. I'm sending you to school not because I want you to learn something extraordinary, but so you can be happy. You've been at home all the time due to your illness, without friends or interaction with the outside world. That's not good in the long run. I hope that once you start school in Shanghai you'll make some good friends. Don't you want to see the world outside? Yi Qingyao pondered for a moment and realized that what Yi Chen was saying made sense. She then nodded. What if I don't do well in exams later? You can't scold me. Of course, there's no pressure on that, Yi Chen reassured her, pleased that she was beginning to accept the idea. Alright, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll come back. That's fine, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Yi Chen's main reason for encouraging Yi Qingyao to attend school was to expose her to more people and prevent her from becoming disconnected from society. Moreover, as he anticipated being increasingly busy after joining the Magic Martial University, he wouldn't have as much time to spend with her. Attending school would keep her occupied. Additionally, it was a way for Yi Chen to leave a backup plan for Yi Qingyao, hoping she would learn enough in school to thrive even if he weren't around. It might sound like Yi Chen was making arrangements as if he were leaving, but that wasn't the case. Yi Chen understood that his path to becoming stronger would inevitably involve constant battles and life and death experiences. His enemies were already numerous: the Yi family, the dangerous Church of the Shore, and then there was Tang Feng's conversation today, which hinted at the need to investigate his parents' disappearance. That would undoubtedly lead him to the perilous gate of calamity. Even with the system's help, Yi Chen knew he could perish in a future battle. Therefore, he wanted to ensure Yi Qingyao was settled as best as he could while he had the capability. This planning stemmed from the hardships Yi Chen had endured over the years, teaching him to always brace for the worst and be prepared. Thus, after securing a substantial contract with the Huanyu Pavilion, Yi Chen felt only brief joy without losing himself in arrogance. He was acutely aware that despite the admiration from many influential figures, his strength remained at the level of a mere martial artist, still a weakling. This self-awareness was one of Yi Chen's strengths, helping him to survive longer. After taking a shower and tidying up, Yi Chen dressed in some casual attire and took Yi Qingyao out for a shopping trip. He had spent a significant amount of money on lava fire when practicing the Thunderfire body tempering technique, but there were still over 2 million left in his account, enough for their expenses. While this seemed like a lot, it was only true from an ordinary person's perspective. If spent on cultivation resources, it would vanish in no time. Just like the molten lava fire that Yi Chen used for body refining before, each one was priced at 2 million, so his current wealth would only allow him to purchase one molten lava fire. However, this amount was more than sufficient for a shopping spree with Yi Qingyao. Yi Chen took Yi Qingyao to the amusement park, enjoyed a lavish meal, and even went shopping for clothes. It's worth mentioning that when they went shopping for clothes, they encountered the same woman they had met earlier. It was evident that she truly enjoyed shopping at that store. This time, she was not only accompanied by her daughter but also by a man, presumably her husband. Interestingly, her husband became extremely excited upon seeing Yi Chen. At the end of Yi Chen's practical combat assessment, leaders from various factions had gathered at the exit to meet him. Her husband was a staff member from the Martial Artists Alliance responsible for maintaining order there. He excitedly told his wife, "Do you see that student? That's the genius I mentioned, the one all the factions were vying for. I can't believe we bumped into him here." The woman followed her husband's gaze and immediately recognized Yi Chen, freezing in place. Previously, she had been intimidated by Yi Chen's energy storage bracelet, and upon returning home, she had been very angry, thinking that Yi Chen's status might not be higher than her husband's and that they had just been bluffed, causing her husband to lose face. Now, hearing her husband's words, she realized that Yi Chen was on an entirely different level. "Isn't that the brother from that day?" her daughter asked curiously. The woman quickly covered her daughter's mouth, stopping her from saying anything more. "Do you know him? If you do, we should go and say hello. It's rare to meet such a talent," the man said excitedly. "No, we don't know him. We just saw him at the mall before. I didn't think he would be that genius. We better not disturb him and risk making a bad impression," the woman replied nervously. The man hesitated for a moment and nodded. "True, approaching him rashly might make him uncomfortable. We'll wait for another opportunity. But if we see him again, it will probably be on TV," he said with some regret. "No worries, we're not in the same world as him. Let's go somewhere else. It's not polite to keep staring," the woman said, eager to leave. If Yi Chen exposed what happened that day, her husband might divorce her and everything would be over. The man nodded regretfully and the family of 3 went elsewhere. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. Ever since he had reached the mid-stage of blood refining, his senses had become much sharper. The family wasn't far from him, so he naturally heard their conversation. However, he didn't expose the woman, as she had said they were from different worlds and might never meet again. For Yi Chen, the events of that day were nothing more than a trivial matter, not even worth remembering. after all in the end he hadn't lost anything. Following that incident, Yi Chen ended up purchasing quite a few clothes from the store, leaving the sales clerk grinning from ear to ear, as Yi Chen's purchases alone would net her a commission of tens of thousands. Yi Chen was preparing for future cultivation and battles. He had ruined quite a number of clothes during his training and outdoor fights, so it was indeed time to replenish his wardrobe. In total, Yi Chen bought over $500,000 worth of clothes. If it weren't for his energy storage bracelet, he wouldn't have been able to carry them all. Naturally, 200,000 to 300,000 of that was spent on Yi Qingyao's clothes, while the remainder was Yi Chen's. He chose relatively inexpensive items for himself since he treated them as consumables and saw no need to buy anything too pricey. However, for Yi Qingyao he picked out rather costly pieces, such as dresses costing upwards of 10,000 to 20,000 each, which meant he spent more on her, although the quantity of clothing was less than what he got for himself. In the following days, Yi Chen didn't dive straight back into intense training. Instead, he took a rare opportunity to relax and accompanied Yi Qingyao on outings throughout the city. They visited numerous places, some of which Yi Chen hadn't set foot in for over a decade, and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. During these outings, Yi Chen felt significantly more relaxed, no longer needing to keep his nerves constantly on edge. At one point he noticed that his mind seemed much clearer, and previously confusing aspects of his cultivation techniques and combat skills suddenly became much clearer. He couldn't quite understand why this was happening. Previously, when he used his cultivation time to practice battle skills, his mind would be flooded with a vast amount of training information akin to a cramming education method which he could never fully absorb. His understanding of battle skills had greatly improved, with the most notable progress in the 7-star step. Although it was still at the highest level of mastery, he could clearly sense that his 7-star step was significantly stronger than before. This unexpected gain left him pleasantly surprised. No wonder the ancients spoke of balancing work and rest. They truly knew what they were talking about. Yi Chen exclaimed joyfully. I used to think that the highest realm of battle skills was mastery, but now it seems that's not the case. Yi Chen sighed. Although his current combat power was formidable, his knowledge of martial arts was rather poor, with many concepts still beyond his understanding. It seemed that only after attending Mo Wu University for a structured education would he truly grasp this information. Yi Chen eagerly anticipated his university life. He realized that while he had browsed through a lot of martial arts knowledge on the Warrior Alliances forum, the information there was often complex and difficult to discern in terms of authenticity. Moreover, most of the participants in forum discussions were individuals with limited martial arts cultivation, and while their viewpoints and experiences weren't entirely incorrect, they often lacked comprehensiveness. Therefore, having an excellent mentor is crucial on the path of martial arts cultivation. Fortuitously, Yi Chen was accepted into Mo Wu, one of the top 2 elite institutions in the entire Huaxia Federation, renowned for its first-class educational quality. All he had to do was wait for the results to be announced before heading to Mo Wu to further his studies. Typically, the martial arts examination results are known within a week, sparing him a prolonged wait. Finally, the day for the results arrived. As the sun slowly rose, its rays filtered through the window, illuminating the room. Today was the day for the results, and Yi Qingyao woke up early, eager to learn about her brother's exam outcome. After hurriedly washing up, she dashed to Yi Chen's room. Brother, wake up. Today's the day, the results are out and you're still sleeping, she exclaimed, bursting into Yi Chen's room and glaring at her brother, who was still soundly asleep in bed. Yi Chen, however, pulled the covers over his head, clearly wanting to sleep a little longer. What's the rush? The results aren't out until 10 in, Yi Chen mumbled, his voice muffled by the blanket. Over the past few days he had been thoroughly enjoying a leisurely life and had grown fond of lazing in bed, feeling as though his bed was a slice of heaven on earth. Seeing her brother's reluctance to get up, Yi Qingyao's eyes twinkled mischievously as she hatched a plan. She quietly climbed onto Yi Chen's bed and, like a nimble little monkey, leapt onto his body, landing on his stomach. Startled, Yi Chen sat up instantly while Yi Qingyao looked at him triumphantly. Come on, get up. You won't be able to sleep now anyway, she said cheerfully. Yi Chen rubbed his eyes and yawned. Being at the mid-stage of refining his blood, Yi Qingyao's weight was no burden to him. Even if she jumped on him 100 times, it wouldn't cause him any harm. But seeing her so enthusiastic, he knew sleeping in was out of the question. All right, I'm up, Yi Chen said helplessly. He wasn't nervous about the results at all. He was quite satisfied with how he performed in the assessment and felt he couldn't have done better even if given another chance. Moreover, even if his scores weren't ideal, he was already guaranteed admission, so there was nothing to fear. Just as Yi Chen finished washing up, he received a call from Chu Tian. Chen, I'm so nervous, what should I do? Chu Tian asked anxiously as soon as the call connected. Yi Chen chuckled, weren't you the one who didn't care before? Why so nervous now? During the written tests, Chu Tian hadn't shown the slightest bit of nervousness. Well, it's different now. Back then, I didn't think I had much hope of getting into MOWU, but now I feel like I have a real chance, which makes me nervous, Chu Tian explained. What's there to be nervous about? You said you feel you have a good chance, so there's nothing to worry about, Yi Chen reassured him. But what if something unexpected happens? Chu Tian was still worried. Even if you don't trust yourself, you've got to trust me, right? Just tell me how many people in the entire Tianxiang province can help you boost your scores like I can, Yi Chen teased. That's true, hearing you say that makes me less anxious. Alright, I'll let you know once I check my results, Chu Tian replied, feeling more at ease. After hanging up the call with Chu Tian, Yi Chen glanced at his phone and shook his head helplessly. Following breakfast, he sprawled on the sofa playing with his phone in a laid-back manner. Brother, come over quickly, it's almost 10 o'clock, Yi Qingyao's voice echoed from the study. Unhurriedly, Yi Chen got up and walked towards the study, then entered his exam admission number on the web page. You do it, he said, handing the mouse to Yi Qingyao. Me, I'm a bit nervous, Yi Qingyao hesitated. What's there to worry about? You have good luck, maybe you'll check and find a high score, Yi Chen encouraged her. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Qingyao nodded, alright. Finally 10 o'clock arrived and Yi Qingyao pressed the query button. In the next second, Yi Chen's scores appeared on the screen. Yi Qingyao excitedly grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Brother, you're first place. In this world, fewer people participate in the martial arts exam compared to the cultural exams. With advanced technology and smooth internet, there were no issues with many people getting stuck on the query page. The results were accessed smoothly. I see it, Yi Chen said with a smile. Candidate name, Yi Chen, admission number 999-354-5666, cultural exam 43, martial exam 700, total score 743, rank 1, not bad. Yi Chen exhaled a sigh of relief at his 43 points in the cultural exam. After the exam, he felt he did okay but didn't expect to almost fail. Luckily, he passed. The martial exam score of 700 was a perfect score, which wasn't entirely surprising to Yi Chen. He had already secured the full 200 points in the physical assessment. The remaining 500 points from the practical exam were calculated based on a ranking system, since he had single-handedly defeated the highest-scoring martial artist level beast in the exam. Getting first place seemed well within reach, naturally earning him the full 500 points, culminating in a perfect 700 for the martial exam. After a brief moment of happiness, Yi Chen felt a pang of sadness, thinking if only his parents were here, but seeing Yi Qingyao joyfully running around the house lifted his spirits a bit. At least throughout these years he wasn't alone. He secretly resolved to uncover the truth about the past someday. Soon after, Yi Chen heard an urgent knocking on the door. Coming, don't rush, he called out. Upon opening the door, a figure lunged forward and hugged him, startling Yi Chen, who nearly reacted defensively. Chen, I made it. Fortunately, Chu Tian spoke quickly, otherwise he might have found himself lying outside. Alright, speak properly, Yi Chen said, peeling Chu Tian off him with a look of disdain. Chu Tian waved his phone in front of Yi Chen. I made it into the top 2,000, I'm 982nd, we can go to school together. Again, Chu Tian exclaimed excitedly. Yi Chen took his phone and glanced at it. Examinee name, Chu Tian. Examinee number, 489-416-5651, literary exam 68, martial exam 603, total score 671, rank 982. Chu Tian wasn't just in the top 2,000, he made it into the top 1,000. No wonder he was so excited. However, this kid scored 68 in the literary exam. He must have been studying behind my back, Yi Chen thought to himself. And you, how did you do? Yi Chen asked, pointing towards the study. Go see for yourself. Qingyao is still in there. Chu Tian darted into the study and soon his astonished voice echoed out, only first place? That's not a person, that's a monster. Yi Chen stood at the doorway watching Chu Tian nearly press his face against the screen. He chuckled. Stop staring, you read it right. With a swift move, Chu Tian slid to Yi Chen's feet, hugging his leg tightly. I'm sticking to you now, you can't shake me off. Yi Chen looked at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Alright, stop fooling around and get up or I'll zap you. He raised his right hand, arcs of electricity crackling around it. Startled, Chu Tian jumped to his feet in an instant. understood executing immediately. Yichen couldn't help but laugh at his antics. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. Shu Tian pulled out a document and handed it to Yichen. What's this? Yichen asked, puzzled. This is the transfer contract for this villa. Once you sign it, the house will be yours, Chu Tian said casually, as if he were giving away a small trinket. Hearing Chu Tian's words, Yi Qingyao quickly came over, her eyes fixed on the contract in Yi Chen's hand, looking every bit like a little money grubber. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, instinctively trying to hand the contract back to Chu Tian. Sheng Yao watched the contract move away from her. Eyes brimming with reluctance, Chu Tian quickly blocked Yi Chen's attempt to return the contract. Come on, it's just a villa. Are we not brothers? Before I understood your refusal, thinking you might feel pressured, but now you're the top martial scholar. What pressure could you possibly have? Besides, you got me into Magic Martial University. That's Magic Martial. How does that compare to a little villa? Or do you think it's not enough? If so, I can add 2 more, or just tell me what you want. Shu Tian patted his chest as he spoke. It's not like that, Yichen quickly replied. Then sign it already. Don't make it so troublesome, Chu Tian said, pretending to be annoyed. Yichen thought it over and realized that refusing again might indeed seem overly formal, so he signed his name, making the villa officially his. You see, you're just too pretentious, Chu Tian laughed as Yichen signed the contract. Yichen also realized he could be too fussy at times. When he had given Chu Tian a long sword before, Chu Tian accepted it without any fuss. Chu Tian treated Yichen as a true brother, so he naturally didn't think much of it. In the future you should act more freely and not be so reserved, Yichen reminded himself. This house is my gift to you, and this is from my father as a thank you for helping me out, Chu Tian said as he retrieved several jars from his bracelet. These are 6 tree heart flames. Didn't you mention you were practicing a body refinement technique that needed flames? I casually mentioned it to him when I got back, and he really took it to heart, Chu Tian teased. Yichen initially wanted to refuse, but remembering his earlier self-reflection, he accepted the 6 tree heart flames. These flames were a higher existence than magma fire, perfect for his future body refinement needs. You don't need to feel pressured. You have no idea how thrilled my dad was when you got me into Demon Martial Arts University. If I hadn't held him back for fear of embarrassing you, he would have come with me today. Maybe getting into demon martial arts seems easy to you, but if you told someone you could get them in, they'd be willing to pay billions. Believe me, the prestige of demon martial arts is that high, so there's no need for you to feel burdened by thoughts of repayment. These small gifts are nothing compared to my future, Chu Tian concluded with a hint of pride. Yichen looked at him and said, all right, I get it. I won't feel pressured. He understood that Chu Tian was looking out for him. In the past, Yichen had been reluctant to accept Chu Tian's help, feeling that if he couldn't repay it, he shouldn't accept it. It wasn't that he didn't consider Chu Tian a brother, he simply had strong boundaries. Back then, it had caused Chu Tian quite a bit of headache, but now Yichen realized that sometimes being brothers meant not drawing such clear lines. If everything were so clearly defined, could they still call each other brothers? As Yichen and Chu Tian were chatting, another knock on the door interrupted them. Chu Tian laughed and said, looks like you won't get any peace today, champion of martial arts. Yichen, a bit puzzled, went to open the door and found Zhang Ding and Yan Sheng standing there, which surprised him. Nevertheless, he politely invited them, and principal teacher, please come in. Both men were beaming with joy, clearly having heard about Yichen's outstanding results. Yichen, you've done our second high school a great service this time. We haven't had a top scholar in years, not just in our school, but in all of Yuling City. Zhang Ding laughed heartily, his face crinkling into a near flower-like expression. The commotion made Yi Qingyao scurry into her room, peeking out with just a small part of her head to watch the scene unfold. Indeed, Yichen, the champion of martial arts. What an achievement, Yan Sheng exclaimed, patting Yichen on the shoulder. Yan Sheng's excitement matched Zhang Ding's, and Yichen noticed beads of sweat on his forehead, suggesting he had rushed over upon hearing the news. When they saw Chu Tian was also there, their joy doubled. Although Chu Tian's results weren't as exceptional as Yichen's, he too had broken second high school's records. They knew Chu Tian's success was partly thanks to Yichen, but what mattered most was the positive outcome for all. After a brief chat, Zhang Ding suddenly pulled out a document and said, I have another matter to discuss during my visit. Chu Tian and Yichen exchanged a knowing glance. Are you giving away houses too? Chu Tian asked in surprise. What? Zhang Ding was puzzled by Chu Tian's comment. Oh, nothing, Chu Tian quickly replied. Previously Yi Chen had agreed to endorse their school and the agreement was for an endorsement fee of 2 million per year. Yi Chen recalled that he had received a scholarship of 500,000 at that time, totaling 25 million. Now that you are a martial arts champion, your value has naturally increased. The school plans to offer you a new contract with a fee of 5 million per year. Don't think it's too little, Zhang Ding said with a smile. Not at all, contributing to the school is my duty. How could I think it's too little? Yi Chen waved his hand quickly. Then go ahead and sign this contract. The money should be in your account shortly, Zhang Ding encouraged. Within minutes of signing, Yi Chen's wristband notified him of the 5 million deposit. Principal, why is it 5 million? Wasn't 2 million already deposited before? Yi Chen asked, thinking there might have been a mistake. Before is before. Now is now. The contract is newly signed, so naturally, it's according to the new terms, Zhang Ding replied with a meaningful smile. Yi Chen smiled too, knowing that getting more is always a good thing. Yi Chen wanted to invite everyone to a meal, but they all claimed to have other commitments and left. As soon as they departed, Yi Qingyao hurried over, eyeing the contracts in Yi Chen's hand. Wow, brother, I heard it all, a house and 5 million. She exclaimed, gazing at the contract as if it were a treasure. Yi Chen patted her head. You can't even understand it. What are you looking at? Yi Qingyao said to herself. Now we'll have our own house, we have a home. Yi Chen's hand resting on her head stiffened for a moment and he gently replied, yes, a home. Later Yi Chen shared his achievements with Feng Lian, sending her a message. Feng Lian wasn't particularly surprised by the news. After all, she had been the provincial top scorer in martial arts herself. Tianxiang province was relatively underdeveloped, whereas her home province Luyun had several times more examinees of higher quality, making her top spot even more prestigious. However, she was taken aback by Yi Chen's perfect score in source energy level. She messaged him asking, how efficient is your absorption of the thunder light bead? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and replied with 4 words, perfect absorption achieved. For Feng Lian, this unexpected revelation was even more surprising than Yi Chen securing the top rank. On the other side of the screen, Feng Lian pondered for a moment and muttered to herself, could it be a physique that absorbs energy easily? If that's the case, it would make sense. Otherwise, how could he possibly complete the conversion of his source C in such a short time? In fact, some geniuses from prominent families often consume rare and expensive treasures to accelerate the conversion of their source C. Given Feng Lian's understanding of Yi Chen's family situation, it was unlikely that he had access to such resources. She could only conclude that Yi Chen had a special physique that allowed him to perfectly absorb the thunder pearl she had given him. Having understood this, Feng Lian did not press further and simply replied, see you at school. Yi Chen responded, see you at school. Yi Chen had thought his achievement might surprise Feng Lian, but her lack of a significant reaction left him a bit disappointed. However, upon reflection he realized that everyone entering the Magic Martial Academy was a genius from all around, and a top scholar might not be so extraordinary there. Moreover, Feng Lian herself was a top-tier genius, having broken through to the martial sovereign level during her school years, a feat rarely seen even at Magic Martial and Capital Martial, with only one such prodigy emerging every few years. Yi Chen considered his own talent to be decent, yet even with 4 years of cultivation time he realized he could never reach the martial sovereign level. It was clear that talents like Feng Lian would use resources such as spiritual crystals and other natural treasures to enhance their cultivation speed. Even without such aids, Feng Lian's innate gift was evident, placing her among the truly exceptional few. Thus to her, Yi Chen's achievement was akin to watching a child play. After understanding all this, Yi Chen didn't dwell on it any further. He believed that he too would eventually become as strong as Feng Lian, or even stronger. Over the next 2 days, Yi Chen and Chu Tian attended a class gathering, essentially a farewell dinner. At the dinner, Yi Chen and Chu Tian were undoubtedly the main attractions. As soon as the results were announced, Zhang Ding had already hung a banner at the school proclaiming that Second High had produced a top scholar, so their classmates were well aware. During the dinner, many who weren't close to Yi Chen before came over to chat and flatter him. They knew this might be the closest they'd ever get to Yi Chen, as their worlds would soon diverge. Some regretted not befriending Yi Chen earlier. Seeing Chu Tian's smug expression, many internally cursed his luck for being taken to the Magic Martial Academy by Yi Chen. Of course they dared not say this aloud. Instead, they greeted Chu Tian with smiles, knowing his future far surpassed theirs. A few girls sat in a corner observing Chu Tian's smug demeanor. What's so great about it? He just got lucky, one said. Exactly, look at his proud little face, it's disgusting, another added. And those people too, just because they did a bit better in exams, they're all fawning over him. It's sickening. They continued to chatter. Yichen heard their murmurs clearly, however he didn't say anything. He thought it was quite normal. If someone compliments you naturally, there will be others who envy you and can't stand to see you doing well. Even if it were money, you couldn't possibly make everyone like you. Wasn't there a classic saying before, I have no interest in money? After a few rounds of drinks, Yichen found himself unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. He had never participated in such gatherings before, and making it this far was quite an achievement for him. Feeling somewhat fatigued and uncomfortable, Yichen decided to find an excuse to leave. He stood up and said to everyone, sorry, I have some matters to attend to and need to leave early. Upon hearing that Yichen was leaving, everyone tried to persuade him to stay, hoping to spend more time with him. It was at this moment that Chu Tian intervened to ease the situation. Knowing Yichen's personality and his dislike for such occasions, Chu Tian smiled and said, all right, let Yichen go. He has his own things to take care of. I'll stay and keep everyone company. Seeing that even Chu Tian had spoken, the others stopped insisting. Yichen felt a sense of relief, exhaled and started to make his way out. However, just as he reached the door, a few people in the corner began to whisper among themselves again. Someone murmured, "Tch, look at him. Just lucky to have awakened a good ability and gotten into a good university. What's he so proud of?" Another person chimed in, "Yeah, he's probably looking down on people like us now. Of course he wants to leave." Someone else added, "Exactly, he turned his life around and now looks down on others like a snob for getting what he used to be." These words reached Chu Tian's ears and he frowned, clearly displeased. If Yichen truly looked down on them, he wouldn't have greeted them with a smile earlier. With the influence of the alcohol, Yichen also felt a bit emboldened. He stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around and fixed a cold, sharp gaze on the girls in the corner. "I can hear you," Yichen said expressionlessly with an icy voice, pointing to his own ear. As soon as he spoke, a powerful pressure descended on the girls, as if a massive mountain was crushing down on them. Their faces turned pale instantly, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats, making it difficult to breathe, let alone speak. The others nearby noticed something strange and looked on with puzzled expressions. Someone curiously asked, "What happened to you all?" Just then, the oppressive force vanished and the girls collapsed as if waking from a nightmare, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Everything had happened in a flash, and by the time they gathered their wits, Yichen was already gone. Nothing, maybe we drank too much and felt a bit unwell," they stammered. One of the girls finally reacted, quickly speaking up with a voice that trembled slightly, her expression showing signs of lingering fear. The others kept their heads down, looking terrified and too afraid to utter another bad word about Yichen. These were ordinary people without any martial arts training who had entered university through academic exams. At this moment, they deeply realized the vast gap between themselves and those with supernatural abilities. That kind of irresistible power filled them with awe, and they felt ashamed of their previous ignorance. Yichen left the restaurant and walked down the street alone, finally feeling a sense of peace. He murmured to himself about the need to head to the Magic City soon, as he had nothing left to do in Yiling City and it was time to leave. When he returned home, Yi Qingyao was already asleep. Yichen had drunk quite a bit during the dinner and, although he was initially a bit intoxicated, his mid-level blood-refining physique had accelerated his metabolism significantly. By the time he got home, he no longer felt any trace of drunkenness. "If my physique becomes even stronger in the future, I wonder if I'll never get drunk again," Yichen mused with a smile. Now sober, Yichen felt no drowsiness. The leisure of the past few days had been enough and it was time to focus on cultivation again. The relaxed lifestyle of the past few days had indeed been tempting, but Yichen was clear-minded about his priorities. There were still many things left undone and his current focus remained on enhancing his strength. Perhaps one day, when all matters were resolved and his power was sufficient, he could live that kind of life. Yichen stood up and headed to the training room to begin his practice. From his wristband he retrieved the 6 pieces of tree heart flame that Chu Tian had given him a few days ago. Currently in the blood-refining stage, they were perfect for his use. Yichen opened one of the containers, took out the tree heart flame and suspended it in his hand with source energy. The tree heart flame was a bright green, its surface flickering with a faint glow, looking as if it might extinguish at any moment with little heat to the touch. But Yichen knew that wasn't the case. Even with the source energy barrier, he could feel its intense heat, and soon sweat started to bead on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, Yichen activated his cultivation technique, guiding the tree heart flame into his body bit by bit. Suddenly, a surge of scorching energy flowed into his meridians and blood, causing his whole body to tremble. System use 1 day of cultivation time on the Thunderfire body refining technique, he commanded. Instantly Yi Chen felt the tree heart flame entering his body at a much faster rate, prompting him to summon the heavenly meteor divine thunder to work in tandem with the tree heart flame for body refinement. This explosive energy rampaged through Yi Chen's body, causing sweat to pour from him, yet he made no sound. Clenching his teeth, he endured the pain guiding the searing energy through his body. He felt the energy permeating from his meridians into his blood, noticeably reducing its volume. If someone had been there, they would have seen a faint red mist enveloping Yi Chen, which was actually impurities being expelled from his blood. As time passed, he felt his blood becoming increasingly hot, as if on the verge of igniting. Meanwhile, he could feel his body continuously absorbing the energy from the tree heart flame and the celestial thunder, strengthening his physique. Finally, Yi Chen fully absorbed the tree heart flame. He opened his eyes and clenched his fists, distinctly feeling the change within himself. The effects of the tree heart flame were truly remarkable. At this rate, he thought he could break through tonight. Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised. However, the next moment he felt parched, his mouth dry as a desert. He quickly realized that during his cultivation a significant amount of moisture had been evaporated from his body. Hastily, he summoned the divine brew gourd, pouring the vitality wine into his mouth to replenish his fluids and restore his energy. At last he no longer felt thirsty. Checking the gourd's contents, he discovered he had consumed an entire jar of the vitality wine. Fortunately, he had been using source energy to brew wine every day, so his stock was sufficient. Otherwise he would have run out. Whenever he had free time, Yi Chen would infuse source energy into the divine brew gourd, mostly brewing vitality wine followed by spirit storing wine and blue spirit brew. He brewed little of the 100 herb brew, which was mainly for detoxification, something he didn't need at the moment. Still, he kept a few jars in the gourd just in case. Feeling his body restored, Yi Chen continued his cultivation. Time seemed to slip by unnoticed until he finally refined all 6 tree heart flames. Slowly opening his eyes, he exhaled a deep breath. At this moment a powerful aura emanated from him, noticeably stronger than before. He stood up and moved his body, noticing something falling off him as he did. Looking down, he saw remnants akin to blood scabs. It's worth mentioning that his clothes had once again been burned during his cultivation. However, his bracelet held plenty of spare clothes, so he wasn't bothered by the frequent occurrences. After taking a shower to wash off the residue, he changed into fresh attire. System opened the panel. Yi Chen whispered internally. Host, Yi Chen level, martial artist 9th rank, late blood refinement stage abilities, celestial thunder, S level, divine brew gourd, S level, shadow phantom, S level. Techniques, 9 nether thunder art, S level, thunderfire tempering technique, A level, iron forging method, C level, combat skills, thunder dragon skybreaker, proficient, 7 star step, mastered, instant shadow, mastered, ability points, 150000 cultivation time. 4 years 3 months 13 days. Reaching the late blood refinement stage, he was just a step away from breaking through to the flesh realm equivalent to a martial master level. However, with all his tree heart flames depleted, he couldn't continue the thunderfire tempering technique. Checking the time, it was just after 4 o'clock in the morning. With time on his hands and over 4 years of cultivation ahead, he should be able to break through to martial master. By then he might be the only martial master among the freshmen, surely surprising senior sister Feng Lian. Clearly Yi Chen still cared about Feng Lian's previous reaction. With that thought, he resumed his cultivation once more. After dedicating 6 months to cultivating the 9 nether thunder technique, a surge of purple energy surfaced within Yi Chen's body. Electric arcs danced across his skin, instantly rendering his newly donned clothes to tatters once more. Despite this, his physical form was resilient. Enduring such intense cultivation for 6 months didn't overwhelm him. Swiftly, over 4 years' worth of cultivation time was expended. With a deep exhale, Yi Chen opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. I've broken through. I'm now a martial master, he exclaimed with excitement, glancing at his ragged attire. He slapped his forehead in mild frustration, having forgotten to remove his clothes beforehand, thus wasting another set. He shook his head in resignation. System, display the panel, he commanded. Host * Yi Chen realm * martial master 2nd tier, late blood refinement abilities * heavenly meteor divine thunder, S rank, divine brew gourd, S rank, shadow phantom, S rank, techniques * 9 nether thunder technique, S rank, thunderfire body refinement technique, A rank, iron forging method, C rank, combat skills * thunder dragon sky break, Intermediate Mastery, 7-star step. Advanced Mastery, Instant Shadow, Advanced Mastery, Ability Points *150000 Cultivation Time *0 In over 4 years he had only progressed from the 9th tier of a martial artist to the 2nd tier of a martial master. Yichen felt a tinge of resignation. The consumption was extravagant considering he hadn't used any auxiliary items during this time. It was after all over 4 years. Despite feeling significantly stronger, he questioned why he had only reached the 2nd tier. However, accepting the situation, he delved into the depths of his energy sea, assessing its state. Suddenly his eyes flew open in astonishment. "No wonder I'm only at the 2nd tier of a martial master," he remarked. For superhumans, every breakthrough to a new major realm results in a dramatic expansion of their energy sea. Typically, others might see their energy sea grow by 2 to 5 times, depending on their aptitude. Yet Yichen perceived that his own energy sea had expanded at least 20-fold, with his purple energy merely a thin layer upon its vast expanse. His energy sea's current magnitude rivaled that of many talented martial generals. Could this be because of my unique purple sea? He pondered, perplexed by the sudden vastness. For others, such a large energy sea with high-quality energy might be a hindrance, slowing their cultivation. However, Yichen wasn't concerned. The system effectively addressed this issue by allowing him to compensate for slow cultivation with the use of cultivation time, which was consistently replenished. Thus, while over 4 years of cultivation had only elevated him to the 2nd tier of a martial master, he was likely the only one of his age in the entire Tianxiang province to reach this level. Even his homeroom teacher Yan Sheng, older than Yichen by several years, was merely a martial master. For Yichen, the expansion of his source energy sea was purely beneficial, with the minor drawbacks being negligible. Just 3 days after his results were out, Yichen received an acceptance letter from the Shanghai Martial Arts University with the start date set for August 15. Glancing at the date, he noticed it was already July 22. Having had his fill of leisure, he planned to head to Shanghai in a couple of days to acclimate himself to the new environment and help Qingyao with her enrollment. Once he started at the Martial Arts University, both winter and summer breaks would be shortened. Winter break would last only about 10 days and summer break around a month, hence the early August start. However, before setting off for Shanghai, Yichen had one more task to attend to. Previously, Yu Mengyun had approached him with a proposal to sell Blue Spirit Brew through Yu Yaozhai. At the time, Yichen was busy with assessments and had declined, promising to revisit the matter later. After the assessments concluded, the matter had slipped his mind until today. Upon careful consideration, he found the idea feasible. Despite having 6 million in his account, including the 5 million given by Zhang Ding, he realized this wouldn't suffice, as the flames required for his body refining would only grow more expensive. Therefore, selling Blue Spirit Brew through Yu Yaozhai could help offset these costs, though he would need to discuss the details further. Early the next morning, Yichen arrived at the largest Yu Yaozhai in the city center. Without notifying Yu Mengyun in advance, he wanted to observe the store's conditions before making any decisions. If Yu Yaozhai didn't meet his expectations, he could always find another buyer in Shanghai. He was confident that no apothecary would refuse the potent effects of Blue Spirit Brew. As Yichen stepped through the doors of Yu Yaozhai, he noticed a bustling crowd inside, likely adventurers gearing up for their journeys. Almost immediately, a charming young lady approached him. "Hello, sir, do you need any assistance?" she asked. Yichen replied with a polite smile, "I'll just have a look around, no need to trouble yourself." Since beginning his body refinement, Yichen's appearance had become increasingly handsome, complemented by a refined demeanor. Dressed in a fresh and simple outfit today, his smile left the young lady momentarily dazed. Unfazed by the attention, Yichen continued his tour of Yu Yaozhai while the young woman remained rooted in place. A slightly taller girl came over, nudging her shoulder. "What's up? Love at first sight?" The dazed girl snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't," she stammered. "Tisk tisk, take a look at yourself in the mirror, you're practically love-struck," her friend teased. "If you keep talking, I'll hit you," the first girl retorted, and the two burst into playful banter, none of which Yichen paid any mind. After inspecting Yu Yaozhai, Yichen found that they offered a wide variety of potions, including some rare ones, all available for purchase rather than auction, and the prices were reasonable. After making a full circle around the store, Yichen nodded to himself, murmuring, as expected of the largest potion shop in Yuling City, "It's indeed impressive." After the tour, Yichen had a plan in mind. He immediately sent a message to Yu Mengyun, informing her that he wanted to meet up to discuss some matters and also shared his location. Yu Mengyun agreed without hesitation, telling Yichen to wait right there. Xiaomei, it seems like the person you're interested in isn't quite up to the mark. Look, he's been wandering around here for ages and hasn't bought a single thing, one of the girls commented. I told you I don't have any interest in him. If you keep saying that, I won't talk to you anymore, Xiaomei retorted shyly, turning her head away. Sure, he's handsome, but good looks don't pay the bills. You can't expect him to support a family, can you? The other girl continued, clearly unfazed by Xiaomei's words. Xiaomei shook her head in exasperation, paused for a moment, and then said, maybe he's busy or waiting for someone. You haven't even started dating him and you're already defending him. And you claim you didn't fall for him at first sight, the girl teased as though she had uncovered a great secret. Xiaomei didn't refute this time. Instead, she shyly admitted, even if I have to support the family, I don't think it's impossible. Hearing Xiaomei's words, the girl sighed, touched Xiaomei's forehead with mock surprise and said, you're not feverish, so why are you so lovesick? Xiaomei batted her friend's hand away with a roll of her eyes. I'm not talking to you anymore. Then she turned and moved to a spot where she could see Yi Chen's face. The girl immediately saw through Xiaomei's intentions, shaking her head with a knowing smile. Seems like she's really smitten, she thought. After Yi Chen sent his message, it didn't take long for Yu Mengyun to arrive. Miss Yu Mengyun asked the girl nearby, have you seen a handsome young man around my age? The girl she asked was none other than Xiaomei, who was so taken aback by Yu Mengyun's question that she thought she had been caught slacking off. What's the matter? Yu Mengyun asked, puzzled by Xiaomei's reaction. Nothing, Xiaomei quickly replied. You haven't seen him, Yu Mengyun frowned, ignoring her and scanning the hall with her eyes. Just then the girl who had been teasing Xiaomei stepped forward. Miss, if I'm not mistaken, the person you're looking for is over there, she said, pointing in Yi Chen's direction. Yu Mengyun followed her finger and immediately spotted Yi Chen smiling as she walked briskly towards him. After Yu Mengyun left, the girl glanced at the disappointed Xiaomei. You were right. He was indeed waiting for someone, but it was for Miss Yu, she said. Xiaomei lowered her head in disappointment and murmured, if only I had money. What, you're really planning to support him? When it comes to wealth, how many people in all of Yuling City can compare to Miss Yu? The girl said, patting Xiaomei's shoulder. Xiaomei sighed, yeah, no amount of money can compete with Miss Yu's fortune. In their hearts, Yi Chen was already seen as someone living off a woman's wealth. After all, with a face as strikingly handsome as his and not having bought anything. Upon entering, it was hard not to draw such conclusions. Yu Mengyun approached and gave Yi Chen a friendly pat on the shoulder. Yi Chen turned back and said with a smile, you're here. Yu Mengyun nodded, also smiling. How is it? My Yu medicine house is not bad, right? Didn't disappoint you, did it? Yi Chen nodded, very impressive. Whether it's the variety of potions, the layout of the decor, or the quality of service, everything is excellent. Truly deserving of being the largest potion store in Yuling City, Yi Chen praised. Hearing Yi Chen's compliment, Yu Mengyun's smile became even brighter. From a distance, Xiaomei saw Yu Mengyun like this, and her heart sank to the bottom. She had been holding onto a sliver of hope, hoping that Yi Chen and Yu Mengyun were just friends. But seeing Yu Mengyun like this, that hope was shattered. She had never seen Yu Mengyun be so warm and smile so brightly in front of anyone else. A girl beside Xiaomei noticed her expression, looked at Yu Mengyun and immediately understood, but she said nothing, merely shaking her head helplessly. After a brief chat, Yu Mengyun led Yi Chen to her office. She often came to the store when she had free time, so she asked, is there something you needed me for today? Yi Chen nodded gently. Do you remember what you said before about the blue spirit brew? At Yi Chen's words, Yu Mengyun's spirits lifted instantly, and she said excitedly, of course I remember. You agreed? Yi Chen smiled. We can discuss it. Yes. Yes, of course we should discuss it first. Yu Mengyun was truly excited, but after her excitement waned, she seemed to remember something and her expression became uncertain. Curious, Yi Chen asked, what's wrong? Yu Mengyun looked conflicted inside. If my father weren't ill, he could offer you a generous contract, but now I can't make that decision. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a weight in his heart. He had originally thought Yu Mengyun's family could offer a reasonable price, but now it seemed the situation was not so optimistic. He furrowed his brow, unsure of what to do. Yi Chen asked, ill? With the capabilities of Yu Medicine House, there shouldn't be any illness you can't handle. How could it be incurable? Yu Mengyun's face darkened and she bit her lip, seemingly hesitant to speak. After a moment, she finally gathered the courage to answer, actually, we don't even know what the cause of the illness is. 4 months now, my father has been bedridden, and no matter what methods we use, we can't cure him. The condition keeps worsening and it's now life-threatening. Can you tell me more? Yi Chen was curious about an illness so challenging even for Yu Medicine House. In this world, medical advancements were so developed that almost no illness was incurable, and there were potions with extraordinary effects that could tackle even rare diseases. Yu Mengyun sighed softly and said, "It's all right to tell you. My father is the head of the Yu family and the current master of Yu Yao Zhai, as well as a 4th-tier peak alchemist. 4th-tier peak, just a step away from the 5th tier. Wu Di is only at the peak of the 5th tier and is already the top alchemist in Yiling City. With such a status, how could your father possibly fall ill?" Yi Chen was astonished by the identity of Yu Mengyun's father and even more surprised that he was sick. "It's precisely because he's an alchemist that his illness is harder to treat." Yu Mengyun sighed. "My father has been stuck at the 4th tier peak for a long time. He developed a new formula, and if it succeeded, he would have broken through to the 5th tier? He was on the verge of success recently when an accident occurred at the last moment. While preparing the potion, it exploded. Since then he has been getting weaker day by day and eventually fell into a coma. He's now in the intensive care unit of the hospital. The doctors say that in his current state he might not hold on for much longer." As she spoke, Yu Mengyun's voice began to choke with emotion. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, murmuring potion explosion, and then he fell into a coma. After a moment's hesitation he spoke, "Perhaps I have a way, but I can't guarantee it will cure your father's illness." Yu Mengyun, overwhelmed with emotion, grabbed Yi Chen's arm and implored tearfully, "What? You have a way? Please, I beg you, save my father." Yi Chen comforted her, gently patting her back. "Don't get too excited. I can't promise anything, but I can try." After a while, Yu Mengyun calmed down and spoke in a low voice. "Ever since my father fell ill, my family has been in chaos. Everyone is eyeing the Yu family assets greedily. My uncle and aunt are the worst. The shop we're in now is the largest, best located, and most profitable of all the Yu Yao Zhai shops. But after my father got sick, my uncle wanted me to give this shop to him. He's been suppressing me at every turn and finally forced me into a bet. We wagered on the 3-month sales of this shop against his, and whoever loses must transfer their shop to the other." Yi Chen was puzzled. "But that should give you an edge, right? Isn't this shop doing the best business?" Yu Mengyun shook her head. "Because of my young age, my father only entrusted me with this shop, asking me to manage it well. Meanwhile, my uncle colluded with my aunt and transferred her shop to his name. So now he has many more shops than I do. Even with this shop, it's hard to compete with him in sales. Plus, he somehow got hold of a new healing potion that's slightly more effective than the one we had, but at the same price. You know, healing potions are essential for those going out into the wild, so their sales are huge. Because of this, his shop's sales have soared. That's why I wanted you to sell Blue Spirit Brew here to boost my sales." After listening to Yu Mengyun's story, Yi Chen understood her situation. It was the age-old tale of family feuds over inheritance, where wealth often tests the limits of human nature. Yi Chen looked at Yu Mengyun as if seeing a reflection of his younger self. Back then his circumstances were even harsher, ultimately forcing him to leave the Yi family. There is no shortage of greedy and insatiable people in this world. Rising to his feet, Yi Chen said, "Let's go. We'll visit your father at the hospital. If he can wake up, that would be ideal. If not, we'll figure out another way." Yu Mengyun nodded, also standing up to leave with Yi Chen. Xiaomei watched them, puzzled by Yi Chen's serious expression and Yu Mengyun's gloomy mood. How did a simple trip to the office end like this? Her mind conjured a dramatic scene and she excitedly muttered to herself, "Could it be they couldn't reach an agreement? Does that mean I have a chance now?" Her spirits soared from the depths to the peaks. The two quickly arrived at Century Hospital, the best private hospital in Yiling City, boasting top-tier medical facilities. Given the Yu family's wealth, Yu Mengyun's father receiving treatment here was no surprise to Yi Chen. Soon, they were at Yu Mengyun's father's hospital room. "Oh, isn't this my dear sister? Why are you here instead of at the store?" A man with dark circles, a gaunt figure and a sharp, unpleasant face spoke with a mocking tone. Yu Mengyun's expression turned dark. "It's none of your business. Do I need to report to you when I visit my father?" Yi Chen could feel Yu Mengyun's anger. Anyone would be furious dealing with such relatives. "Of course not, I'm just concerned about you. I think you should keep trying. Giving up now would be too unfortunate." Another middle-aged man frowning interjected, "Mengyun, don't you know your father's situation? What does it look like bringing a stranger here?" "Uncle, this is the last time I'll call you that. Stop pretending in front of me. You think I don't know the tricks you've been playing behind my back? It's a pity my mother treated you so well only to end up hospitalized because of you," Yu Mengyun retorted coldly. "How dare you speak to your uncle like that? Your mother's illness has nothing to do with me. You should be ashamed. If you hadn't managed things poorly, would your mother have fallen ill?" The middle-aged man, as if exposed, suddenly became agitated. Yi Chen watched Yu Mengyun's relatives, their behavior reminiscent of people from his past, stirring unpleasant memories. Just as Yu Mengyun argued with them, several people approached down the corridor. familiar faces, Yi Chen muttered softly. It was Wu Di and Mu Wanqing accompanied by a middle-aged man in formal attire. What are you arguing about here? The middle-aged man asked sternly. Yu Mengyun turned to look, frowning, unsure of their intentions. The sharp-faced young man quickly spoke up. Dad, look at Yu Mengyun. She brought a strange man here, and when I said something she got upset. Bringing someone now exposes our family's situation to outsiders. Yu Jing, stop spouting nonsense. Yi Chen is here to help treat my father, Yu Mengyun said angrily. Seeing a doctor, just relying on some young kid? We've already consulted numerous renowned physicians, all to no avail. If you're going to make excuses, at least find someone competent. Yu Jing seemed like he just heard a joke. The middle-aged man frowned. Alright, enough, Mengyun, stop messing around. Today I've invited Master Wu to treat your brother. Step aside and don't delay. As his words fell, none of the people present quite understood what he was up to. His son paused for a moment, then leaned in to ask, Dad, have you lost it? Why bother saving him? The middle-aged man ignored him, his gaze lingering on Yi Chen for a moment before saying, Mengyun, don't bring these dubious people here anymore. You should be mindful of your status. Yi Chen had no reaction to his words, only finding them somewhat amusing. If this man pursued acting, winning an award wouldn't be too far-fetched. He genuinely appeared as if he was concerned for Yu Mengyun. Yu Mengyun frowned, ready to explain, but Yi Chen held her back. Yi Chen whispered, let's see what he's really up to. Yu Mengyun said nothing, simply stepping aside. Her uncle led Wu Di into the patient's room and Mu Qingwan didn't follow them in. From the start, Mu Qingwan had been glaring at Yi Chen with anger, which Yi Chen pretended not to notice. His indifference only fueled Mu Qingwan's rage. Yi Chen and Yu Mengyun peered through the window, watching Wu Di perform some examination on her father. Yu Mengyun sighed softly. I'm really sorry for dragging you into this mess, and now they won't even let you treat him. Yi Chen chuckled, shaking his head. It's fine, if he can be cured, that's for the best. Then Yi Chen paused and added, however, even Wu Di probably can't manage it. Yu Mengyun furrowed her brows, unsure of what Yi Chen meant. Just then Mu Qingwan approached. If my master can't cure him, do you think you can? Have you looked at yourself, daring to boast here? Yi Chen remained expressionless. I'm not much, but I should have no problem handling you. Alright, who did I personally eliminate during the practical exam again? I seem to have forgotten. Perhaps you could remind me. Don't be so smug, it was just the entrance exam. The road ahead is long. We'll see who's laughing in the end, Mu Qingwan retorted, her sore spot hit. Yi Chen nodded. Indeed. But didn't you say the same thing the first time we met? It was at the auction house, remember? Yi Chen smiled at Mu Qingwan, whose face turned red with anger. I'll be watching to see how you save him. With that, Mu Qingwan walked away. You've met before? Yu Mengyun asked curiously. Yi Chen nodded, recalling a past encounter at an outdoor auction where tensions had arisen. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Yu Mengyun. She might have come today to see you fail. Yu Mengyun frowned. What do you mean? If what you told me is true, your uncle would never have come to save your father, nor would he have invited Wu Di, the master alchemist, Yi Chen continued. Yu Mengyun pondered briefly. I don't understand his intentions either. Weren't you saying before that he made a bet with you about the sales over 3 months? Yi Chen turned to her, asking. Yu Mengyun nodded. He initially set it for 1 month, but with some help from my father's subordinates it was extended to 3 months. Exactly, he couldn't wait any longer, Yi Chen said calmly. What do you mean? Yu Mengyun was puzzled. Instead of directly answering, Yi Chen asked, if Wu Di announces he can't save your father right now, what would happen then? Yu Mengyun lifted her head. Then my father would likely have no hope of survival. If the news of your father being beyond cure spreads, what choice would those currently supporting you make? Yu Mengyun realized, they are helping me mainly out of respect for my father. If the news gets out, they might stop supporting me. Yi Chen nodded. At that time, with a little incentive from your uncle, they would side with him. Given his methods, I believe he would quickly seize all the Yu family assets. By the time your father wakes, there might be nothing left to salvage and he'd have to start anew. From the beginning, Yi Chen knew Yu Mengyun's uncle couldn't be genuinely trying to save her father. If he had such good intentions, he wouldn't have made this bet with you Mengyun. Inviting Wu Di was merely leveraging Wu Di's influence. If even a 5th-tier peak alchemist like him couldn't cure her father, it essentially declared her father's death sentence. Currently, those supporting Yu Mengyun do so on the faint hope of her father's recovery. If the news spreads, they would certainly choose her uncle's side. So Master Wu is colluding with my uncle. Even if he can save my father, he won't? Yu Mengyun's face darkened. Yi Chen shook his head gently. Not necessarily. With Wu Di's status as a 5th-tier peak alchemist, he likely wouldn't risk tarnishing his reputation unless your uncle offered something truly tempting. But even with the Yu family assets, I doubt Wu Di would care much. Then why did my uncle invite Wu Di? Yu Mengyun found this illogical. Yichen squinted slightly. It suggests your uncle is confident enough in your father's illness, confident that even Wu Di can't cure it. If that's truly the case, then my uncle must know why my father hasn't awakened. But my father ended up like this due to an accident while concocting a potion. We've consulted numerous doctors, yet none could determine what has happened to him. Yichen glanced at her without speaking. Suddenly Yu Mengyun recalled something and said word by word that implies my father's accident might also be related to him. Yichen looked at the people in the hospital room and said, I'm just providing a thought. Let's see how things unfold. Yu Mengyun nodded. Even if Yichen's words were accurate, she felt powerless. Even if it was truly her uncle's doing, she had no evidence, and her father remained unresponsive. Inside the hospital room, Yu Mengyun's uncle whispered, Master Wu, this is the complex case I mentioned to you. So many doctors have examined him, yet none could diagnose the issue. We can only seek your expertise. Wu Di remained silent, using his source energy to perceive Yu Mengyun's father's condition. Previously, Yu Mengyun's uncle approached Wu Di explaining that he had a relative who fell into a coma due to a potion mishap and hoped Master Wu could take a look, offering a substantial reward regardless of the outcome. Wu Di, being an incredibly proud individual, was uninterested in the reward. He was intrigued only by the mention of a potion-related accident, prompting his decision to investigate. Yu Ku was merely a minor martial general, insignificant in Wu Di's eyes. The Yu family merely thrived in business within Yuling City, with his status as a fifth-tier peak Potion Master. Wu Di was welcomed as a distinguished guest in many places, maintaining business relations with numerous factions and guilds, making his wealth far surpass that of an ordinary martial sovereign. The Yu family's fortune was trivial in his eyes. However, he had heard about the Yu family head researching a new potion formula and had met Yu Mengyun's father years ago. He had a good impression of him as a somewhat talented potion master, evidently not mistaken. Yu Mengyun's father had reached the 4th-tier peak level in his 30s, yet had been stuck there for years without breaking through. The transition from the 4th to the 5th tier is a major hurdle for potion masters, with many getting stuck there, never breaking through, which was no surprise to Wu Di. Wu Di carefully examined his condition, finding it worse than anticipated. He then took out a bottle of potion and administered it to Yu Mengyun's father, with Yu Ke quietly observing, his face expressionless. After a while, Wu Di frowned as he sensed that Yu Mengyun's father's body was continuously depleting nutrients. If not for the hospital's constant nutrient supply, he would have perished long ago. The potion Wu Di had just given him was a potent tonic, yet it vanished rapidly upon entering his body. In Wu Di's perception, he found nothing unusual, only that the body was relentlessly consuming nutrients and had even begun breaking down its own muscles for absorption. However, he couldn't sense where it had been absorbed into, which was truly peculiar. Wu Di had never encountered such a situation in all these years, and for a moment he was at a loss. Sighing softly, Wu Di said, I have no solution. Upon receiving Wu Di's definitive response, Yu Ke's lips curled into a faint smile, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, It's alright, I just wanted Master Wu to give it a try. It's already a great honor that you came. Later my Yu family will present a small token of appreciation. Wu Di waved his hand dismissively. No need, I didn't manage to cure it. Yu Ke insisted, It's necessary. Just having Master Wu take a look is already a sign of respect for our family, and naturally we must express our gratitude. Yu Ke showed no concern for his brother. Upon hearing the hopeless diagnosis, not only was he not saddened, but he seemed slightly pleased. As a master apothecary, Wu Di's perceptive abilities were exceptionally sharp, and he naturally noticed the shift in Yu Ke's emotions. However, Wu Di had no desire to get involved in such family affairs. He had seen plenty of these situations before. Your Yu family is not so influential that I would care. I was merely curious about the illness, Wu Di said bluntly, turning to leave. Yu Ke was momentarily stunned by Wu Di's words. He had always known Wu Di to be exceptionally arrogant, but he hadn't expected it to this extent. Watching Wu Di's departing figure, Yu Ke still bowed his head in respect, thanking Master Wu. No one saw the trace of malice in his eyes as he lowered his head. Wu Di exited the room, and Yu Mengyun quickly approached him, asking, Master Wu, how is my father? Wu Di gave her a glance, sighed, and shook his head. There's no hope. Upon hearing Wu Di's words, Yu Mengyun felt a buzzing in her head. Her legs gave way, and she almost collapsed. Fortunately, Yichen was quick to support her, preventing her from falling. He helped her to sit down nearby. Mu Qingwan, observing Yu Mengyun's state, couldn't help but smile. During the practical assessment, she had seen Yu Mengyun side with Yichen, and naturally she bore a deep-seated grudge against her. after hearing that the Yu family's fourth-level apothecary had contracted a strange illness and was on the brink. She eagerly volunteered to witness it firsthand, and Wu Di didn't refuse. In truth, she just wanted to see Yu Mingyun's distress. Yuka followed Wu Di out, his face showing no signs of the hatred he felt earlier, which he masked perfectly. Yuka sighed, speaking sadly, "My brother, he's beyond saving." Upon hearing this, his son Yu Mingyun's uncle couldn't hide his delight. Wu Di glanced at them but said nothing. Yu Mingyun's uncle quickly corrected himself, patting the young man beside him. "What are we going to do? What will become of the Yu family?" "Oh, indeed, indeed," he replied. The young man quickly dropped his smile, feigning sadness, though his acting was somewhat lacking. "There's nothing we can do now," he said. "This news is bound to come out sooner or later. We might as well inform some of the core members ourselves and prepare to respond. I'm confident that the Yu family will overcome this challenge." Yi Chen, observing Yuka's dramatic performance, remarked with a sigh, "It's a pity you're not an actor." Upon hearing this, Yu Mingyun snapped back to reality, stood up and declared, "No, we can't let this get out." Yuka questioned why not. "Only by informing them. Can we prepare in advance and minimize the losses to our family?" His words seemed full of concern for the Yu family, his expression vivid and earnest. "You think I don't know your scheme? You just want the news to spread so my people will abandon me, ensuring your victory in the wager," Yu Mingyun retorted, clearly agitated, realizing that Yi Chen had hit the nail on the head. Yuka's expression remained unchanged as he calmly responded, "Why would you think that? Are you willing to let the Yu family suffer greater losses just because of this bet? I understand how you feel, but as a direct descendant of the Yu family, how can you not consider the family's well-being?" "Exactly, how can you be so selfish?" Yu Jing chimed in agreement. The old saying proved true, "the older the wiser." With just a few words, Yuka placed himself on the moral high ground, leaving Yu Mingyun speechless. You're clearly trying to seize the Yu family's assets, yet you speak so righteously," Yu Mingyun accused, pointing at Yuku and the others in anger. "Seize the Yu family's assets? Aren't I a Yu too? I've always had the family's best interests at heart, and now you're accusing me instead." "Mingyun, you've truly disappointed me," Yuka said, feigning heartbreak. Yi Chen, unable to endure Yuka's pretentious act any longer, stepped forward and said, "The truth will be revealed once the Yu family head wakes up, won't it?" Everyone froze for a moment before Yu Jing stepped forward and said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that even Master Wu is at a loss? How can he wake up? Are you saying you can do it?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "Just because he can't doesn't mean I can't." Yu Jing burst into laughter, bending over and clutching his stomach as if he had heard the funniest joke. Mu Wanqing also stepped forward and mocked Yi Chen, "Just because you've had a bit of success, don't let it go to your head. Do you really think you can compare to my teacher?" Wu Di, who had been about to leave, stopped in his tracks upon hearing Yi Chen's words and looked at him with interest, unfazed by what others thought. Yi Chen softly said to Yu Mingyun, "If you trust me, let me give it a try." Yu Mingyun looked at Yi Chen, then nodded firmly. With that, Yi Chen prepared to enter the ward. "Wait, Mingyun, don't be foolish. Even Master Wu couldn't do anything. What use could a young kid like him possibly have? I think you've been bewitched by him." Yuka frowned and remarked, "It was precisely because even Master Wu couldn't find a solution that we should let him try. Why not give it a chance? Or are you afraid that he might actually be able to cure my father?" Yu Mingyun intentionally provoked Yuku. "Yu Mingyun, I think you must be delusional. Just because Yi Chen helped you once during the assessment doesn't mean he's omnipotent." Mu Wanqing sneered. Yu Mingyun replied coldly, "The facts prove that my choice was right, don't they? You find, let's see how he plans to cure your father." Mu Wanqing retorted angrily. "Alright, since you want him to try, then let him try. But let me be clear, your father can still hold on for a while. Don't blame me if he dies during the treatment and then accuse me of being responsible," Yuka said expressionlessly. Ignoring him, Yu Mingyun entered the ward with Yi Chen, followed by the others. Normally, the ICU wouldn't allow visitors, but since Yu Mingyun's father had already been given a death sentence by Wu Di, it no longer mattered. Yu Mingyun held a desperate hope, treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. Yi Chen had mentioned earlier that he wasn't entirely confident, but this was her only option now. She placed all her hopes on Yi Chen. As Yi Chen entered the room and saw the person lying on the bed, describing him as a skeleton was no exaggeration. Tears streamed down Yu Mingyun's face as she looked at her father's condition, while the other members of the Yu family watched coldly, some even with a hint of satisfaction. Yi Chen took out a bottle of 100 herbs brew from his wristband and administered it to Yu Mingyun's father. The onlookers couldn't help but find Yi Chen's actions amusing. Mu Wanqing stepped forward to mock, "You didn't even diagnose him, yet you claim you can cure him. Such audacity." Yu Jing echoed, "Exactly, Mingyun, don't let him accidentally kill our second uncle." After taking the potion, the head of the Yu family showed no reaction, and Yu Mingyun's expression turned to despair as her last hope crumbled. Yi Chen frowned, thinking to himself, this isn't right. The 100 herbs brew is supposed to cure all diseases and detoxify any poison. How could it fail? Yu Jing sneered. See, I told you, what can a young lad like him do? You must have been deceived. Even Wu Di shook his head at this scene. He had thought Yi Chen might surprise him as he did last time, but it seemed like mere showmanship. Mangyun, you've tried, now you can't stop me from spreading the news, can you? Yu Mangyun stood there unresponsive, and Yuka, seeing her like this, curled his lips slightly, feeling like the matter was settled. He turned to leave. Just then Yi Chen noticed a movement in Yu Mangyun's father's hand and exclaimed with delight, it's working. The crowd turned around at Yi Chen's words, and Yu Mangyun, realizing it, grabbed her father's hand and shouted, he moved. My father moved. Slowly, the head of the Yu family opened his eyes and weakly asked, where am I? Dad, you've finally woken up. Yu Mangyun's emotions erupted all at once, and she burst into tears at her father's bedside. Witnessing this scene, Yuka's pupils constricted as if he'd seen a ghost. How could it be? How could he really be cured? Mu Wanqing seemed incredulous. Interesting, Wu Di murmured to himself. Every time he encountered Yi Chen, something unexpected seemed to arise. Yu Mangyun's uncle was so frightened by this turn of events that he retreated continuously, while Yu Jing fell to the ground in shock, mumbling, it's over, it's all over. The prosperity of the Yu family was entirely dependent on Yu Mangyun's father's status as a fourth-tier alchemist and his meticulous management of the Yu Medicine Pavilion. Without him, the family's wealth would have been non-existent. Now that he had awakened, everything they had done before had gone to waste, and their plot to seize the family estate would be exposed. After all, they were certain that the head of the Yu family was beyond saving and made no effort to hide their actions. The trail they left was too obvious. Once investigated, the truth would surely come out. Yuka, maintaining some composure, quickly regained his usual demeanor, though the slight tremble at the corner of his mouth betrayed his unsettled heart. Big brother, you're finally awake, he said, stepping forward. Yi Chen quickly blocked his path. The head of the Yu family has just regained consciousness and isn't in the best condition. It's better not to have too many people here right now. Yuka paused, glancing at Yi Chen with eyes full of resentment before smiling and saying, I didn't expect our little brother here to be so capable. Let's do as you say, we'll step outside first. Yi Chen was wary of any more tricks from Yuko. If he acted out of desperation and attempted to harm the head of the Yu family, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. Yi Chen had guessed correctly. Yuka had indeed planned to make another move, but was thwarted by Yi Chen's intervention. Moreover, with Wu Di present, Yuka dared not act openly. Wu Di had only been invited under the guise of the head of the Yu family's illness and was not on Yuka's side. Consequently, Yuka led the others, along with Yu Mangyun's uncle, out of the room. Yi Chen gently patted Yu Mangyun's back and said, the head of the Yu family's health isn't very good. I'll try using blue spirit brew, it might have some effect. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yu Mangyun ceased her sobbing, though she continued to sniffle quietly. Yi Chen took out a bottle of blue spirit brew and prepared to administer it to Yu Mangyun's father. What is this? Yu Mangyun's father asked, puzzled. Master Yu, it's a healing potion I concocted myself. It works quite well and should be effective for you as well. I know you have many questions right now, but perhaps it's best to wait until you're feeling better and Yu Mangyun can slowly explain everything to you. Yu Mangyun's father nodded and then took the blue spirit brew. After ingesting the potion, Yu Mangyun's father immediately felt a cool sensation spreading from his throat throughout his body. The bodily structures damaged by illness began to gradually recover, and some of the muscle tissues started to regenerate, resembling a balloon slowly re-inflating. Yu Mangyun was filled with joy seeing her father's improved state. She hugged Yi Chen tightly and whispered through her tears, thank you, Yi Chen. I wouldn't have known what to do without you. Yi Chen patted her back helplessly, offering comfort. Everything will get better. Her father, observing his daughter clinging to Yi Chen, wore a peculiar expression and couldn't help but cough twice. Ahem. Yu Mangyun suddenly realized the situation, quickly released Yi Chen and lowered her head. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Chen awkwardly touched his face, feeling that hugging someone's daughter in front of her father might not be the best idea. Inwardly he boasted, I can't help it. It's all because I'm just too outstanding. Well, shouldn't you explain what happened while I was unconscious? Yu Mangyun collected herself and began recounting the events that transpired during his coma. After listening to her story, he angrily exclaimed, a bunch of ingrates, to think I treated them so well, helping them in business, only for them to pounce like wolves once I was down. He then turned to Yi Chen saying, I owe you thanks, young brother Yi Chen. My name is Yu Yaoming. If you don't mind, you can call me uncle, Yi Chen quickly replied. Of course I don't mind, but what do you plan to do next? Yu Yaoming pondered for a moment and then said, the wager has already started. Now that I'm awake, the priority is to spread this news and rally more support for Meng Yun. I still have quite a few shops under my name that can support her, if they are so eager for my property. I'll let them fend for themselves and see if they can still be as arrogant without me. The reputation of Yao Zhai largely rested on Yu Yaoming's status as a peak fourth-tier alchemist. Without him, Yu Ku and the others might not have to close shop immediately, but the business would certainly suffer. Yu Yaoming had always valued family, treating them well and hoping to earn money together with his skills. However, after this incident, he was deeply disappointed in his brother. At this moment, Yi Chen timely suggested, if it's about helping Meng Yun boost sales, I think I can assist. Yu Yaoming looked at him curiously and asked, oh, how? Yi Chen gave a meaningful smile, then took out a bottle of blue spirit brew. This is my secret recipe, the same thing I just gave uncle to drink. It's called blue spirit brew. You should have experienced its effects firsthand. I plan to sell blue spirit brew through Yao Zhai. Delighted, Yu Yaoming took the bottle from Yi Chen's hand, opened it and sniffed. It was indeed peculiar. He could feel the vibrant energy but couldn't discern its medicinal properties. Yi Chen chuckled and said, this isn't a potion, it's wine. Wine? Yu Yaoming nodded in realization. No wonder, even if it's wine, it's no ordinary item, definitely something good. I can provide 2,000 bottles of this quality each month. Yi Chen extended a hand, indicating the number 5. Yu Yaoming nodded. Only 2,000 bottles might be a bit too few, but with this quality, selling it for 10 or 20,000 per bottle shouldn't be an issue. As Yi Chen's cultivation level increased, the quality of the wine he brewed also improved. He chose to limit sales to 2,000 bottles a month for a reason. The effects of the blue spirit brew far surpassed those of healing potions on the market. If it were to flood the market, it might cause disruption. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial income is akin to killing their parents. Yi Chen had enough troubles already and didn't want to invite more. Additionally, he didn't want to spend too much time brewing blue spirit brew. Selling it was only to support his martial path. His focus was still on cultivation and he couldn't lose sight of what's important. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then had a clever idea. We could treat this wine as a base spirit, then blend it to reduce its effects. What do you think? Yu Yaoming, a seasoned veteran in the business world, quickly understood Yi Chen's intention. You don't want to draw too much attention. That makes sense. With blue spirit brew's effects, if it spreads elsewhere, even my Yao Zhai might not be able to protect it. Yi Chen nodded. By dividing one bottle into several, lowering the price a bit, we can increase sales. However, the specifics of dilution and pricing will be up to you, Yao Zhai. Yu Yaoming nodded. Of course, if we're selling it, you shouldn't worry about these details. I'll prepare a contract for you and we'll sign it directly. Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised by Yu Yaoming's straightforwardness. Soon as someone brought the contract over and Yi Chen took it to find that all the income from the blue spirit brew would go to him, with Yu Yao Zhai not taking a single cent. Uncle, isn't there a mistake in the contract? How come there's no commission? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. What are you saying? You saved my life and you think I'm going to take a commission from you? Is my life worth so little? Yu Yaoming said, feigning anger. I didn't mean it that way. Yi Chen scratched his head. Then hurry up and sign, Yu Yaoming urged. Without further fuss, Yi Chen decisively signed his name. It seemed that his cultivation resources were secured and it was a steady stream of business. After signing, Yi Chen took out a few bottles of 100 herbs brew and handed them to Yu Yaoming. This is 100 herbs brew, capable of neutralizing poisons and curing diseases. This was what saved you before, uncle. Yu Yaoming looked at Yi Chen in surprise. The blue spirit brew had already amazed him, and now with the 100 herbs brew he was tempted to switch to winemaking instead of potions. I heard you're researching new potion formulas, uncle. Consider this a gift. It'll come in handy during unexpected situations, Yi Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Yaoming was moved and said with a laugh, then I won't be polite. I also plan to sell the 100 herbs brew through Yu Yao Zhai, but unlike the blue spirit brew, it can't be diluted. Once diluted, its medicinal effects decrease significantly and won't be able to detoxify, Yi Chen explained. Yi Chen explained, I plan to supply 20 bottles a month to the fish medicine pavilion. As for the price, you can set it as you see fit. How does that sound? Of course, that's excellent, Yu Yaoming exclaimed, more excited than when he first saw the blue spirit brew. You have no idea how attractive this is to alchemists. When they're experimenting with new formulas, no one can guarantee there won't be mishaps. If this 100 herb brew truly has the effects you claim, alchemists would go to great lengths to obtain it. Yu Yaoming was thrilled, envisioning how this could attract more alchemists to join his family, elevating the fish family to new heights. Without hesitation, he shared his thoughts with Yi Chen, who replied indifferently, "It's no big deal, uncle. You're paying for it after all. Selling it to someone is still selling it. Alright then, I'll purchase it at 1 million per bottle." Yu Yaoming agreed readily. "Isn't that too expensive?" Yi Chen asked, surprised by the high price for his first brew, the 100-herb brew, which didn't consume as much energy as his other creations. He rarely used it himself, not expecting such a generous offer from Yu Yaoming. "It's not expensive at all. You don't understand the value this holds for alchemists. It's a life-saving item and they're all quite wealthy. 1 million is nothing to them. Honestly, I'm the one getting a bargain here," Yu Yaoming explained with a dismissive wave of his hand. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Then we'll go with uncle's offer." He couldn't supply too much at once. The fish family didn't have that kind of capacity, so 20 bottles a month seemed just right. With most matters settled, Yi Chen stood up to take his leave. "Since everything's resolved, I'll be going now. Uncle's health still needs rest. Thank you so much for this time. Mangyun, why don't you see Yi Chen off?" Yu Yaoming suggested, noting how his daughter hadn't been very proactive. "Oh sure," Yu Mangyun responded, standing up. Yi Chen waved dismissively, "No need, uncle just woke up. Mangyun must have a lot to discuss with you. My home isn't far, there's no need to see me off." "Alright then, take care on the way." Yu Yaoming nodded. Yi Chen nodded in return and exited the ward, only to encounter two unexpected people outside, Wu Di and Mu Wanqing. The fish family members seemed to have left, likely to devise a strategy. As for why Wu Di and Mu Wanqing remained, Yi Chen couldn't quite fathom. Ignoring them, Yi Chen intended to leave directly. "Wait," Wu Di called out. Yi Chen turned around, pointing to himself. "Me? Who else is here but the three of us?" Mu Wanqing replied, with a face full of impatience, clearly puzzled as to why her teacher wanted to wait for Yi Chen. Yi Chen paid no attention to Mu Wanqing. He knew there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with her in the future. For now, she had Wu Di as her backing, making it less convenient to act against her. "Master Wu, is there something you need?" Yi Chen wouldn't waste time flattering Wu Di. He still remembered how Wu Di had tried to intimidate him before. Wu Di didn't mind Yi Chen's attitude and instead asked sincerely, "I want to know how you saved him. You didn't even diagnose him." Wu Di was genuinely puzzled. Yi Chen wasn't even an alchemist, so how could he have saved Yu Yaoming? Yi Chen smiled and said, "So that's what it is. Indeed, I didn't diagnose the Yu family head's illness, but I happen to have a unique secret formula that cured him." "Humph, not afraid of boasting, are we? A unique secret formula indeed," Mu Qingwan sneered disdainfully. Yi Chen spread his hands. "Believe it or not, it's up to you," and with that he turned to leave. "Wait," Wu Kai spoke up again. With his back to Wu Kai, a slight smile crept onto Yi Chen's face. Hook, line and sinker. Yi Chen had deliberately mentioned the unique secret formula to pique Wu Kai's curiosity and perhaps earn a little extra. "Teacher, he's just a lucky fool. Why do you care so much about him?" Mu Qingwan couldn't hold back anymore, seeing Wu Kai's interest. "Silence. As an alchemist, how can you lack even the most basic curiosity? How could you become an outstanding alchemist if you think it's just luck that cured someone even I couldn't save?" Wu Di reprimanded her without mercy. Initially, he had high hopes for Mu Wanqing. Her with spirit eyes were quite beneficial for concocting potions, and she had considerable talent. He was inclined to nurture her potential. However, over time he noticed her mind was too scattered, mostly focused on Yi Yuntian trying to ally with the Yi family. While he could overlook these things, Mu Wanqing's lack of curiosity and her imprudent nature were intolerable to him, leaving Wu Di increasingly dissatisfied with her. Mu Wanqing's face turned beet red with embarrassment at Wu Di's reprimand, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. She knew that if she truly lost Wu Di's support, she'd lose her greatest advantage. Yi Chen watched this scene with a smile, saying nothing. Wu Di, no longer interested in Mu Wanqing, turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Could you show me what you gave to Yu Yaoming?" Yi Chen nodded, taking out a bottle of 100-herb brew and handing it to Wu Di. Wu Di took the bottle, opened it, sniffed, and then dipped a finger to taste it. His expression shifted from frowning to pleasantly surprised, changing rapidly. Yi Chen chuckled softly, knowing Wu Di had taken the bait. He was confident that Wu Di couldn't resist the allure of the 100-herb brew. After a while, Wu Di sighed, "This is good stuff. I can't quite discern how it was made, but I can sense its rich medicinal effects. It can cure many toxins." As expected of a pinnacle 5th-tier alchemist, he discerned the effects of the 100-herb brew without thorough examination. "Yi Chen, can we make a trade? I'll offer you the formulas for 3 5th-tier potions in exchange for your potion formula. How about it?" Wu Di asked eagerly. Mu Wanqing stood to the side, her eyes widened in disbelief as she listened to Wu Di's words. The expression on her face was one of utter incredulity. A single fifth-tier potion formula could ensure the prosperity of an apothecary shop like Yu Yao Zhai for decades, a value beyond mere monetary terms, yet Wu Di casually offered 3 such formulas. What a concept this was! It indicated that, in Wu Di's eyes, what Yi Chen held was worth such a price. Suddenly Mu Wanqing's gaze toward Yi Chen became complex. She had previously thought Yi Chen was merely lucky, but now it seemed he possessed something truly precious. Yi Chen shook his head and spoke. Master Wu, I am not an apothecary, nor do I need a formula. Moreover, only I can brew the Baiqiao brew. It's not something that can be made just with a formula. I can't help with that. Baiqiao brew, is it a liquor? Wu Di asked. Yi Chen nodded. Wu Di's face showed regret. It was a pity indeed. If there were a formula, perhaps he could reach new heights. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing was so astonished that she was speechless. She couldn't believe Yi Chen had turned down such a generous offer from Wu Di, nor that Yi Chen's possession could potentially elevate Wu Di's status. Wu Di was already a pinnacle 5th-tier apothecary, just one step away from the 6th tier. Across the entire Tianxiang province, 6th-tier apothecaries were scarce. However, Yi Chen continued, I can sell this bottle of Baiqiao brew to Master Wu. Seeing the situation, Yi Chen directly revealed his intention. Upon hearing this, Wu Di's eyes lit up. He had thought that such a precious item would be rare in Yi Chen's possession, but Yi Chen was willing to sell it. How much do you plan to sell it for? Wu Di asked eagerly. Well, I'm not sure about the market price. Master Wu, you can decide, Yi Chen replied, scratching his head and putting on an innocent demeanor. Not naming a price at this moment could potentially push the value higher. Oh, by the way, Master Wu, I can tell you the specific effects of the Baiqiao brew. Yi Chen approached Wu Di, whispering its uses into his ear. Witnessing this, Mu Wanqing was frustrated. There were only the 3 of them present, and Yi Chen clearly didn't want to share the information with her. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Wu Di was even more astonished and began contemplating what would be an appropriate price for Yi Chen. Standing silently by the side, Yi Chen knew that the longer Wu Di thought, the more valuable the Baiqiao brew appeared to him. Yi Chen had just informed Wu Di that the Baiqiao brew could detoxify and cure 100 ailments, including poisons and potion crafting, which greatly tempted Wu Di. Even as a pinnacle 5th-tier apothecary, unexpected issues could arise when developing new formulas, making the Baiqiao brew highly desirable for him. After pondering, Wu Di spoke, how about this? Instead of giving you money directly, I'll trade potions with you. I'll give you a bottle of rage potion, Wu Di declared. It can double your combat power for 15 minutes, but the side effect is that your power will drop to half for the next hour. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. This was a lifesaver, and the side effects weren't too severe. He didn't respond immediately, knowing Wu Di wouldn't just offer him this single thing. Wu Di continued, I'll also give you a set of Thunder Spirit potions, personally refined by me to boost your cultivation speed. It'll last you for 2 months. Lastly, 2 bottles of concealing potions that can hide your aura for an hour. What do you say? Yi Chen smiled and said, deal. Standing nearby, Mu Qingwan was already stunned. These were treasures worth at least 30 million on the market, and even then, they were hard to find, especially the concealing potions, which seemed to simply hide one's aura but were crucial in the wild. They could often help evade detection by high-level beasts, making them rare life-saving potions. The potion's high price was due to the rare concealed grass needed for its concoction. Yi Chen was very satisfied with Wu Di's practical offerings. However, if Wu Di found out Yi Chen sold these for $1 million each to the Yu family, would he be furious? Probably not. These items were invaluable to Yi Chen but trivial to Wu Di, who likely wouldn't mind. Yi Chen, how's your supply of 100 herb brew? Wu Di asked. Yi Chen paused, then replied, not much. I'll contact Master Wu as soon as I brew more. Wu Di didn't think much of it. In his mind, something with such complex properties and effects must be difficult to make and scarce. Yi Chen certainly wouldn't reveal how easily he could produce it. If Wu Di knew, he might try to force the recipe out of Yi Chen. Plus, the less 100 herb brew in circulation, the higher the price. Yi Chen understood the value of rarity. Alright, let's exchange contacts. After swapping contact details, they parted ways, with Wu Di eager to return to his research on the brew. Once Yi Chen left the hospital room, Yu Yaoming asked Mangyun, do you like Yi Chen? Yu Mangyun's face turned crimson and she stammered, and no, Dad, don't say such things. Yu Yaoming could see through his daughter's demeanor. Liking him is nothing to worry about. I approve of that kid. You don't need to fear my disapproval. Yu Mangyun bashfully lowered her head, silent for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on her face. He won't like me. Yu Yaoming frowned. Why not? You have Both talent and family background. Is his background that significant? Yu Mengyun shook her head. He's the one who was expelled from the Yi family. The incident of Yi Chen's expulsion was well known in Yiling City. Yu Yaoming replied gravely, the Yi family, that's indeed troublesome. Fish Mengyun recounted to him how she had met Yi Chen and how Yi Chen had achieved the top scholar status. It seemed that his potential had already far surpassed that of the Yi family. Offending the Yi family for him was quite worthwhile, so I agree with you two being together, Fish Yaoming cheerfully declared. Fish Mengyun felt a bit exasperated. This isn't about whether you agree or not, it's that he simply doesn't think much of me. How could that be? My daughter is so exceptional, the best in the world. Even if he's the top scholar, so what? Be proactive. You two might just work out, Fish Yaoming encouraged. I can't be bothered to argue with you. You take care and rest up. I'm heading back to the shop to handle some matters, Fish Mengyun said as she stood up and left. Fish Yaoming watched his daughter's retreating figure and sighed gently. He knew very well that the chances of Yi Chen and Fish Mengyun getting together were slim, but he could see that his daughter genuinely liked Yi Chen. She was somewhat intimidated by Yi Chen's excellence. As a father, how could he possibly discourage her at this point? Of course, he had to offer her the greatest encouragement, and he wasn't wrong in saying that in his eyes his daughter was the best there was. As Fish Mengyun left the hospital room, she murmured to herself, so silly, not a great actor at all. Tears streamed down her face. She realized that her father was encouraging her and his words touched her deeply. Not wanting to cry in front of him, she found an excuse to leave. After composing herself, Fish Mengyun returned to Fish Medicine House to begin handling the pending matters and to spread the news of her father's recovery. As soon as Fish Mengyun arrived at the shop, Xiaomei came up to her. Miss, you're here, Xiaomei said. Fish Mengyun nodded. Xiaomei hesitated for a moment before asking, Miss, the gentleman who was with you earlier, isn't he with you now? Fish Mengyun looked back at her side and said, he's a friend of mine, this year's martial arts exam top scorer. With that, Fish Mengyun headed to her office. Fish Mengyun's response seemed off topic, but Xiaomei understood what she meant. Fish Mengyun didn't directly tell her that there was no chance between them. Instead, she highlighted Yi Chen's excellence, letting her know it's a difficult situation to pursue. Xiaomei stood there muttering to herself, so he's that impressive, not just someone being capped. Realization dawned on Xiaomei and she felt quite disappointed. Back in her office, Fish Mengyun muttered, just a visit to Fish Medicine House and he's captivated everyone's attention, truly a male enchantress. If Yi Chen knew how Fish Mengyun described him, he'd surely protest his innocence, thinking it's not his fault for being so handsome. After returning home, Yi Chen sent a message to Chu Tian, Fatty, I'm planning to head to the Magic City tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Huh? Why so soon? Isn't there still over 10 days before school starts? I plan to go familiarize myself with the environment first and then have Qingyao attend school there as well. Oh, I see. My family is currently in full swing celebrating my admission to Magic Martial, so I can't leave now. No worries, enjoy with your family. Once we start college, we probably won't have such opportunities to play around. I'll head over first and you'll come later. See you at Magic and martial arts, here we come. Yi Chen understood that Chu Tian wanted to enjoy himself a bit more before the school year started, knowing that life at the martial arts university would be completely different and possibly even more demanding than high school. So Yi Chen didn't insist that Chu Tian join him right away. They could arrive separately without issue. His main concern was to handle matters related to Yi Qingyao first. Afterward, Yi Chen informed Yi Qingyao about the plans, suggesting she get ready. Upon hearing the news, Yi Qingyao wore a troubled expression, feeling uneasy about starting school. Yi Chen helped her pack, storing everything in his energy storage bracelet. Aside from some clothes and daily necessities, there wasn't much to bring. Anything missing could be purchased later. That evening, Yi Chen lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The thought of finally going to the Magic and Martial Arts University filled him with anticipation for a new chapter in life. The next morning, he took Yi Qingyao to the station. Besides Chu Tian, Yi Chen hadn't told anyone about his departure that day. Although Chu Tian wanted to see him off, Yi Chen declined. He wasn't fond of such farewells, so he hadn't mentioned his departure to Yu Mengyun, Zhang Ding or others. Besides, Chu Tian would soon head to the capital himself, making farewells seem overly sentimental. Yi Chen glanced back at the place where he had lived for over a decade. This departure marked an indefinite absence, but he was sure of one thing. Upon his return, he would possess the power to seek revenge. Yi Qingyao, on the other hand, wasn't burdened with such thoughts. She didn't have much attachment to Yiling City, having spent most of her time at home. Now, she felt a thrill about moving to the capital. Let's go, time to board, Yi Chen said softly. they quickly found their seats on the train. The energy-powered train to the capital ran only once a day, stopping at numerous stations along the way, causing delays. The limited service was due to the high cost of the train itself. The route passed through the wilderness, necessitating an expensive energy shield to protect it from attacks by wild beasts. The train had its own shield, the tracks had another, and there was an emergency shield as well, making a total of 3 layers of protection. It was generally safe though. Accidents had occurred, such as when a powerful beast shattered all 3 shields and destroyed the train. However, with advances in technology, the strength of these shields had improved, reducing such incidents. Consequently, the ticket prices for these energy trains were exorbitant. Even with a student discount at the Magic and Martial Arts University, Yi Chen paid 30,000 for each ticket. The regular fare was 50,000, so he spent a total of 80,000 for both tickets. At the beginning, Yi Chen and Yi Qingyao found themselves in seats surrounded by empty spaces, but as the train made its way through the stations, more and more passengers boarded, filling up the nearby seats. Yi Qingyao settled by the window with Yi Chen beside her. Next to Yi Chen sat a boy around the same age, sporting dyed yellow hair and giving off an energetic vibe. Opposite them were 3 young girls, all vibrant and pretty, exuding a youthful charm. However, Yi Chen paid them no mind, content to sit quietly and fiddle with his phone. Yi Qingyao, having woken up too early, leaned against Yi Chen and drifted off to sleep. Hey Tingding, since we're headed to the Magic City, we should definitely visit a few schools, especially the Magic City University of Science and Technology. I've already bought the tickets, so let's go check it out together, the yellow-haired boy eagerly suggested to the prettiest of the 3 girls. Luoping, just call me by my name. What you're calling me now isn't quite appropriate, the girl addressed as Tingting replied calmly. Luoping's face showed a hint of embarrassment before he quickly recovered. It's just to get a bit more familiar, you know. I think I did well in the exams this time. I might even get into the Magic City University of Science and Technology. It'd be good to scout it out early. Come on, let's go take a look together. The other 2 girls showed some interest. One of them said, Tingting, I heard tickets to the Magic City University of Science and Technology are really hard to get. Since Luoping has them, why not go with us? We're already here. Yeah, I think it sounds great, let's have a look around, the other girl chimed in. The pretty girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's go have a look together. The other 2 girls smiled and Luoping joined in, though his smile carried a hint of bitterness. He was grateful to the 2 girls for acting as wingmen, but he had initially intended to invite only Huang Yuding. Now he had to part with 2 extra tickets. Each ticket was over 10,000 yuan, amounting to nearly 30,000. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but it did sting a bit. Nonetheless, he felt the need to keep up appearances if he wanted to continue pursuing Huang Yuding. Soon, the yellow-haired boy began to talk enthusiastically about himself, boasting about his achievements and his family's status. At first, the 2 girls who had inadvertently become his wingmen started frowning at his verbosity, yet the pretty girl remained unfazed, clearly uninterested in what the yellow-haired boy was saying. By this time, Yi Qingyao woke up, rubbing her eyes and speaking in a sleepy voice, brother, where are we now? How much longer? Yi Chen replied gently, it'll be a little while longer. Do you want to keep sleeping? Yi Qingyao shook her head gently. No need, I'm already awake and we're almost there anyway. Their conversation soon caught the attention of a few people nearby. Earlier Yi Chen had kept his head down, hiding his face, but now he lifted it, revealing his handsome features. Coupled with the adorable presence of Yi Qingyao, the pair's striking looks quickly drew the eyes of those around them. What a beautiful little sister, one girl remarked. Indeed, she's so cute, agreed another, both of them not hiding their admiration, though their gazes often flitted towards Yi Chen. It was clear their interest was not solely in Qingyao. The attractive girl in the group, also enchanted, smiled and said, Hi, are you 2 heading to Shanghai for a trip as well? Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm taking my sister around to explore a bit. He didn't mention he was there for school. After all, they were just casual acquaintances and there was no need to divulge too much. What a coincidence, we just finished our college entrance exams and are off to Shanghai too. Oh, we have some snacks here. Would you like some, little sister? The pretty girl offered a packet of chips. Yi Qingyao timidly clutched Yi Chen's arm, glancing at him as if seeking his approval. While she spoke normally with Yi Chen, she was shy and reticent with strangers, revealing her lack of exposure to the outside world. If you want, go ahead, Yi Chen said gently, then turned and added, My sister is a bit shy, sorry about that. Yi Qingyao carefully accepted the chips, whispering a soft thank you, sister. The 3 girls melted at her cuteness, their maternal instincts triggered by the undeniably adorable Qingyao. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. She wasn't like this when she was with him. Nearby, a guy with dyed yellow hair was still bragging about himself, but he was thoroughly ignored by everyone left in the cold. Yi Qingyao, now with her snack, sat quietly eating her expression, showing just how happy she was. Like most young girls, she had a fondness for treats. As the small group chatted animatedly, the guy with the dyed hair found himself sidelined, trying to interject but repeatedly brushed off. This irked him, especially as he felt threatened by Yi Chen's good looks. He had been quite confident in his own style, but next to Yi Chen, the difference was like night and day. Yi Chen was the quintessential fresh and handsome sunshine boy, whereas he was more of a brash, edgy type, a stark contrast. He watched Huang Yuding's beaming smile with discontent, knowing full well how much effort he'd put into pursuing her, yet she always remained cold towards him. This was the first time he'd seen her so cheerful, all because of this pretty boy he thought, marking Yi Chen as his #1 rival. "So, are you all planning to apply to colleges in Shanghai?" Yi Chen inquired. During their conversation, it was clear the girls were quite taken with the idea of Shanghai, an economic hub vastly different from their small remote hometown of Yuling City. One of the girls rested her chin in her hand and sighed, "We want to, but we need to score high enough. Frankly, among us only Tingting has a real shot at getting into a Shanghai university." At Mordor University, a prestigious institution ranked among the top 5 federal universities, most students graduate to become societal elites. Yi Chen was slightly surprised, thinking to himself that appearances can indeed be deceiving. Who would have thought she was not only good-looking but also academically outstanding? Seeing the surprise in Yi Chen's eyes, Huang Yuding felt a tinge of pride. "Not really, the results aren't out yet. I'm just hoping to perform normally," she said modestly. "The results for the written exams are released later than those for the physical exams, primarily due to the larger number of candidates." "You seem quite confident." "I didn't expect to encounter a top student here," Yi Chen praised without reservation. "Getting into Mordor University with cultural scores is truly impressive." "And you?" Huang Yuding asked, with everyone turning their gaze toward Yi Chen, curious about his performance. Even the blonde-haired student perked up his ears. Yi Chen gave a bitter smile. "Me? I'd be thankful just to pass." Upon hearing this, a subtle disappointment flickered in the eyes of several girls. In their minds, if Yi Chen with his good looks was also an academic prodigy, he would be perfect. Alas, it was not to be. Despite feeling a bit disappointed, Huang Yuding comforted him. "It's okay, maybe the results will surprise you, and even if your scores aren't great, it's not the end. It just means you'll have to work a bit harder moving forward." Huang Yuding's words were quite thoughtful, even making Yi Chen feel somewhat better about his barely passing scores. Then the blonde-haired student chimed in, "No worries, my scores aren't too bad. If I get into Mordor University of Technology, I'll take you on a tour to make up for your college regrets." His sarcastic tone made everyone frown, but Yi Chen appeared unfazed. "Well, thank you then," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Huang Yuding frowned slightly at Yi Chen's nonchalant attitude. In her mind, while poor grades could be forgiven, lacking ambition and backbone could not. At that moment, Yi Chen seemed to her like someone devoid of both. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the blonde-haired student felt even more smug, thinking that with Yi Chen as a contrast, his own image seemed elevated. "No problem at all. If you graduate without a job, come find me. My family owns a leather factory. Meeting is fate. I'll arrange a job for you," he boasted, taking the opportunity to flaunt his wealth. Yi Chen put on a deliberately ingratiating expression. "Thank you, brother. I've been worried about finding a job after graduation." Huang Yuding's impression of Yi Chen plummeted from a score of 10 to 2, with those 2 points solely due to his looks. Climbing the social ladder, one of the girls muttered softly, unable to stand Yi Chen's demeanor. Yi Chen acted as if he hadn't heard, showing no reaction. "How can you say that? This brother is just being pragmatic. I actually think he's quite smart," the blonde-haired student said smugly. The girl speaking turned her head away, ignoring him, and Huang Yuding closed her eyes, preferring not to see. For the remainder of the journey, the guy with the yellow hair kept belittling Yi Chen to make himself look better. Fortunately, the rest of the trip wasn't long. Otherwise, Yi Chen worried he couldn't keep up the act any longer. Next stop, Magic City. "Please exit from the left when the screen doors open fully. Watch your step." Finally, the train conductor's voice came over the intercom, announcing their arrival. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The guy with the yellow hair had been chattering incessantly in his ear, and Yi Chen had grown tired of pretending to listen, responding only with the occasional Yet, the guy remained oblivious, bragging enthusiastically about himself, even appearing a bit disappointed when he heard the announcement. "We've arrived, Qingyao," Yi Chen softly said to Yi Qingyao. Huang Yuding seemed a bit dazed. When Yi Chen spoke to his sister, he was devoid of any worldly airs, still that gentle young man. Perhaps he had his reasons for acting that way, Huang Yuting thought, already making excuses for him in her mind. Yi Qingyao had heard the conversation between Yi Chen and the yellow-haired guy, but she showed no reaction, quietly munching on her chips. She did this deliberately, Yi Chen knew, eager to see the guy's face when he learned Yi Chen had been admitted to a martial arts school. Both siblings harbored a bit of a mischievous streak. Everyone exited the train together, and after the earlier conversation, Huang Yuting's attitude toward Yi Chen improved somewhat. In her mind, Yi Chen might not be a straightforward and brave person, but he was surely a good brother. Yi Chen was a bit surprised by her change in demeanor, thinking his behavior should have made her dislike him. Once they left the station, they stood by the roadside. The yellow-haired guy spoke up. "Bro, it's a pity, but I only have 4 tickets to the Magic City University of Technology, just enough for the 4 of us. We can't take you with us this time." Huang Yuting then said, "It's okay, I don't really want to go anyway." The yellow-haired guy was instantly flustered. "How can you not go? Do you know how hard it was to get these tickets? It took me a lot of effort." Huang Yuting coldly replied, "What does that have to do with me? Huang Yuting, you're being too much, you know what I mean. Otherwise, do you think I'd willingly bring those 2 along?" The yellow-haired guy was getting worked up. Although he'd been rejected by Huang Yuting several times before, he always managed to convince himself to keep pursuing her, and Huang Yuting had no solution for that. The 2 girls nearby looked displeased after hearing the yellow-haired guy's words, realizing they were only included because of Huang Yuting. "What do you mean? You're the one who offered to take us," one of the girls said angrily. "Everyone at school knows I like Huang Yuting. You 2 didn't know? What do you think I mean?" Since the truth was out, he didn't care anymore. "I've never accepted your affection, and I've clearly rejected you. You're the one who keeps persisting, moved by your own feelings," Huang Yuting retorted. Huang Yuting's words were like a sharp sword piercing through Huang Mao's heart. Yi Chen stood by, watching the drama unfold with great amusement, wondering how things had escalated without his involvement. It was truly spectacular. Yi Qingyao, equally entertained, had somehow procured a slice of watermelon and was munching on it, transforming into a typical onlooker enjoying the show. At that moment, Huang Mao suddenly pointed at Yi Chen, shouting angrily, "Isn't it because of this guy that you refuse to go? He's nothing but a useless pretty face. In today's world, strength is what matters. What's the use of being good looking? Can it put food on the table?" Yi Chen was startled by this sudden accusation, thinking to himself, "I haven't done anything. How did the topic shift to me? I just wanted to quietly enjoy my watermelon." Meanwhile, Huang Yuting appeared quite irritated as well. She shouted back at Huang Mao, "Stop being unreasonable. I just don't want to go out with you. Is that so hard to understand? Everyone has the right to like someone, but they also have the right to refuse others. Do you get it?" Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but mentally give Huang Yuting a thumbs up, admiring her stance. Well said, such a perspective is truly rare. In his rage, Huang Mao lost all sense of reason and began to spew insults. You're so vulgar." Despite his harsh words, Huang Yuting only replied with those few words. Yi Chen frowned at Huang Mao's language, glancing at Yi Qingyao. There were kids around after all. He didn't want the little ones picking up such foul language. But seeing Yi Qingyao's enthusiastic look, Yi Chen could only shake his head helplessly. This girl really loved a good spectacle, Huang Mao continued. His tirade, and Huang Yuting's face turned crimson from his relentless verbal assault. If it had been a reasonable debate, she could have easily handled it, but faced with such crude personal attacks, she was momentarily at a loss. Yi Chen stepped forward, positioning himself between Huang Yuting and Huang Mao. "Come on, man, isn't this going too far? She just turned you down and you're losing it. Mind your own business," Huang Mao retorted, already hostile towards Yi Chen. "You're just a failure who can't even pass a basic cultural exam. You'll be nothing but a lowlife in society. Pretending to be a hero here, isn't that a bit naive?" To Huang Mao, Yi Chen was nothing more than a fly he could swat away with ease, and yet here he was daring to play the hero. Yi Chen now stood tall at 182 meters, while the blonde-haired guy was barely 17 meters. In front of him, Yi Chen felt an undeniable sense of superiority. Looking down at the blonde, Yi Chen spoke coldly, "When did I ever say I wanted you to work for me? It's all been your own wishful thinking from the start, hasn't it?" The blonde was momentarily stunned. Indeed, from the beginning, it was he who offered to help Yi Chen. Yi Chen had never asked for it. It was simply the blonde using Yi Chen to elevate himself. Yi Chen's demeanor had always led the blonde to believe that he desperately wanted the job. "So what? You barely pass your exams. After graduation, you're only fit for factory work. Why act so high and mighty?" the blonde retorted. "I think passing grades are just fine for me, and I should be able to Find a better job than you after graduation, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Behind him, Huang Yuding and the others were puzzled. They thought Yi Chen was just being stubborn, but they were grateful he stepped in to defuse the situation. To the blonde, Yi Chen's smile was nothing short of a huge taunt. I see you prefer punishment over leniency, how ignorant. The blonde sneered as he raised his hand intending to slap Yi Chen. Watch out. Huang Yuding screamed, seeing the blonde's move. Yi Chen merely lifted his right hand, lightly extended two fingers, and blocked the attack. To the blonde, it felt like hitting a piece of steel, and he ended up hurting himself instead. Clutching his hand in pain, he angrily shouted, "How dare you block me? With your grades you'll only get into some no-name school, and yet you dare to oppose a future elite like me. How brainless!" Yi Qingyao, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked by the blonde's senseless words. She mused, so there really are such fools in real life. No wonder my brother wants me to go to school and see the world. This is the diversity of species. Yi Chen, having had enough fun, originally just wanted to see the blonde's reaction upon knowing he was a student of magic and martial arts. He didn't expect the blonde's mental defenses to crumble so quickly, leading to this escalating spectacle. With the commotion drawing a small crowd, Yi Chen frowned and quietly said, "When did I ever say I was taking the academic entrance exams?" His gaze was cold and piercing, causing the blonde to take a few steps back in fear. However, he quickly regained his bravado and said, "So what? Even if you have some martial arts skills with your grades, what martial arts school can you get into? It's still just some no-name school." Yi Chen had to admire the blonde's ability to delude himself into thinking he was the best at everything. Calmly, Yi Chen replied, "My grades just make the cut for magic and martial arts. I never imagined you'd consider it a no-name university. Your standards are truly high." Yi Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving the blonde utterly stunned. "What, a mage warrior you? Ah ha ha ha." The blonde-haired man laughed so hard he was clutching his stomach, pointing at Yi Chen and saying, "That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Behind him, Huang Yuding and others stood frozen in place, too shocked to react. At that moment, Yi Chen noticed an off-road vehicle speeding towards them from a distance. The car itself was worth tens of millions, but that wasn't the point. The key was the iconic Starry Sky Pavilion emblem of the Huanyu Pavilion on its body, a symbol far more valuable than the car itself. Yi Chen glanced at the blonde, who was still laughing hysterically, ignored him and turned to Huang Yuding and the others, saying, "My car is here, let me give you a ride." Huang Yuding numbly nodded, following Yi Chen. At this point she wasn't sure if what Yi Chen said was true. Yi Qingyao also ran over, holding Yi Chen's hand, and together they headed towards the roadside. "Stop right there." The voice of the blonde-haired man sounded from behind. Yi Chen turned back to see him approaching aggressively, clearly unwilling to let things go. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, and suddenly an enormous pressure bore down on the blonde-haired man. Lacking any martial strength himself, the pressure immediately forced him to the ground, unable to move. Yi Chen's expression showed a hint of killing intent as he uttered four words: "ignorant and foolish." Instantly, the blonde-haired man felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, cold sweat soaking his back. As Yi Chen withdrew the pressure, the blonde-haired man struggled to his feet, his gaze towards Yi Chen filled with fear. The fleeting killing intent left an indelible shadow in his heart. Seeing this, Huang Yuding and the others instantly believed that Yi Chen was indeed a student of the Mage Warrior School. They all boarded the Huanyu Pavilion vehicle, leaving the blonde-haired man with a heavier heart. He knew the prestigious reputation of Huanyu Pavilion, and seeing Yi Chen and the others getting into their car suggested that what Yi Chen had said was likely true. Yi Chen was a genius with dual identities from both Huanyu Pavilion and the Mage Warrior School, making passing cultural subjects a mere formality for him. "That's the Huanyu Pavilion car, and that handsome young man is actually from Huanyu Pavilion," someone exclaimed. "That's not all. Didn't you hear? He's also a student of the Mage Warrior School with dual identities. The metropolis is indeed a place full of hidden talents. Who would have thought to meet such a figure at a station?" The crowd buzzed with discussions, and hearing them, the blonde-haired man felt like the biggest fool among fools. That didn't matter. He was more afraid of Yi Chen seeking revenge, especially since he had insulted Yi Chen earlier. Yi Chen had already contacted the people at Huanyu Pavilion beforehand. He needed to sort out Yi Qingyao's accommodation and school enrollment first. As soon as Huanyu Pavilion heard that Yi Chen was coming to the metropolis, they made all the arrangements and specifically sent someone to pick him up. "Hello, I am the person responsible for your living needs at Huanyu Pavilion. If you need anything during your stay in the metropolis, feel free to contact me." The driver handed Yi Chen a business card that read Huanyu Pavilion Logistics Department by Hong, along with contact information. as the person responsible for Yi Chen's daily life in the Huanyu Pavilion. Bai Hong had already seen Yi Chen's photo and immediately recognized him. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Brother Bai, you can just call me Xiao Yi or Ah Chen, no need to be so formal." Bai Hong, being a straightforward person, laughed heartily. "All right, I'll just call you Ah Chen then." He had initially thought that a genius like Yi Chen would be arrogant, but Yi Chen's easygoing nature was a pleasant surprise. "By the way, Brother Bai, these are some friends I met on the way here. They want to explore the city. Do you have any recommendations?" Yi Chen asked, gesturing to the group sitting quietly in the back, who had been quite reserved since they got into the car. "You've asked the right person. I'm a native of this city. Whatever you want to do, I can arrange it." Bai Hong replied with confidence. "Brother Bai, they want to visit the Shanghai Institute of Technology. Do you have any connections there?" Yi Chen inquired. "The Shanghai Institute of Technology? That's a bit tricky," Bai Hong replied with a slight frown. Huang Yuting, one of the friends, quickly interjected, not wanting to trouble Yi Chen. "It's okay, we can visit other places too. I do know someone at Shanghai University. Is that all right?" Bai Hong offered. Huang Yuting and the others were taken aback for a moment, then beamed with excitement. It wasn't that they couldn't visit the Shanghai Institute of Technology, it seemed they simply didn't find it as prestigious in comparison. Huang Yuting was thrilled, as she hoped to attend Shanghai University herself, and the other two were equally delighted. "Brother Bai, that's great, let's take them to Shanghai University first." Yi Chen gave Bai Hong a thumbs up. Bai Hong raised an eyebrow with a smug look, as if to say, "See what I can do." Soon Bai Hong's SUV arrived at the gates of Shanghai University, located in the bustling city center. The area was lively and vibrant. Yi Chen marveled at the scene, thinking to himself, as expected of Shanghai. Turning to Yi Qingyao, Yi Chen asked, "Qingyao, do you want to join us for a look around? If you do, we can all go together." Captivated by the cityscape outside the window, Yi Qingyao replied, "Can we? Of course, let's go take a look. It's no trouble for Brother Bai." Yi Chen reassured her with a smile. "It's nothing, just a small matter." Bai Hong waved it off casually. After parking the car, Yi Chen and the group stepped out. Some onlookers noticed them and whispered, "That's a Huanyu Pavilion car. I didn't expect it would be a group of young people, yet maybe their family elders are from Huanyu Pavilion." Others speculated, pondering the group's identity. After all, Huanyu Pavilion was a significant force in the Chinese Federation, admired even by top students at Shanghai University. Bai Hong made a quick phone call after exiting the vehicle, and soon a middle-aged man emerged from Shanghai University. Approaching them, "Old Bai," the man called from afar. Bai Hong stepped forward to greet him, exchanging a few pleasantries. Bai Hong introduced, "This is Wang Hai, my good friend and a teacher at Modi University. He's an expert in the field of intelligent life research and also a master's supervisor. This is Yi Chen, who has just joined our Huanyu Pavilion. I can't disclose much about him, but he and a few friends wish to visit Modi University." Wang Hai, rather than putting on airs due to Yi Chen's young age, approached warmly, saying, "Heroes emerge from the young. To visit Modi University, I've arranged for one of my students to show you around. He knows the place better than I do." Yi Chen quickly responded, "Thank you, Teacher Bai." Bai Hong then said, "You all go explore. If you need anything, just contact me. Don't worry about us, have fun. It's been a while since old Wang and I caught up, so we'll take this opportunity to chat." Wang Hai was somewhat surprised. He had known Bai Hong for over a decade, and Bai Hong, being a military officer with considerable strength and the identity of Huanyu Pavilion, usually had an air of arrogance. It was the first time he saw Bai Hong being so considerate to someone, suggesting that this young man's identity was not simple. However, he didn't pry further, understanding that internal information of such a powerful faction was not for him to know. "All right, we'll go explore first and contact you afterward," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Following this, Yi Chen and his companions, led by a bespectacled student, entered Modi University. "I'm Zhou Guang, a student of Teacher Wang in my third year of graduate study. I've been hanging around Modi University for quite a while, so I know it fairly well," the young man with glasses humorously remarked. Yi Chen understood this was just self-deprecating humor. Getting into Modi University, especially as a graduate student, was no small feat. "We appreciate your help, senior. We're all recent graduates, and we wanted to visit Modi University," Yi Chen replied politely. The group chatted as they walked, and it was undeniable that Modi University lived up to its reputation as a top comprehensive university. They toured for a full 5 to 6 hours on a sightseeing bus and still didn't see everything. Over these hours, they gradually became more familiar with each other. Upon learning that Yi Chen was from Huanyu Pavilion, Zhou Guang became even more enthusiastic, frequently asking Yi Chen about martial arts. Zhou Guang also had dreams of becoming a martial artist, but due to a lack of talent he had to pursue academics, which he considered a regret. Senior, you're already amazing. Being a graduate student at Moda University is more than many can achieve. I just got a bit lucky to pursue martial arts, Yi Chen consoled Zhou Guang. Zhou Guang knew this was Yi Chen's modesty. Becoming a martial artist requires luck, but it also demands effort, especially for someone like Yi Chen who joined such a powerful faction as Huanyu Pavilion at a young age, proving his talent and strength must be top-notch. Thank you for the comfort, Junior. Since I can't pursue martial arts, I'll shine in my own field, Zhou Guang encouraged himself. Yi Chen gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging that the world needed not only martial artists but also the invaluable contributions of ordinary people. It is their support that allows martial artists to fight with peace of mind. Afterward, the group shared a meal before planning to part ways. Yi Chen, thank you so much. This time Huang Yuding expressed her gratitude. The other two girls nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude. Thanks for helping us out earlier and giving us the chance to visit Magic City University. We really appreciate it, they said. Yi Chen smiled and replied, meaning by chance is a form of fate. Besides, Yao and I wanted to see the place too. Don't mention it. I hope you have a wonderful time in the city and achieve great results in the end. Huang Yuding nodded with a smile. Thank you for your kind words. This trip to Magic City promises to be meaningful. I also wish you success on your martial arts journey and may fortune favor you. With that, Yi Chen and Yi Qingyao left in by Hong's car. Initially, they intended to escort the girls further, but the girls insisted on exploring more on their own, so Yi Chen departed first. After Yi Chen left, one of the girls suddenly remarked, "Isn't this year's top scorer in our province's martial arts exam also named Yi Chen?" Another girl responded, "It seems so. We were so focused on the tour that we forgot. Could it be the same person?" Huang Yuding remained silent, gazing in the direction Yi Chen had left, and murmured, "Ultimately we belong to different worlds." Upon learning Yi Chen's name, Huang Yuding realized he was indeed the top martial arts scorer. His cultural scores were just enough to pass, but being the top scorer, they were more than sufficient. However, she was acutely aware of the gap between themselves and Yi Chen. He was genuinely a prodigy, a true golden child of destiny. After this farewell, it was uncertain if they would ever meet again. Following their farewell, Bai Hong took Yi Chen and Yi Qingyao to the Huanyu community. From the name alone, it was clear the community had a close connection with the Huanyu pavilion. As they entered, Yi Chen noticed that besides the gate, there were two additional checkpoints. At the final checkpoint, Bai Hong had to present his credentials to pass through. The strict security measures impressed Yi Chen, indicating the community's commitment to safety. After passing through the checkpoints, Bai Hong finally led them to a villa. "Here we are, this is the house assigned to you by the pavilion," Bai Hong said, a hint of envy in his eyes. Although he lived in the same community, he only occupied an apartment on the outskirts. The villas, however, were reserved for the core members of the Huanyu pavilion, and only they had the privilege to reside there. Bai Hong was not fully aware of Yi Chen's SS-grade genius status within the pavilion. He only knew that he was instructed to take good care of Yi Chen and fulfill all his needs. The lights in the villa were on, which puzzled Yi Chen. "Brother Bai, why are the lights on inside? Is someone there?" he asked. Bai Hong looked at Yi Chen enviously. Previously there was no one, now there is. "Inside, there are housekeepers and servants to take care of your daily needs. You'll find out once you go in." Yi Chen was truly taken aback by the arrangement of having dedicated personnel at his service. It was indeed a royal treatment, befitting the grandeur of the Huanyu pavilion. He mused to himself, marveling at the luxury. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was already 10 o'clock. "Brother Bai, let's call it a day. You've had a long day too, get some good rest," Yi Chen said with a smile. "All right, I live in this neighborhood too. If you need anything, just reach out. Your information is recorded in the system, so you can come and go freely." Bai Hong nodded and replied. Yi Chen, with Yi Qingyao by his side, approached the entrance of the villa. The door was equipped with facial recognition and a fingerprint scanner. After Yi Chen placed his fingerprint, the door opened. Upon entering, Yi Chen was greeted by an elderly gentleman in a uniform exuding an air of elegance and scholarly grace accentuated by his spectacles. The man slightly bowed and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Yi, welcome home." Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. In both his past and present lives, he had never encountered such a spectacle. He awkwardly smiled back. Hello." Yi Qingyao, on the other hand, hid behind Yi Chen, peeking out curiously as she scanned the house's layout. "How should I address you?" Yi Chen inquired. "You can call me Uncle Fu," the man replied with a smile. Yi Chen couldn't help but internally chuckle, wondering if all butlers worldwide shared the same name, though he showed no sign of his thoughts. Once inside, Yi Chen realized that the villa was nothing short of opulent. He hadn't paid much attention outside, but now he could see its grandeur. The villa was enormous, spanning 5 floors, including 2 basement levels, each boasting 4 to 500 square meters. The decor was luxurious yet refined with a touch of elegance. Uncle Fu gathered the house staff, introducing 3 maids, a chef responsible for meals, 2 for maintaining the villa's cleanliness, and a dedicated driver who wasn't present at the moment but could be summoned anytime Yi Chen needed. In total, 5 staff members were at service in this villa. After some conversation, Yi Chen learned that each staff member excelled in their respective fields, now gathered under one roof. With Uncle Fu's guidance, Yi Chen toured the villa. The first floor housed the living room, kitchen and dining area. The second floor comprised several uniquely decorated bedrooms, with Yi Qingyao choosing a pink-themed room as her own. The third floor featured a tea room, conference room and gym. Behind the villa lay a swimming pool, a vast garden and, most surprisingly, a fish pond perfect for fishing. Yi Chen couldn't help but be astounded by the extravagance of Huanyu Pavilion. The life of the wealthy was indeed simple yet luxurious. He was most pleased with the underground training room, well equipped and far superior to his previous one. Beneath the training room lies a wine cellar brimming with bottles worth a fortune, easily valuing over $1 million. Adjacent to the villa is a dedicated garage. After the tour, Yi Chen settled down on the living room sofa while Yi Qingyao reveled in her own room. "Uncle Fu, I'm planning to enroll Qingyao in school tomorrow. Do you know how to go about it?" Yi Chen inquired. "Sir, there's no need to worry. Our Huanyu Pavilion has its own school specifically for the families of its members. You can rest assured about the quality of education. It's top-notch," Uncle Fu replied. "So we can just enroll her directly?" Yi Chen asked. "Yes, I'll contact Bai Hong when the time comes and handle all the paperwork," Uncle Fu assured. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, appreciating the help that relieved him of any concerns. "Uncle Fu, could you not call me sir? It feels a bit awkward. I'm only 18-inch and I'm not quite used to it," Yi Chen stammered. Uncle Fu paused for a moment, then realized that the young man before him was just an 18-year-old. "How about I call you young master?" Uncle Fu suggested kindly. "Young master? Sure, that feels a bit younger." Yi Chen nodded with a smile. "Uncle Fu, I'll leave Qingyao's schooling in your hands. Once I start school, I fear I won't have much time to come home, so I'll need you to keep an eye on Qingyao," Yi Chen said earnestly. He was heading to the Magic Martial Academy and would likely stay on campus, reducing his time at home. Initially, he worried about Qingyao being alone at home, but with so many people around, even if they weren't peers, there would be company, which was reassuring. Uncle Fu, seeing Yi Chen's serious demeanor, responded, "Don't worry, young master, I'll take good care of Miss Qingyao." Having missed school and social interactions due to illness in her early years, struggled with communication. "Please look out for her, Uncle Fu. If possible, communicate with her teachers to understand her situation. I worry she might have trouble making friends." Yi Chen continued, his concerns spilling out one after another down to the most trivial details. Yet Uncle Fu showed no impatience. On the contrary, he listened intently, even pulling out a small notebook to jot down notes. Before long, he had filled 3 pages, recording many of Qingyao's preferences and habits. Finally, Yi Chen scratched his head a bit sheepishly. "Did I talk too much?" Uncle Fu quickly reassured him. "Not at all. Everything you've said is very helpful, giving me a better understanding of Miss and how to care for her." Yi Chen nodded, realizing that it wasn't himself who needed the care. He wouldn't be home much. It was Qingyao who truly required attention, which is why he had shared so much. Given that Uncle Fu would spend the most time with her, Yi Chen was confident in entrusting her care to him. "All right then, let's call it a day. Everyone's worked hard, so go and rest," Yi Chen said as he showered and then lay on his bed. As he took in the spacious room, he finally felt the reality of living in the bustling city of Shanghai. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, gently waking Yi Chen. He rubbed his eyes, stretched, and slowly got out of bed. Upon leaving his room, he was greeted by a spotless house with floors so clean they gleamed back at him. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air, lifting his spirits. On the breakfast table, a feast awaited: piping hot buns, crispy fried dough sticks, and sweet soy milk. Though these were common foods, the top-notch ingredients used promised health benefits over time. Hearing the morning stir, Yi Qingyao emerged from her room still drowsy and headed to freshen up. A maid approached her with a smile. "Miss, please allow me to assist you with your wash." She gently dabbed Yi Qingyao's face with a towel. Embarrassed, Yi Qingyao lowered her head, her cheeks blushing faintly. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her discomfort. He knew this lively girl was usually bursting with energy, but now she seemed unusually reserved, a contrast he found amusing. Sensing his gaze, Yi Qingyao shot him a sharp look as if blaming him for not rescuing her from the situation, but Yi Chen merely shrugged, signaling he was powerless. The maids here were impeccably trained, their service flawless. Under the maid's attentive care, Yi Qingyao finished her morning routine. The maid then brought a bowl of steaming porridge and gently fed it to her. Despite feeling awkward, Yi Qingyao obediently opened her mouth and accepted the food. Watching from the side, Yi Chen couldn't help but remark, "So this is the life of the wealthy, huh?" He never imagined he would one day live such a luxurious life, yet he understood it was his strength that had granted him this lifestyle. After breakfast, Yi Chen and Yi Qingyao settled in the living room. Yi Qingyao whispered to Yi Chen, "Brother, I feel a bit out of place." Yi Chen, amused by her cautious demeanor, teased her, "What's wrong?" Not happy being waited on hand and foot, Yi Qingyao shot him a big eye roll, retorting, "I can take care of myself, you know. I'm 12 years old, I'm practically grown up." Yi Chen, seeing her defiant stance, playfully tapped her nose. All right, you're grown up. But even grown-ups need care sometimes. If you have any thoughts, just talk to the maids yourself. Communicate what you want." Yi Chen wanted to improve her communication skills, knowing that she would spend a lot of time interacting with the household staff in the future. Yi Qingyao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll talk to her later." Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. "In a bit, I'll have Uncle Fu take you to handle the school enrollment procedures and record your information, so it'll be easier for you to come and go from the community." Hearing this, Yi Qingyao's face fell and she seemed to want to say something. Yi Chen immediately interrupted her. "There's no room for negotiation. Didn't we agree on this earlier?" Yi Qingyao's face showed reluctance, but she said nothing, illustrating that every child has a phase where they dislike going to school. Uncle Fu then took Yi Qingyao out to handle the tasks, and Yi Chen gave Uncle Fu 2 million as household expenses. Yi Chen also bought 4 tree heart flames, spending 20 million. Previously, Yi Chen had sold 20 bottles of herbal brew to the Yu family, and Yu Yaoming promptly transferred 20 million to Yi Chen. However, this amount was only enough to buy 4 tree heart flames. It's undeniable that in the magical city, even logistics are faster. Less than 10 minutes after placing the order, the items were delivered. Yi Chen took the tree heart flames directly to the training room. With over 10 days left before school started, although he could go early, he wanted to stay here a bit longer and spend time with Yi Qingyao. Upon reaching the training room, Yi Chen remembered that he had exhausted his training time and now could only practice diligently. "Looks like I'll have to learn about the process of going into the wild around here to replenish my training time," he mused to himself. He took out a tree heart flame and began channeling its energy to start body refining. By the afternoon, Yi Chen had used only a quarter of 1 tree heart flame. Without training time, even the consumption of tree heart flames slowed down, he noted with a sigh. After showering, Yi Chen emerged from the training room to find Yi Qingyao had returned, looking very happy. As soon as she saw Yi Chen, she eagerly recounted her day's adventures. It turned out that after handling the school enrollment, Uncle Fu took Yi Qingyao to an amusement park, which explained her joy. Yi Chen listened quietly, reassured by Yi Qingyao's happiness. After lunch, Yi Chen returned to the training room while Uncle Fu accompanied Yi Qingyao in her play. The villa was well equipped and Yi Qingyao enjoyed herself immensely. Back in the training room, Yi Chen opted not to continue body refining. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of Thunder Spirit elixir given by Wu Di from his energy-storing bracelet. He swallowed the elixir in one go and began practicing the 9 Nether Thunder technique. Time passed unnoticed until Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of purple lightning flashing within them. "Good stuff," Yi Chen exclaimed with delight. "A single bottle of Thunder Spirit elixir has increased my training speed by about 5 times. No wonder I consumed a lot of training time to reach the warrior level, while Yi Yuntian and others without as much time still managed to break through to warriors." Yi Chen suddenly understood. The reason the Thunder Spirit potion had such a significant effect on him was partly due to the high compatibility between his heavenly Doom Divine Thunder and the potion, and partly because the potion was personally crafted by Wu Di, enhancing its efficacy. Even now, Yi Chen was only using the potion as an aid in his cultivation without utilizing source crystals or other cultivation resources, yet he already sensed the importance of such resources. "If I didn't have the system, even with S-level abilities, my cultivation speed would be much slower than those heirs from great families," Yi Chen mused. Yi Chen's current sea of origin was a terrifying purple sea. Although his combat strength was outstanding, it also slowed down his cultivation speed. In terms of pure cultivation speed, he might not even match some geniuses who had only transformed to a silver sea. However, Yi Chen found it easier to break through bottlenecks and his combat power was stronger, which was a trade-off he accepted. Having experienced the efficiency of cultivation with resources, Yi Chen realized that to quickly improve his strength he would need to rely on both cultivation resources and time working simultaneously to compensate for the reduced speed caused by his condensed sea of origin. As for cultivation resources, Yi Chen wasn't too worried. When Feng Lian recruited him, she mentioned he would receive 500 magic martial points upon enrollment, and he also had 2,000 points in the Universal Pavilion. However, these points were not interchangeable across different factions, each having its own marketplace and point system. Overall, magic martial points held more value as it was educational, offering student discounts, making prices much lower than market rates. Right now, Yi Chen still had the Thunder Spirit Potion, which was sufficient for his needs. In the days that followed, Yi Chen devoted himself entirely to cultivation, almost isolating himself from the outside world, except for meal times. He remained in the training room as if he had cast the entire world aside. Initially, Yi Chen planned to spend this period with Yi Qingyao, but upon discovering she was getting along well with Fu Bo and others enjoying her days, he felt reassured and focused wholeheartedly on his training. Young master is truly someone valued by the Universal Pavilion, spending all day in the training room and rarely seen by others, a maid whispered in admiration. Yes, and young master has such a gentle personality without any airs. It's so rare. If I could find a boyfriend like him in this lifetime, how happy I'd be, another maid said dreamily. Just then Fu Bo quietly appeared behind them, his tone stern as he said, "Focus on your duties, speak less, work more. Young master's gentle nature is our fortune, but we must always remain vigilant, understand our roles and positions, know what should and shouldn't be done." Fu Bo's words startled the two maids and they quickly nodded in understanding, respectfully replying, "Fu Bo, we understand." The two maids exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of tension and caution in the other's eyes. They realized that although the young master was kind and amiable as servants, they still needed to be cautious and not overstep their boundaries. Steward Fu glanced at them coldly before speaking, "You may leave." His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. As the chosen steward of the Universal Pavilion, Steward Fu naturally had his outstanding qualities, and his authority was one of them. Otherwise, how could he manage the people under him? The two maids were only gossiping, not necessarily intending to do anything, but he needed to prevent any problems from arising. Such insubordination was taboo in their line of work. Upon hearing Steward Fu's words, the two maids trembled slightly, quickly lowered their heads and hurriedly left the place. Watching their departing figures, Steward Fu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew these maids were just young girls, prone to having their little thoughts now and then, but he hoped they would understand their roles and not cross any boundaries. After the two maids left, Steward Fu saw Yi Qingyao running towards him. His face immediately lit up with a kind smile as he went to greet her. He had a genuine affection for Yi Qingyao. In his past service he had seen many who, after a meteoric rise, became arrogant and changed their characters. Yi Chen and Yi Qingyao could also be considered overnight successes, but they lacked those negative traits and were down to earth. He felt fortunate to encounter such good masters in the twilight of his career, considering it a good ending. Thus he truly regarded Yi Qingyao as his own granddaughter. Yi Chen, in the training room, slowly opened his eyes after consuming a vial of thunder elixir. His progress over the past few days was notable. He was initially just at the second level of a martial artist, and now he was on the brink of breaking through to the third level. However, he had used up half of the thunder elixir. The set that Wu Di had given him was enough for a normal person to train for 2 months, but Yi Chen's absorption efficiency was high, using up half in just 8 days. This meant the set would only last him about half a month, but considering the excellent effects, Yi Chen didn't mind. With 2 days until the semester began, he decided to prepare to head to the Magic Martial Academy the next day. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in Yi Chen's eyes. During dinner, Yi Chen mentioned his plans to Yi Qingyao. "Qingyao, I plan to go to the Magic Martial Academy tomorrow. Make sure to listen to Steward Fu." "All right, tomorrow." "Okay," Yi Qingyao responded calmly, not showing the sadness Yi Chen had anticipated. "What, you don't seem to react at all when I say I'm leaving?" "I'm going to college." Yi Qingyao nodded. "I know you're just going to study, not vanishing somewhere, and you're studying in the same city." What reaction should I have? Yi Chen was left speechless by her response, realizing he might have been overthinking it. Steward Fu, witnessing this interaction, also smiled. Yi Chen suddenly remembered something. "All right, Uncle Fu, I'll give you my contact information later. If you encounter anything you can't handle, let me know. Also, if the account runs out of money, remember to inform me. I'm afraid I might forget." "All right, young master." Uncle Fu nodded in agreement. "What money?" Yi Qingyao's eyes lit up upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen glared at her, tapping her on the head. "It's none of your business what money, you already have a decent amount of pocket money, why are you still so obsessed with money?" Yi Qingyao covered her head, pouting. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Both Yi Chen and Uncle Fu couldn't help but laugh at her adorable demeanor. The next morning, the driver took Yi Chen to Modu Martial University. The university is located in the coastal outskirts of Modu, covering an area of 30 square kilometers, quite vast indeed. Despite its size, Modu Martial University does not have many students, with only 3 to 4,000 per class, whereas other martial universities occupying just about 1 square kilometer admit far more students. However, considering this planet is much larger than the one Yi Chen lived on in his previous life, 30 square kilometers is quite acceptable. Upon getting out of the car, Yi Chen was greeted by the sight of a massive school gate of Modu Martial University. On either side of the gate stood 2 enormous pillars spaced over 200 meters apart, making the gate itself over 200 meters wide. Wrapped around the pillars were the corpses of 2 exotic beasts, one a blue flame jiao and the other a purple lightning python. Both beasts were at the martial master level, making their corpses incredibly valuable, yet here they were brazenly displayed as guardians of the gate. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Stealing them would indeed make one rich, but he quickly laughed at his own foolish idea. Who would dare to steal from Modu Martial University? The fact that they could display them like this meant they weren't afraid of theft at all. Yi Chen's gaze lingered on the 2 exotic beast corpses, but after a dozen seconds or so he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Quickly he averted his gaze, realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat and his forehead was beaded with perspiration. Around him, some students watched Yi Chen with interest, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Every year, many senior students would come to see the freshmen make fools of themselves. Some students were even pressured to their knees by the oppressive aura, so Yi Chen, who merely broke a sweat, was considered among the best. Yi Chen paid no mind to the strange looks from those around him. He then shifted his gaze to the large plaque at the center. The plaque bore 6 enormous characters, Modu Martial University. When Yi Chen's eyes landed on these characters, they seemed to emit a dazzling golden light. Just a glance made Yi Chen feel as though countless steel needles were stabbing into his eyes simultaneously, causing unbearable pain and forcing him to close his eyes. However, Yi Chen, despite the searing pain, was determined to keep his eyes open, desperately trying to read those few characters. It wasn't out of bravado. He sensed something profound within those words, as if glimpsing a sharp, gleaming sword. This drove him to strain his vision further. Tears began to stream from Yi Chen's eyes due to the intense stinging, and gradually the tears turned crimson, a sign that his eyes were injured and bleeding. Just a bit more, he thought. Yi Chen lifted his head with effort, his world now tinged with red. Paradoxically, this crimson veil made the characters less blinding. A young man nearby noticed Yi Chen's stubborn persistence, recognizing that Yi Chen was pushing himself too hard. In past incidents, some could perceive the uniqueness of these characters, but the glare was too overwhelming for them to continue. Yet Yi Chen, unfazed by the threat of blindness, was the first to dare so recklessly. The young man frowned at Yi Chen's determination and muttered softly, "Stop looking or you'll go blind." Yi Chen seemed deaf to his warning, focusing intently ahead as if trying to pierce through layers of mist to discern the script. Blood tears streaked his face, but he remained undeterred. The young man sighed in resignation, murmuring, "Stubborn as a mule." He hesitated, worried for Yi Chen. After all, students admitted to the Magic Martial University were the Federation's future pillars. Yi Chen's ability to notice these characters' anomaly proved he wasn't at the bottom rung among his peers. Losing his sight here would be a grave loss. Just as the young man decided to intervene, Yi Chen let out a deep, resonant growl. Suddenly, a powerful and sharp aura surged from within him, startling the young man into retreat. Around Yi Chen, it seemed as if countless invisible swords and blades swirled, each exuding an intimidating sharpness. The ground beneath him bore deep scars, as if slashed by formidable weapons. The commotion Yi Chen caused drew the attention of those around him, including the young man who intended to stop him. Astonished, they realized Yi Chen had indeed discerned something from the characters. Yi Chen retrieved a vial of blue spirit brew from his bracelet, drank it, and immediately sat down cross-legged to meditate. The brew worked wonders, quickly healing his eye injuries. Yi Chen sensed an indescribable feeling emerging in his mind, certain that he had gained something from the characters, though its nature eluded him for now. "I'll study it later," he sighed, slowly opening his eyes to see a large face right in front of him. Startled, he jumped back, realizing he was now surrounded by a crowd. Yi Chen gave an awkward smile, fully aware that the commotion he caused earlier had drawn the crowd. At this moment, the boy who had previously cautioned him approached Yi Chen and asked, "You're a freshman today, right?" Yi Chen nodded, not quite understanding the situation. The boy continued, "I'm Chi Haoren, a sophomore at the Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Nice to meet you." He extended his hand for a handshake, and before Yi Chen could introduce himself, Chi Haoren had already turned and walked away. Yi Chen stood there bewildered. Was it just a handshake? Some people around asked if Yi Chen had discerned anything from those few words. Yi Chen replied that he only sensed something different but couldn't quite articulate what he felt. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't seem to be lying and understanding that it was reasonable for someone not to answer such questions, the onlookers gradually dispersed after hearing his response. Yi Chen sighed in relief. Being surrounded like that was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Once the crowd left, Yi Chen proceeded through the gates of the Magic Martial Academy. When Feng Lian had given him the wristband earlier, the academy had already recorded his information, so he simply showed his wristband to the gatekeeper to gain entry. Upon entering the academy, Yi Chen immediately sensed the immense power of the institution. He could feel a formidable aura emanating from the students walking along the road. Some even bore traces of blood, their murderous intent unabated, likely having just returned from the wilderness or completed a mission. The students hurried along as if pressed for time, contrasting sharply with Yi Chen's impression of a university. Most notably, there were no couples occupying the benches along the path. This surprised Yi Chen the most. In his previous life, he had also attended university, and places like benches and gazebos were typical meeting spots for couples. Yet at the Magic Martial Academy, there were none. Yi Chen's leisurely stroll through the campus made him seem somewhat out of place. He had learned from the gatekeeper earlier that as a new student he needed to register at the logistics department to find out his dormitory assignment. After some wandering, Yi Chen finally located the logistics office, where only one teacher was present, a charming and graceful woman. Yi Chen politely said, "Hello, teacher. I'm a new student here to register my information." The woman looked up at Yi Chen and asked for his name and identification number. Yi Chen, 781165451511. "Oh, and my wristband was issued by the academy. It has my information," Yi Chen said as he took off his wristband and handed it over. Initially, the teacher's demeanor was neither cold nor particularly warm, but upon seeing the wristband, her face immediately lit up with a smile. The elegant lady took Yi Chen's wristband and scanned it on a machine, then handed it back to him with a beaming smile. She said, "Your dormitory is in Area 1, number 41, your information has been recorded, and you can use the wristband to unlock your dorm room." Yi Chen was a bit surprised by the change in her demeanor, but he quickly realized why she had such a transformation. The wristband Yi Chen had was given to him by Feng Lian, which only students specially recruited by the Magic Martial Academy would have in advance. This indicated that Yi Chen was a special recruit. Moreover, when she recorded Yi Chen's information, she saw that his entrance exam results ranked him as the top scorer in Tianxiang Province. Even if Tianxiang Province wasn't highly regarded, being the top scorer was still impressive, making him one of the outstanding students at the academy. And since the academy revered strength above all, her attitude towards Yi Chen improved significantly. "Would you like me to have someone show you the way?" the lady asked with a smile. Yi Chen quickly waved his hand. "No need, I can find it myself. Besides, I'd like to explore the school a bit." "Alright then," she replied with a smile. "I've uploaded a map to your wristband when I recorded your information. You can follow that." She pointed to his wristband with a smile. "Thank you, ma'am. I could use that map," Yi Chen replied gratefully. Following the map, Yi Chen finally found the residential area of Area 1. Along the way, he saw many new students. Although the official start of school was the next day, many students had come to register early. Yi Chen arriving a day early was actually just on time, as everyone seemed eager to get ahead. The dormitory buildings in Area 1 weren't very tall, with each having just 5 floors, and there were 20 buildings in total. Yi Chen quickly found his dormitory at Area 1, number 41. Using his wristband, he opened the door to his room. The dormitory was large and well-equipped, with a kitchen, study, living room, and even a training room. It felt more like a suite than a dormitory, and Yi Chen had it all to himself. Even though Yi Chen owned a villa in the Huanya district, he couldn't help but marvel at the academy's extravagance. There were 200 such suites available for students. As the academy put it, building houses was easy, and with so much land, they could build as they pleased. However, each year, there were only 200 single-occupancy suites, with the rest being shared by 2, 3, or 4 students. Yi Chen was placed in Area 1 because dormitories were assigned based on academic performance. Each year, there was a challenge competition where lower-ranked students could challenge those ranked higher. If successful, they could swap dorms, which was the academy's way of encouraging competition among students. As Yichen was surveying the layout of his dorm, he heard a knock at the door. He muttered to himself, "I've just arrived and don't know anyone yet. Who could be visiting?" Opening the door, he found a strikingly handsome young man standing there. Yes, handsome. Yichen had the kind of handsome that radiated a sunny disposition, the kind you could tell was undoubtedly masculine with just one glance. However, standing before him was someone who transcended typical descriptions of handsome. This person's features were excessively exquisite. If it weren't for the telltale Adam's apple, Yichen might have questioned this person's gender. The person seemed accustomed to such looks from others and smiled as he introduced himself. "Hello, my dorm is right across from yours. I'm Yun Xiaoyao from Tianbei." Yun Xiaoyao's voice was also pleasing to the ear, rich with magnetism. Realizing his gaze might have been impolite, Yichen quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, you're just too good looking. I hope you don't mind my staring." Yun Xiaoyao shook his head with a laugh. "No problem, what's the point of being good looking if you can't let people look?" Seeing that Yun Xiaoyao wasn't offended, Yichen introduced himself as well. "I'm Yichen from Tianxiang. Tianxiang province is in the south and Tianbei province is in the north, known for its rugged men." Such a refined and handsome man like Yun Xiaoyao was indeed a rarity. Upon hearing Yichen's introduction, Yun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up with surprise. "Oh, you're the top scholar from Tianxiang province, the genius who single-handedly defeated the martial master beast." Yichen felt a bit embarrassed by Yun Xiaoyao's words, not expecting his reputation had already spread. Modestly he replied, "I was just lucky." Yun Xiaoyao countered, "It's not just about luck. Across the Federation, there are very few top scholars from any province who can single-handedly take on such a challenge." "You shouldn't be so modest," Yichen intrigued asked. "Oh, are there other provincial top scholars who also go solo?" Although Yichen was humble, he felt quite accomplished to have martial prowess at his age, making him undoubtedly the number one in Tianxiang province. Yun Xiaoyao checked the time and suggested, "It's getting late. How about we grab a meal together and chat more on the way?" "Sure," Yichen agreed readily. As they walked, Yun Xiaoyao picked up the previous topic. "Every year in the college entrance exams, there are candidates who can solo the martial master beast. Otherwise, why do you think they specifically throw one in during the practical assessments?" Yichen nodded. "That makes sense, though at the time I thought it was to test our teamwork skills, as the teachers emphasized combined efforts." "Originally, that was the case," Yun Xiaoyao explained, "but humanity keeps advancing and individuals are growing stronger. Nowadays, soloing isn't impossible anymore, but you were lucky to have the chance to do it alone." Curious, Yichen asked, "Oh, how so?" Yun Xiaoyao elaborated, "In places like Modu and Jingdu where talent is abundant, there are more than a few who possess the strength to solo. They even compete to do it." "Wow, are they really that strong?" Yichen, although aware that many cities were more developed than Tianxiang and housed numerous talents, was still taken aback by this revelation. "Why are you surprised?" Yun Xiaoyao asked, puzzled by Yichen's reaction. "Yeah, a bit," Yichen admitted. "I just didn't expect there to be so many geniuses here." "It's quite normal," Yun Xiaoyao reassured him. "For one, these places have well-developed economies and such, and many powerful families are based there. Naturally, their offspring wouldn't be lacking. You know, those with supernatural abilities might seem random to ordinary people, but for families with strong alliances, the likelihood of their offspring awakening powerful abilities is much higher. As a result, the quality of students in these two places is unmatched by others." "But there's another important reason." "Oh, what is it?" Yichen asked. "Because these two cities are very close to the gates of calamity. To be precise, both places guard a gate of calamity," Yun Xiaoyao said in a low voice. Hearing this, Yichen's breath became heavy. This was the first time he had heard specific information about the gates of calamity. After so many years, previously he only knew that his parents had gone to the gates of calamity and then disappeared, but he had no idea where these gates were. Yun Xiaoyao continued, "Actually, the Huaxia Federation has more than just these two gates of calamity. There's another one in Tianchuan province, but it's suppressed with the combined strength of the surrounding provinces, unlike in the Magic City in Kyoto where they handle it alone. So there are 12 gates in total, and our Huaxia Federation holds 3 of them." Yun Xiaoyao sighed. "Indeed, but it's a blessing and a curse. While the gates of calamity bring disaster, they also bring opportunities. That's why the younger generation in the Magic City in Kyoto is stronger, because many cultivation resources are near these gates or on the other side, making it easier for people from these places to access resources. You know the difference in efficiency between having resources for cultivation and not, so it's normal for them to be strong. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, having personally experienced the benefits of having cultivation resources with just a Thunder Spirit potion. However, despite Yin Xiaoyao's words, Yi Chen knew Yin Xiaoyao was not a simple person. First, because Yin Xiaoyao lived across from him, his exam scores must have been outstanding. Second, Yin Xiaoyao knew so much information, even the Yi family wasn't well informed about the Gates of Calamity, yet Yin Xiaoyao could explain it in detail, indicating his family background wasn't simple. Still, Yi Chen had a good impression of Yin Xiaoyao because he didn't look down on Yi Chen for not knowing these things. Instead, he patiently explained them to him. Chatting all the way, Yi Chen and Yin Xiaoyao soon arrived at the cafeteria. Along the way, Yin Xiaoyao seemed familiar with the place, suggesting he had been there many times before, so Yi Chen didn't need to check the map. The cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor offered ordinary dishes ranging from 001 to 05 points, while the second floor featured dishes made with high-grade ingredients with prices starting at 1 point. Yi Chen was secretly astonished. Although the points seemed small and abstract, converting them to Federation currency made it clear. The cheapest dish at 001 points was worth 1,000 yuan, meaning the second floor dishes starting at 1 point cost at least 100,000 yuan per meal. So expensive, Yi Chen marveled. Yin Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, very expensive, but worth it. You'll see soon enough. You just arrived today, so you probably haven't had the chance to register your points yet. This meal's on me, Yin Xiaoyao said. With a grand gesture full of generosity. No need, I have points. You've shared so much with me today, let me treat you, Yi Chen replied, waving his wristband in front of him. Upon seeing the energy-storing wristband on Yi Chen's wrist, Yin Xiaoyao asked in surprise, are you a special recruit? The official start of the school term is tomorrow, and that's when the exclusive wristbands for the Magic Martial Arts Academy will be distributed. Only special recruits get them in advance. He had known a bit about Yi Chen before, but hadn't given it much thought, assuming Yi Chen's achievements might have been somewhat inflated. After all, Yanxiang province was a remote area not as prestigious as his own Tianbei province, but things were different now. Yi Chen turned out to be a special recruit, and the slots for special recruits at the Magic Martial Arts Academy were extremely limited. Everyone selected had something special about them, a fact acknowledged over the years. In Yin Xiaoyao's eyes, Yi Chen's status as the top student in Tianxiang province paled in comparison to being a special recruit at the academy. Yin Xiaoyao gazed at Yi Chen with a newfound respect, thinking, looks like my neighbor is not so simple after all. Yi Chen nodded. Let's go to the second floor. I'm curious to see what makes this 10,000 point meal so special. Yi Chen was not one to be stingy. After all, Yin Xiaoyao had shared so much with him, he couldn't just offer nothing in return. Ha, you're generous. I won't hold back then. I've never been to the second floor either, Yin Xiaoyao admitted. With his family background, he could afford a 10,000 point meal, but he hadn't accumulated enough points here at the academy to visit the second floor. The two of them ascended to the second floor, which was noticeably more upscale in its decor and layout compared to the first floor. The waitstaff on the second floor were charming young women, whereas the first floor had middle-aged ladies serving food with shaky hands. The level here is indeed much higher than downstairs, Yun Xiaoyao remarked with admiration. As they found a spot to sit, a waitress handed them a menu. Steamed crackpaw bear paw 10 points, spicy red armor shrimp 20 points. Braised purple cloudfish 50 points, Buddha jumps over the wall, premium, 100 points. Yi Chen felt a slight chill looking at the menu. With just 500 points, an all-out meal on this floor wouldn't last long. Yin Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are great items, all of them. What do you mean? Yi Chen inquired. The prices here are much lower than the market rate, and the dishes are rare finds even in high-end restaurants outside. They're all scarce goods, Yun Xiaoyao explained, swallowing hard at the thought of the delicacies. Seeing Yin Xiaoyao's familiarity, Yi Chen realized he must have tried these dishes before. Yet another sign of his wealth, Yi Chen mused. Despite his craving, Yin Xiaoyao was mindful of Yi Chen's limited points. They ended up ordering dishes worth 5 points each. Braised fiery pork, 3 delicacies soup, and spicy green cloudfish. Soon, the 3 dishes were served, and both Yi Chen and Yin Xiaoyao could hardly wait to dig in. Yi Chen picked up a piece of flaming pork and placed it into his mouth. It melted instantly, releasing a rich aroma. He remembered the time he had hunted a fiery pig during an examination and roasted its meat. Back then he thought it was quite tasty, but comparing it to now he felt his previous attempt was mere garbage. Truly professional tasks should be left to professionals. Yi Chen mused to himself. What did you say? Yun Xiaoyao asked, his mouth full. Nothing, just that it's delicious. In no time, the two of them finished all 3 dishes, leaving nothing behind. Yun Xiaoyao let out a satisfied burp. This is the first time I've been this full since arriving at the Magic Martial Academy. For martial artists like them, their appetites were usually large and typically 3 dishes wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between their teeth. However, the ingredients here were special, and combined with professional cooking, the dishes contain much more energy than ordinary food, satisfying their hunger. Indeed, it's the first time I've eaten so comfortably, Yi Chen agreed. Thanks to you, brother Yi, I had the chance to have such a meal today. It's just a bit tough to earn points, but don't worry, I'll treat you next time outside the academy and I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Yun Xiaoyao promised confidently, patting his chest. Yi Chen knew he wasn't boasting. Yun Xiaoyao had the ability to back his words. It's just that currently none of them had enough points to afford such a feast. How does one earn these points? Yi Chen inquired. You've asked the right person. In the few days I've been here, I've figured it out. The most direct way to earn points is by completing tasks. The academy issues various tasks, each with points as a reward. Secondly, there are ranking rewards. At the end of each academic year, the school awards points based on rankings, and there are also points to be won in competitions and events held by the academy. Thirdly, you can earn points by hunting exotic beasts in the wild. The academy buys these, though at a lower price than the market. However, it's worth it since points are much more valuable than Federation currency. But the materials from exotic beasts must be hunted by you personally. You can't buy them with Federation currency and then exchange them for points, Yun Xiaoyao explained. How do they verify this? How does the academy know if the materials were hunted by me? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Don't worry about that. Every time we go into the wild, we register and your wristband records all your gains outside. This is one of the features of the exclusive Magic Martial Academy wristband, so that's how it is, Yi Chen realized. It seemed the wristband had more functions than he initially thought. The last method, though rarely used, is to create a new technique, martial skill, or make a breakthrough in technology and contribute it to the academy. The school will reward you with a substantial amount of points. This method yields the most points, but it's usually researchers who succeed here. For combat oriented individuals like us, it's rare to gain points this way. That makes sense, otherwise it would be much harder for students who aren't skilled in combat to earn points. Plus, creating something that significantly contributes to humanity deserves ample rewards. Yun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Indeed, if one were to create a martial technique or cultivation method, not only would the school reward you, but upon submitting it to the Federation you would receive a share of the revenue from anyone who purchases it. Moreover, this share is inheritable, essentially leaving a legacy for future generations. How exhilarating! With such an income, there would be no need to worry about resources, Yi Chen thought with longing in his eyes. Yun Xiaoyao remarked, however, if what you create are merely low-level techniques, the income wouldn't be much and the profit share isn't as high as you imagine. It's merely a steady trickle. Those capable of creating high-level techniques wouldn't care about such money. That makes sense. Sticking to tasks and hunting alien beasts seems more realistic. After having lunch, Yi Chen and Yun Xiaoyao went back. It was in the afternoon when Chu Tian finally arrived and Yi Chen went to pick him up. When Yi Chen saw Chu Tian, he looked radiant, evidently having had a pleasant summer. However, Chu Tian's dormitory was in Zone 4, a 4-person room, which was quite normal given that Chu Tian's abilities were somewhat lacking among the new students at the Magic Martial Academy. Among these newcomers, most were already warriors, and the few who weren't possessed very unique abilities. Those like Chu Tian, whose abilities and strength weren't particularly outstanding, were rare. Yi Chen shook his head and murmured to himself, Chu Tian is an A-level ability user, a genius anywhere else, but here at Magic Martial he seems ordinary. It's understandable, though. The newcomers of Magic Martial are all among the top 200 from each province, and in provinces like Tianxiang, where standards are slightly lower, the quota is even fewer. Although the chance of awakening high-level abilities is low, the sheer population base of the Huaxia Federation with billions of people means that quite a few have successfully awakened A-level abilities. Yi Chen had read history. When the Gate of Calamity descended, humanity indeed suffered immense casualties, losing nearly half its population. However, as humans began to awaken abilities, they gained some self-preservation capabilities, significantly reducing the death rate. Coupled with the Federation's strong pro-birth policies, the human population rapidly increased over several generations, surpassing the numbers prior to the Gate of Calamity. Nonetheless, despite the growing human numbers, the policies encouraging childbirth remain due to the high annual mortality rate from alien beast attacks. Furthermore, humans are still at a disadvantage, merely possessing the ability to protect themselves while alien beasts maintain the upper hand. It's no wonder, no matter how much humans are encouraged to reproduce, they can't match the growth rate of alien beasts, which can produce multiple offspring at once. The current human predicament has hit a bottleneck, making breakthroughs difficult. To change the status quo, a large number of powerful humans would need to emerge to suppress the alien beasts, but the likelihood of that happening is slim. The stability of modern human life can be largely attributed to the protection offered by the strong among them. The fact that new powerful individuals emerge each year to ensure continuity is already a significant achievement. This is why the Federation places great emphasis on supporting martial arts schools. Even so, the environment for the new generation is not ideal. Firstly, martial arts students often face casualties during their training in the wild. Secondly, there are internal threats from evil organizations like the Church of the Other Shore, which hunts down talents, hence finding a viable solution is challenging. One potential path forward is to break through technological barriers and develop weapons that allow ordinary humans to combat exotic beasts. Currently, humans still rely on firearms, but they are only effective against low-level beasts. Against beasts at the level of martial generals and beyond, firearms prove inadequate. The resources consumed by firearms are also significant, making them cost-ineffective. If breakthroughs occur, the human situation could change drastically. Tianqin society focuses on technology, which is why, despite lacking strong combat capabilities, it remains one of the top forces. The following day marked the time of the freshman assembly. Yichen, accompanied by Yun Xiaoyao, left their dormitory. As they descended the stairs, Yichen noticed a girl. "Aren't the dorms separated by gender?" Yichen curiously asked. "We each have single rooms. Whether they're separated or not doesn't make much difference," Yun Xiaoyao replied. "That's true. What about those four-person rooms?" Yichen quickly thought of Chu Tian, who lived in one. "Other dorm areas are also mixed, but of course with separate rooms for boys and girls," Yun Xiaoyao explained. "Really? Isn't the school worried about anything happening?" Yichen exclaimed in surprise. "Freshmen are at an age where curiosity about romantic relationships is natural," Yun Xiaoyao retorted with a question instead of answering directly. "When you entered the school, did you see any seniors dating?" Yichen shook his head. He had noticed when he first arrived that the students of Mo moved quickly on the paths, with no leisurely strolling couples. Martial arts universities differ greatly from ordinary ones. Even though we're among the elite of our generation, it wouldn't be surprising if we died in the wild someday. That's normal. Moreover, this age is the golden period for martial progress, and no one wants to waste time on romance. The path of martial arts is one of constant advancement. Standing still means falling behind, Yun Xiaoyao elaborated. Yichen suddenly realized how much he still needed to learn, acknowledging internally that his awareness had room to grow. Although he was diligent, having a system made him feel he'd grow stronger regardless, which led to a lack of urgency in his mindset. Yun Xiaoyao's words provided him with deeper insights into the meaning of martial arts. The two soon arrived at the field, located a fair distance from the Area 1 dormitory. On the field stood over a dozen formations, each comprising 200 individuals. Yi Chen and Yun Xiaoyao positioned themselves in the central formation of the first row, while Chu Tian was in the formation at the back. On the stage stood over a dozen teachers, each exuding an impressive aura. This year's incoming class consisted of 3,000 to 4,000 students, all filled with anticipation and curiosity about university life. The crowd buzzed with chatter. One voice might have been soft, but together they formed a chaotic noise, yet no one stepped in to intervene. Yichen noticed that the teachers on stage remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent. At precisely 8 o'clock, a teacher on stage raised his voice, announcing, "Time's up, the freshman assembly begins. Any student not present will have 20 points deducted." His voice was so penetrating that every student could clearly hear him. Yichen noticed the noisy chatter from the group behind him and turned to see some students who had arrived late being stopped outside. Freshmen start with 50 points, and losing 20 right from the start would make the coming days tough indeed. Yichen felt no sympathy. It wasn't his points being deducted, so it didn't concern him. "Those who continue to make noise will lose 20 points, came a voice as some students persisted in their chatter. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, though some students realized they had already lost points. These students began to express dissatisfaction. I wasn't even talking, why deduct my points, exactly, and 20 points is too much, we only have 50 to begin with. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended upon the crowd, silencing the entire field. This is your first lesson at Magic Martial. Follow the rules. No one dared to voice dissent under the weight of this pressure, as just standing upright was challenging enough. Now that everyone is quiet, let's officially start the freshman assembly, the teacher continued. Yi Chen felt a bead of sweat roll down his forehead, internally grumbling, wasn't it your pressure that silenced everyone? This teacher seems a bit cunning. First, let me introduce myself. I am Wang Ping, the Dean of the Combat Academy and also the Vice Principal of Magic Martial. Since the principal is absent today, I will be hosting this freshman assembly. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Ping was the martial emperor figure that senior sister Feng Lian mentioned she would introduce to him. His gaze towards Wang Ping was filled with admiration, as martial emperors were among the elite of the Federation. When he first arrived at the school, he tried to contact Feng Lian, but she didn't respond, likely due to a mission. Wang Ping hadn't reached out either, leaving Yi Chen without a way to meet him. Wang Ping continued, Magic Martial is not bound by many rules. You are all the future of the Federation, and Magic Martial will provide you with a stage to showcase your talents. However, necessary rules and principles must still be upheld. This university is not an ordinary one. You will not have a leisurely college life. From the moment you step into Magic Martial, you are already warriors fighting for humanity. At our Magical and Martial Academy, we enjoy a substantial amount of resources provided by the Federation each year. Naturally, these resources come at a price. You cannot expect to enjoy resources without giving something in return. These resources are reflected in points. Here at the Academy, as long as you have points, you can obtain the resources you desire. The importance of points hardly needs further explanation, and those who have had their points deducted should take it as a lesson learned. Resources are limited, so the Academy encourages competition, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest, which I believe everyone present understands. The school provides designated arenas for you to spar, but private fights are strictly prohibited, and causing any injuries will result in immediate expulsion with no room for negotiation. That is all I have to say. Moving on, the process is quite simple. Choose your college and mentor, but remember that the choice is mutual, so be realistic in your aspirations. Yi Chen has already familiarized himself with the academy, which is divided into 5 major colleges: the Manufacturing College, Combat College, Support College, Martial Arts College, and Tactical College. The Manufacturing College specializes in crafting equipment and potions, primarily handling logistics. The Combat College excels in training warriors and is the strongest in terms of combat power, with most of the top fighters coming from this college. The Support College trains auxiliary personnel with abilities like Yun's belonging to this category, including healing and buff skills. The Martial Arts College is adept at researching combat techniques and is the smallest in terms of student numbers, but remains a crucial part of the academy. Lastly, the Tactical College focuses on nurturing command talents, with most graduates becoming frontline commanders who play pivotal roles on the battlefield. Among these colleges, the Combat College is naturally the most suitable for Yi Chen, while the others may not align as well with his strengths. The choice of college at the academy is relatively flexible. If after your first academic year you find that a particular college doesn't suit you, you can opt for a transfer. The courses in the first year are cleverly arranged, mostly staggered, allowing you to attend classes from various colleges and gain a deeper understanding of each. However, choosing a mentor is a more stringent process. In this academy, a mentor is akin to a master. You cannot simply become someone's student at will. Mentors will decide whether to accept you based on your abilities, and you also have the freedom to choose a mentor you admire. Once a mentor is selected, changes are not allowed, and the mentor will provide more focused guidance. Mentors categorize their students into 2 types: regular students and personal disciples, with the latter receiving more direct and profound teachings. On the field, 5 areas will be designated, each represented by the corresponding college's teachers. You are free to choose your college. Some might wonder why the academy, knowing each student's abilities, doesn't directly assign them to colleges based on their powers. The academy has its reasons. While abilities are important, they are not the sole determining factor in the academy's perspective. Some students awaken with combat-oriented abilities, yet they find themselves more intrigued by strategy, even achieving remarkable success at the Tactical Academy. Abilities are filled with endless possibilities. even if two people possess the same ability, they can embark on completely different paths due to various factors. Take for instance the current Vice Dean of the Magic and Combat Manufacturing Academy. His ability is the A-level Azure Flame, a potent combat ability known for its extreme heat, yet he has become a top-notch forging master. Thus, the Academy places great respect on the students' choices, allowing them a year to select their preferred academy. While the school offers guidance, the final decision rests with the students. Yun Xiaoyao turned his head to ask Yi Chen, which academy will you choose? Me? I'll choose the Combat Academy, of course, Yi Chen replied firmly, looking at Wang Hai standing in front of the Combat Academy's area. Yun Xiaoyao followed his gaze. Oh? Does this mean you already have a mentor in mind? Yi Chen nodded. And you, which academy are you considering? Yun Xiaoyao raised his head proudly. I'm also choosing the Combat Academy. I come from the north, a true warrior destined for the front lines. His eyes sparkled with genuine passion, though his appearance hardly matched the image of a warrior. Lowering his voice, Yun Xiaoyao added, I have a teacher in mind too. See that teacher over there? Zhou Qingyu, who wields a sword. She's just my type. Yi Chen looked in the direction indicated and saw a woman dressed in a simple long gown with a sword on her back, exuding a cold and elegant aura. A striking figure indeed. You're just taken by her looks, Yi Chen teased, noticing Yun Xiaoyao's fixed gaze. Yun Xiaoyao straightened his posture. Crude. How can you say I'm just interested in her appearance? It's pure admiration. Besides, it's not just about looks. Teacher Zhou is a genuine martial arts master, and her celestial water sword is famous for its prowess. I chose her for her strength, not for some superficial reason. Despite his words, Yi Chen couldn't help but doubt a bit, though he was surprised to learn that Teacher Zhou was indeed a martial arts master. In martial arts, males generally have an advantage over females, as demonstrated by this year's freshmen, where only about 20% are female. For Teacher Zhou to hold a position in the Combat Academy speaks volumes about her undeniable strength. Who do you want as a mentor? Yun Xiaoyao asked. Dean Wangping, Yi Chen replied softly. Yun Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, are you that bold? Are you choosing Dean Wang just because of his high skill level? Of course, if I'm choosing, I want the best, Yi Chen said matter-of-factly. Do you know Dean Wang has never accepted a student during the new student orientation before? He rarely takes students, but each one he does is a true genius. Yun Xiaoyao's voice had grown significantly louder. I just want to give it a try, maybe I'll get lucky. Anyway, I've got nothing to lose, Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Alright, but don't get too stubborn about it. A mentor is really important for us. If you don't get one now, you'll fall behind the others, Yun Xiaoyao said earnestly. I know I won't. Yi Chen patted his shoulder, assuring him that he wouldn't be overly persistent. Soon, the freshmen gathered in the areas of the academies they wished to join. Those who had been late were allowed entry after losing some points. Yun Xiaoyao, Yi Chen and Chu Tian all chose the Combat Academy. Yi Chen wasn't surprised by Chu Tian's choice. However, given Chu Tian's current level of skill, it seemed unlikely for him to secure a mentor at this stage. The Combat Academy was the most popular choice, with half of the students opting for it. A teacher from the Warfare Academy sighed as he looked at the small number of new students in front of him. I really envy the Combat Academy for having so many students. Another teacher, equally resigned, commented, there's nothing we can do. Most students are in their prime, full of youthful enthusiasm, naturally drawn to combat. Having this many choose the Warfare Academy is already quite good. Indeed, how many at this age can truly settle down to pursue research? Clearly, everyone was used to this situation by now. In the Combat Academy area, Wang Ping stepped forward and took out a humanoid material from his wristband. It was hard to tell what it was made of, as it appeared dark and obscure. Our test is simple. You can use any method to reach the testing stone in front of you and then attack it with your strongest move. Based on your performance, we will decide whether to accept you. Information about us teachers has been sent to your wristbands. You can check it yourselves. Yi Chen glanced at his wristband. There were details on 50 teachers, but it didn't specify each teacher's specific abilities or cultivation levels. For instance, Wang Ping's information read, Wang Ping, Dean of the Combat Academy, Vice Principal of Magic and Martial Arts. Abilities: Thunder, Cultivation, Martial Emperor, proficient in blades, spears, fists. Yi Chen clicked his tongue at the simplicity of the information. It made sense, though, as such details are usually confidential and they wouldn't disclose too much, especially with the existence of cults among humans. For freshmen, this information was sufficient. Knowing the general direction in weapon proficiency was enough. All the Combat Academy teachers were undoubtedly powerful, more than capable of teaching them. Seeing that everyone had mostly finished reviewing the information, Wang Ping announced the test begins. As soon as Wang Ping finished speaking, some freshmen started rushing towards the testing stone. Yi Chen remained still. He believed the test couldn't be that straightforward. With the speed of everyone present, it was impossible to discern any differences, so how could they filter candidates this way? As expected, a few of the new students who rushed ahead stumbled almost immediately, some even falling flat on their faces. I knew it wasn't going to be that simple. Yun Xiaoyao and Chu Tian approached me, curious about my observations. Be cautious, I warned them. The teachers are likely exerting pressure here. The closer you get to the testing stone, the stronger the pressure becomes. It's a test of everyone's strength. Charging forward without preparation will only lead to suffering. Once we reach that stone, it should test our combat power. I paused for a moment, then turned to Chu Tian. Even if you can't make it all the way there, you can still showcase what you know, your combat skills and special abilities, for instance. Chu Tian nodded, understanding that his current strength might not take him very far. He realized that by demonstrating his skills he might catch the attention of a teacher if luck was on his side. Brother Yin, shall we proceed? I turned to Yun Xiaoyao. He raised an eyebrow and nodded, let's go. With that, we took a step forward, immediately feeling a wave of pressure descend upon us. But we were prepared. This level of pressure was manageable. The other new students caught on quickly and began to move as well. Some of the more capable ones outpaced us, demonstrating their strength. Soon enough, Yun Xiaoyao and I reached the halfway point. Here, everyone noticeably slowed down as the pressure intensified significantly. Some students began to use their abilities and combat skills. I noticed one individual with awakened fire abilities propelling himself forward with flames shooting from his hands. Inspired by his lead, everyone started to showcase their unique skills, turning the field into a vibrant display of colors reminiscent of a brilliant fireworks show from afar. The sight invigorated me. How about a little competition? I turned to Yun Xiaoyao, filled with fighting spirit. Alright, let's see who gets there first. Yun Xiaoyao agreed enthusiastically. I witnessed Yun Xiaoyao using his abilities for the first time. He summoned an ornate longsword and leaped onto it, soaring forward. Wow, sword flying technique, I exclaimed in amazement. I activated the heavenly fall divine thunder. Electric arcs crackled beneath my feet, and with a powerful push I launched myself forward, quickly catching up to Yun Xiaoyao. These two young ones are impressive, being able to accelerate even at this point, a teacher beside Wang Ping remarked appreciatively. They're all right, Wang Ping replied nonchalantly. Another teacher chimed in, Dean, you aren't planning to not take any students again this year, are you? It puts a lot of pressure on us. Wang Ping didn't give a direct answer, simply saying we'll see. Everyone knew Wang Ping had high standards. If he took fewer students, it meant more for the others. There was no denying his strength though, so who could argue? As Yun Xiaoyao noticed Yi Chen catching up to him, he chuckled, impressive, let's see how you handle this. With a deft movement, Yun Xiaoyao formed a sword seal, and the sword beneath his feet surged with an even greater burst of energy. The crowd was taken aback by this unexpected acceleration. Yi Chen, watching Yun Xiaoyao's silhouette, murmured to himself, he's not simple indeed. Yun Xiaoyao's sudden burst of speed caused a ripple effect among the competitors, many of whom had planned to hold back their own accelerations for later, but now, seeing someone already picking up the pace, they were unwilling to lag behind. These were the top talents from various provinces, each prideful and determined. They unleashed their own combat techniques, increasing their speed considerably. However, Yi Chen observed that while the techniques they used were of decent quality, they were all at a minor level of mastery. None had reached major accomplishment. A subtle smile played on Yi Chen's lips as he thought, seems like you're not that formidable after all. Beneath him, a complete 7-star diagram emerged and a faint black mist enveloped his figure. Yi Chen executed the fully mastered 7-star step alongside the instant shadow technique. Despite both being only sea-level combat skills, his proficiency was unmatched. Combined with the heavenly thunder of destruction, his speed was unrivaled among the freshmen. Yi Chen shot forward like a bolt of lightning, seizing the lead position with ease. That's a major accomplishment-level footwork, isn't it? A freshman exclaimed in amazement. Indeed, only at major accomplishment does a combat technique manifest such a vivid martial phenomenon, another replied, disbelief coloring their words. How is this possible? How old is he? How long could he have trained in these skills to reach major accomplishment? Someone else questioned incredulously. Beside the testing stone, Wang Ping's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, interesting. Yi Chen's display not only startled the freshmen but also stirred the teachers at the forefront into discussion. After all, witnessing someone of this age mastering a major accomplishment level technique was rare. That's the 7-star diagram. Only seen with the major accomplishment of the 7-star step, one teacher noted immediately. And look at that black mist around him, it resembles the phenomenon of instant shadow at major accomplishment, another added. Are you saying he's mastered both techniques and is using them simultaneously? Indeed, it seems we've got an extraordinary talent on our hands this year. Teachers began to focus their attention on Yi Chen, with some even pulling up his records. The commotion drew the interest of instructors from other academies as well. Looks like the Tactical Academy has produced an exceptional genius this year, one observed. We're not too shabby either. See that freshman over there, they've already solved half the problems in this short time, another countered. True, let's focus on our own strengths. Now a martial master, Yi Chen, bolstered by his dual combat skills, effortlessly arrived first at the testing stone. Following his lead, Yun Xiaoyao and others also reached the destination. Besides Yi Chen's overwhelming lead, only 7 or 8 others made it in the second batch. The remainder either struggled to move or lagged significantly behind. As Yun Xiaoyao arrived, his breath came in quick pants, evidence of the effort he expended. Brother Yi, you truly are a hidden dragon. Seems you've won this bout. What prize do you desire? Yun Xiaoyao asked candidly. Yi Chen replied with a smile, just a stroke of luck. How about this for a prize? When I head to Tianbei, you treat me to a good meal. Yun Xiaoyao patted his chest confidently and said, no problem, leave it to me. Yi Chen joked, with that much confidence, I might have to take full advantage of you. Just as Yi Chen and Yun Xiaoyao were chatting, a blonde freshman with an arrogant expression said, Teacher, since we arrived first, can we take the test ahead of others? His speed was slightly faster than Yun Xiaoyao's and his words showed he had strong self-assurance. Wang Ping glanced at the students behind and then nodded. You few can test first. Use your strongest abilities to attack this test stone. As soon as Wang Ping finished speaking, the blonde freshman immediately said, then I'll go first. According to the order, Yi Chen should have been the first to test, but he didn't mind. Testing wasn't about who started first, and Yi Chen was curious about what made this student so confident. The blonde freshman let out a fierce shout, and instantly his muscles bulged, bursting through his upper clothing, revealing golden scales on his body and vertical pupils in his eyes. Looks like a beast-type ability. Judging by the strength, it might be an A-level ability, Yi Chen murmured. His name is Long Tianming, from the Long family in the capital. His ability is the A-level Golden Pattern Tyrannosaurus, a top-tier beast-type ability. I just didn't expect him to come to Magic Martial and not Capital Martial, Yun Xiaoyao said, stroking his chin. You know this too? Yi Chen looked at Yun Xiaoyao in surprise. Yun Xiaoyao's information network was impressive. Yun Xiaoyao laughed sheepishly. It's a personal interest. I like gathering information. When the college entrance exam results came out, I collected information on the top 100 people from each province. This interest was indeed unique, but the fact he could gather so much information was truly remarkable, Yi Chen thought to himself. Dragon Tyrant Fist, Long Tianming shouted fiercely. A blurred dragon head phantom appeared on his right fist as he struck the test stone hard. Yi Chen could sense the immense explosive power in Long Tianming's punch, as if it could destroy anything. However, the test stone seemed indestructible, remaining completely unmoved by the punch. Long Tianming took a deep breath, slowly retracted his fist, and withdrew his ability. At this moment, everyone could see a faint fist mark on the test stone. The mark wasn't deep, only about a centimeter, but it was enough to prove Long Tianming's strength. Long Tianming took out a new set of clothes, quickly put them on, and with a slight, calm smile said softly, it's pretty hard. Judging by the slight curve at the corner of his mouth, he was quite pleased with his performance. The teachers in front nodded in agreement. Indeed impressive. At this age, leaving a 1 centimeter mark suggests a contender for the top spot in previous years. This golden pattern Tyrannosaurus is truly strong. Long Tianming is only at the pinnacle of a martial artist, yet the power of that punch reached the 3rd level of a martial master. The Tyrannosaurus fist seemed to suit him well, and it appeared he had just reached the initial mastery of it. At this age, achieving such a level with a B-grade combat technique was quite commendable. Another teacher remarked with admiration, this Tyrannosaurus fist was originally created by someone from the Long family, so of course it suits him. But why didn't he go to Jingwu and instead came to our Mo? One teacher shook his head and mused. I don't know, but given his status, does it really make a difference where he goes? Another teacher replied. That's true, the first teacher conceded. As Long Tianming stepped off the stage, he cast a provocative glance at Yi Chen, seemingly bothered by the fact that Yi Chen had reached the stage before him earlier. Yi Chen, however, didn't take it to heart. How could a young man of this age not have a bit of competitive spirit? In his previous life, he was just a sophomore in college, competitive even when playing games, so he understood well, yet he still couldn't remember how he ended up in this world. It was as if he had just fallen asleep and awoke here. So even though Yi Chen was living his life over again, his heart still burned with passion, though the past decade or so in this world had matured him quite a bit. As Yi Chen was about to go up for the second time, Yin Xiaoyao suddenly said, "How about we have another competition this time? The bet is a meal on the second floor of the canteen, what do you say?" Yi Chen looked at him with a half-smile. "All right, then I'll accept this meal," Yin Xiaoyao confidently replied. "Don't be too sure of yourself, it's still undecided who will win or lose." He thought that since Yi Chen had already mastered 2 movement techniques, he must have spent a lot of time on them, so his attack techniques couldn't be too strong. That's why he dared to make this bet with Yi Chen, wanting to win back from losing to him last time. "I'll go first," Yun Xiaoyao declared, stepping forward. With a graceful flick of his right hand, a dazzling light flashed and a beautifully crafted long sword appeared in his hand. Yun Xiaoyao firmly gripped the hilt and assumed a unique and elegant stance, closing his eyes as if entering a mystical realm. To everyone's surprise, the sword began to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was coursing through it. This phenomenon indicated that the move Yin Xiaoyao was about to execute contained an extremely powerful source of energy, one that even he struggled to fully control. In the next moment, Yin Xiaoyao snapped his eyes open, a sharp glint in his gaze, and his entire aura turned fierce and cold. Yi Chen, is standing beside him, could clearly feel the sharp sword energy emanating from him like a cold wind hitting his face. "I didn't expect he had such a killer move," Yi Chen murmured softly, secretly impressed. Sky Splitter. With Yun Xiaoyao's soft shout, his sword thrust forward like a lightning bolt, crashing onto the test stone with unparalleled force. A deafening roar echoed, shaking the entire space as if it had been struck by an overwhelming blow. Yun Xiaoyao sheathed his sword and stood tall, not bothering to inspect the depth of his attack on the testing stone. Instead, he turned around with a smile and said to Yi Chen, "How was it? Not too bad, right? This time it won't be so easy for you to defeat me." His demeanor was so impressive that Yi Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Yun Xiaoyao's act was commendable, skillfully executed. His strike left a 2-centimeter deep mark on the testing stone, a whole centimeter deeper than Long Tianming's. Upon seeing this, Long Tianming's expression turned sour. He had thought no one could surpass his punch. Now his earlier eagerness seemed a bit foolish in hindsight. One of the teachers flipped through Yun Xiaoyao's information and remarked, "Yun Xiaoyao from the Yun family in Jiangbei, that long sword he's wielding must be his special ability, the Xiaoyao sword." Another teacher nodded in agreement. His strike benefited from his ability. Sword-type abilities are inherently powerful and sharp. If Long Tianming had worn gloves, their levels might be comparable. After Yun Xiaoyao's demonstration, the teacher whom Yun Xiaoyao admired, Teacher Zhou, frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Yi Chen approached with a smile and patted Yun Xiaoyao on the shoulder. "Better get your points ready, I'm definitely winning this meal." Yun Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned, puzzled by Yi Chen's confidence after he had shown his strength. Could it be that Yi Chen had mastered an attack skill too? That seemed impossible. Where would he find the time? Yun Xiaoyao's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts as he watched Yi Chen's confident figure, feeling a bit melancholic. "Am I really going to lose again?" he thought. Yi Chen stepped up to the testing stone and said softly, "Next, it's my turn." The teachers were eager to see Yi Chen's performance, especially after his previous masterful footwork had been so impressive. However, some teachers were skeptical. Their reasoning was simple. Excelling in one area at his age was already remarkable. They believed Yi Chen's strength lay in his speed, and if he also excelled in attack, he would be more than a genius. He would be extraordinary. After Yi Chen spoke, Wang Ping nodded slightly, signaling that Yi Chen could begin. The small gesture surprised the teacher standing next to Wang Ping. Previously, Wang Ping hadn't shown any reaction to Long Tianming or Yun Xiaoyao, but this nod seemed to carry a hint of encouragement, making the teacher wonder, does the dean really have such high hopes for Yi Chen? Wang Ping thought to himself. Unaware of the teacher's thoughts, Yi Chen focused only on doing his best. He took out the benlei from his energy-storing bracelet, and with it in hand, his entire aura transformed. Seeing this, Yun Xiaoyao shouted internally, "No way, no way!" as Yi Chen channeled his energy just as he was about to unleash the thunder dragon sky-breaking strike. A new sensation suddenly filled his mind. He felt the thunderbolt in his hand suddenly becoming more familiar and obedient, as if it had become an extension of himself. To others, it seemed like Yi Chen had been standing there motionless for a while. Long Tianming furrowed his brows, wondering why Yi Chen hadn't made a move yet. It was unexpected, given the fierce aura he had just moments ago. Yun Xiaoyao was also puzzled, but as long as Yi Chen didn't leave a deeper mark on the testing stone than he did, he would be quite pleased. Yi Chen stood there for about 5 minutes, during which some teachers began to murmur, "What's going on? Why hasn't he acted yet? I don't know, could something have gone wrong?" Discussions erupted among teachers and students alike. Some students even speculated, could he be trying to show off, lacking the skills to attack and just trying to attract the teacher's attention? After Yun Xiaoyao and Long Tianming had made their moves, more newcomers arrived at the testing stone, and it seemed everyone thought Yi Chen was just seeking attention. Wang Ping, however, remained expressionless. A teacher next to him suggested, "Dean, should we let him step down and allow the next person to go?" Wang Ping stayed silent, but Zhou Qingyu, who stood by, spoke up. "He's in a state of enlightenment." The teacher inquired, "Enlightenment about what?" But after uttering those 4 words, Zhou Qingyu fell silent again, and Wang Ping did not speak either. Seeing no response, the teacher didn't pursue the question further. Accustomed to their reticent nature, both Wang Ping and Zhou Qingyu were known for their aloof personalities, rarely speaking unless it was during the annual freshman assembly or important events. They were seldom seen otherwise, only reachable through messages. Both were also exceptionally strong, not involved in teaching large classes, primarily focusing on a few personal students. This was a point of complaint among some teachers, though they understood that someone of Wang Ping's caliber was a rare resource, unlikely to be wasted on ordinary classes. Many teachers could handle those, so it would be inefficient to use such talents that way. After Zhou Qingyu spoke, the teachers quieted down, curious to see what kind of enlightenment Yi Chen was experiencing. At that moment, Yi Chen was unaware of how much time had passed outside. He only felt that he was on the verge of grasping a certain sensation. Another 5 minutes passed, and Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful aura that startled everyone. A peculiar expression flickered in Wang Ping's eyes, and Zhou Qingyu nodded with a smile indicating success. Yun Xiaoyao, standing closest to Yi Chen, felt the impact most intensely. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Chen, who seemed unaware of it himself. The pressure was so immense that it left Yun Xiaoyao in awe, as if he were facing not a human but a peerless divine weapon. In that moment, Yi Chen's mind was devoid of distractions, consumed only by the thunderbolt in his hand. He felt as though he and the thunderbolt had become one. He was the thunderbolt and the thunderbolt was him. Each breath and every movement of his synchronized flawlessly with the thunderous spear, as if they were innately one. As Yi Chen thrust his spear forward, it emitted a crisp dragon's roar, and a dazzling streak of lightning burst from its tip, transforming instantly into a thunder dragon stretching dozens of feet long. This dragon, vibrant and lifelike, shimmered with the untamed power of thunder, bearing its sharp fangs as it roared forward. "Thunder Dragon Sky-Breaking Strike," Yi Chen bellowed, channeling his entire energy into the spear, which thrust out with force. The roaring thunder dragon surged forward with a cataclysmic momentum, crashing fiercely upon the testing stone with a resounding boom. Yi Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, withdrew his thunderous spear, and gazed at the testing stone, now bearing a 10-centimeter deep cavity. How is this possible? Long Tianming looked as if he'd seen a ghost, unable to believe that someone his age could surpass him. Yun Xiaoyao, with a crestfallen expression, muttered, "It's over, we've really encountered a monster." Just now, was that spear intent? A teacher beside Wang Ping stammered. Wang Ping ignored him, smiling as he approached Yi Chen. "You comprehended your spear intent from the plaque at the entrance, didn't you?" "Spear intent?" Yi Chen asked in confusion, only feeling that wielding the spear had become more natural without understanding why. Wang Ping, seeing Yi Chen's bewildered expression, realized that Yi Chen was unaware of his own enlightenment. "Never mind, I'll explain later," Wang Ping said. "Yi Chen, did Feng Lian mention me to you before, and now I ask you, I wish to take you as my personal student. Are you willing?" Wang Ping smiled as he spoke. "What? The dean himself wanted to take Yi Chen as a student? Wasn't it said that he never recruited students at the freshman assembly?" "Indeed, and a personal student at that. The dean has only a few personal students." Discussions buzzed among the students. Their gazes at Yi Chen were filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. "Dean, normally we wait until after the tests to choose mentors," a teacher beside him reminded. Another chimed in, "The dean has spoken, we have no chance now." "Yes, we thought it would be like previous years, but even the dean was moved this time, otherwise we might have had a chance." "What chance?" didn't you see what Yi Chen just used? Another teacher pointed out. Everyone had been so captivated by Yi Chen's attack that they only now realized the Thunder Dragon's sky-breaking strike was a battle technique created by the dean. It seemed the dean had long set his sights on Yi Chen. That teacher sighed helplessly. Earlier Feng Lian had only mentioned introducing Yi Chen to Wang Ping, not that Wang Ping would take him as a student. When Yi Chen told Jin Xiaoyao he intended to choose Wang Ping as his mentor, he himself wasn't too confident. After all, Wang Ping was a martial emperor, who hadn't he seen before? The conditions for accepting students must be extremely high. Upon hearing Wang Ping's words, Yi Chen couldn't contain his excitement and immediately exclaimed, I accept. Saying it twice in a row underscored the intensity of his emotions at that moment. Wang Ping nodded with a smile. In that case, from this moment on you will be my 8th direct disciple. Return to your group now and come see me after the testing is complete. Yi Chen nodded, stepping aside to make room for the next person to be tested. At this point Long Tianming too snapped back to reality. He cast a glance at Yi Chen, his eyes tinged with a spark of envy, yet that envy quickly faded away. Replaced by a fervent fighting spirit, Long Tianming murmured to himself, this is what makes a magical warrior interesting. Although he came from a privileged background and had always had things go smoothly, he was not one to crumble under pressure. Instead, Yi Chen's prowess only fueled his determination. Yi Chen leisurely returned to his place in the queue, his gaze falling upon Yin Xiaoyao, who looked troubled and downcast. His lips curled into a teasing smile, and he quipped, don't forget to treat us to lunch later. Hearing this, Yun Xiaoyao deflated like a balloon, his head drooping in defeat. He muttered, all right. I really can't figure out why you're such a monster. Yi Chen merely smiled, saying nothing, his eyes reflecting a calm confidence. Meanwhile, more freshmen began to arrive at the site. Yi Chen roughly estimated the number to be around 100 to nearly 200. Those who couldn't make it here were simply not strong enough to continue. The number closely matched the capacity of the Zone 1 dormitories, indicating that only those ranked in the top 200 in terms of overall performance had the hope of reaching this point. Once all the testing concluded, the instructors would select their preferred students based on their performances. Students in turn could choose their desired mentors based on the information given by the teachers. When the final results were announced, it was no surprise that Yi Chen with his unmatched strength secured the top position by a landslide. Following him were Yin Xiaoyao and Long Tianming. Aside from Yi Chen's clear lead, the gap between Long Tianming and the students behind him wasn't vast, with many leaving marks 7 or 8 millimeters deep on the test stone. After a round of mutual selection, Yin Xiaoyao finally achieved his wish of becoming Zhou Qingyu's student. At the same time, Long Tianming was successfully taken under the wing of a martial arts master. However, both were regular students rather than direct disciples, which was quite normal, historically at such freshman gatherings. Most instructors only admitted regular students. Becoming a direct disciple involved a deeper level of mentorship, something that couldn't be decided after merely a single meeting. Usually students would start as regular disciples with the possibility of being promoted based on their performance over time. In this cohort, Yi Chen stands alone as the sole direct disciple under the tutelage of the formidable Wang Ping. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoyao, having been accepted as a student by Zhou Qingyu, is visibly elated. His earlier gloom from losing to Yi Chen is completely dispelled. Let's have a good meal this afternoon to celebrate, Yun Xiaoyao suggests happily. Interestingly, Chu Tian also caught the eye of a mentor whose abilities are similarly wind-based, making their powers a perfect match. Recalling Yi Chen's advice, Chu Tian, upon reaching his limits during the test and seeing he was still far from the finish, decided to perform a set of sword techniques on the spot, although only at a beginner's level and not very developed. His command of the swift wind ability gave his performance an impressive flair. This display drew some attention from the mentors, though most merely smiled, recognizing his limited strength. However, Chu Tian's luck was indeed favorable. One mentor, impressed by his quick thinking, declared, "We wind ability users need to be sharp. I like this kid. I'll take him." Overjoyed, Chu Tian accepted immediately, knowing the value of mentorship. Although his swift wind is an A-level ability with great potential, Chu Tian's training lagged behind those from powerful families. They had started honing their skills and bodies long before awakening their abilities, aided by potions, medicinal baths, and endless resources, while Chu Tian began his training only after awakening. Seeing Chu Tian secure a mentor made Yi Chen genuinely happy for him, knowing that having a teacher would accelerate Chu Tian's growth. Inspired by Chu Tian's example, some freshmen who couldn't reach the testing stone also demonstrated their best combat skills on the spot. However, luck wasn't on Their side and Chu Tian remained the trailblazer. After the mentorship ceremony, Wang Ping approached Yichen saying, "Meet me at Thunder Mountain this afternoon, we have a meeting to attend." With respect, Yichen replied, "Yes, teacher." As the newcomers' assembly concluded, students who weren't selected by any mentors wore expressions of disappointment. Their next chance to seek mentorship would be at the end of the academic year, which meant falling further behind their peers. This system inevitably widened the gap between strong students and those less accomplished. Yichen found this reasonable, considering humanity's current predicament, where allocating resources to nurture elites was more practical. What humanity needed now were individuals with absolute strength. Despite their disappointment, even those students at the Magic Martial Academy who failed to secure mentorship still received more resources than peers at other martial universities, marking them as elites in others' eyes. This highlighted the harshness of the martial path, where falling behind could mean falling permanently. Thus Yichen gave his all during the tests, holding nothing back, ensuring he could secure more resources for himself. In the past, Yichen had always been in the habit of concealing his true strength, especially after being targeted by assassins from the Church of the Other Shore. This incident made him even more cautious. However, this time he chose to reveal his full capabilities because he was at MOU, the highest institution in the Huaxia Federation. If he could not feel safe here, then it would indeed spell doom for humanity. It wasn't blind trust on Yichen's part. MOU and Jingwu, as talent cultivation bases, prioritized the safety of their students. Each class of students represented the pinnacle of that era's talent, the hope of humanity, and the Federation took this very seriously. The security at these two institutions was incredibly tight, and the Church of the Other Shore had never truly infiltrated them, which gave Yichen confidence to showcase his abilities. His decision was indeed wise, as being accepted as a direct disciple by Wang Ping was the best proof. With Wang Ping's strength, he would be more confident when facing the church. After the freshman assembly, Yichen, along with Yun Xiaoyao and Chu Tian, headed to the second floor of the cafeteria for a meal. Yun Xiaoyao was genuinely happy to be accepted as a student by Zhou Qingyu. Seeing Chu Tian and Yichen together, he generously declared, "I'll pay." Thus Chu Tian enjoyed a meal on the second floor, and the three of them spent a total of 8 credits. It wasn't until he paid that Yun Xiaoyao began to regret his decision, feeling a pinch in his heart. However, Chu Tian was adept at handling such situations, quickly praising Yun Xiaoyao with compliments like, "Brother Yun is generous, Brother Yun is capable." Yun Xiaoyao was so flattered that he paid the bill happily and even started calling Chu Tian his brother. Yichen watched their antics, shaking his head with a helpless smile. After their meal, each of them went off to find their respective mentors. Yichen, holding the map given to him by the teacher at the registration desk, embarked on a search that eventually led him to the so-called Thunder Mountain mentioned by Wang Ping. This Thunder Mountain was, in reality, just a solitary peak, yet it was situated within MOU, with only Wang Ping residing there, which made the otherwise ordinary hill appear extraordinary. Yichen was convinced it wasn't named Thunder Mountain without reason. Sure enough, as he approached the mountain, he noticed faint traces of golden lightning surrounding it. These golden lightning streaks were so minuscule that without Yichen's possession of the celestial meteor divine thunder, he might not have sensed them at all, mistaking them for a mere golden mist. The mountain lacked any guards or overseers, featuring only a narrow path winding up to the summit. Yichen ascended the path, encountering numerous small, exquisite creatures along the way. Under the keen perception of Yichen, these seemingly lifelike small animals appeared to lack any true vitality. They were all illusions formed by the golden lightning, yet their realism was astonishing, almost indistinguishable from real creatures. What level of mastery over supernatural abilities must one reach to achieve this? Yichen mused. Soon enough, he successfully reached the mountaintop. Upon standing there, his gaze was immediately drawn to a spectacular sight. A peculiar giant beast, resplendent with dazzling golden light, rested quietly before him. Yichen was utterly amazed, for he had never encountered such a strange beast, and not even the compendium of exotic creatures had any record of it. The beast seemed to sense Yichen's presence but merely observed him with a curious gaze before emitting a crisp and resonant call. Then, as if dismissing Yichen's existence altogether, it nonchalantly lay back down. Faced with such a situation, Yichen felt momentarily bewildered. His acute perception clearly detected the powerful aura emanating from the golden beast, yet he couldn't precisely grasp its form or strength. This sensation was peculiar, as if the creature before him was a Nebulous cloud, elusive and mysterious, Yi-Chen dared not make any sudden moves, but realizing the beast had no intention of attacking him, his courage grew a little and he began to cautiously observe it. After the golden beast's call, Wang Ping's figure appeared at the mountaintop. Yi-Chen hurriedly saluted him. "Teacher." Wang Ping nodded with a smile. "Follow me." Obediently, Yi-Chen trailed behind Wang Ping, even brushing past the beast, unable to resist taking another look at it. Wang Ping seemed to sense Yi-Chen's curiosity and said, "He's called Xiao Jin. You don't need to fear him, he's very lazy and spends his days sleeping." The golden beast seemed to understand Wang Ping's words, raising its head to voice a couple of discontented cries. Wang Ping laughed. All right, you're not lazy, you're the best." Hearing Wang Ping's words, the golden beast lay back down to resume its sleep. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi-Chen asked, "Teacher, aren't exotic beasts said to be untamable?" Wang Ping retorted, "Exotic beast? When did I ever say Xiao Jin was an exotic beast? Huh? Then what is he?" Yi-Chen's mind was filled with questions. Wang Ping explained with a smile, "Xiao Jin is not an exotic beast, he's an exotic spirit." Exotic spirit? This was the first time Yi-Chen had heard the term and he was unsure what it meant. Xiao Jin's essence is a cluster of tenfold golden lightning conceived by nature and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Eventually he awakened to consciousness, transforming into his current form. Wang Ping's words struck Yi-Chen like a bolt of lightning, causing a storm of realization within him. So that's it, he thought. No wonder I always sensed an indescribable peculiarity about Xiao Jin. Now that the truth was revealed, everything seemed logical. Then could it be that the so-called spiritual fires of heaven and earth might also awaken consciousness? After all, the spiritual fire Yi-Chen used in his physical cultivation was also a kind of heavenly and earthly spirit. Filled with curiosity and doubt, Yi-Chen couldn't help but ask Wang Ping. Wang Ping gently shook his head and slowly said, "Theoretically this possibility does exist, but in reality it is an extremely difficult feat. Not to mention that the 10 Directions Golden Thunder is already incredibly rare. The fact that Xiao Jin was able to awaken its spirit is due to a series of coincidences and fortuitous encounters. It is unlikely that another 10 Directions Golden Thunder like Xiao Jin could be found." Wang Ping continued to explain, "These spiritual entities derived from the world contain immense energy, a formidable power bestowed upon them by the heavens and earth. However, once they attempt to awaken their intelligence, they immediately trigger the vigilance of the world's rules and face ruthless suppression. Xiao Jin's ability to overcome numerous obstacles and eventually succeed can truly be called a miracle among miracles." Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but nod deeply in agreement. Everything in the world follows a certain balance, and there is no such thing as power that comes from nowhere. If something is exceptionally outstanding in one aspect, it inevitably means there are corresponding weaknesses or deficiencies in other areas. Just like those ferocious beasts, although they possess physical strength and combat prowess far beyond ordinary people, they can never compare to humans in terms of intelligence. Under Wang Ping's guidance, Yi-Chen found himself in a peculiar place. Here, the green mountains and clear waters complemented each other, resembling a beautiful painting. In the distance, the mountains stretched across the horizon, shrouded in mist, as if connected to the sky. The mountains were lush with green trees, and various birds formed from golden lightning chirped joyfully on the branches. At the foot of the mountain, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, its transparency revealing many golden fish swimming freely, naturally also composed of golden lightning. Following the stream, a wide meadow appeared. The grass was verdant and soft like a carpet. At the edge of the meadow stood an old wooden house surrounded by a variety of vegetables and fruits. Clearly, this was not the Thunder Mountain Yi-Chen had seen from the outside. A small bird landed on Wang Ping's shoulder, and these creatures were all influenced by Xiao Jin's aura. The so-called Thunder Mountain was named so only because Xiao Jin resided there. Yi-Chen gazed at the surroundings and asked, "Teacher, aren't we on Thunder Mountain anymore?" Wang Ping seemed to remember something and said, "Let me take a drop of your blood." With a swift motion of his hand, Yi-Chen felt a prick on his finger, and a drop of blood emerged in front of Wang Ping. With a wave of his hand, the blood flew outside, and shortly after, a clear chirping sound came from outside, unmistakably Xiao Jin's voice. Wang Ping continued, "This is a special space, invisible from the outside. I have given your blood to Xiao Jin so it can recognize your aura. Next time you come, it will guide you in. No wonder this place feels different from the outside. It turns out to be a separate space," Yi-Chen realized. After this revelation, Yi-Chen and Wang Ping stepped into the small thatched hut together. Yi-Chen carefully followed Wang Ping into the modest abode. Inside, everything was neatly organized. there was a simple bed, a basic wooden table, and a few unassuming stools, a quintessential rustic farmhouse style. Take a seat. Wang Ping smiled and gestured towards one of the stools for Yi Chen to sit. Once Yi Chen was settled, Wang Ping softly asked, "Do you know why I decided to take you as my direct disciple today?" Yi Chen pondered briefly before responding, "Is it because of my mastery of combat skills? Or perhaps due to my current martial arts level, or maybe it's because of my S-level heavenly meteor thunder." He speculated on the possible reasons. Hearing this, Wang Ping chuckled softly and replied, "You are straightforward indeed. While those factors do exist, what I value more is the limitless potential I see hidden within you." He paused briefly before continuing, "In truth, achieving such accomplishments in combat skills at your age is not unheard of. In the capital city, there is a young man around your age with extraordinary talent, born with an unparalleled martial spirit. For him, various combat skills come naturally and his comprehension is astonishing, thus, it is only natural for him to excel in combat skills. However, in my perception, you do not possess an innate martial spirit, nor do you have a special physique. Perhaps you possess a constitution yet to be discovered by anyone. The fact that you have reached your current level indicates that your potential surpasses his." I see. Yi Chen nodded as if he understood, but he dared not reveal that his current prowess was largely due to having ample time for cultivation, a result of accumulating time. "Teacher, when I executed the Thunder Dragon Breaks the Sky technique today, I felt something strange. I can't quite explain it, but it was much stronger than usual." Yi Chen took the opportunity to ask, "You must have perceived something from the plaque at the school gate," Wang Ping suggested. Yi Chen nodded in confirmation. A hint of admiration flickered in Wang Ping's eyes. "That plaque was written by a predecessor of our Huaxia Federation, a master of the sword. Gaining insight from it is indeed your opportunity." "No wonder I saw a sword," Yi Chen mused, "but I use a spear, not a sword. Once you reach a certain level, the boundaries between weapons become less distinct. Besides, didn't you use the spear to express something beyond the sword today?" Wang Ping remarked. Indeed, during the test, Yi Chen's mind was devoid of distractions and he simply applied that pure momentum to the spear. Seeing Yi Chen's lack of knowledge in martial arts, Wang Ping decided to enlighten him. "When your understanding of weapons is sufficient, they will manifest in various forms. Initially, the techniques you execute with the help of weapons and source energy are known as spear aura," Wang Ping explained softly as a wisp of green aura began to emerge from his fingertips, dancing lightly in the breeze. This green aura seemed almost alive, swaying gently with the wind, exuding a mysterious and vibrant energy. Immediately following, Wang Ping continued to explain, "Going further, when you can effortlessly wield this power without relying on a weapon, it becomes known as spear qi." As soon as he finished speaking, the green light at his fingertips, originally soft and wavering, suddenly became straight and firm like a sharp spear, exuding a heart-stopping sharpness. "Next is the spear force you've already comprehended. By cleverly utilizing the power of your surroundings, you can greatly enhance the potency of your combat skills." As he finished speaking, that wisp of green light suddenly burst forth with a formidable presence far beyond the spear force Yi Chen had previously experienced. "And then comes spear intent," Wang Ping continued, "which varies for everyone, just like my spear intent is one of endless transformations." As he spoke, the green glow on his finger blurred and became indistinct, yet even from a distance Yi Chen could feel the endless chill and lethal threat contained within, as if an indestructible, extremely sharp spear was aimed right at him, making him feel a chill down his spine. Finally, in a solemn tone, Wang Ping declared, "As for the realm I am currently in, it surpasses the spear force. It's called the spear domain. In such a realm, my spear techniques have reached perfection. I can do whatever I desire without limits." At this point, a confident and proud light flashed in Wang Ping's eyes. The green light in his hand vanished, but Yi Chen immediately felt difficulty breathing, the pressure doubling, as if countless invisible spears were pointed at him, making cold sweat pour down his forehead. This feeling lasted just a moment before Wang Ping withdrew his spear domain, but even in that brief moment Yi Chen's back was drenched in sweat. "The so-called spear domain is actually an advancement of the spear force," Wang Ping explained. "Spear force borrows the power of the surroundings, while the spear domain controls this power. As long as the domain remains, you are the emperor of this realm." Yi Chen snapped back to reality. "So strong. Is there a realm beyond the spear domain?" Wang Ping smiled and said, "You're quite ambitious. Yes, there is a realm beyond the spear domain called the spear path, but I don't know what it is or how to answer you." Yi Chen was astonished. Even Wang Ping didn't know. "How powerful must the so-called spear path be?" Wang Ping continued, "Although you've comprehended the spear force, you're not yet proficient. When you return, you should refine it. Also, I noticed your combat skills are well practiced, but the transitions are a bit stiff. How far have you progressed in spear techniques? The spear techniques, I haven't practiced them. Senior Sister Fonglian didn't mention it when she gave me the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Strike materials. I just practiced according to them. Now it was Wang Ping's turn to be surprised. What, you mean to say you've never used a spear before mastering the Thunder Dragon Sky Splitting Strike? Yi Chen nodded. Haha, it seems I've underestimated you. To achieve such a level without prior spear training, you truly are a genius, Wang Ping couldn't help but praise. He then handed Yi Chen a manual. This is a detailed guide on spear techniques, including some of my interpretations. Study it well when you get back. Building a strong foundation in spear techniques is essential for mastering combat skills. Although you've managed to reach a minor success with the Thunder Dragon Sky Splitting Strike, it doesn't guarantee a solid foundation. It merely shows your extraordinary comprehension. A solid foundation will greatly benefit you, Wang Ping earnestly advised. Yi Chen nodded. He had previously attempted to perfect the Thunder Dragon Sky Splitting Strike but always felt something was missing, likely due to his shaky foundation. However, he couldn't blame Fonglian. How could she have known Yi Chen lacked even basic knowledge yet still managed to achieve minor success with the Thunder Dragon Sky Splitting Strike? Yi Chen carefully tucked away the manual, determined to practice diligently. Teacher, when I was in Yuling City, I was once attacked by members of the Church of the Other Shore. Now that I'm in the Magic City, I'm afraid my S-level ability can't be kept under wraps any longer. Will that cause any issues? Yi Chen voiced his concerns. Although he had confidence in Magic Martial, by bringing this up, Wang Ping would be more vigilant, ensuring his safety. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Wang Ping's face. Those filthy rats, one day they'll all be eradicated. It's not a big issue, as long as you're in the Magic City. I'll protect you. Take these pieces of Thunder Crystal. They bear my spiritual imprint. If you're in danger, crush one and I'll come to your aid. In his hand appeared several purple stones. Yi Chen carefully accepted the Thunder Crystals. These were his lifeline. Teacher, the Church of the Other Shore is so rampant, why doesn't the Federation intervene? Wang Ping sighed. It's not that they don't want to, it's a manpower issue. The Church of the Other Shore has people hidden everywhere. Currently, the Federation lacks the resources to conduct a thorough search. Moreover, the Church has considerable high-level combat power and the Federation's elite forces are tied up defending against beasts and the Gate of Calamity, leaving none to spare. The best solution now is to gather talented students like you, ensuring there are no church members in the Magic City. It's the most efficient way to protect you. Wang Ping remarked regretfully. Originally, someone of your innate S-level talent should have a dedicated guard, but that's not possible now. Innate, Yi Chen keenly picked up on Wang Ping's choice of words. Wang Ping didn't answer directly but instead asked, have you joined the Universal Pavilion? Yi Chen nodded, not fully understanding, but it wasn't a secret. A simple inquiry would reveal it. What kind of contract did Tang Feng offer you? An SS-level talent contract, Yi Chen replied. That young man also found out from me that you're an S-level Esper, so the conditions he's offering you are quite decent, I suppose. If Tang Feng heard this, he'd probably be fuming. This is an SS-level contract and this year only Yi Chen has one. Your contract should have included a piece of ancient spirit stone, which is a rare treasure. Yi Chen nodded. He had told me it could enhance ability levels, even effective for my S-level powers. He wasn't wrong. This item is incredibly precious and can only be obtained beyond the Gate of Calamities. It's extremely rare. The ancient spirit stone contains an energy that resonates with abilities, boosting their level by enriching your current powers. Of course, it can't be used endlessly, otherwise the Federation could easily create people with SSS level abilities. The effectiveness of the ancient spirit stone decreases with use. For example, if you're an A-level Esper, using the stone to reach S-level has an 80% chance, but once you're at S-level, using it again to reach SS level drops to under 30%. Since you start at S-level, your chances of upgrading are higher. Curiously, Yi Chen asked, teacher, have you ever used the ancient spirit stone? Wang Ping looked at Yi Chen with a knowing smile. Yi Chen scratched his head and said, I'm just curious. I don't mind telling you, I've used the ancient spirit stone twice but only succeeded once. Now I'm at S level. Being able to break through to Martial Emperor level was significantly helped by my ability upgrade. Do you have any other questions? I'm here today, but I won't be at the school much after this, so we'll mostly keep in touch through our communicators. Yi Chen thought for a moment. He had learned a lot today, which greatly helped him, so he shook his head, indicating he had no more questions. Alright then, since I've decided to take you as my apprentice, I must give you a gift. I heard from Feng Lian that you're practicing body refinement, and from what I see, you're quite adept at it. Here, this drop of Thunder Dragon Essence blood will greatly benefit your body refinement. Be sure to refine it with care. As he finished speaking, a delicate vial appeared in Wang Ping's palm, its mouth slightly open, revealing a drop of sapphire-like blood inside, with faint electric sparks flickering across its surface. In fact, as long as it doesn't hinder your normal cultivation progress, body refinement has no downsides. In our federation, there's a senior who successfully achieved enlightenment through excellent body refinement techniques. Since you have a talent for it, you must train even harder. After hearing Wang Ping's words, Yi Chen's eyes shone with excitement, and he thought to himself, so someone has already walked this path and succeeded. It seems my chosen direction is undoubtedly correct. Immediately after, Wang Ping continued, moreover, I have personally compiled an A-level combat skill called Veil the Moon, Shroud the Sky. This technique focuses on defense with spear techniques, which will perfectly compensate for your defensive shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen could hardly contain his joy and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the gift, teacher. I will not disappoint you and will diligently practice. It was known that Yi Chen excelled in both attack and agility, but his defense was somewhat lacking. Now, with the acquisition of Veil the Moon, Shroud the Sky, he was undoubtedly like a tiger with wings, leaving him without any weaknesses. Alright, you've received what you need. Your knowledge of martial arts is still weak. When you return, make sure to attend the basic courses. Don't work behind closed doors, Wang Ping advised. Yi Chen's current issue was his limited understanding of martial arts, unlike other students who had been learning since childhood. Not everyone at the academy came from privileged backgrounds. Some, like Yi Chen, had a dedicated martial arts course to teach them foundational knowledge. Xiao Jin, see Yi Chen out, Wang Ping called outside. Moments later, Xiao Jin appeared beside Yi Chen, grabbed his clothes and dashed out with him. Goodbye, teacher. Yi Chen's voice faded into the distance, leaving Wang Ping shaking his head helplessly. Xiao Jin unceremoniously dropped Yi Chen at the base of Thunder Mountain, giving him a mischievous look before disappearing. Yi Chen rubbed his backside and muttered to himself, just you wait until I get stronger, then see if I don't teach you a lesson. Xiao Jin, being the embodiment of 10 Directions Golden Thunder, had the mind of a child just over 10 years old, eager for play. Not only did he enjoy teasing Yi Chen, but he also loved to prank Feng Lian. However, after Feng Lian advanced to martial lord, Xiao Jin stopped teasing her, not because he lacked the strength but because Feng Lian had bribed him to save face considering her status. Once Xiao Jin received the benefits from Feng Lian, he restrained himself, but now with Yi Chen as Wang Ping's new disciple, he had a new target to amuse himself with for quite some time. In the month that followed, Yi Chen's daily routine became highly structured. Every morning he would wake up on time and head to class, fully immersing himself in the absorption of martial arts knowledge. At nightfall he would quietly return to his residence to focus intently on his practice. During this period, apart from studying and training, he had little time for any other activities. After a month of intense learning, Yi Chen's understanding of martial arts deepened significantly, akin to a sudden enlightenment. Additionally, he learned many intriguing things, one of which was the origin of the grand names of martial arts realms and why they were given such majestic titles. In the world of martial cultivation, titles like Martial King and Martial Sovereign are common. These titles are not mere labels but represent the arduous journey of pioneers who first ventured into uncharted territories of power. When someone breaks through to a previously unexplored realm, they earn the right to name it. Naturally, each trailblazer hopes to describe their newly discovered realm as exceptionally powerful and extraordinary, resulting in these somewhat grandiose names. Yet, it is precisely these unique titles that inspire admiration and yearning for the martial path among the people. The known stages of cultivation from the lowest to the highest are as follows: Awakening, Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial General, Martial King, Martial Sovereign, Martial Sect, Martial Emperor, and Martial Saint. Yi Chen's teacher Wang Ping is a martial emperor representing the pinnacle of human combat power. Above the martial emperor is the martial saint, of which there are currently 3 in the Huaxia Federation. These 3 reside permanently at the Gates of Calamity in Kyoto, Shanghai, and Tianchuan, respectively, and have not left these places for decades. Their presence grants the younger generation like Yi Chen the time and space to grow, and Yi Chen holds deep respect for these predecessors. Yi Chen has developed a deeper understanding of martial realms. Despite the variety of powers in this world, the essence of cultivation remains the same, absorbing the primal energy of the world to enhance one's own strength. Each power corresponds to a specific attribute. after the gates of calamity appeared, people discovered an abundance of energy particles in the air termed source energy. During cultivation, individuals do not indiscriminately absorb source energy but can only take in particles that match their power's attribute. For instance, Chu Tian can only absorb wind-attributed particles. Particles are not limited to elemental attributes. Yu Mingyun's bat perception power, for example, absorbs particles called spirit particles. In essence, each power corresponds to specific particles, and cultivation is most efficient in environments rich with one's own attribute particles. The so-called awakening phase is simply the stage where these particles are introduced into the body to nourish it, more of an initiation phase than an actual realm. When the internal source energy accumulates sufficiently, forming a source C, one gains the ability to store source energy. Entering the martial artist stage, continued cultivation leads to the liquefaction of source energy within the source C, marking the martial master stage. Yi Chen experienced this liquefaction while still at the peak of the martial artist stage due to his advanced mastery of the iron forging technique, which refined the source energy into a liquid form, transforming his source C from golden to purple. Advancing to the martial general stage involves further compression of the liquid source energy into crystalline particles. Reaching the martial king stage is a pivotal moment. The crystalline particles in the source C condense into a regular diamond-shaped crystal, allowing for the external release and solidification of source energy, significantly enhancing combat power. Yi Chen now possesses the ability to summon lightning with his bare hands. However, this lightning is not an external release of source energy. It is merely a manifestation of Yi Chen's supernatural ability. The external release of source energy, on the other hand, allows Yi Chen to freely control it in various forms, such as condensing it into a sword or a gun rather than just lightning. At this stage, the power of one's combat skills experiences a significant surge, as this external source energy is akin to a concentrated energy entity with immense power that speaks for itself. When one advances beyond the level of a martial king to become a martial sovereign, the diamond-shaped crystal within their body shatters, as does the source C. However, they do not vanish. Instead, they integrate with the body, transforming it into a storage vessel for source energy. At this point, the body itself becomes a weapon, allowing for diverse attack strategies and even granting temporary flight capabilities. As one progresses to the martial sect level, there is no substantial change within the body except for an increased capacity to store source energy, yet this realm boasts a remarkable feature. Due to the body's closer affinity to the attribute particles in the air, one can directly harness the surrounding environmental forces for personal use and even walk on air. Ascending to the rank of martial emperor, one gains the ability to manipulate all nearby energies, including those not aligned with one's own attributes, asserting dominion over the heavens and earth. At the martial emperor level, feats like moving mountains and splitting seas become conceivable, and it is at this stage that Yi Chen realizes the formidable strength of his teacher. As for the level beyond martial emperor, the martial saint, his teacher, did not provide a detailed explanation. Likely due to his limited understanding, all that is known is that reaching the martial saint level brings one into closer harmony with the great way of heaven and earth, exuding supreme power with every gesture. The cultivation of these realms is intrinsically tied to the absorption of source energy. Through research, humanity finally developed the particle filter, a device that can be set to absorb specific particles, filtering out others. Within the Magi Martial Institution, there are attribute-specific training rooms that require points to access. During Yi Chen's first session in such a room, he was astounded by the rapid increase in his cultivation speed, which was several times faster than usual. This was his first experience training in such an environment. On the other hand, Yun Xiaoyao was unsurprised. Upon Yi Chen's inquiry, he learned that Jin Xiaoyao and Long Tianming, being from prominent families and possessing extraordinary talent, had similar attribute training rooms at home. When Yin Xiaoyao discovered that it was Yi Chen's first time using such a facility, he was greatly shocked and repeatedly inquired about how Yi Chen managed to cultivate to the martial master level. Even with an attribute training room, Yun Xiaoyao couldn't match Yi Chen's speed. Naturally, Yi Chen couldn't reveal the extensive time he invested, so he casually brushed off Yun Xiaoyao's questions, claiming his unique physique was highly compatible with source energy, which accounted for his rapid progress. Upon receiving this information, Yun Xiaoyao was suddenly enlightened, though envious of Yi Chen's special constitution. After a month, the promised ancient spirit stone from the Universal Pavilion finally arrived for Yi Chen, delivered personally by Tang Feng, underscoring the stone's significance. Upon receiving Tang Feng's message, Yi Chen hurried to the entrance of the Magic Martial Academy where Tang Feng was already waiting. I heard you've recently become Dean Wang's apprentice. Congratulations, that's quite a significant opportunity, Tang Feng said warmly, though Tang Feng had some connections with Wang Ping. Wang Ping was after all a martial emperor, a status far beyond Tang Feng's reach. In front of Wang Ping, Tang Feng was merely another junior. But Yi Chen was different. He was Wang Ping's personal disciple, a relationship much stronger than Tang Feng could claim. Moreover, Yi Chen was part of the Huanyu Pavilion, which made Tang Feng genuinely happy. Upon learning that Yi Chen had become Wang Ping's disciple, Tang Feng immediately informed the pavilion to improve Yi Chen's treatment and fulfill his requests as much as possible, including taking extra care of Yi Qingyao. Additionally, the two maids who had previously misspoken were replaced with more tactful ones, though Yi Chen was unaware of these changes as Tang Feng had not explicitly told him. Tang Feng preferred that Yi Chen discover these improvements on his own, thus strengthening his sense of belonging to the Huanyu Pavilion. As Tang Feng handed over the ancient spirit stone to Yi Chen, he advised the ancient spirit stone can indeed enhance your abilities, but remember, there's always a risk. Even with an 80% success rate, there's still a 20% chance of failure. Keep your expectations realistic. Tang Feng was concerned that Yi Chen might be too optimistic and feared that a failure might dishearten him, but Yi Chen with a smile replied, "Don't worry, senior, I won't be discouraged." Why should Yi Chen be worried? Even if he failed, he could always use ability points to boost his level, a method guaranteed to succeed. Seeing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, Tang Feng felt relieved. "I won't keep you from your studies any longer. Rest assured, your sister's schooling has been arranged. Focus on your cultivation," Tang Feng assured, to which Yi Chen responded gratefully, "Thank you, senior." This was the advantage of joining a major power. Going it alone in this world was challenging. Even though Yi Chen had a system, it wasn't as if it instantly made him invincible. He still needed to grow. After parting ways with Tang Feng, Yi Chen eagerly returned to his dormitory. With no classes today, he had the perfect opportunity to use the ancient spirit stone. In the training room, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and took out the box containing the ancient spirit stone. The box required both his iris scan and fingerprint to unlock. Upon opening the box, he found a black stone lying quietly inside, resembling a piece of coal, something easily overlooked if left on the roadside. The stone's unimpressive appearance led Yi Chen to remark wryly, "This is the precious ancient spirit stone." He took out the stone with a look of disdain. And just then a long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, a large amount of ability points detected. Would you like to absorb them?" Yi Chen had heard this particular notification sound once before. It was during his time at the wilderness outpost of Yuling City where he stumbled upon a piece of ancient stone while gambling on stones. That stone had generously bestowed 500,000 ability points upon him, granting him a new S-level ability. His eyes gleamed with delight as he recalled that moment. Right now, the aesthetics of the ancient spirit stone in his hand were the least of his concerns. He eagerly responded in his mind, "Absorb." In an instant, the ancient spirit stone in Yi Chen's hand emitted a blinding light. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he waited for the brilliance to fade. When it did, the stone had vanished without a trace. "System, open the panel," he commanded. Host * Yi Chen Realm * Martial Master 3rd Tier Late Blood Refinement Abilities * Heavenly Meteor Thunder, S-Level, Divine Brew Gourd, S-Level, Phantom Shadow, S-Level, Techniques * 9 Nether Thunder Technique, S-Level, Thunder Fire Body Tempering Technique, A-Level, Iron Forging Method, C-Level, Combat Skills * Spearmanship, Advanced, Thunder Dragon Skybreaking Strike, Small Success, 7 Star Steps, Great Success, Instant Shadow, Great Success. Ability points * 115 million Training time * 0 The month-long training had brought significant changes to Yi Chen's panel. Firstly, he had advanced from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier of a martial master. This progress was largely due to his relentless training in the attribute cultivation room and the bonus from the Thunder Spirit Elixir. After exhausting his supply, Yi Chen had purchased another batch from the Magic Martial store for 80 points. Only then did Yi Chen realize how valuable the elixirs Wu Di had given him were, each batch worth millions on the market. Yet Wu Di had given them without a hint of reluctance, treating it as a normal gesture. It dawned on Yi Chen that being an alchemist was indeed a lucratively wealthy profession. Spending an hour in the attribute cultivation room cost 1 point, and Yi Chen had already spent 210 points there this month, averaging 7 hours of training each day in the room. In total, he had spent 290 points this month just on training, thanks to Magic Martial's lower prices compared to outside. although it was a hefty expense, the results were evident. Despite advancing only one tier given the limitations of his purple seed, this progress was commendable. Additionally, a new entry appeared under the combat skills section, spearmanship, advanced. The levels for spear skills ranged from beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, master to grandmaster. Although Yichen had never systematically trained with a spear before, his insights during the cultivation of Thunder Dragon Skybreaking Strike had enriched his understanding of spearmanship, coupled with his post-exam field training, which honed his skills further, and the enlightenment from magic. Marshall's plaque. Yichen had grasped the concept of spear momentum. All these factors combined meant that even as he began systematic training in spearmanship, he had already reached an advanced level. Moreover, he could feel he was just a step away from breaking through to master-level spearmanship. Finally, the ability points section displayed a staggering 115 million. Previously, Yichen had a mere 150,000 points, which meant the ancient spirit stone had gifted him with a full 1,000,000 points. It appeared this ancient spirit stone was of a higher caliber than the ancient stone he had acquired before, which had only provided 500,000 ability points. Yichen murmured to himself, but none of that matters now. With over 1,000,000 ability points, I can elevate any of my powers straight to SS level. His tone was filled with excitement, yet despite his words, Yichen truly had only one choice: to enhance the heavenly meteor thunder. After all, this ability was the foundation of his current status, and it was the sole power he had revealed to others. Upgrading any other ability would not be suitable. Having made up his mind, Yichen thought to himself, system, use the ability points to boost the heavenly meteor thunder. As soon as the decision settled in his mind, he distinctly felt the mysterious purple sphere above his dantian, symbolizing the heavenly meteor thunder, suddenly begin to tremble violently. The sphere behaved like a chameleon, at times inflating to an enormous size, then rapidly shrinking to an almost imperceptible form, its unpredictable changes leaving one dazzled. Then, in an unexpected moment, with a loud bang, the purple sphere exploded without warning. The sudden impact caused Yichen to spew a mouthful of crimson blood, his face turning as pale as paper. He frowned deeply, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, why did it explode suddenly?" As the purple sphere shattered, a dense purple mist gushed forth, quickly spreading throughout. Yichen keenly sensed that this purple mist contained extremely potent energy, and it was rapidly increasing in intensity. It was as if he were witnessing a thrilling transformation journey. Once the purple mist expanded to its limit, it began to slowly contract and gradually coalesce into a brand new silver sphere. This new silver sphere radiated a desolate aura, shining brilliantly, its massive size occupying nearly half of the dantian space. Meanwhile, the other two spheres that originally resided in the dantian were squeezed together like frightened children, appearing very aggrieved and pitiable, vividly portraying a tyrannical bully oppressing two helpless little brothers. Previously, Yichen's three abilities were all at the pinnacle of the S-level, balancing each other in a delicate tripartite standoff within the dantian. However, with the sudden emergence of this SS-level silver sphere, the original balance was completely shattered. At that moment, a clear and melodious notification sounded in Yichen's mind. Ding, congratulations! The S-level heavenly meteor thunder has successfully advanced to the SS level 8 Desolation's annihilation thunder. This sound was like celestial music, filling Yichen's heart with boundless joy. Yichen's face was alight with an irrepressible excitement, and he couldn't help but shout, "I've done it!" Immediately he began to channel the ceaseless flow of energy within him. In an instant, a dazzling silver lightning surged from his palm, shining as brilliantly as stars in the night sky. This terrifying silver lightning was none other than the 8 Desolation's annihilation thunder. Such immense power, Yichen marveled with joy, feeling the increasingly intense and profound destructive aura contained within it, far surpassing even the celestial destruction thunder. With that, he retrieved the thunderbolt and began to practice his spear techniques with full concentration. At this moment, the originally mysterious thunder patterns on the thunderbolt's shaft, influenced by the 8 Desolation's annihilation thunder, gradually transformed into a resplendent silver glow, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance and magnificence. After completing his spear practice, Yichen didn't pause. He swiftly proceeded to conduct a comprehensive test of his strength and speed. Once everything was concluded, Yichen clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within, his excitement evident. My strength and speed have improved significantly, but the most remarkable progress is undoubtedly the terrifying destructive power bestowed by the 8 Desolation's annihilation thunder. Before Yichen stood a robot designed specifically for strength testing. However, after the recent fierce battle, this robot was now a shadow of its former self left in tatters. Its surface still flickered with strands of silver arcs. This robot, meant for testing martial artists' combat power, had been directly destroyed by Yi Chen. With the SS Level 8 Desolation's Annihilation Thunder in the Purple Sea along with advanced spear techniques and various combat skills, Yi Chen now felt quite confident, believing his combat power was on par with ordinary generals. Yet his actual cultivation level was only at the third tier of a martial artist. After the tests, Yi Chen pondered his next steps. Having attended classes for a month, he felt his martial arts knowledge was sufficient and it was time to enhance his combat prowess. The Combat Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, despite having the most students, actually had relatively few on campus as most were out fulfilling tasks. In contrast, students from other academies spent more time at school. For instance, those in the Manufacturing Academy were almost always in their studios honing their crafting skills. Someone like Yun Xiaoyao with solid martial arts knowledge didn't need to attend classes and had already started taking on tasks just over a week into the term and was now off campus. As for Feng Lian, Yi Chen hadn't seen her since the start of the term, only knowing she was away on a mission, illustrating how competitive the Combat Academy students were. "I've spent a lot of my points," Yi Chen mused, frowning at the 4,963 points displayed on his wristband. Even with the initial 500-point reward and the 300 points for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam, at the rate I consume resources, I'll soon run out of points and won't even be able to afford meals, he muttered to himself. Despite Yi Chen's points being sufficient for now, it was mainly because he had been attending classes frequently lately, leaving little time for cultivation. Moreover, he hadn't practiced the Thunder Fire body refinement technique this month. If he were to devote himself entirely to cultivation, these points wouldn't last a month. However, he still had a drop of Thunder Qilin's essence blood given by Wang Ping, which he planned to use before taking on more tasks. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the mysterious vial within his wristband. It looked ordinary, but inside it contained the incredibly precious essence blood of a Thunder Qilin. Gently, he pinched the cork and carefully twisted it open. In that instant, a powerful and majestic aura surged forth like a tidal wave. It was a terrifying pressure from a high-level beast, as if it would crush everything around it. Feeling a tightness in his chest, Yi Chen immediately summoned his internal source energy to resist the suffocating pressure. His expression turned grave and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He muttered to himself, "Such a formidable aura, absorbing this essence blood won't be easy." This Thunder Qilin was specifically hunted by Wang Ping for his students, its power reaching the peak of a martial king. Wang Ping had bestowed upon each of his direct disciples a drop of essence blood from a beast aligned with their attributes, showing his dedication to them. The Thunder Qilin, a noble-blooded beast, was solitary by nature, and its flesh and blood inherently enhanced physical constitution and tempered the body. Wang Ping had to put considerable effort into finding it, yet the true essence lay in the drop of essence blood Yi Chen now held. It was the result of Wang Ping meticulously gathering and refining the Qilin's entire blood, purifying it of all impurities to leave only the purest body-refining treasure. Yi Chen focused intently on the immense energy contained within the Thunder Qilin essence blood, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. "I am already at the late stage of blood refining, just a step away from breaking through to the skin refining stage. Using it now is the most advantageous." Without hesitation, Yi Chen poured the essence blood from the vial. Astonishingly, even without channeling his source energy, the invaluable essence blood floated in mid-air on its own, emitting increasingly dense arcs of lightning. Observing this, Yi Chen snorted coldly. "Humph, I refuse to believe your thunder power can surpass my 8 Desolations Annihilation Thunder." Upon finishing his words, he swiftly extended his hand, precisely grasping the drop of Thunder Qilin's essence blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed it forcefully against his own chest. The correct method of using Thunder Qilин's essence blood is external application. Consuming it directly would unleash its unparalleled destructive power, devastating the body's internal organs in an instant. Thus, choosing external application was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, at the very moment the essence blood made contact with Yi Chen's skin, a wave of pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart surged through him, causing his entire body to tremble. The skin on his chest turned as black as ink at a speed visible to the naked eye, even faintly emitting a slight aroma of roasted meat. Clearly, the skin on Yi Chen's chest had been thoroughly charred. Despite this, Yi Chen gritted his teeth to endure the agony as the mysterious essence blood began to slowly seep into his body. Yi Chen felt a pure energy permeating from his chest into his bloodstream, flowing throughout his body. The Thunder Qilin essence blood transformed into lightning, continuously refining Yi Chen's blood. Sweat beads covered Yi Chen's forehead. The process was far from pleasant. He felt a disobedient energy wreaking havoc inside him. Yi Chen opened his eyes, bloodshot from the pain-induced rush of blood. At this rate, my body will be almost destroyed before the refining is complete, he thought. Flipping his right hand, a mystical gourd appeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, Yi Chen poured its contents into his mouth, a gulp of strengthening wine followed by blue spirit brew. By using the strengthening wine to suppress the Thunder Qilin's power and the blue spirit brew to heal his injuries, Yi Chen's complexion improved slightly, yet this state did not last long. The primary role of the strengthening wine was to refine the physique, and it fell short in suppressing the essence. Blood's power. Suddenly, the Thunder Qilin's essence blood seemed to ignite, erupting with an unparalleled strength. With astonishing momentum, it shattered the restraints imposed by the strengthening wine, becoming more fierce and violent than before. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a mighty blue Thunder Qilin, charging into Yi Chen's source C with earth-shattering force, aiming directly at his vital point. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, Yi Chen's complexion turned ashen, but a subtle, uncontainable joy flickered in his eyes. His lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled. "Hey, you think you're striking at the heart? You're walking right into my trap." Before the echo of his words had faded, Yi Chen without hesitation summoned the formidable power of the Eight Desolations Annihilation Thunder within him. This immense force rapidly converged in his source C, forming a colossal and awe-inspiring thunder dragon. The dragon opened its gaping maw, unleashing an earth-shattering roar towards the aggressively approaching Thunder Lin. The dragon's roar reverberated through the skies, and if anyone had been beside Yi Chen at that moment, they would have clearly heard this soul-stirring sound. Following this, the Thunder Dragon extended its razor-sharp claws, effortlessly seizing the Thunder Lin as if it were an eagle snatching up a chick. The previously arrogant and domineering Thunder Lin now trembled uncontrollably like a frightened bird. "Humph, that's what you get for being so conceited," Yi Chen snorted coldly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In a heartbeat, the Thunder Dragon mercilessly tore into the Thunder Lin with a swift swipe of its claws. After a dazzling flash of light, the Thunder Lin transformed once more into a pure and exceedingly docile energy. This energy seemed to have completely lost its prior wildness and fury, obediently yielding to Yi Chen's command and direction. The process thereafter was much smoother. Yi Chen merely needed to gradually absorb this energy completely to accomplish his goal. After a long and grueling wait of 3 to 4 hours, the surging energy was finally entirely absorbed. At that moment, Yi Chen, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them, and a brilliant silver lightning flashed through his pupils, sharp as a blade. Yi Chen then slowly rose from the ground, stretching his body. Instantly, the sound of crisp popping echoed like a thunderous gallop or crashing waves, a testament to the thunderous resonance of his muscles and bones, showcasing Yi Chen's immensely powerful physical strength. Yi Chen squinted slightly, feeling the abundant strength continuously welling up within him, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and casually swung his fists in the air before him, producing a series of piercing whistles as they cut through the void. After a brief moment of excitement, Yi Chen stepped towards the testing instrument placed in the training room. At this moment, he neither harnessed the source energy within nor executed any martial techniques, relying solely on his raw physical strength as he delivered a ferocious punch towards the cold, hard instrument. A thunderous boom echoed, causing the entire training room to tremble slightly. The testing instrument displayed a clear and prominent number, 3,042 kilograms. Compared to the data from his college entrance examination, this was an increase of over 1,700 kilograms. Remarkably, only 2 months had passed since the last test, yet Yi Chen had achieved such astonishing progress. It would not be an exaggeration to say that at this moment Yi Chen had already stepped into the 5th tier of martial mastery solely through his formidable physical strength. Clearly, his current physical prowess even surpassed his martial arts cultivation by 2 whole tiers. System, display panel, host, Yi Chen Realm, Martial Master Level 3, early stage of tempering skin abilities, 8 Desolate Annihilation Thunder, SS level, Divine Brew Gourd, S level, Shadow Veil, S level, Techniques, 9 Nether Thunder Art, S level, Thunder Fire Body Tempering Art, A level, Iron Forging Method, C level, Combat Skills. Spear Technique, Advanced, Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Strike, Minor Accomplishment, 7-star Step, major accomplishment, instant shadow, major accomplishment, ability points, 150000 cultivation time, 0 as expected. Yi Chen's physical strength had broken through to the tempering skin stage thanks to the essence blood of the Thunder Lin. He retrieved a D-grade dagger from his bracelet which he had obtained after slaying a beast and made 2 slashes on his arm. The dagger left 2 white marks, and as he increased the pressure faint blood traces appeared, but they vanished in moments. Yi Chen remarked joyfully, "This tempering skin stage has significantly bolstered my defense capabilities. Even though it's just the initial stage, the effects are quite remarkable. Now my endurance, defense and strength have all improved considerably." Despite Yi Chen's impressive achievements in body refinement and physical strength that far surpassed ordinary people, there remain some unavoidable shortcomings. Firstly, the resources consumed by body refinement were immense, and compared to conventional ability cultivation, the return on investment was notably low. Consequently, human society has not widely adopted body refining methods, instead regarding ability cultivation as the mainstream path. Moreover, the path of body refinement is fraught with thorns and challenges, and a slight oversight might result in subtle hidden injuries. Without the miraculous fortifying liquor and the invaluable blue spirit brew, Yi Chen himself might not have escaped the fate of being plagued by hidden injuries. These potential injuries could greatly hinder future cultivation, possibly rendering previous efforts futile, making it a truly unworthy endeavor. Furthermore, body refiners generally have limited and traditional means of attack. When faced with the diverse and bizarre abilities of others, they often find themselves at a disadvantage. Particularly for those adept at close combat, encountering ability users who can attack from a distance frequently places them in a passive position, often leading to situations where they are toyed with. Fortunately, none of these issues concern Yi Chen. After all, he is a rare dual cultivator, and even more so, he possesses the top-tier auxiliary ability of the Divine Brew Gourd, which undoubtedly gives him an edge beyond ordinary folk on his cultivation journey. Now that all my resources are depleted, I need to replenish my cultivation time. But before that, I must inform my mentor and Elder Tang about my successful ability upgrade, Yi Chen murmured. Both individuals were aware of Yi Chen's possession of the ancient spirit stone, and especially Elder Tang, who personally entrusted it to Yi Chen. As a junior, it was only right for Yi Chen to inform his elders in advance rather than waiting for them to ask. Yi Chen took a bath, changed his clothes and headed towards Thunder Mountain. Yi Chen reached the summit of Thunder Mountain, and little Jean seemed to sense something different about him, sniffing around Yi Chen incessantly, making him itch. Little Jin's true form was the 10 Directions Golden Thunder, a top-tier variant of lightning, naturally possessing a keen perception of thunder. The 8 Desolations Annihilation Thunder, being a supreme form of lightning, gave little Jean a sense of affinity towards Yi Chen. Seeing little Jean not teasing him like last time, Yi Chen bravely reached out to pet it. Soft and comfortable indeed. Little Jean licked Yi Chen's face with its tongue, prompting Yi Chen to wipe away imaginary drool as he softly said, "Little Jean, take me to see the teacher, I have something to discuss." Little Jean crouched down, gesturing for Yi Chen to mount it. Looking at little Jin's demeanor, Yi Chen found it hard to imagine that just days ago it ignored him completely and would only carry him by gripping him in its mouth. Yi Chen climbed onto little Jin's back, and in a flash little Jean transformed into lightning, whisking Yi Chen into a secluded space within Thunder Mountain. Upon entering this space, Yi Chen saw Wang Ping suspended mid-air, deep in cultivation. So this is the ability to fly, huh? How exhilarating! Yi Chen gazed at Wang Ping in the sky with envy. Who wouldn't desire the power of flight? Not wanting to disturb Wang Ping's cultivation, Yi Chen waited quietly below while little Jean lay beside him, sensing his energy. After a while, Wang Ping finished his practice and looked curiously at Yi Chen, who was leaning on little Jean. When did little Jean become so agreeable? Every one of Wang Ping's students had experienced a period of being teased by little Jean, and Yi Chen had only been here once before. How had little Jean changed so much? "You're here, is there something you need?" Wang Ping inquired. Yi Chen quickly stood up, replying, "Teacher, Senior Tang gave me the ancient spirit stone today, and I've already absorbed it." A glimmer flashed in Wang Ping's eyes. "Oh? Judging by your appearance, you succeeded, no wonder. Little Jin's attitude towards you has changed." Yi Chen nodded with a smile. "This is my new ability, the SS Level 8 Desolations Annihilation Thunder." He extended his hand, revealing a silver thunderball emanating a destructive aura in his palm. Wang Ping looked at the thunderball in Yi Chen's hand with delight, marveling, "I didn't expect your luck to be this good. Even though using the ancient spirit stone for the first time, upgrading from S to SS level usually carries a high risk of failure, but you managed to succeed on your first try. As Wang Ping closely observed the 8 Desolations Annihilation Thunder, little Jean also sensed its aura and promptly swallowed the thunderball, licking its lips afterward. Hey, be careful, Yi Chen quickly cautioned, concerned knowing the powerful destructive potential of his 8 Desolations Annihilation Thunder. Seeing little Jean swallow it whole left him worried. Wang Ping shook his head helplessly. You little glutton, you're only treating Yi Chen so well because of his 8 Desolations Annihilation Thunder, aren't you? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Teacher, is little Jean going to be alright? Rest assured, Xiao Jin, being a thunder spirit, is made entirely of lightning. Its food is lightning, and your 8 Desolation Annihilation Thunder is a feast for it. Look at its demeanor. It wants you to feed it. Upon hearing Wang Ping's words, Yi Chen turned to see Xiao Jin indeed sitting beside him like a big dog, looking at him eagerly. So, I've become the feeder, Yi Chen realized. He then conjured another ball of silver lightning and tossed it. Xiao Jin immediately dashed after the lightning. You are now the most talented among all my direct disciples. You must strive hard, Wang Ping remarked, looking at Yi Chen with admiration, as any teacher would wish for their students' brilliance. Teacher, besides telling you about the advancement of my abilities today, I have something else to discuss. Yi Chen hesitated before continuing. I want to venture into the wild, earn some points and hone my skills. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Ping furrowed his brows slightly. Going into the wild, with your current strength, as long as you don't go too deep, it should be fine. But remember, the wild is full of unpredictable dangers. Do you understand? Yi Chen nodded. I understand. It's just that I've learned most of the martial arts knowledge and staying at the school doesn't offer much growth. I want to take on some tasks outside. If it were any other disciple, Wang Ping wouldn't hesitate. He had never worried when his other direct disciples went on missions and had always supported them, but Yi Chen's talent was exceptional, causing him to hesitate. He was certain that if Yi Chen matured, it wouldn't be impossible for humanity to have another martial saint guarding the gate of calamities. An accident in the wild would be too great a loss. Seeing Wang Ping's hesitation, Yi Chen remained silent. After a while, Wang Ping sighed. It's my indecisiveness. Without the trial of blood, one cannot become strong. Go ahead, but remember, even though you now possess an SS-level ability, you are ultimately just a martial master. You can still fall in the wild. Do not be careless. Yi Chen nodded. I understand. I will not overestimate my strength or engage in overly dangerous activities. Seeing that Yi Chen wasn't arrogant, Wang Ping felt relieved. Many geniuses have perished due to a lack of understanding of their own strength. Since you've decided, take this token. The demon extermination pass in Shanghai is chaotic with many factions. I know some people there. If you encounter trouble that you can't solve, show this token. They should give me some face. Yi Chen carefully took the token. Written on it in flamboyant script were the words Wang Ping. These words were personally written by Wang Ping and carried his aura. This token was crafted by me. If you channel your energy, it can form a protective shield to withstand a martial king's attack. It can be used 3 times, but I hope you won't need to use it even once, Wang Ping explained. Yi Chen quickly put the token away, recognizing it as a life-saving item. Seeing this, Wang Ping hurriedly added, I'm giving you the token not for you to take risks, but to save your life. Don't use it recklessly. Yi Chen nodded earnestly in agreement. If Feng Lian were here, she would undoubtedly feel a pang of jealousy. When she set out for her own training, Wang Ping hadn't been so attentive, nor had he given her any special tokens, merely advising her to train well. All right, you may return, Wang Ping said. Nodding, Yi Chen bowed before summoning a cluster of silver lightning. Xiao Jin, detecting its scent, promptly came over to escort Yi Chen out. As Yi Chen departed, Xiao Jin looked somewhat reluctant to part. Yi Chen was far from arrogant. He fully understood that the wilderness in the demon capital was vastly different from the outskirts of Yuling City. The outpost in Yuling City didn't even have a name, while the one here in the demon capital was directly called the Demon Extermination Pass. Quite a clear distinction. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Chen placed an order in the Mou Mall for a set of B-grade armor, spending 300 points on it. Armor of the same grade often costs slightly more than weapons for the simple reason that armor needs to cover the entire body comprehensively, requiring more materials and thus justifying the higher price. Yi Chen recalled his first foray into the wild when he had purchased a D-grade armor which cost just over $1 million. In contrast, the B-grade armor he bought now, when converted to federal currency, was over 30 million, an expense that pained him somewhat. Once armor and weapons reach grade C, or rather when they possess special traits, since some C-grade equipment lacks such features, the ones with traits are significantly more expensive. Before long, the armor Yi Chen ordered arrived. Named Moing, its trait was doubling defense, a fairly common attribute. Although it didn't possess the rare regenerative ability of the Mu Ling armor, it was still quite practical. Yi Chen donned the Mo-wing, stretching and moving his limbs freely, performing a series of motions without any hindrance. Not only that, the armor's pitch-black hue added a sharp, imposing aura to his appearance, making him look even more valiant and striking. Satisfied, Yi Chen nodded and murmured to himself, "This should greatly enhance my safety." Opening his wrist device, Yi Chen navigated to the task interface of the MOO platform. The tasks included collecting 3 light spirit herbs for 30 points, gathering 20 venomous stingers from red fire scorpions for 60 points, collecting 100 tail feathers from purple lightning eagles for 100 points, and eliminating the Federation's A-rank wanted criminal Zhao Tian for 500 points. The sheer number of tasks made Yi Chen's head spin. However, tasks like eliminating an A-rank wanted criminal were clearly beyond Yi Chen's current capabilities. Moreover, the tasks were constantly refreshing, indicating that people were continually accepting and posting new tasks. Yi Chen took on a few tasks that wouldn't delay him much and could be completed on time without relying on luck. His main aim for venturing into the wild was to gain cultivation time. After all, there were plenty of tasks available. He thought he could just wait and see which tasks he could complete based on his gains before accepting more, as failing to complete tasks within the specified time would result in a deduction of points. This was one of the advantages of attending a top-tier school like Magi Wu. Students never lacked tasks to undertake, which was mutually beneficial. Task publishers favored Magi Wu due to its strong reputation, and the students of Magi Wu grew stronger with the ample tasks available. Other schools weren't as fortunate. A school like Sifang Martial School had a decent amount of tasks, but students at ordinary martial schools often had to scramble for tasks due to scarcity. This highlighted the resource gap between schools. With tasks accepted and equipment purchased, Yi Chen was ready to set out for Demon Slaying Pass. Before leaving, he met with Chu Tian, who had within a month at Magi Wu successfully advanced to the 2nd-tier warrior level, a commendable cultivation speed. However, Chu Tian's strength was still somewhat lacking, and his instructor restricted him from undertaking wild tasks, instead assigning him to assist with federal law enforcement activities. These tasks were specifically designed by the Federation to provide training opportunities for students with slightly weaker skills, offering a safer environment. Yi Chen wasn't worried about these tasks but decided to give Chu Tian his wood spirit armor. Though not of a high level, its rarity and C-grade classification were suitable for Chu Tian. After handing over the armor, Yi Chen set off for Demon Slaying Pass. Upon arriving at Demon Slaying Pass, Yi Chen was completely taken aback by the sight before him. Recalling the towering walls over 200 meters high he had once seen at the Yuling City base, he had been filled with awe, but compared to what lay before him now, Yuling City's base seemed insignificant, like a minor magician meeting a great wizard. From a distance, the imposing walls of Demon Slaying Pass, reaching up to the clouds, were the first to catch his eye. The walls were not only astonishingly high but were made of extraordinary materials, resembling a fortress of indestructible metal. They exuded an unyielding sense of security. However, the walls bore a faint red hue, becoming more pronounced closer to the ground. This was because Demon Slaying Pass was perpetually in a state of combat, and the red tint was the result of bloodstains that had accumulated over the years, underscoring the harsh reality of the place. Venturing inside Demon Slaying Pass, Yi Chen felt a deeper sense of its magnitude. It was less of a military base and more akin to a sprawling town. According to the map he held, the pass was meticulously divided into various zones. A residential area for rest and accommodation, a bustling commercial district with an array of goods, a regimented military zone, and private territories held by powerful factions. Each area within the Demon's Gate has a distinct function and unique appearance, together forming a vast and orderly fortress. In the center of this fortress stand 10 massive stone tablets, each inscribed with countless names. These are the names of those who perished in battle at the Demon's Gate. As Yi Chen gazed at these names, he felt for the first time the true difficulty of human survival. The newest tablet was almost full, signaling that another would soon be needed. Many who died in battle left no remains, only their names, yet they continued to fight with unwavering resolve. Yi Chen had lived in this world for 18 years with few days of peace. In truth, he held little affection for this world apart from his sister Yi Qingyao. His purpose in cultivating his skills remained solely for revenge. Yi Chen deeply respected these fallen warriors, but this did not mean he harbored desires to fight for humanity. His current focus was to protect himself and Yi Qingyao, seek vengeance, and uncover the mysteries of the past. Thus, he did not linger long in front of these tablets and turned away without hesitation. Upon entering the Demon's Gate, Yi Chen wasted no time in donning his meticulously prepared gear, securing the thunder blade firmly on his back. The city of Modu was a powerhouse of economic prosperity and unparalleled strength, teeming with formidable individuals. Despite the exceptional quality of Yi Chen's B-grade equipment in such a place filled with hidden talents, it hardly drew any attention. After all, many scions of prominent families frequented the Demon's Gate for challenges and trials, some possessing even superior gear. Moreover, any attempt to commit robbery here would be a fool's errand, for one could easily fall prey to someone with powerful connections, possibly not even realizing how they met their end. As a result, the likelihood of violent crimes like murder and robbery occurring here is relatively low. However, this does not mean that competition and conflict are absent. Rather, people exercise restraint, avoiding overly vicious tactics. Soon Yi Chen reached the base of the city walls, where numerous teams were gathered, looking for one with strong defensive skills, martial master level or above, recruiting for the Blazing Squad warriors at level 7 or higher. Negotiations on benefits. The Savage Squad is leading 100,000 per person discounts for larger groups. Surprised by the bustling scene beneath the walls, Yi Chen murmured to himself. A short-statured individual sidled up to Yi Chen and with a grin said, "Hey there, handsome. Just by looking at your extraordinary aura, I can tell you're a strong one. Our Wildman Squad has a high safety record on missions. Interested in learning more?" Before Yi Chen could respond, a fiery red-haired woman interjected with a hearty laugh. "Forget the Wildman Squad, join our Red Rose Squad instead. With your looks, I can give you a discount just for being eye candy for us sisters." The Wildman Squad member was immediately displeased, retorting, "You Red Rose ladies should stay home and take care of your families instead of causing trouble and stealing our business." The red-haired woman wasn't having it. "Way dwarf, spare me the nonsense. Looks like you're itching for a fight. Let's see who's stronger," she challenged, drawing her blade and stepping forward. Seeing this, the short man retreated, clearly intimidated. At that moment, a burly man stepped in front of the short man, blocking the red-haired woman's path. "Hongmei Wei Ming might have a sharp tongue, but threatening my Wildman Squad openly isn't right. Plus, you were the ones trying to steal our business first, weren't you?" His presence was more imposing than the red-haired woman's, and she halted, realizing this man from the Wildman Squad was much stronger than Wei Ming. Hongmei scoffed, "This young man hasn't agreed to anything. How can you say we're stealing your business? By that logic, all monster hunting jobs would belong to you." Though less powerful, Hongmei wasn't intimidated by the burly man's words. The burly man frowned, his expression darkening. "Don't pin that on me. Just because the Wildman Squad got to the true fire route first doesn't mean anything. The wilderness runs on the rule of survival of the fittest. Your Red Rose Squad just wasn't strong enough." Nothing more to say. Hongmei grew angrier. "Yes, we lost the true fire route because we were weaker, but you had already secured it. Why did you have to severely injure Qingyu? You did it on purpose." The burly man shrugged, smiling provocatively. "I just threw a casual punch. Who knew she'd get seriously injured? My bad for overestimating your squad's strength." Hongmei, seething at his taunting expression, retorted, "Fine, if that's how it is, let's just rely on our skills going forward." At her back, several women in red stood by, while numerous individuals assembled behind the burly man, creating a tense standoff. Caught in the middle, Yi Chen felt awkward, realizing that the two squads had long-standing grievances and the Red Rose Squad wasn't genuinely interested in recruiting him. They merely wanted to spite the Wildman Squad. Unluckily, he had walked right into their crossfire. The commotion drew the attention of the law enforcement team. A uniformed officer, frowning, intervened. "What's this now? Your two squads causing trouble again? Are you unaware of the rules in Monster Hunting Pass? No fighting within the pass. I've let you off a few times due to your seniority, but if this continues, don't blame me for taking you all in." The burly man quickly put on a smile and said, "Supervisor Joe, this time it's not our fault, it's Hongmei who keeps bringing up the last incident. I really can't do anything about it." At this moment, a woman standing behind Hongmei pointed at him and said, "Wei Jiwen, don't speak so flippantly. Xingyu was seriously injured by you and is still in a coma. She might never wake up. You think a few words can make us let it go? Who do you think you are?" The man named Wei Jiwen wasn't angry, but instead pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Supervisor Zhou, you see, I couldn't hold back at that time and I've already paid compensation. I'm at a loss here. The money you paid isn't even enough for a month's treatment for Qingyu, so stop pretending," she retorted. Supervisor Zhou sighed, evidently aware of the issues between the two teams. He walked up to Hongmei and said, "Hongmei, what's done is done. you can't keep making a fuss like this. Please don't make it difficult for me, Hong Mei whispered. I understand I won't make things hard for you, supervisor, but Xingyu is my sister. I can't just do nothing. I hope you can understand my situation. Supervisor Zhou knew full well that Wei Jiwen's actions were intentional. The Wildman squad had always been a dominant team, one of the top in the martial teams. The Red Rose squad, on the other hand, had risen quickly, snatching some business from them, which naturally didn't sit well with the Wildman squad. The person Wei Jiwen gravely injured was the healer of the Red Rose squad, and they had only one healer with such abilities. This dealt a significant blow to the overall strength of the Red Rose Squad. Supervisor Zhou, having worked at the Demon Slaying Pass for many years, saw through Wei Jiwen's tricks. Injuring the soul healer couldn't possibly be an accident. However, what happened in the wilds was beyond his control, but if the teams fought inside the pass, it would be his responsibility, therefore he had to step in to resolve the matter. Moreover, since the Red Rose Squad had initially provoked the conflict, he could only ask Hong Mei's team not to act recklessly or he would have to detain Hong Mei. Yi Chen observed that the supervisor's persuasion seemed to have calmed the tensions between the two sides, so he planned to leave. Hey young brother, are you thinking of choosing our Wildman squad? That's a wise choice. Let me tell you, we guarantee you'll have a great outdoor experience with us, the short man named Wei Ming said, seeing Yi Chen approach. He assumed Yi Chen was choosing their team and provocatively glanced at Hong Mei, whose expression darkened. Yi Chen, confused, replied, when did I say I chose your team? Wei Ming was taken aback. Aren't you looking for a team to go out for training? Observing Yi Chen's impressive gear and fair appearance, Wei Ming naturally assumed Yi Chen was a young master from a noble family seeking a team for training. Wei Ming asked incredulously, you plan to go into the wild alone without teaming up? Usually people form teams to go into the wilderness. Even the students from the Magic Martial Academy do this when they're on missions. This way everyone can look out for each other and everyone has their weaknesses. A team can cover these weaknesses and the team can accomplish more with better rewards than going solo. However, this didn't apply to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had numerous skills, was well-rounded, and also possessed the top-tier healing method of the Divine Brew Gourd. He found it more convenient to act alone and wasn't accustomed to working with others, so Yi Chen nodded and said, I think I'm fine on my own. The members of the Wildfire Squad laughed as if they had heard a joke. Little brother, it looks like this is your first time at Demon Slayer Pass. You don't know how dangerous it is. We charge high fees not to scam you but to ensure your safety. Going alone, who knows if you'll make it back? Wei Ming laughed. No need to worry about me, Yi Chen replied, getting a bit annoyed, and he walked past them quickly. Hong Mei with a mocking tone added, and you said it was your business, turns out it was just your wishful thinking. Wei Ming's face darkened, embarrassed by Yi Chen ignoring him and Hong Mei's ridicule. I'll see if this kid survives till tomorrow, he muttered, convinced Yi Chen wouldn't make it in the wild. He had never seen someone as arrogant as Yi Chen. As Yi Chen walked away, Hong Mei called out loudly, little brother, if you run into any trouble out there, just contact us, the Red Plum Squad. We won't charge you. She tossed him a communicator, which Yi Chen caught steadily. Thanks, he said, appreciating the gesture even if he didn't plan on using it. A woman next to Hong Mei whispered, Captain, do you really think he can come back alive? Hong Mei shook her head. You know how it is at Demon Slayer Pass. Even we don't have 100% chance of making it back alive, let alone a young kid like him. She smiled charmingly and continued, but it's nice to give the Wildman Squad a headache. Though Hong Mei didn't have high hopes for Yi Chen, the communicator she gave was indeed a genuine way to contact them. Once Yi Chen left, the matter was settled and Wei Jiwen led the Wildman Squad away, with Hong Mei's group dispersing as well. Wei Ming with a dark expression said, that kid showed no respect for the Wildman Squad. Next time we meet in the wild, I'll make him kneel and apologize. He licked his lips with a bloodthirsty smile. Wei Jiwen, indifferent, said, whether he survives till tomorrow is uncertain. Now that the Red Rose Squad's strength has waned, make sure to seize their business. I want them to leave Demon Slayer Pass on their own. Wei Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking, but that Hong Mei isn't easy to deal with. Although they don't have healers right now, I've heard they're actively recruiting. It won't be so easy to completely defeat them. Wei Jiwen snorted coldly. If they really do manage to recruit more, I'll strike again. Besides, I'm about to break through. Next time it won't be as simple as severely injuring just one person. Hearing Wei Jiwen's words, the members of the Wildman Squad couldn't hide their delight. Captain, if you break through, our squad will reach new heights. Bye. Then the Red Rose Squad will be nothing but a stepping stone for us. Exactly, choosing the Wildman Squad was the smartest decision I ever made. Suddenly praises for Wei Jiwen filled the air and he basked in the adulation. "Come on, let's grab a drink, my treat today," Wei Jiwen said with a grand gesture, and with that the group headed to the bar. Outside the demon-slaying pass, Yi Chen presented his identification and walked out. Contrary to his expectations, what lay beyond wasn't a forest but a desolate wasteland. For miles around there were no tall trees. Unlike the wilds of Yuling City, the current metal wall of the demon-slaying pass wasn't originally here but far behind. Generations of battles pushed it forward to its current position. The site before Yi Chen was a town once ravaged by fierce beast attacks and ultimately overrun. This area, having been the front line of beast-tide battles for so long, was shrouded in smoke, preventing almost any plant life from taking root and growing. It resembled a merciless meat grinder, devouring countless lives and sending shivers down one's spine. Yi Chen lifted his hand, gazing at the map displayed on his bracelet. The demon-slaying pass, home to many powerful fighters and enduring relentless battles, had its surroundings meticulously mapped. However, the deeper unknown regions remained cloaked in mystery, with little known about their terrain. After some thought, Yi Chen tapped the bracelet screen a few times and resolutely said, "Let's head here first. There are relatively more red fire scorpions in this area." With that, he set off decisively in that direction. Simultaneously, Yi Chen pressed a button on his wrist and the MOing swiftly transformed, enveloping his head in a sleek black helmet. This was the battle mode of MOing, a feature the previous Mu Ling armor lacked. The helmet was not only strikingly handsome in appearance, making a powerful visual impact, but it also boasted high practicality and formidable defensive capabilities. After all, the head is one of the most crucial and vulnerable parts of the human body. Any accidental damage or even fatal blow could have unimaginable consequences. With the protection of this helmet, Yi Chen's safety in battle was significantly enhanced, allowing him to face potential threats with more composure and confidence. Soon Yi Chen arrived at the location on the map where the red fire scorpions were marked. The ruins here were riddled with many caves of varying sizes, the perfect environment favored by the red fire scorpions. Each cave harbored red fire scorpions, though the number within varied. There were several other teams hunting the scorpions here, not just Yi Chen alone. Casually, he selected a cave that seemed most appealing and entered. "Look at that guy in the black armor going in alone. He must be solo without a team," someone remarked. "Either he's incredibly strong or he's just reckless. But I think it's the latter. What strong person would come here to hunt red fire scorpions anyway?" "True enough. If he were really powerful, he wouldn't be here," another agreed, nodding. Inside the cave, Yi Chen noticed that contrary to the usual dampness of such places, it felt noticeably warmer even through his armor. Delighted, Yi Chen exclaimed, "Even through the shadow armor I can feel the temperature change. This must mean there are quite a few red fire scorpions here. With luck, I might collect up to 20 red fire scorpion stingers this time." In this deep and shadowy cave, an eerie silence prevailed, as if isolated from the world, with only Yi Chen alone within. Since there was no one else around, he directly used his shadow step, blending into the darkness like a specter, swiftly moving deeper into the cave. As Yi Chen delved further, the surrounding temperature steadily rose, becoming almost unbearably hot. It wasn't long before he keenly sensed unusual activity ahead. Focusing his gaze, he discovered a group of large fiery red scorpions entrenched in this area. The cave was vast, resembling a naturally formed grand palace. Inside, numerous sturdy stone pillars stood like giants, supporting the entire space. The red fire scorpions lay quietly on the ground, their heads uniformly aligned toward a particular direction within the cave, as if guarding something significant. The sheer number of red fire scorpions here was so overwhelming that many rocks had been scorched red-hot by the intense heat, with some even beginning to melt and deform. Looking up, he could see the cave ceiling adorned with formations similar to stalactites, no doubt a result of the extreme heat. Could it be? Have I really hit the jackpot this time? Yi Chen pondered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a large congregation of red fire scorpions was rare, and given the cave's massive scale, it was not a place for ordinary scorpions. More intriguingly, the direction they all faced suggested they were guarding something of great importance. Yi Chen was perched in the shadows atop the cave at this moment. If one were to look closely, they would spot a pair of indistinct eyes within the shadows, gazing down at the crimson fire scorpions below, much like a predator eyeing its prey. These stone pillars made for quite the trap. A spark of realization lit up in Yi Chen's eyes as an idea struck him. Emerging from the shadows, he hung upside down from the cave ceiling, drawing forth his spear. Ben lay with a sharp spear aura at its tip. This was a technique Yi Chen had mastered since starting to practice basic spear techniques. He opted not to use spear momentum, relying instead on spear aura, primarily because he hadn't yet fully grasped the former's seamless integration and application. It could only be executed under certain mental states. In an instant, Yi Chen swung his arm and the spear in his hand sliced through the air like a gust of wind. A crisp sound echoed as smooth mirror-like cuts appeared on the thick stone pillars atop the cave. Without missing a beat, Yi Chen swung his spear twice more, sending more pillars crashing down. These stone pillars, conical and inverted, had been forged through intense heat, earning them remarkable hardness and forming a flawless trap. Let's see how you handle this. Yi Chen chuckled lightly as radiant, dazzling silver lightning erupted from his body. Simultaneously, the silver lightning patterns on Ben Lei blazed to life as if awakening. In a fleeting moment, a majestic silver thunder dragon appeared, coiling tightly around Ben Lei. Thunder Dragon's heaven-striking blow. As the stone pillars thundered to the ground, Yi Chen unleashed his most formidable attack technique to date without hesitation. Suddenly, silver lightning filled the cavern, striking everything around with deafening roars, smoke swirling through the air. Yi Chen's mind echoed with system notifications tallying the numerous crimson fire scorpions vanquished in this wave. As he listened to these notifications, a satisfied smile crept across his lips. Though they were all of warrior rank, their sheer numbers promised a handsome profit. Just as Yi Chen was reveling in his success, a red light shot through the smoke, heading straight for him. Fortunately, since breaking through to the skin refining realm, his reflexes had significantly improved. Instinctively, Yi Chen employed shadow merge, blending into the shadows on the ground. As the smoke cleared, he discerned the attack's source, an enormous scorpion, its body a fiery red with a green-tipped tail and a sharp horn protruding from its head. The Crimson Fire Scorpion King. Seems my luck is quite something. Stumbling upon the Crimson Fire Scorpion's lair by chance, Yi Chen remarked casually, showing no fear, not even a hint of unease. As the smoke finally cleared, Yi Chen observed the surroundings littered with the bodies of Crimson Fire Scorpions buried under stone. Though some had survived and now gathered behind the Crimson Fire Scorpion King. You're quite fortunate, Yi Chen mused, but a family should be together. Let me help you with that. With those words, Yi Chen stepped forward, his feet tracing the intricate 7-star pattern, moving with an eerie agility. The Crimson Fire Scorpion King, sensing the threat, let out a piercing cry. The ordinary scorpions, their eyes glowing a menacing red, charged at Yi Chen with reckless abandon, yet Yi Chen was unfazed. He swung his Thunderbolt spear with precision, combining it with the power of Gun Gang and the 8 Desolations Annihilation Thunder. Not a single scorpion could get close to him, and their bodies piled up around him, a testament to his skill. Despite the relentless onslaught of scorpions unafraid of death, Yi Chen handled them with ease. Seeing its minions fall, the Scorpion King finally decided to take action itself, its massive tail hook darting towards Yi Chen. With a deft maneuver, Yi Chen parried the attack with his spear, sparks flying from the collision. Tough, but this is where it ends, he declared. Yi Chen combined the 7-star step with instant shadow, swiftly appearing behind the Scorpion King. With a powerful Thunder Dragon skybreaking strike, he smashed into the Scorpion King's back, shattering its armor. Though the Scorpion King stood at the 8th stage of a martial master, higher than Yi Chen, it was no match for Yi Chen's formidable foundation and fell quickly. After the battle, Yi Chen collected the tail hooks and pincers from the scorpions, discovering several fire attribute spirit cores, including one within the Scorpion King itself. It was a profitable encounter indeed. System open the panel. Yi Chen commanded. Host, Yi Chen Realm, Martial Master Stage 3, Early Skin Refining Abilities, 8 Desolations Annihilation Thunder, SS level, Divine Brew Gourd, S level, Shadow Phantom, S level, Techniques, 9 Nether Thunder Art, S level, Thunder Fire Body Refining Art, A level, Iron Forging Method, C level, Combat Skills, Thunder Dragon Skybreaking Strike, Small Success, 7-star Step, Great Success, Instant Shadow, Great Success, Ability Points, 180000 Training Time. 3 years 5 months. This encounter had earned Yi Chen over 3 years of cultivation time and 30,000 ability points, not to mention a C-level blazing fire saber in the system's inventory, though of little use to him and likely to be sold. Yet despite the scorpions' demise, the heat remained oppressive. Why is it still so hot? Yi Chen murmured, puzzled. Determined to find the source of the heat, Yi Chen began exploring the cave. Standing before a stone wall, he tapped it with his hand, eyes lighting up. This spot is the hottest, and it's hollow inside. With a powerful punch, Yi Chen easily broke through the stone, revealing a passage. Venturing through the opening, he discovered a stone pillar over a meter high. In the center, a bowl-shaped depression held some red liquid, and nestled within It was a red flower radiating intense heat, molten fire flower Yi Chen identified, noting its age at 70 to 80 years, just shy of being a heavenly treasure. The molten fire flower was excellent for body refinement, capable of being crafted into molten fire elixirs to enhance the cultivation speed of fire attribute ability users, much like thunder elixirs. If the age of an item exceeds 100 years, its efficacy greatly increases. Quite a pity. Yi Chen swiftly drew a line with his thunder strike across the stone pillar's center and then collected the lava blossom along with the stone into his wristband. The red liquid served as the nourishing substance for the plant's growth, and Yi Chen took it all so that this lava blossom might continue to thrive. Generally, once heavenly treasures are harvested, they lose the ability to continue growing. However, by doing this, Yi Chen gave the lava blossom a slim chance to surpass a century, and it could fetch a higher price. Yi Chen then stowed away the head armor of his ink shade armor, noticing a significant drop in temperature without the lava blossom's presence. After securing the lava blossom, Yi Chen exited the cave. He had collected enough of the crimson scorpion tails and even encountered the crimson scorpion king, leaving little value in staying further. As Yi Chen emerged from the cave, several onlookers outside turned their gazes toward him. "He actually made it out alive," remarked one of those who had earlier dismissed Yi Chen as a reckless youth. "Look at him. He seems quite young, just a foolhardy kid," another chimed in. "Exactly, maybe there weren't any crimson scorpions inside, which is why he came out unharmed. Look at his armor, not a scratch. Inkshade was B-grade armor, and a battle of this level wouldn't leave any marks. If it did, it would be defective." Their voices were loud enough for Yi Chen to hear, but he paid their words no mind, considering them nothing more than clowns babbling. At this moment, a man with a scar across his face approached Yi Chen. "Kid, did you run into any crimson scorpions inside?" "I'll give you 500 for each one," the scarred man said arrogantly. The most ordinary crimson scorpion was worth 10,000 each, making the offer laughable, clearly intending Yi Chen to hand them over for free. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Not only did I encounter crimson scorpions, but I also came across a crimson scorpion king. Do you want it?" The scarred man's eyes lit up instantly. "Yes, of course I'll take it," he said, but then scrutinized Yi Chen skeptical. "With your build, you encountered the Crimson Scorpion King and survived?" Yi Chen chuckled. "My armor is B-grade. The Crimson Scorpion King couldn't harm me. What's your offer for it?" Feigning genuine interest in selling it to him, Yi Chen inquired. Hearing Yi Chen mention his armor was B-grade, greed flashed in the scarred man's eyes. "No one would say I'm not generous. I'll give you 30,000 for the Crimson Scorpion King." "Fair enough," he said, slinging an arm around Yi Chen's shoulder. "Really, I'll transfer it to you right now." Yi Chen raised his wrist and the massive corpse of the Crimson Scorpion King appeared on the ground. He wasn't lying. He really did encounter a Crimson Scorpion King, murmured the onlookers. Seeing his demeanor, one might think he's just a wealthy young man out for some worldly experience, not even bothering to bring a single bodyguard. His family must be fairly ordinary, merely possessing a bit of money. If it weren't for his B-grade armor, the Crimson Scorpion King would have killed him several times over by now, one person remarked disdainfully. The scar-faced man gazed excitedly at the Crimson Scorpion King before him, touching it with his hand. "This is a real Crimson Scorpion King. It's the first time I've ever seen one," she marveled. "Bro, this is my account," Yi Chen chimed in. "Haha, no problem, I'll transfer it to you right away," the scar-faced man replied with enthusiasm. Soon Yi Chen received a notification confirming the transfer. Indeed, the scar-faced man had sent him 30,000 yuan. The scar-faced man wrapped an arm around Yi Chen, saying, "Brother, your armor looks pretty nice. How much did it cost? Let your older brother here borrow it." "Yeah." Feigning indecision, Yi Chen responded, "I don't really know. My father gave it to me, said it was good stuff." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the scar-faced man now fully believed him to be some naive young master fresh out of his mansion. "What's the big deal?" the scar-faced man said generously. "I'll give you 300,000 for it. That's 10 times the price of the Crimson Scorpion King. How's that for generosity?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up. "Really, you're willing to pay 300,000? Of course. Haven't you already received 30,000? The scar-faced man replied. Nearby, some people couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "How can this kid be so foolish? It's obvious the scar-faced man is scamming him. Can't you see he doesn't know anything about the market? He might have snuck out from home and has no common sense. Scarface is notorious around here for his threats and scams. This kid probably won't be able to escape." At that moment, the scar-faced man signaled with his eyes, and several of his cronies approached the whispering crowd, warning them not to spread rumors. Clearly, the scar-faced man had influence in this area, and the murmuring crowd immediately fell silent. Yi-Chen revealed his energy-storing bracelet. Bro, how much do you think this is worth? The scar-faced man's eyes gleamed. He had a bracelet as well, but it was clearly not as advanced as Yi-Chen's. At this point, Yi-Chen looked like a fat sheep ready for slaughter in the eyes of the scar-faced man. 300,000, no bargaining. How about that? Yi-Chen nodded. Alright, the same account as before, you can transfer it there, no problem, the scar-faced man said heartily. Shortly after, a message popped up on Yi-Chen's bracelet confirming a 600,000 yuan deposit. Yi-Chen glanced at his bracelet, a faint smile playing at his lips, and promptly stored the Crimson Scorpion King into his bracelet. The scar-faced man was momentarily stunned, then seemed to realize something. He laughed, patting Yi-Chen on the shoulder. Smart thinking, little brother, keeping the Crimson Scorpion King safe for me. Now that I've sent the money, how about handing over the bracelet and armor? Armor? What armor? Yi-Chen feigned confusion. Come on, little brother, don't joke around. Didn't we agree on 600,000 for your armor and bracelet? The scar-faced man said, still thinking Yi-Chen was jesting. Oh really? My B-grade armor has a market value of over 30 million, and this bracelet is a high-spec custom piece. Why would I sell them to you for just 600,000? Yi-Chen looked at him with a playful glint in his eyes. Are you backing out now? The man with the scar's face turned grim. Yi-Chen clearly knew the value of these items, so why did he agree to sell them earlier? Wasn't it obvious he was toying with him? Don't talk nonsense, I'm not an idiot. How could I agree to sell something worth millions for just 600,000? Do you have any evidence? The scar-faced man snorted coldly. I've been surviving out here for years, always tricking others. I never thought someone would try to pull one over on me, especially a kid who's barely grown. The muscles on his scarred face twitched, revealing a ferocious look as he could no longer hide his malicious intent. He gritted his teeth and shouted, kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Are you going to hand it over or not? Facing such a threat, Yi-Chen remained extraordinarily calm. His lips curved slightly upward, arms crossed, as he looked at the scar-faced man with a half-smile, half-challenge, as if saying, go ahead, try me. His attitude was unmistakable. Seeing Yi-Chen's lack of tact, the scar-faced man flew into a rage, roaring, fine, if you won't drink the toast, you'll drink the penalty. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If brothers, get him and teach this reckless kid a lesson. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several burly men, weapons in hand and eyes full of menace, charged at Yi-Chen like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh, aw, this young man is in for it now. Why did he have to provoke Scar? Some even chimed in, indeed. Where does he get the nerve to openly offend Scar? He's got a death wish, but you have to admit he's got guts. Clearly no one had high hopes for Yi-Chen's situation given Scar's notorious reputation in the area as a ruthless character, yet at that moment Yi-Chen casually pressed a button. In an instant the shadow armor activated, swiftly entering combat mode. A solid helmet covered Yi-Chen's head, gleaming with a cold, steely light. Yi-Chen remained motionless, standing firm without dodging or retaliating, as if victory was already assured. In the blink of an eye the attack struck Yi-Chen. Swords slashed, hammers pounded, axes hacked, and sparks flew. Yet to Yi-Chen these attacks felt like mere scratches, causing no real harm. He didn't even take a single step back. After a flurry of attacks the men were left panting heavily, clearly exhausted. The scar-faced man, seeing Yi-Chen unharmed and eyeing the shadow armor with even more greed, declared loudly, kid, if you know what's good for you, hand it over and I'll let you go. Otherwise you won't leave this demon-infested pass alive. Really? Then I'd like to see how you plan to keep me from leaving this demon-slaying pass. Your subordinates are not up to the task. After just a few attacks, they're already like this. Why don't you come at me yourself? Yi-Chen's voice echoed from the shadows, seeking death. Scarface roared, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Yi-Chen, his eyes flickering with viciousness and brutality. He raised his arm, and with a flash of cold light a massive, exceedingly sharp battle axe appeared in his hand. In an instant Scarface's aura surged dramatically like an enraged tiger charging straight at Yi-Chen. Simultaneously he shouted, Mountain Splitter. This was his most powerful technique. With this cry an immense, overwhelming force erupted from within him, converging upon his arms, making the already mountain-heavy axe descend upon Yi-Chen like an avalanche. Judging from this aura alone, Scarface seemed to have just stepped into the realm of martial masters, but his strength was indeed a notch above those Yi-Chen had faced before. Yet, in the face of such a fierce and aggressive assault, Yi-Chen remained unafraid, not even blinking. Just as the massive axe was about to cleave down upon him, Yi-Chen finally moved. He raised his right arm slowly and, with what seemed like a casual wave, effortlessly caught the gigantic axe in his hand. Scarface was shocked hurriedly, trying to exert more force to press down, but no matter how hard he tried, the axe remained as immobile as if rooted to the spot. At this moment a hint of disdain appeared on Yi Chen's face as he softly mocked, "With skills like yours, you dare to act arrogantly and tyrannically here? How utterly overconfident." With that, Yi Chen lightly shook his arm and with a sudden flick sent Scarface along with his tightly gripped axe flying like a severed kite. "Boss!" Scarface's subordinates, witnessing their leader's heavy blow, cried out and rushed forward to check on his condition. Scarface lay on the ground in agony, clutching his chest tightly, blood pouring from his mouth. His eyes filled with venomous hatred locked onto Yi Chen as he snarled through gritted teeth, "Go kill that fool for me." The group charged at Yi Chen, but he simply shook his head. "Don't you have any sense? Even if I stand here and let you attack, you couldn't harm me. But I don't have time to play with you." Yi Chen strode forward, not even bothering to use his thunder step, but instead enveloped his hands in the 8 desolations. Annihilation thunder. Instantly his fists seemed to wear gauntlets made of silvery lightning. Then he swung his fists with a ferocity akin to a storm, sweeping through his opponents with overwhelming force. The group of men who once seemed formidable now lay scattered like fragile clay figures, utterly defeated. With each dull thud that echoed in the air, they were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. In the blink of an eye, chaos reigned, with only the sound of groans filling the scene. Unhurriedly Yi Chen strolled towards Scarface, each step exuding an invisible pressure. Scarface, his face etched with fear, stared intently at the approaching Yi Chen, his body trembling uncontrollably, clearly shaken by Yi Chen's overwhelming power. As Yi Chen drew near, he lifted his foot without hesitation and stamped it heavily onto Scarface's chest. With this motion, the battle aura that had cloaked him dissipated silently, revealing his face that had been hidden beneath the helmet. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, a blatant expression of disdain playing across his features as he spoke coldly. "Where did you get the confidence to think you could deceive me? Was it merely because you've just reached the level of a martial artist?" Scarface struggled desperately, trying to rise from the ground, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off Yi Chen's foot, which felt as immovable as a mountain. He flailed his hands futilely, attempting to dislodge Yi Chen's foot, but it remained steadfast like an unyielding pillar forged from steel. Seeing this, Yi Chen twisted his toe slightly, applying a continuous force. Scarface immediately found it hard to breathe, his face turning crimson, yet even in such dire straits he refused to yield, growling threats through gritted teeth. "If you dare take my life, you won't leave here alive. My brother is with the Savage Squad, and even as a martial artist, how could you stand against them? Touch me, and your fate will be far worse than mine." Despite the blood staining his teeth and the redness of his eyes, Scarface's gaze remained fierce, glaring at Yi Chen with malevolence. Upon hearing Scarface mentioned the Savage Squad, Yi Chen's face suddenly showed a look of understanding, and he chuckled. "Oh? Is that so, the Savage Squad? I do recall having crossed paths with them." Scarface, slightly relieved by Yi Chen's words, forced a scoff. "Humph, now that you know the name of the Savage Squad, why don't you release me?" However, in the very next moment the smile vanished from Yi Chen's face, replaced by a chilling coldness. He fixed Scarface with an emotionless stare. Unhesitatingly, Yi Chen summoned the formidable power of the 8 desolations thunder to his feet. As a surge of energy rose, he lifted his foot and, with a force as fierce as a thunderbolt, kicked Scarface violently. A crisp crack resounded as Scarface's ribcage shattered instantly. Even in the final moments of his life, Scarface's face was frozen in a mask of shock and disbelief. He truly couldn't comprehend why, after revealing the renowned banner of the Wildman Squad, Yi Chen showed not a trace of fear. Instead, Yi Chen dared to strike him down ruthlessly. It was common knowledge that those who came to this place to hunt the red fire scorpions generally weren't of high prowess, with the strongest typically being at the martial artist level. Of course, he had encountered formidable opponents before, stronger than himself, but whenever he mentioned the Wildman Squad, they would all back down. After all, both the captain and vice-captain of the Wildman Squad were formidable martial generals, infamous for their notorious deeds in this area. Many smaller teams were wary of them, reluctant to provoke them easily, and would even tolerate Scar's scams. Scar thought he had found a big catch this time, only to run into a tough adversary who not only dismissed the Wildman Squad but also dared to kill him in front of so many people. Ding successfully killed a first-tier martial artist, gaining 1 year and 6 months of cultivation time and 10,000 ability points, announced the system's prompt, marking the end of Scar's life. Yi Chen's gaze swept around like lightning, and those who had been groaning in pain on the ground suddenly fell silent as if frozen by a spell, terrified into silence. The scene was deathly quiet, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Alas, I didn't initially intend to take your lives, but what choice did I have? That fellow dared to threaten me, vowing to kill me, so I had to strike first. Yi Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile that sent shivers down the spine. Now that Scar has met his end, leaving you behind wouldn't be fair, would it? You might as well accompany him to the underworld. Seeing this, Scar's subordinates were terrified, falling to their knees and begging for mercy, their faces as pale as paper, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yet Yi Chen remained unmoved by their pleas. You only have yourselves to blame for following the wrong master. With those words, Yi Chen moved like a phantom through the crowd, effortlessly snuffing out their lives in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the other teams around, witnessing Yi Chen's godlike presence, were so frightened that their legs felt weak, barely able to stand. They were filled with dread, fearing they might be next. After all, given Yi Chen's ruthless methods, it seemed entirely possible that he might wipe out everyone present. However, to everyone's astonishment, after dispatching Scar and his minions, Yi Chen turned and left without a word, not even sparing them another glance. Regarding the question of whether to eliminate threats thoroughly, Yi Chen had his own considerations. Even though he knew that such actions might bring unnecessary trouble and complications in the future, those people merely happened to be at the scene and hadn't had the chance to cause him any substantial harm or offense. Engaging in unwarranted, indiscriminate killing was something he couldn't bring himself to do, so he decided to spare them. Besides, he didn't regard the Wildman squad as a significant threat. If worse came to worst, he could confront them head-on. His current strength gave him the confidence to challenge them beyond his level. Yi Chen examined the wristbands he had collected from Scar and his men. What's this, an unexpected windfall? He mused with a smile. After a rough calculation, he figured Scar's wristband contained assets worth about 10 to 20 million each, which was more profitable than when he defeated the Red Fire Scorpion King and the Lava Flower. Scar's incident was merely a minor episode in Yi Chen's training at the Demon Slayer Pass, something he didn't dwell on. Moving forward, Yi Chen planned a route based on the materials required for his tasks. The tasks he accepted were relatively simple, focusing on materials from group-dwelling exotic beasts. The route he devised circled the outskirts of the Demon Slayer Pass, where the beasts posed little threat to him. Yi Chen didn't want to waste time searching for beasts. If only you Meng Yun were here, my efficiency in finding them would be much higher, he sighed. Since the start of school, Yi Chen hadn't contacted Yu Meng Yun, the last time being when he discussed business with her in Yuling City. If Yu Meng Yun heard his comment, she'd probably just scoff. Men. About a week later, Yi Chen completed his tasks, which should earn him around 300 points. During these days, he didn't stay out in the wild continuously. He'd return roughly every 2 days. The intensity of the Demon Slayer Pass was undeniable, and staying outside for 2 days left him mentally fatigued. Not wanting to risk staying out too long, he frequently returned to town, but hadn't seen anyone from the Wildman squad. They likely hadn't discovered Scar's death yet, possibly out on their own missions. We'll deal with it when the time comes, Yi Chen murmured. It wasn't that he regretted or feared anything. He was confident in his abilities but knew he couldn't let his guard down completely. Caution was preferable, especially since the Wildman squad was seasoned in that area, having seen various tactics with far more experience than him. Yi Chen opened the mission panel of the Magic Martial Academy, browsing through it. After pondering, he remarked, the remaining tasks aren't easy. I won't get much training staying on the outskirts. Perhaps it's time to venture further inside. However, Yi Chen didn't set off immediately. If he were to delve deeper, staying just 2 days outside wouldn't suffice. Upon returning to the city, he first stocked up on spices. Although Yi Chen had energy bars, their taste left much to be desired, offering no real sense of eating. With his commendable cooking skills, Yi Chen preferred to kill and cook on the spot. Of course, living in the wild came with its dangers, so he only cooked when he was sure there were no beasts around. He also bought a special smokeless fuel that emitted only heat to avoid attracting any beasts. Next, Yi Chen made a stop at the apothecary, purchasing 10 spirit-nourishing potions at a cost of 5 million, with each potion priced at 500,000. This was no small expense in the wilderness. The most concerning situation was nightfall, when one's attention might wane, leading to reduced vigilance. This was precisely why Yi Chen needed to rest every 2 days. The spirit-nourishing potion, with its magical properties, could gradually restore his fatigued mental state. It's important to note that these potions weren't some cheap nerve stimulants. On the contrary, their high price was due to a rare ingredient, the spirit-nourishing flower. This mysterious blossom had a unique ability to slowly repair one's mental strength, though the recovery process was rather slow. In this vast world, there seemed to be no cultivation methods related to the spirit, perhaps due to concerns about the sensitive brain area involved. Any slight misstep could lead to death, hence, no spiritual cultivation techniques had emerged. Even creating ordinary cultivation methods carried significant risks of deviation, with a 64% mortality rate if one were to go astray. Even surviving such a deviation often left one's body severely damaged, making future breakthroughs impossible. As a result, the number of people in the Academy of Martial and Magic Arts was small, but those who survived thrived. Given the difficulty in creating even ordinary techniques, crafting methods related to the spirit which involved the brain was even more challenging. Anything associated with spiritual power, regardless of its practical value, saw its price skyrocket due to the mere mention of spirit. Yi Chen also spent 4 million on 2 concealment potions. Wu Di had given him one before, but Yi Chen deemed it insufficient and decided to purchase 2 more. These were essential for venturing into the wilderness where conditions were unpredictable. One couldn't guarantee not encountering beasts stronger than oneself. If such an encounter were to occur, the concealment potion would be a lifesaver. Therefore, Yi Chen decisively bought 2 more without hesitation. After all, when it comes to life-saving items, Yi Chen was never stingy. It's only when you're alive that you can spend your money, isn't it? Yi Chen purchased some beast-repelling incense, a substance that when lit emits a peculiar scent most beasts find repulsive, prompting them to keep their distance. Adventuring parties typically light these during the night to reduce the chances of beast attacks on their camps, although it doesn't completely eliminate the risk. A few beasts are unaffected by the scent, and powerful ones are similarly impervious to its effects. Following this, Yi Chen acquired additional supplies necessary for venturing deep into the wilderness. Altogether, including the beast-repelling incense, he spent just over 300,000, highlighting the exorbitant cost of the earlier 2 potions. However, after selling Scar's bracelet, Yi Chen had accumulated around 20 million, so this expenditure was within his means. Once his preparations were nearly complete, it was time to set off. After purchasing all the required items, Yi Chen once again exited through the city gates. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, a mysterious figure cloaked in black had been shadowing him the entire time. Despite Yi Chen's keen awareness and adept counter-surveillance skills, he remained oblivious to this figure, who seemed to blend seamlessly into the surroundings, as if invisible. As Yi Chen took step after step beyond the city gates, the distance between him and the city grew. Curiously, the cloaked figure did not continue to follow him once outside the city. Instead, they turned and sped towards the western part of the demon-slaying pass. This behavior was puzzling, for conventional wisdom dictates that if one harbors ill intentions towards Yi Chen, the isolated and desolate areas outside the city would present the most opportune moment to strike. Yet the cloaked figure merely observed Yi Chen's actions within the city, choosing to forego the crucial opportunity to follow him outside the city walls. Even if Yi Chen sensed someone observing him from the shadows, he would likely remain perplexed as to why the pursuit ceased upon his departure from the city.